Su Yuan traversed into the world of Beast Masters, acquiring a remarkably simplified Beastmaster system. Did he commence his journey by contracting a useless beast? With a handful of rice, Su Yuan activated the Dragon God's bloodline, instantaneously transforming into an S-class Dragon Maiden warrior, who decreed that the ascension of beasts necessitates incessant combat. Su Yuan leisurely basked in the sun with his beast, engaging in gentle exercises while effortlessly leveling up. Is it impossible to break through without rare treasures? With the assistance of the simplified system, tofu pudding and chicken legs supplanted the need for rare materials. As an array of beasts with utterly nonsensical cultivation methods emerged, the entire realm of beast masters felt as though their intellects were being ground into the earth. Su Yuan lamented, "Training beasts is truly this simple." Chapter 1. The serpent that transformed into a dragon maiden in an instant. Master, the nature of dragons is. Surely you wouldn't want this king to go hungry. Upon Su Yuan's form appeared a woman with wine-red hair, a graceful figure, and a charming visage, revealing a set of pearly fangs, her eyes resembling peach blossoms, gazing at him with a sultry allure. "I truly cannot endure this any longer," Su Yuan silently lamented, for he never anticipated such a turn of events. The woman upon Su Yuan, nay, the female dragon, was the beast he had contracted during today's ceremony. Indeed, Su Yuan had traversed into a world of beast masters, where outside the human city-states lurked ferocious beasts and treacherous terrains, and every individual prided themselves on becoming a beast master to safeguard their homeland. However, aspiring to be a beast master was no easy feat. One must contract a qualified beast during the 18th birthday ceremony. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had only managed to contract a grass snake, the lowest tier F-class beast. Given humanity's limited resources, such a worthless beast as Su Yuan's could not be nurtured into a beast master. As the saying goes, heaven does not completely forsake humanity. Su Yuan unexpectedly activated the Simplified Beast System, which allowed for an infinitely streamlined cultivation process. While others required their beasts to engage in relentless battles to gain experience and ascend, Su Yuan merely needed to let his bask in the sun and perform gentle exercises. Where others needed rare treasures to purify their bloodlines, enduring life and death in treacherous realms, Su Yuan only had to feed his beast a bit of rice and salty tofu pudding for continuous evolution. Upon receiving the system, Su Yuan rushed home, seized the rice jar, pinched it 7 inches, and poured it into the mouth of the grass snake. Then, a miracle transpired. A diminutive grass snake's body swelled, gradually shedding its serpentine markings, as dragon scales and wings unique to dragons sprouted across its form, while its smooth underbelly extended into dragon claws wreathed in flames, and its serpent head transformed into a dragon's head exuding a dangerously potent aura. Subsequently, the successfully transformed beast continued to morph, its dragon scales fading into a sleek skin and flowing wine-red hair, reminiscent of the flames of a hellish inferno symbolizing destruction and death, cascaded down her shoulders. Her visage was flawless, akin to a natural sculpture, with lips that were lush and full. Are you truly my master?" The dragon maiden's hand glided from her neck towards her chest. "Your earlier action of pouring substances into this royal being was rather coarse." Witnessing a miracle, Su Yuan was drawn back to reality by the words of the dragon maiden, as data regarding her materialized in his mind. Beast Tamer, Dragon Maiden Warrior. Rarity, S. Level, Bronze Beginner. Experience, 0/100. Talent, Dragon Flame, Epic. Skills, Dragon Breath, Epic. Celestial Embers, Mythical. Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline, 5. He had leaped from an F-level beast to a top-tier beast. Wait, is this still a beast? She is fully transformed. Furthermore, she refers to herself as this king, showing no regard for me as her master. Just moments ago, Su Yuan had pinched the serpent's vital spot, the heart's location, which implied, "Ahem, my apologies. Ignorance is no excuse." Dragon. How should I address you? The dragon maiden paused before responding. "Long Yao." Su Yuan inquired, "Miss Long Yao, do you still consider yourself my beast?" The dragon maiden warrior gently tapped Su Yuan's forehead with her finger, stating, "Naturally, once a contract is formed, this king shall follow you for a lifetime. Little one, you have awakened my bloodline and facilitated my transformation into a dragon. I shall certainly not neglect you." Su Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. This is good. He had been worried that the dragon maiden might abandon him after her transformation. Reassured, Su Yuan began to assess the current situation in his mind. Su Yuan had surged from an F-level beast to an S-level, which meant he could now become a beast master. The disparity between an ordinary person and a beast master is indeed vast, far greater than the gap between a factory worker and a financier in his previous life. An ordinary person is destined to toil within a single city-state their entire life, laboring to provide for their family. For outside the city-state lies an abundance of ferocious beasts in peril. Without a beast, even the freedom to travel is a challenging endeavor. Yes, I shall return to school tomorrow and register as a beast master. As his thoughts settled, the dragon maiden warrior softly spoke. Little one, this king is hungry and requires human essence. Su Yuan was taken aback. What? Is it akin to a ghost feeding on essence? Noticing Su Yuan's confusion, the dragon maiden's pink lips curled playfully. You don't understand this? Her gaze then shifted downward in a teasing manner. Little novice. In an instant, Su Yuan grasped the implication, astonished by the boldness of the transformed dragon maiden. How dare I be looked down upon by a beast? Can I tolerate this? Su Yuan promptly declared. Today, I shall enforce the family law. Is that all? Not yet finished. After another round. Is that it? How could it be? Sister, I beg for mercy. Master, you wouldn't want me to slow down my evolution, would you? Su Yuan lamented internally. The dragon's stamina is at least 100 times that of a human. I can hardly endure this. Moreover, I have not evolved properly. It's been 4 to 5 hours, yet the dragon god bloodline remains at 5, utterly stagnant. Clearly, Long Yao has been deceiving me. Seeing Su Yuan's pallid complexion and dark circles, the dragon maiden relented. She rose and gracefully lay upon the carpet, transforming into a dragon. Currently, Long Yao had merely begun her transformation, with only 5 of her bloodline power awakened, and her size was still modest. After transforming, she measured merely 3 meters in length, and upon her humanoid form, she stood at 1 meter 80 as a long-legged beauty. Should she progress further in her evolution, this small room would scarcely suffice for Long Yao's movements. However, upon becoming a beastmaster, the resources and social standing available to him would significantly increase, making the prospect of acquiring a larger home no longer a distant dream. Furthermore, with the advantage of the simplified beast taming system, ascending to a higher tier of beastmaster is not beyond a realm of possibility. Tomorrow, I shall head to school and register as a beastmaster. The following day, Su Yuan ventured to the Sacred Beast Academy with Long Yao in tow. The Sacred Beast Academy is the largest institution in Dawn City, where the offspring of nobility and exceptional students come to study. Su Yuan had worked diligently here for 3 years, earning the opportunity to form a contract with none other than Long Yao yesterday. When Su Yuan and Long Yao arrived at the entrance of the Sacred Beast Academy, they immediately drew considerable attention. A few individuals standing at a distance outside the academy began to murmur, "Wow, Yang, look quickly. A beast has transformed. That's a mark of an S-level beast. Isn't that Su Yuan? I distinctly remember his beast was just a grass snake yesterday. How did it suddenly transform? Did he contract again? Nonsense. Su Yuan is merely a poor student. Where would he find the funds for a second contract? An S-level beast, and Yang obtained an A-level only after 6 contracts. Yang, why not think of a way to seize it? Indeed, an S-level beast belongs only to someone like Yang. A poor student like Su Yuan has no right to keep it. Just give him a couple of coins and be done with it." Exactly. And after transforming, she looks stunning. Just look at those legs, they're truly captivating. She could also, hiv. The words of those around Lu Xiang stirred his heart. In the world of beasts, strength reigns supreme. Being born into a top-tier beast family, who could dare to challenge him for bullying a poor student? With a sudden surge of determination, he whispered, "Follow me." Chapter 2. The Blood Slave Contract. Your beast is a dragon. There exist numerous methods to seize a beast, such as the assassination of its master, direct capture, trade negotiations, or even coercive threats to compel the original beast master to relinquish the contract. Should one refuse, as in the case of Lu Xiang, a scion of a prominent family, one could exploit the blood slave contract to revoke Su Yuan's citizenship, rendering him a mere slave. However, this maneuver must occur prior to Su Yuan's registration as a beast master, for once registered, a beast master's citizenship cannot be annulled, nor can they be enslaved. This explains Su Yuan's determination to become a beast master. The human city-states are perpetually under the menace of ferocious beasts, with beast masters serving as the preeminent guardians. The societal structure retains a rather primitive hierarchy of nobility, citizens, and slaves. Ordinary folk find themselves utterly powerless against the aristocracy, often succumbing to vassalage. Only by becoming a beast master can one transcend the confines of class limitations and enjoy unbridled freedom. As Su Yuan and Long Yao entered the Sacred Beast Academy and approached the administrative office, they were intercepted by Lu Ziang. Lu Ziang's underling, Xiong Wei, hastily stepped in front of Su Yuan, blocking his path. Hold on, isn't this the Su Yuan who has merely contracted a grass snake? What business do you have at the Sacred Beast Academy? This place does not cater to idlers. Soon after, Lu Ziang and several of his lackeys positioned themselves before Su Yuan, obstructing his route to the administration. Upon recognizing Lu Ziang, Su Yuan's expression darkened. Instantly comprehending the ill intentions of these individuals, Lu Ziang hailed from the Lu family, the foremost beast master clan in Dawn City, and his uncle, Lu Yuanzhong, served as the vice principal of the Sacred Beast Academy. This miscreant often bullied others, particularly targeting Su Yuan, the impoverished student, who typically chose to avoid confrontation. Today, however, it seemed he was particularly interested in Long Yao. Unfazed, Su Yuan pushed Xiong Wei's hand aside and asserted, I am here to register as a beast master. Is there a problem? Another of Lu Ziang's subordinates, Wang Li, chuckled. Oh, it seems you've grown quite the temper in just a few days, Su Yuan. Speaking of which, this must be your beast, right? How about this? We are willing to purchase your beast from you. After all, our brother Yang's uncle is the vice principal, and the Lu family is not one to be trifled with. We won't resort to intimidation. We'll offer you fair compensation for your beast. Upon hearing Wang Li's proposition, the surrounding students averted their gazes, silently empathizing with Su Yuan. The acquisition of an S-grade beast by an ordinary individual should have been a remarkable opportunity. Yet, misfortune often accompanies fortune. Being targeted is an inevitable consequence. Wang Li's audacity was particularly shameless. This was not merely a display of power, but outright extortion. Other noble families at least had the decency to disguise their intentions with clever ruses. But here, they were brazenly attempting to buy Su Yuan's beast outright. Nonetheless, Wang Li was correct. The Lu family was not one that ordinary students could contend with. Once ensnared by Lu Ziang, one could only hope for mercy. Noting Su Yuan's silence, Lu Ziang interjected, I can arrange for you to attend our Lu family's contract ceremony. The least prestigious contract will be of B grade, which will not impede your status as a beast master, and I can offer you 500 gold coins as compensation. What do you say? 500 gold coins could purchase a house in the outskirts of Dawn City. Lu Ziang was indeed calculating, unwilling to part with even a single extra coin. Su Yuan found himself amused by Lu Ziang's arrogance. And what if I refuse? Lu Ziang smirked and produced a piece of crimson-black parchment, which appeared as though blood flowed across its surface. Without a doubt, it was the blood slave contract capable of stripping an ordinary person of their citizenship. Then you shall need to contemplate a lifetime of servitude to this young master. Before Lu Ziang could finish his taunt, he suddenly felt an overwhelming grip upon his head, as if ensnared by a claw. In an instant, he was yanked from the ground as if one were uprooting a potato. The blood slave contract slipped from his grasp, and as he flailed desperately, he beheld the beautiful woman transform into a dragon, her fearsome golden vertical pupils fixated upon him, exhaling an aura of danger, and baring her fangs, seemingly ready to dissolve Lu Ziang in a cauldron of acid. A dragon. In this world, dragons symbolize ferocity and reign atop the food chain. 3 of the world's 10 most fearsome beasts are dragons. Dragons are notoriously vicious, yet they exhibit unparalleled loyalty, no matter the method employed. A dragon will dedicate its life to a single master. Had Lu Ziang known that the seemingly delicate maiden was, in fact, a formidable dragon, he would have never dared to approach with such audacity. Nearby, Wang Li and Xiong Wei trembled in fear at the sight of Long Yao's gaping maw. A dragon, who claimed that Su Yuan had contracted a grass snake. Are you blind? I thought it had mutated into a snake king. But now Lu Ziang has bitten off more than he can chew. A group of students, who had long been victimized by Lu Ziang, could hardly contain their satisfaction at witnessing him being treated like a rag doll. Long Yao chirped, Master, can this one be eaten? Upon hearing Long Yao's question, Lu Ziang, still in her grip, could not contain his tears, not just from his eyes but also from his trousers, as he cried out, Ah, Su Yuan, let me go, please. She mustn't harm me. My uncle is the vice principal. I am of the Lu family. Lu Ziang felt the tightening grip around his neck, the suffocating sensation serving as a grim reminder of his impending demise. Su Yuan chuckled, Long Yao, look at him, dripping with snot and urine. He is far too filthy to consume. With that, Long Yao hurled Lu Ziang against the wall 30 meters away with a resounding crash. Lu Ziang coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling several bones shatter upon impact. Wang Li and the other lackeys rushed to assist Lu Ziang. fearing retribution if they were tardy. Su Yuan shook his head, lamenting the fact that the Sacred Beast Academy forbade murder. Otherwise, he would have dealt with Lu Zhang decisively. Such a person, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly return to irritate him. However, with the presence of elite beast masters and Lu Zhang's noble status, any excessive disturbance could lead to dire consequences. Despite this, the surrounding students admired Su Yuan's audacity, yet they understood that, from this day forward, he had invited trouble upon himself. Su Yuan did not linger. His priority was to swiftly register as a beast master, even if his circumstances proved dire. Possessing full citizenship would afford him some measure of security. Consequently, he made his way directly into the administrative office. Inside, a middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed black glasses. The director of the Sacred Beast Academy, Li Jingwei, scrutinized Su Yuan and Long Yao, nodding in approval. Indeed, poverty cannot sway the righteous, nor can power subdue the valiant. This is the mark of a true gentleman. On behalf of the human city-state of Dawn City, I welcome you, young beast master. Chapter 3, Basking in the Sun. Experience points 111. Li Jingwei presented a badge, its ancient copper patterns signifying Su Yuan's official designation as a one-star beast master from this day forward. He continued, to ascend to the rank of one-star beast master, you must enroll in the Sacred Beast Academy for further education, and upon reaching 4 stars, you may elect to graduate or pursue advanced studies. As a beast master, you are granted the privilege of freely entering and exiting Dawn City and other city-states. The liberty to join the Beastmaster Guild, the autonomy to accept quests, and the perpetual retention of citizenship rights. However, you must also refrain from committing acts of slaughter within Dawn City, submit to compulsory conscription by Dawn City or other city-states, and bear the responsibility of defending the city-state. Do you comprehend all of this? Su Yuan nodded. These are the rights and obligations that accompany being a Beastmaster. The prohibition against causing death serves as both a limitation and a safeguard. Just as Su Yuan cannot directly slay Lu Zhang within the city, Lu Zhang, regardless of his noble lineage, cannot harm Su Yuan within Dawn City. This is an absolute red line. If the nobility could arbitrarily massacre the essential combat force of the Beastmasters, the city-state would have long been overrun by ferocious beasts. Li Jingwei patted Su Yuan on the shoulder and said, I witnessed what transpired earlier. Although Lu Zhang may be unruly, he is still a noble. Your beast inflicted harm upon him. Even if you are in the right, it will likely incite animosity from numerous noble students, and Lu Zhang may seek retribution. However, as long as you remain within Dawn City, they will at least refrain from retaliating too harshly. Once your strength increases, you can leave the city at your leisure. Furthermore, you are an S-class Beastmaster. Even within the Sacred Beast Academy, there are few Beastmasters of your caliber, and naturally, some will choose to protect you, so do not worry. Li Jingwei's words were both a caution and a comfort. As long as Su Yuan stayed within the confines of Dawn City, he would be safe. But should he venture outside the city, who could predict what actions Lu Zhang, whom he had offended, might take? Su Yuan gently nodded, expressing his gratitude for the director's warning. Li Jingwei then handed Su Yuan a copy of the Beastmaster Manual, saying, this contains fundamental methods for Beastmasters summarized by experienced practitioners. You can take it home to study and prepare for your enrollment. I assume apart from the Sacred Beast Academy, you wouldn't consider any other institution. Su Yuan accepted the Beastmaster Manual, replying, indeed. While there are several academies in Dawn City, such as Dawn Academy and 10,000 Beasts Academy, the most renowned and powerful remains the Sacred Beast Academy, judging by the strength of previous graduates. The combined might of the other academies scarcely rivals that of the Sacred Beast Academy. The Academy's prominence inherently grants it greater resources, more rare materials, and ancient relics of beast mastery, even exquisite beast contracts. Naturally, students are drawn to the top-tier academies, and Su Yuan is no exception. Furthering his studies at the Sacred Beast Academy would undoubtedly be ideal. Upon exiting the academic office, Su Yuan encountered Lu Zhang, whose bones had been broken in several places, glaring at him with malevolence, muttering indistinctly venomous threats, such as promising that Su Yuan would never leave Dawn City or that he would never gain admission to the Sacred Beast Academy. Unfazed, Su Yuan departed without a backward glance. Once home, Su Yuan delved into the Beastmaster Manual, which outlined the basic knowledge of beast mastery, such as the necessity for beasts to gain experience during battles. When their experience reaches its maximum, they can level up, at which point their experience resets to 0. Each level is categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers. Upon reaching advanced bronze level, once experience is maxed out, one must seek rare materials that correspond to their beast's bloodline to break through. When the primary beast reaches the silver level, experience acquisition will cease, and the Beastmaster must apply for an assessment as a 2-star Beastmaster. Upon passing, they can contract a second beast, thereby becoming a 2-star Beastmaster, allowing their primary beast to continue gaining experience. Regarding experience acquisition, it is recommended for 1-star Beastmasters to venture to the Dawn Forest, located 10 miles outside Dawn City, where only the lowest level of ferocious beasts reside, making it ideal for leveling up. However, Su Yuan recalled Li Jingwei's caution and Lu Xiang's hysterics. If he were to leave the city now, he would likely be killed immediately. Yet, if he remained, he would be unable to gain experience for a lifetime. No. Su Yuan had a system. System, how can I simplify the acquisition of experience? Ding. Experience acquisition has been simplified. The host only needs to take their beast out to bask in the sun to gain experience. What? Is this for real? This is extreme simplification of beast mastery? Su Yuan abruptly rose and said to Long Yao, Miss Long Yao, shall we go bask in the sun? After transforming, Long Yao rubbed her drowsy eyes and sleepily replied, sure. Su Yuan led Long Yao to the rooftop terrace, set up 2 sun chairs, and they reclined together to soak in the sun. Subsequently, Su Yuan fixated intently on the data in his mind. Finally, the data began to shift. Dragon Maiden Warrior basks in the sun, gains 1 experience, total experience, 1,100. Dragon Maiden Warrior basks in the sun, gains 1 experience, total experience, 2,100. Dragon Maiden Warrior basks in the sun, gains 1 experience, total experience, 3,100. Approximately every minute, the Dragon Maiden receives 1 point of experience. 1 minute equates to 1 point of experience, and 1 hour accumulates to 60 points. What does this imply? In less than 2 hours, the Dragon Maiden Warrior could achieve her first level up. Do not underestimate this rate of progression. The Beastmaster Manual states that within the Dawn Forest, there are numerous low-level ferocious beasts, such as the bronze-tier saber-toothed boar, which only grants 1 point of experience upon defeat. Moreover, the saber-toothed boar's hide is tough and its flesh thick, making it a challenge to penetrate its defenses. A 1-star Beastmaster typically accumulates around 30 points of experience per day in the Dawn Forest. Yet Su Yuan, he merely needed to take the Dragon Maiden out to sunbathe for a day to effortlessly surpass those 1-star Beastmasters grinding away in the Dawn Forest. This is the disparity. Realizing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaim internally. Such a training speed, goodness. The advanced bronze level requires 100 points of experience, the intermediate bronze level requires 500 points, and the advanced level requires 1,000 points. Does this mean that I only need to sunbathe for 1,600 minutes, which is 2,666 hours, to reach the threshold? And then with some rare materials, I could become a silver-level Beastmaster and leap into the ranks of a 2-star Beastmaster? Good grief. The fastest record in Dawn City seems to be half a month? This is extraordinary. Su Yuan resolved that from today until tomorrow, he would sunbathe fervently. No, he would continue to sunbathe endlessly, committing to a full 180 days, soaking up the sun, savoring the delights it brings. Every minute, Su Yuan could hear the system chime in with Experience 1, and this joy, this soothing method of cultivation truly resonated with him. If only he could pair it with a fishing rod for a perfect day. From dawn till dusk, Su Yuan and Long Yao basked on the terrace. After the Lu family members assigned to monitor Su Yuan returned, they reported to Lu Xiang, who was nursing his wounds. Young master, I swear I did not misjudge. That scoundrel Su Yuan spent the entire day basking in the sun. He has no intention of leaving Dawn City to level up. What? Chapter 4 Continuous Breakthrough. Rare Materials and Tofu Pudding. Lu Xiang rubbed his injured head, squinting as he contemplated. Initially surprised, for many students eager to become Beastmasters, they could hardly wait to enhance their beast experience in hopes of swiftly attaining the rank of 2-star Beastmaster. However, after some thought, Lu Xiang revealed a menacing smile. Humph. It appears this scoundrel is still afraid of me. Do you think that hiding in Dawn City will keep you safe? Do you believe you can smoothly enter the Beastmaster Academy? What did my second uncle say? The old servant bowed his head and replied. Second young master said to let you focus on recovering. With him around, Su Yuan should not expect to enter the academy unscathed. He can even revoke his enrollment, preventing him from attending any Beastmaster Academy. A twisted, pained expression on Lu Xiang's face finally revealed a hint of a smile. Humph, Su Yuan, a mere commoner, truly believes that by becoming a Beastmaster and staying within Dawn City, I cannot deal with him? Yes, I cannot kill you within the city, but I can seal your future. Once Su Yuan's enrollment is cancelled, he will be barred from joining any Beastmaster Academy. And the assessments for 2-star to 4-star Beastmasters are all conducted by the academies, effectively robbing him of any chance to advance as a low-tier Beastmaster. A lifetime as a 1-star Beastmaster, a lifetime as cannon fodder. Ha ha ha. How fitting for a commoner like you. As he thought of this, Lu Xiang's overly enthusiastic laughter caused his facial injuries to tear open. Ouch, it hurts so much. Damn Su Yuan. Hurry up and get some medicine. I've torn my stitches. Beep. Dragon Maiden Warrior basking in the sun gained 1 experience point. Current experience, 10001000, has reached the pinnacle of advanced bronze level. Please find suitable heavenly materials and treasures to complete the breakthrough. How swift. After basking in the sun for over 2 days, Su Yuan's dragon Yao finally reached this moment of full experience. Su Yuan mused, surely this must be a record. Over these 2 days, he also inquired about Dragon Yao's feelings regarding her level increase. Dragon Yao stated that after reaching advanced bronze, the amount of dragon fire she could control had significantly increased. She could originally incinerate an area of about 50 meters, but now it could reach approximately 100 meters, and the temperature had also risen considerably. She had 2 skills. One was Dragon Breath, an epic-level skill that could unleash a torrent of dragon fire imbued with destructive energy, with a maximum range of about 300 meters, requiring 10 seconds to recharge after each use. The other skill, Celestial Ashes, belonged to the mythical tier, and Dragon Yao indicated it could only be released once, consuming all her stamina, though she was unclear about its exact nature, merely stating that her body would instinctively unleash all its power at that moment. Regardless, Dragon Yao was confident that she was unparalleled among bronze-level beasts, and even weaker silver-level beasts would be unable to contend with her. Su Yuan felt Dragon Yao's assessment was correct. The Beast Manual also indicated that S-rank beasts were exceedingly rare and possessed the capability to combat foes of higher tiers. This was because S-rank beasts had awakened the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts, and ordinary beast masters would instinctively feel suppressed by their bloodline. Not to mention the terrifying talents and skills they possessed. Skills and talents are rated from 7 tiers: common, rare, perfect, epic, legendary, mythical, and domain. The Dragon Maiden Warrior's talents and skills were top tier, and as her bloodline continued to awaken, she would gain even more abilities. As for heavenly materials and treasures, ordinary individuals would need to undergo rigorous training at the academy to obtain them, but Su Yuan was different. System. May I inquire what heavenly materials and treasures are required for the Dragon Maiden Warrior's breakthrough? Beep. Answering the host. To awaken the Dragon God bloodline requires the heavenly material Dragon Blood Gem, which can only be obtained from the Dragon Nest. Hiss. Though Su Yuan was unfamiliar with what the Dragon Blood Gem was, he had certainly heard of the Dragon Nest, rumored to be located 300 miles deep in the Abyss Valley outside of Dawn City. How could an ordinary 1-star beast master ever hope to find such heavenly materials? This was also the purpose of the academy, to complete simple tasks to earn heavenly materials and treasures, assisting low-tier beast masters in overcoming their early stages. Feeling uneasy, Su Yuan asked, is there any way to simplify this? Beep. The heavenly materials have been simplified. Congratulations, host. Your beast only requires a bowl of salty tofu pudding. Indeed, it was possible. With the ultra-simplified Beastmaster system, Su Yuan could effortlessly tackle the most troubling aspects. Dragon Yao, are you hungry? Su Yuan inquired. Dragon Yao's delicate face flushed slightly, her lips curving upward suggestively. Of course, I am hungry. Su Yuan realized she had misunderstood and waved his hand, saying, that's not what I meant. I meant to take you out for a delicious meal, which can also facilitate your breakthrough. Dragon Yao looked skeptical. She was well aware of what a breakthrough required, namely a treasure that could awaken the Dragon God bloodline, infused with ancestral dragon essence, a treasure that was far beyond the reach of someone like Su Yuan, a penniless wanderer. Thus, she held no expectations. However, when Su Yuan suddenly claimed that a meal could lead to a breakthrough, she hesitated to refute him. After all, having experienced an absurd situation where sunbathing led to a level up, she decided to trust him. Humph, to be able to become my master, you must indeed possess some hidden talents. Dragon Yao thought to herself. Su Yuan led Dragon Yao to a tofu pudding shop downstairs, ordering 2 bowls of salty tofu pudding. It had to be salty, as the sweet variety was unacceptable. The system truly understood our loyal salty fans. Dragon Yao picked up the salty tofu pudding, examining it from all angles, but sensed not a hint of dragon essence. Could this truly facilitate a breakthrough? Su Yuan scooped a spoonful and brought it to Dragon Yao's lips. With a hint of doubt, she opened her red lips and took a bite. The white tofu pudding, mingled with seaweed, minced green onions, and savory broth, slid smoothly down her throat. Immediately, it felt as though an energy akin to the Dragon Blood Gem ignited within Dragon Yao's abdomen. A force suffused with bloodline power seemingly awakening the Dragon God's essence buried deep within her bloodline. This is real. My master did not deceive me. This thing can indeed lead to a breakthrough. Dragon Yao snatched a bowl of salty tofu pudding and began devouring it eagerly. The sensation of breakthrough grew ever more intense. As if a powerful force were sweeping through her flesh and blood, purifying and elevating her. At this moment, the information in Su Yuan's mind also underwent a transformation. Beast, Dragon, Maiden Warrior. Rarity, S. Level, Initial Silver. Experience, 02000. Talent, Dragon Fire, Epic. Dragon Eye, Epic. Skills, Dragon Breath, Epic. Celestial Ashes, Mythical. Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline, 10. Dragon Eye. Directly gazing into the eyes of a dragon will instill significant mental pressure. The Dragon Maiden can utilize her gaze to suppress lower creatures. The progress of the Dragon God Bloodline had reached 10%, unlocking a new talent. All of this, which would typically require the powerful heavenly material Dragon Blood Gem to achieve. Su Yuan accomplished effortlessly with a mere bowl of salty tofu, putting worth 2 copper coins from downstairs. A silver-level beast. Chapter 5. Vice Principal Lu Yuan publicly challenges. Su Yuan felt a lingering sense of unreality until he confirmed the data in his mind. Watching Dragon Yao wipe her mouth clean, she finally regained her composure and said, "Humph, little thing, you were right. This indeed can lead to a breakthrough. Bring me 20 more bowls." The appetite of the Dragon Maiden Warrior was extraordinary, her consumption being a full 10 times that of Su Yuan. The prices in Dawn City were such that 1 copper coin was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan from Su Yuan's previous life. Typically, Su Yuan earned about 80 copper coins a day from odd jobs. 1 silver coin equaled 1,000 copper coins, and 1 gold coin was equivalent to 10 silver coins. Indeed, the 500 gold coins that Lu Xiang had drawn forth at that moment were no trifling sum, equivalent to 5 million. Yet, how could one possibly appraise Long Yao's worth solely in terms of currency? She was not only Su Yuan's initial companion, but also represented his future. Having taken away his innocence, no amount of money could persuade Su Yuan to part with her. He produced 40 copper coins and served Long Yao 20 bowls. Clearly, this salty tofu pudding was of no effect, yet Long Yao savored it with great delight. Alas, after becoming a beast master, numerous tasks awaited him, and he needed to earn money swiftly. Otherwise, Long Yao would devour his savings accumulated over 3 years in merely 3 months. After their meal, Su Yuan and Long Yao returned home to rest, preparing for the enrollment procedures the following day. The next day, hurried footsteps echoed outside Su Yuan's door, followed by urgent knocks. Thud, thud, thud. Su Yuan. Wake up, Yuan. Open the door, it's urgent. The voice was somewhat familiar, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. Su Yuan rose and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he recognized his classmate, Huang Ming, coming from a relatively affluent family. Huang Ming had assisted Su Yuan during his 3 years of working and studying, arranging for him to secure several relaxed positions through family connections. He was one of Su Yuan's good friends at school. Although the contract ceremony had not yielded a remarkable beast, his family had managed a second contract, securing a B-class beast, having been taken out of the city to level up by his elder relatives a few days prior. He hastened over to find Su Yuan upon his return. "Oh, Brother Huang." As Su Yuan opened the door, he was greeted by a breathless and anxious Huang Ming, who jested, "What's the matter, Brother Huang? Come in for a drink." Huang Ming seized Su Yuan, gasping, Yuan, you don't know? The news about you injuring Lu Xiang has spread like wildfire throughout the school." As Su Yuan stretched and replied, "Oh, that matter? What could I do? I can't just sit back and allow him to make me a slave with a blood contract, can I? Alas, if only you had been there. You would have witnessed how I thrashed that insufferable brat in front of everyone." Huang Ming grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming, "You don't seem to grasp the gravity of the situation. You didn't just give him a beating." It's said that since that day, Lu Xiang has been so traumatized that he has lost his vigor. The only son of the Lu family's third son has been rendered incapable by your actions. Today, as you enroll, Lu Xiang's uncle is preparing to confront you. What? Lost his vigor? This was beyond Su Yuan's expectations. He had merely intended to teach Lu Xiang a lesson by breaking a few of his ribs, never anticipating that he would completely incapacitate him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Observing Su Yuan's self-satisfied demeanor, Huang Ming was at a loss for words. Yuan, are you even listening? Lu Xiang's uncle is the vice principal. If he seeks trouble with you, you're in for it. Su Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine, Brother Huang. It's broad daylight. Would he dare to kill me? Demand compensation? I have no money to offer. At most he can verbally humiliate me. I severed his roots. What can he possibly say? Su Yuan remained unfazed, believing that being verbally belittled wouldn't cost him anything. Huang Ming shook his head helplessly. If only it were that simple. Never mind. Let us hurry to enroll. Once you're officially a student, no matter if he is the vice principal, he cannot break the rules to harm you. Indeed. Su Yuan roused Long Yao, packed their belongings, and set off with Huang Ming toward the Sacred Beast Academy. Enrollment was a necessity, and they had to choose the academy with the most prospects and resources, They couldn't let Lu Xiang's uncle deter them. The streets bustled with life, as junior beast masters were still unable to store their beasts in their spatial compartments. Thus, the entrance of the Sacred Beast Academy was filled with a cacophony of voices and a myriad of beasts. After transforming, Su Yuan dressed Long Yao in simple attire, rendering her indistinguishable from the crowd, thereby not drawing attention. The Sacred Beast Academy rightfully stood as the largest beast academy in Dawn City, which boasted a population exceeding 20 million. Each year, over 200,000 new students enrolled, and beastmasters were a rare breed among them, totaling around 2,000. Most would aspire to join the Sacred Beast Academy, with only those who failed the entrance examination considering alternatives such as Dawn Academy or 10,000 Beasts Academy. As the crowd queued orderly to enter the Sacred Beast Academy, Huangming suddenly grasped Su Yuan's arm. "Ah, Yuan, look over there. That's Lu Xiang's uncle, Lu Yuan. A 6-star beast master and the vice principal of the Sacred Beast Academy. He is a prominent figure in all of Dawn City." Su Yuan focused his gaze. Lu Yuan stood atop a platform 100 meters inside the academy's entrance, where all students were required to collect their enrollment materials under his watchful eye. Given Huang Ming's warning, it seemed likely that this man would not allow Su Yuan to enroll without a challenge. Whatever, Su Yuan thought, he was merely acting in self-defense, and he felt no guilt for his actions. Huang Ming, observing Su Yuan's lack of trepidation, silently worried for him. As summer gradually faded and the gentle breeze of early autumn carried a hint of chill, it caressed the faces of the crowd. Upon approaching, Su Yuan scrutinized Lu Yuan. He appeared to be a stout and amiable man, his plump figure coupled with a friendly smile, evoking a sense of warmth. However, the knowledge that he was Lu Xiang's uncle sent a chill through Su Yuan's heart. Newcomer Su Yuan greeted several teachers. Leaning forward, he nodded respectfully. In an instant, the attention of nearly 1,000 onlookers was drawn to Su Yuan's words. Over the past few days, Su Yuan had become a figure of notoriety at the school, having injured the previously untouchable Lu Xiang, a situation that had left him with lingering consequences. With Lu Xiang's uncle present, everyone knew that Su Yuan would not easily pass this hurdle. Standing beside Lu Yuan, the director of the Academic Affairs Office, Li Jingwei, sought to ease the tense atmosphere, saying, "Ah, Su Yuan, you indeed came to our Sacred Beast Academy. In these times, encountering a first beast of S-class is quite rare. If another school were to snatch you away, it would be a dereliction of duty, wouldn't you agree, Vice Principal?" Clearly, Li Jingwei had thrown a lifeline, hoping Lu Yuan would take it. However, Lu Yuan, with a gentle demeanor, spoke with a surprisingly sharp tone, in admitting students to the Sacred Beast Academy. "We consider not only talent, but also character. In my eyes, a person like Su Yuan would be akin to a rat dropping, tarnishing the esteemed reputation of our academy built over 200 years. The students were well aware of the enmity between Su Yuan and Lu Xiang. Yet no one anticipated that the vice principal, a 6-star beast master and a pillar of Dawn City, would publicly humiliate Su Yuan with such crude words at the academy's entrance." Su Yuan's expression darkened as he took a deep breath. "Vice Principal, on what grounds do you make such judgments? Is it merely because I have offended your nephew?" Lu Yuan retorted sternly. "This is not a matter of personal grievance. Lu Xiang approached you with goodwill, fostering open and sincere exchange, yet you, in a fit of rage, unleashed your beast to seriously injure him, which is an act of inhumanity. Lu Xiang was your classmate. Your failure to show him mercy is an affront to justice. The deal fell through, and Lu Xiang had not wronged you. It was merely a verbal dispute. You, a mere commoner, attacked a noble without provocation, which is a breach of decorum. Now that Lu Xiang has been rendered incapable, you show no compassion, which is a sign of untrustworthiness. In the presence of a creature as ferocious as a wolf, devoid of compassion, righteousness, courtesy, and trust, I, in the capacity of Vice Principal of the Sacred Beast Academy, Deputy Minister of Education of Dawn City, and Viscount of Dawn City, hereby declare that student Su Yuan, whose character is deeply flawed and whose demeanor is vicious and tyrannical, shall have his student status revoked, his academic record annulled, and he shall be expelled from the campus. No Beast Tamer's Academy shall accept this individual." Chapter 6. Revocation of Academic Status? A mere act anyone can perpetrate. At this proclamation by Lu Yuan, an uproar ensued. All were acutely aware that Lu Yuan had come to torment Su Yuan on behalf of Lu Xiang. The verdict of right and wrong had already been established in the hearts of the onlookers. Had Su Yuan not resisted that day, he would have been bound as a slave under a blood servant contract by Lu Xiang, who had threatened him first. It was universally acknowledged that Lu Yuan would surely downplay the matter, humiliating Su Yuan in the process. They even anticipated that Lu Yuan might employ underhanded tactics to complicate Su Yuan's enrollment, making his life miserable. At worst, It might culminate in a mere charge of excessive self-defense, resulting in a fine. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Lu Yuan would unleash such a lethal blow. His intent was unmistakably clear. He sought to eradicate Su Yuan entirely. The annulment of academic status signifies what? It means that Su Yuan will forever be barred from joining any Beast Tamer's academy within the human city-states. Furthermore, for low-ranking Beast Tamers aspiring to ascend in rank, assessments are conducted by the school. This maneuver effectively seals off Su Yuan's pathway to advancement. Originally, with an S-class beast at his disposal, Su Yuan had considerable prospects of ascending to become a top Beast Tamer. Lu Yuan's stratagem, however, was a ruthless eradication, quelling any potential threat in its infancy. Moreover, should Su Yuan remain a mere one-star Beast Tamer for life, he would still be forcibly conscripted into the ranks tasked with defending the realm against ferocious beasts. Those of lesser strength are more likely to lose their lives. With a future so bleak, who would be willing to protect Su Yuan on the battlefield? This maneuver is excessively cruel. Li Jingwei's face turned pale. He had thought that even if Su Yuan had offended the Lu family, Lu Yuan, as a 6-star Beast Tamer, would possess some degree of magnanimity. Even if he favored Lu Xiang, a ruling of excessive self-defense would be acceptable in Li Jingwei's eyes. However, Lu Yuan had overturned the table, casting moral judgment upon Su Yuan. The designation of a student by a vice principal and the deputy minister of education is beyond the reach of even the principal to overturn. Such a blow is fatal to a Beast Tamer. All previous Beast Tamers whose academic statuses were annulled inevitably became vagrants, losing all ambition and hope, drowning their sorrows in alcohol until their demise. Li Jingwei regretted not advising Su Yuan to seek another academy. At the very least, had he chosen to avoid Lu Yuan's domain, he would not have met such a dire fate. The surrounding students, too, felt a pang of sympathy. How dare he openly oppose the malignant Lu Xiang, having uplifted countless commoners, only to suffer such terrifying retaliation. This is precisely why no one dares to offend Lu Xiang. The elite nobility casts a long shadow. It is not a trivial matter. Though Su Yuan felt a surge of anger, he maintained his composure, stating, "Vice Principal, your words are somewhat biased. What do you mean by benevolent transactions? Is it not merely coercive dealings? After I refused the transaction, Lu Xiang attempted to attack me with a blood servant contract, an act witnessed by all. Why does the Vice Principal choose to ignore this? My actions were solely for self-preservation. I fail to see which law of Dawn City I have transgressed." Upon hearing Su Yuan's words, Director Li Jingwei interjected, "Indeed, Vice Principal, do not be swayed by rumors. Even if Su Yuan's actions were somewhat extreme, it was undeniably Lu Xiang who first introduced the blood servant contract with the intent to attack Su Yuan." Several students who had witnessed the incident could not help but speak up. "Yes, Vice Principal, we saw Lu Xiang brandishing the blood servant contract." Huang Ming added, "Please, Vice Principal, take heed. It was Lu Xiang who initiated the provocation, and Su Yuan was merely forced to retaliate." Nevertheless, Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively, sternly retorting, "Nonsense. Lu Xiang has only just come of age. Our Lu family would never grant him a blood servant contract. He is merely putting on an act. Even if, for argument's sake, you were harmed, would our Lu family allow him to act with impunity? Would we not seek to ensure justice afterward? Or do you imply that the Lu family would condone their kin's cruelty? Moreover, is it not true that the entire conflict arose from Lu Xiang's desire for your beast? Your beast is a dragon, which does not serve two masters. You need only demonstrate it. Would it have escalated otherwise? Clearly, it is you who harbors ill intent, deliberately provoking Lu Xiang into action, only to inflict serious harm upon him. Su Yuan, facts speak louder than words. Lu Xiang is gravely injured. After you inflicted harm, did you not simply depart without suffering even the slightest injury? Director Li, no need to elaborate further. My decision is final. Su Yuan's academic status is revoked, and he is expelled from the Sacred Beast Academy. Henceforth, no institution shall accept him. Lu Yuan left no opportunity for Su Yuan or anyone else to refute him, definitively classifying the matter. To question this decision is to call into question the integrity of the Lu family. The Lu family wields considerable influence in both the judicial halls and the Ministry of Education in Dawn City. To challenge them is to court death. As these words echoed, those who had previously considered speaking in Su Yuan's defense instinctively recoiled several steps, retreating into the crowd. Huang Ming, filled with rage, intended to voice his thoughts, but was silenced by his peers, who pulled him back into the throng. Director Li Jingwei hesitated, recognizing that his few words of fairness were the limit. Should he further offend this vice principal, his future would be jeopardized. In this moment of reflection, a wave of desolation washed over Li Jingwei. It was all his fault. He should have urged Su Yuan to avoid the Sacred Beast Academy. Yet at that time, He was reluctant to see such an exceptional student transfer elsewhere, never anticipating that he would inadvertently cause Su Yuan harm. Su Yuan, undeterred by fear, instead chuckled. "Ah, how unexpected. I did not foresee such a maneuver. I had assumed that those in high positions among beast tamers were esteemed individuals. Yet I find they are still mired in worldly concerns. Director Li, I thank you for the Beast Tamer handbook you provided. Without it, I would have truly felt powerless today." Merely awaiting slaughter, Li Jingwei was momentarily taken aback by Su Yuan's unexpected words, struggling to grasp their meaning. In an instant, a powerful realization surged within him. He discerned Su Yuan's intentions. Lu Yuan, feeling a twinge of unease, hurriedly urged, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and expel this madman." Several burly men closed in. But Su Yuan took a deep breath and proclaimed loudly, "Wait. Vice Principal, fellow classmates, have you all forgotten something? This is the realm of humanity. A sanctuary that our ancestors toiled tirelessly to secure for us. The ancestors foresaw that one day, people might yield to power. Thus, the first article of the Beast Tamer Handbook explicitly states, Article 1. If a Beast Tamer believes they have committed no wrongdoing and is oppressed by the powerful, they may invoke the judgment of the king. The victor shall rule, while the vanquished shall be executed on the spot. Every city-state possesses a top Beast Tamer who serves as king. It is the king who grants permission, acknowledges the victor, and bears the burden." Director Li Jingwei urgently interjected, "Su Yuan, remain calm. You cannot possibly hope to succeed in the judgment of the king." Lu Yuan erupted in fury. "You insolent fool, do you dare?" All the students gaped, rendered speechless as they watched Su Yuan bow toward the highest edifice in Dawn City, the Dawn Palace. In the grand entrance of the Sacred Beast Academy, the most prestigious Beast Master institution in Dawn City, the resolute voice of Su Yuan resonated with unwavering determination as he confronted the formidable Lu Yuan, who wielded overwhelming influence. "How dare you?" Lu Yuan seethed, his teeth clenched in disbelief at Su Yuan's audacity to invoke the ancient right of the king's judgment. This audacious move, regardless of the complexities surrounding right and wrong, would forever tarnish Lu Yuan's reputation, as the public would only recognize that a mere commoner dared to challenge a noble. This act was the sole and ultimate weapon a common beast master had against the aristocracy, a challenge that could very well cost him his life. The consequences for the defeated were dire. Execution on the spot. "I pledge my blood to this cause." Li Jingwei attempted to intervene, yet the moment Su Yuan spoke, it was too late. The king's judgment was a historical practice that had been upheld since ancient times. Over 2 centuries ago, a noble, enamored with the wife of a common beast master, forcibly claimed her, leading the husband to seek justice. However, he was met with ruthless threats that drove his parents to suicide, prompting him to escape to another city. Years later, upon his return, he annihilated the noble's entire lineage, spilling blood for miles. This act ignited a massive uprising among common beast masters, compelling the rulers of various city-states to acknowledge the nobility's transgressions and reform the laws, establishing the king's judgment system. Under this system, oppressed common beast masters could seek the king's judgment, but the king was often preoccupied and unable to respond to every plea. Thus, one must prove their worthiness to receive justice, often subjected to a daunting trial. Li Jingwei reflected on the past 26 instances of the king's judgment over the last 200 years, noting that only 3 individuals succeeded, all of whom were exceptionally gifted and had achieved their feats as 4-star beast masters. Not a single 1-star beast master had ever triumphed in such a challenge. Nonetheless, there remained intrinsic value in the endeavor. The party summoned for judgment would face public scorn, and the defeated would drag the nobility down into disgrace, making a tangible impact. As human society evolved, the power of the nobility diminished, and the last king's judgment had occurred over 30 years prior, catching Lu Yuan entirely off guard at Su Yuan's boldness. Furthermore, Lu Yuan had only shackled Su Yuan's future. He never anticipated that Su Yuan would risk his life. Truly, it was a testament to the saying, "The hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear nothing." Had he known Su Yuan was so fearless, Lu Yuan would have preferred to covertly create trouble, perhaps even resort to assassination or poisoning, rather than publicly humiliating him into seeking the king's judgment. Meanwhile, the surrounding beast masters were fervently inspired, applauding Su Yuan with unrestrained enthusiasm. In their youth, they harbored dreams of defying tyranny and refusing to bow to the weight of oppression, and now, witnessing someone embody that spirit before them, how could they not admire him? How could they not hold him in reverence? Boom! The great bell atop the Dawn Palace resounded with a thunderous clang, its echoes reverberating after 3 decades of silence, heralding its long-awaited reawakening. In the next instant, an iridescent light blazed above the palace, illuminating the hearts of all beneath it, banishing darkness and filth with its brilliance. The radiance was so intense that it stung the eyes. It was the manifestation of the Dawn City's most iconic beast, the Nine Heavens Illumination Dragon. Data flooded Su Yuan's mind. Beast, Nine Heavens Illumination Dragon. Rarity, SSS. Unknown, unknown, unknown. This was a peak beast, a true paragon, distinct from ordinary beasts. Every human city-state had its own legacy beast, which served as an interdependent partner and guardian, transcending the typical master-beast relationship. Clad in the form of a luminous being reminiscent of a 16-winged angel, the current king of Dawn City stood proudly. The oppressive aura of the king's radiant wings rendered the atmosphere almost suffocating, yet the light emanating from him enveloped all in warmth, cleansing their souls. Who seeks the king's judgment? The voice resonated as if emanating from the distant bell tower, echoing intimately in the ears of all present. This was the king, the singularly strongest beast master in each city-state. Su Yuan bowed deeply, declaring, I, Su Yuan, a beast master, respectfully challenge the judgment of His Excellency, the Vice Principal of the Sacred Beast Academy, and the Deputy Minister of Education, regarding the unjust ruling of Lord Lu Yuan concerning my rightful defense against his nephew, Lu Xiang. I humbly request the king's judgment. Su Yuan astutely vocalized Lu Yuan's identity and his connection to Lu Xiang, striking a blow to the Lu family's pride. The king replied calmly, Are you aware of the rules? Clearly, as the sovereign, the king showed no favoritism. The rules referred to the trials ahead. With utmost respect, Su Yuan responded, I, Su Yuan, request guidance from His Majesty. Lu Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The king, as expected, upheld the principles of fairness and would not be swayed by Su Yuan's words. As for the trials, Lu Yuan chuckled inwardly, thinking, with Su Yuan being a mere one-star beast master, there was no way he could prevail. The king's voice, devoid of emotion, echoed, The king's judgment necessitates 3 battles. The weak shall rise against you. You must reign supreme among equals, and you must conquer those of a higher tier. In essence, you will face a horde of those weaker than you. Ensure your dominance among your peers, and demonstrate your ability to fight above your rank. Moreover, these 3 battles would be continuous, leaving no respite, which would significantly drain the beast's stamina. Thus, the challenges were formidable. After all, who among those summoned for the king's judgment was not a confident and extraordinary talent? Yet, the majority failed, not for lack of ability, but because it was exceedingly difficult. Most individuals found their beasts exhausted after the first 2 battles, leaving them incapable of fighting above their rank. As a one-star beast master, the only opponents weaker than him would be commoners, rendering his challenge futile. Moreover, as a newly minted one-star beast master with no experience, Su Yuan's battles would be against the strongest one-star beast master of the Sacred Beast Academy, qualifying as both a battle of equals and an uphill struggle. The second would be against a 2-star beast master selected by the king. Are you prepared? Su Yuan had inadvertently exploited a loophole, having not yet enrolled. He theoretically faced no one weaker than himself. Thus, the 3 battles were reduced to 2. However, this came with the disadvantage that his opponents, in terms of experience and skill, were far superior to him. To any observer, Su Yuan seemed destined for defeat. Could a mere newcomer possibly triumph over 2 seasoned beastmasters? A chill swept through the crowd. The challenge set by the King of Beasts for Su Yuan could be described as insurmountable. No newly admitted student could possibly prevail. Chapter 8. The First Appearance. Astonishing the audience, Li Jingwei could not help but let out a sigh. It was over. How could he win? Even if Su Yuan possessed an S-grade beast, he had no combat experience and was about to face the strongest contender from the One-Star Academy. Wasn't that akin to offering oneself as a meal? Even if Su Yuan miraculously triumphed, how could he contend against a 2-star beast master? The 2-star beast master wielded 2 beasts, both of which were typically of silver rank, creating a stark power imbalance against Su Yuan's initial bronze beast. Li Jingwei could not envision a scenario in which Su Yuan emerged victorious. This sentiment was shared by all his classmates. Huang Ming understood even more clearly in the past few days. Su Yuan had not ventured into the forests outside the city to level up, instead resting at home. His strength was undoubtedly that of a bronze novice, rendering him incapable of competing. Yet, rules were rules. The King of Beasts spared him from 1 battle, but the difficulty of the remaining 2 battles was naturally formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan nodded and said, I am ready. Please, let the King of Beasts assess me. A gentle breeze swept through, and the luminous aura of the 9 Heavens illusory light dragon enveloped a student within the Sacred Beast Academy, guiding him forth and clarifying the situation. Upon hearing this, the student clasped his fists towards Su Yuan and said, Junior, your courage is commendable. I am Pei Fengqing, and my duty compels me to fight without mercy. Please forgive my earnestness and guide me. Pei Fengqing was quite gracious. He was indeed the strongest in the one-star academy. Su Yuan returned the gesture, saying, I am Su Yuan, and I look forward to your guidance, Brother Pei. Without hesitation, Pei Fengqing summoned his beast. The beast appeared tortoise-like, with several robust pipes attached to its back, indicating it was likely a water-type defensive beast, with its attack methods associated with the pipes. Su Yuan quickly deduced Pei Fengqing's beast information. Beast, water arrow tortoise. Rarity, B. Experience, bronze advanced, 1000. Talent, tortoise shell, rare. Skills, water arrow, perfect. Bloodline, none. Su Yuan regarded Pei Fengqing with mild incredulity. Was this truly the level of the strongest in the one-star academy? This doubt was not limited to Su Yuan. The surrounding freshmen were equally perplexed. How could it be that the Sacred Beast Academy, renowned as the strongest in Dawn City, had its strongest one-star contender exhibit such strength? On the high platform, Lu Yuan quickly grasped the situation. He turned and bowed, saying, I report to the King of Beasts that last year's outstanding newcomers have all advanced to the 2-star or even 3-star academies. Is it possible that this year's 1-star academy is? Lu Yuan's statement awakened everyone. Presently, the strongest in the 1-star academy was an older student who had not yet advanced to the 2-star level, and thus his strength was naturally limited. Lu Yuan had not anticipated that Su Yuan would find a loophole. True talents could ascend to the 2-star academy within 2 to 3 months. Those with lesser talents could manage it within half a year. The remainder were, of course, of average talent. No matter, the King of Beasts did not change the opponent. And while everyone was filled with joy, they soon realized the implications. Even if Pei Fengqing had average talent, he was a solid bronze advanced beast. The disparity in levels meant that Su Yuan, despite having an S-grade beast, would still face significant challenges to achieve victory. Even if he won, the exhaustion would be considerable. How would he contend in the second battle? It could be said that there was hope, yet many remained skeptical of Su Yuan. Su Yuan, however, felt a sense of calm within. So it was like this. In that case, I am not without opportunity. No, the opportunity is substantial. Lu Yuan, while feeling that Su Yuan had gained an advantage and found a loophole, remained confident that he could not win. Once Li Jingwei confirmed that Su Yuan and Pei Fengqing were prepared, he waved his hand and declared, the beast match begins now. Once it started, Su Yuan had no intention of testing the waters or holding back. Long Yao was not merely a formidable S-grade beast, but had also reached the silver rank. Her power far surpassing that of Pei Fengqing's water arrow tortoise. In this moment, there was no need to conceal his strength. It could be a direct, overpowering. Long Yao, use dragon breath. Long Yao tossed her wine-red hair cascading over her shoulders, her form gradually transforming into that of a dragon. With fiery red wings and claws unfurled, her stature exceeded 4 meters, and upon reaching silver rank, her dragon form expanded by nearly a third. Subsequently, before anyone could react, the dragon lady warrior opened her cavernous mouth, gathering searing energy and entwined dragon flames. Pei Fengqing immediately sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, recognizing he could not withstand it. He hastily commanded, Water Arrow Tortoise, use shell defense. The water arrow tortoise swiftly curled into its shell, the thick shell providing a sense of security. The dragon lady warrior unleashed her scorching breath, tearing through the solid concrete ground with the force of the dragon fire. The fiery beam struck the tortoise's shell directly. Boom. The intense impact was not hindered. Rather, the fire-red beam penetrated straight through the water arrow tortoise, the once formidable shell cracking under the assault, sending the severely injured tortoise flying like a broken kite. One strike. Merely one strike. The audience stood in a daze, incredulously staring at Su Yuan. The anticipated clash of dragons and tigers had not materialized. Su Yuan's dragon lady warrior, with a momentum akin to a sweeping tide, defeated the enemy in a single blow. The strongest of the one-star academy? A beast of 2 levels above? In the face of such absolute reality, all these claims appeared exceedingly fragile, like delicate glass, shattering upon the slightest touch. The most astonished was Lu Yuan, who, despite his dissatisfaction with Pei Fengqing's strength, never anticipated that the latter would fail to withstand even a single strike from Su Yuan. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized something and exclaimed, Silver rank. This single statement drew the focus of everyone's gaze onto Su Yuan's beast. Indeed, if it were a bronze novice beast, how could it so easily breach the defenses of a bronze advanced beast, let alone a defensive type? Even an S-grade beast would find it challenging to battle across levels with such ease. Therefore, there could only be one answer. Su Yuan's dragon lady had evolved to silver rank. After consuming a heavenly treasure, the power gained from this evolution was undoubtedly overwhelming. The students erupted in astonishment. Wait, did I hear correctly? Silver rank? Su Yuan has only contracted for a few days? Bro, you heard right, and I can assure you, this is silver rank. Otherwise, how could Su Yuan breach the defenses of Senior Pei, who is at bronze advanced? Indeed, Senior Pei's beast is a defensive type. Even an S-grade beast facing a defensive type wouldn't he find it so easy to fight across levels. Surely, this breaks the record for the Sacred Beast Academy's 1-star Beast Masters, right? It must have broken it. Previously, the fastest breakthrough was achieved by Ho, a top talent with an S-grade beast, who advanced in 16 days. He set a historical record in Dawn City, and this guy hasn't even officially enrolled yet. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes repeatedly, struggling to believe the unfolding events. Suddenly, a revelation surged within him, as if grasping a lifeline, and he blurted out, "Wait. Su Yuan must be up to something. Where did he obtain the Dragon Blood Gem?" Chapter 9. Is Su Yuan up to something? Where did the Dragon Blood Gem come from? The accolades directed towards Su Yuan were abruptly silenced by a single remark from Lu Yuan. He continued, "Noble lords and esteemed guests, Su Yuan's actions are exceedingly suspicious. Even if he possesses remarkable talent, and has managed to elevate his beast to the brink of a breakthrough in just a few days, one must question the origin of the rare materials utilized for this advancement. It is well known that a dragon beast requires dragon blood jade to ascend to the silver rank, and such jades can only be found in the dragon nests deep within the Abyssal Valley. Given Su Yuan's current strength, is it plausible that he could venture there? If he did not acquire it from the dragon nest, then where did he obtain the dragon blood jade? There are no records of Su Yuan trading for dragon blood jade at the trading post or within any of the academies. Therefore, the answer is singular. Last month, the Dawn trading post was burglarized by the infamous Red Heart thieves, and among the stolen treasures was indeed the dragon blood jade. Could it be that you, Su Yuan, are a member of the Red Heart thieves? Lu Yuan's words left the crowd staring wide-eyed at Su Yuan. Was this truly possible? At first glance, it seemed ludicrous that a mere freshman, who had only recently become a beast master, could be affiliated with the notorious Red Heart thieves. Yet, upon further contemplation, it appeared that Su Yuan had no other means of acquiring such precious materials. Su Yuan, taken aback, felt as though an enormous burden had been unjustly placed upon him. The Red Heart thieves? He had never even heard of them. How could he be labeled a thief out of the blue? Whispers and murmurs erupted around him. Was the vice principal's claim credible? It sounded implausible. Were they simply being overly skeptical? After all, rare materials were not easily obtained. Senior Pei Fengqing had been stuck at the bronze rank for 3 months solely due to the lack of such resources. Could it be that Su Yuan is truly? One voice questioned. Ridiculous. If Su Yuan were a member of the thieves, why would he be working odd jobs at a bookstore or on construction sites? Another countered. The discourse continued chaotically, while Su Yuan remained speechless. Lu Yuan had boldly accused him, and his peers seemed all too willing to believe it. The crux of the matter was that Su Yuan did indeed possess a means of refuting the claim. He could not possibly say, "I broke through by consuming tofu pudding." Could he? Shaking his head, Su Yuan replied, "Vice Principal, I cannot bear such an outrageous accusation. My activities over the past month are traceable. There is no way I could be connected to any Red Heart thieves." His assertion brought the students back to reality. Indeed, how could an ordinary student escape the watchful eyes of the masses? Lu Yuan's words were absurd. Lu Yuan insisted, "Who can say? The thieves leave no trace and possess exceptional skills. One cannot guarantee you do not have some clandestine means of concealment. If you are innocent, then clarify, where did your dragon blood jade originate?" This question struck at Su Yuan's vulnerable spot. Should he truly confess to having broken through from consuming tofu pudding? The dilemma was that he knew they would not believe him. Just then, a gentle breeze enveloped the area where the human king stood, shimmering with holy white light, casting a glow upon Long Yao. The human king spoke softly, "Pray tell, how did you achieve your breakthrough?" All eyes focused intently on Long Yao, holding their breath in anticipation. The holy white light was undoubtedly the human king's doing. His inquiry was one from which no lies could escape. And given that beast masters were inherently poor liars, the truth would soon be revealed. Would Su Yuan's journey truly be one of serendipity, or was he indeed, as Lu Yuan suggested, a member of the Red Heart thieves, a genuine criminal? With the human king's question, the truth was about to unfold. Long Yao transformed once more. Hands on her hips, her posture exuding confidence as she declared, "Humph, I broke through while enjoying tofu pudding beneath my master's residence." A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Countless heads were topped with large question marks, as they attempted to decipher any useful information from the Dragon Maiden's words. Some believed she had lost her marbles, while others speculated that perhaps Su Yuan had secretly placed the dragon blood jade within the tofu pudding to aid her breakthrough. Regardless of interpretation, they found themselves at an impasse, unable to make sense of it. Could it truly be? The crowd looked towards the human king in bewilderment. the human king calmly stated. This is not a fabrication. All things in heaven and earth possess their own spiritual resonance. Some beasts require no extraordinary materials, but merely the right opportunity to break through on their own. I have an old friend whose beast achieved its breakthrough in its sleep without consuming any rare materials. Such opportunities do exist. Though they are not conventional and cannot be sought after, they must be encountered. Gasp. The human king's words confirmed that Su Yuan's beast genuinely had broken through while consuming tofu pudding. This was utterly absurd. Countless young beast masters, including Li Jingwei, felt their worldview being thoroughly upended. What extraordinary luck did Su Yuan possess? His fortune was unparalleled. The human king had inadvertently created a loophole. Beasts breaking through from tofu pudding was now a reality. What a stroke of luck. Yet, who could they complain to? Envy surged in the hearts of many young beast masters as they gazed at Su Yuan, each secretly resolving to try tofu pudding beneath his residence, just in case. Though the human king suggested not to emulate such an occurrence. What if, against all odds, it worked? How many resources could be saved? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Suppressing a smile, Su Yuan was pleasantly surprised that the human king had helped him turn the situation around. He then addressed Lu Yuan. Vice Principal, is there still an issue now? The title Vice Principal was pronounced with particular emphasis. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Frustration etched across his face as he turned away, unwilling to meet Su Yuan's gaze. Yet again, this wretched creature had evaded a dire consequence. This minor uproar had transformed what was once deemed an insurmountable challenge into something seemingly achievable. Silver rank. Su Yuan was now equipped to contend with a 2-star beast master. If all were of silver rank, with his S-grade beast, he could entirely compensate for any disadvantages stemming from numbers. The challenge continued. The human king waved his hand, summoning a 2-star student from the crowd. This individual was tall and muscular, and upon realizing he had been chosen as Su Yuan's opponent, he clasped his fists and stated, I am Zhutsong from the 2-star academy, ranked 86th. I possess 2 beasts, one at the silver high level and another at the silver intermediate level. I look forward to your guidance, Junior. Zhutsong introduced himself, his ranking placing him among the upper echelons of the 2-star academy. His dual beasts were of a higher caliber than Su Yuan's dragon maiden. The flicker of hope that had ignited among the crowd for Su Yuan was swiftly dimmed. The reason was clear. The opponent chosen by the human king was formidable. 2-star beast masters could begin considering the synergy between their beasts. And especially among those of higher tiers, their combat prowess far exceeded that of 1-star beast masters. Fighting beyond one's rank was not as simple as it appeared. Chapter 10. Battling beyond one's rank? The myth of celestial ashes. As both sides prepared, Zhutsong unhesitatingly summoned his beast from the beast space. A hallmark of a 2-star beast master. Subsequently, a magnificent lion-shaped beast, adorned in a coat of golden fur with flames flickering atop its head and claws that appeared harder than steel, materialized. Behind it, an eagle-shaped beast flapped its wings, crackling with blue-purple lightning. These 2 formidable creatures were the companions of Zhutsong. In an instant, intricate details about the beasts were inscribed into Su Yuan's mind. Beast, Golden Claw Flame Lion. Rarity, A. Level, High Silver. Experience, 552, 010, 000. Talent, Beast King, Epic. Skills, Crimson Flame Golden Claw, Epic. Lion's Roar, Perfect. Bloodline, None. Beast, Purple Thunder Eagle. Rarity, B. Level, Medium Silver. Experience, 35, 055, 000. Talent, Lightning Entwine, Perfect. Skills, Wind Thunder Infusion, Rare. Thunder Wing Rush, Perfect. Bloodline, None. From the skills and talents displayed, it was evident that Zhutsong had chosen one beast for primary offense and the other for support, leaning towards speed. In a 2-against-1 scenario, the S-class advantage of the Dragon Lady Warrior could be significantly mitigated. Through these past few days spent with Long Yao, Su Yuan had come to understand that the Dragon Lady's strength lay in her unparalleled explosive power. Whether it was her talent, Dragon Flame, her skill, Dragon Breath, or even the Celestial Ashes, all were offensive capabilities. She inherently lacked defensive, supportive, and speed attributes. Engaging in a prolonged battle would be detrimental to Su Yuan. After summoning his beasts, Zhutsong transformed Long Yao back from her dragon form, preparing for combat. Su Yuan contemplated that he must find a way to strike down the enemy in one fell swoop. The distance between the Golden Claw Flame Lion and the Purple Thunder Eagle was several dozen meters, clearly a precaution against Long Yao's dragon breath. Thus, there was but one strategy: strike at the source. In battles between beast masters, the safety of the master was paramount. If the master fell, even the mightiest beast would be of no avail. Therefore, targeting the beast master directly was essential. He would inevitably require his beasts for rescue. As Li Jingwei's hand descended to signal the commencement of battle, Su Yuan immediately instructed Long Yao to unleash her dragon breath towards Zhu Cong. A scorching column of fire surged forth, aimed directly at Zhu Cong's face. However, being a two-star beast master with considerable combat experience, Zhu Cong had anticipated this move. Wind Thunder Infusion, Thunder Wing Rush. With these two skills empowering the Golden Claw Flame Lion, it surged forth as if harnessing the very might of wind and thunder. Sprouting wings crackling with electricity and rushing forward at an unimaginable speed to meet the Dragon Lady Warrior's Dragon Breath head-on. Boom. The Dragon Breath, capable of piercing through the water arrow tortoise, was effortlessly intercepted by the Golden Claw Flame Lion, bolstered by flames, gales, and lightning. Subsequently, with the thunderous enhancement, the Golden Claw Flame Lion charged forth, combining its innate Beast King talent to unleash a tremendous impact. Crimson Flame Golden Claw. Erupting flames burst forth from beneath the lion's feet as it propelled itself into the air, hurtling towards Su Yuan. The sheer force of its descent created a massive crater in the ground, sinking a foot deep. The crimson flames and golden claw marks traced a majestic trajectory through the air, accompanied by the ominous sound of breaking air. The Dragon Lady Warrior activated her innate ability, Dragon Eye, her colossal golden slit pupil radiating an intimidating aura. In that fleeting moment, the air resonated with the roar of a dragon and the unique tremors of draconic might. The pressure. Dragons, as mythical beings, exert absolute bloodline pressure over lesser races. Under the intimidation of the Dragon Eye, the formidable aura of the Crimson Flame Golden Claw dissipated, forcing it to retreat several dozen meters to regroup. Su Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. That Crimson Flame Golden Claw was indeed formidable. Had the Dragon Lady's Dragon Eye not succeeded in instilling fear, she would have had to withstand the blow herself, leading to a high probability of Su Yuan's defeat. Fortunately, the dragon's status as a superior race still held sway. Zhu Cong, realizing this, bellowed, "Do not fear it, it's merely a facade." Golden Claw, Purple Thunder, attacked together. Su Yuan recognized that the opportunity was fleeting. Should Zhu Cong execute the same attack again, defeat would be inevitable. The only solution lay in trusting Long Yao. Long Yao, unleash that technique. If there was one aspect in which Su Yuan's Dragon Lady Warrior excelled over Zhu Cong, it was undoubtedly Long Yao's singular mythic skill, Celestial Ashes. With a swift motion, Long Yao closed her eyes, the crimson dragon ascending, transforming under the sunlight into an eerie red radiance. Zhu Cong looked skyward, witnessing a sun-like orb refracting crimson light, forming a blooming scarlet lotus. The lotus mirrored the fiery silhouette of the Dragon Lady Warrior, every scale upon her body ablaze, boiling. Beneath this fiery visage, relentless scarlet flames surged forth, embodying a merciless wave of destruction aimed at Zhu Cong. This was fire inherited from ancient myths, an inexplicable force that defied logic, annihilating all it touched, turning all who beheld it to ashes. The dazzling scarlet fireworks were forever imprinted in the eyes of all present. Boom. Just as this fantastical power was about to descend, beams of holy white light interposed themselves before Zhu Cong. The King of Men intervened. In his judgment, should Zhu Cong attempt to withstand the mythic might of celestial ashes, he would undoubtedly be consumed by the terrifying flames. Only a being of a higher tier or another mythic beast could withstand such power. And at that moment, as the holy white energy surged forth, it unequivocally declared Su Yuan's victory. Onlookers stood in awe, gazing at the youth who had achieved a mythic-level skill. What this signified was self-evident. The Dragon Lady Warrior was not merely an ordinary S-class beast, but one endowed with a mythic bloodline. Otherwise, she would not possess abilities of such caliber. A genius, indeed. A truly prodigious beast master, shattering numerous records, achieving a breakthrough without the need for rare materials, wielding an S-class beast and mythic-level power. Such a person is undeniably a genius. Those who witnessed this battle were profoundly moved. Invoke the king's decision, transcending ranks, mythic power. As the flames of celestial ashes gradually extinguished, Li Jingwei excitedly announced, "This battle goes to Su Yuan. He has overcome 2 obstacles." The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. An S-class beast with a mythic bloodline, how enviable. Goodness, today was not in vain. Su Yuan actually succeeded in invoking the king's decision. How many years has it been since the last time? Who cares? He won. He won. Lu Yuan is going to be in big trouble. The Lu family is doomed. Good riddance. I've long found Lu Ziang displeasing. Now he's finished. Su Yuan is amazing. This will definitely make the front page of the Dawn News. Let's see how the Lu family copes with this. Honey, do you have a girlfriend? I can be your girl. Xiao Jiang, you already have a boyfriend. Stop stealing. Just look at me. Hiss, Yuan Gu. Don't be too rigid about gender. Chapter 11. The King's Decision. Lu Xiang was at fault from the outset. Silence. Li Jingwei understood that Wang Zhu's challenge had been successfully concluded, and that the human king would soon deliver a fair judgment, preventing the students from engaging in endless discourse. His words quelled the fervent crowd. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan wore an expression as dark as thunderclouds. He had never anticipated that Su Yuan would triumph over two formidable challenges, even toppling Zhu Cong of the Second Star Academy. In truth, it was Zhu Cong's own carelessness. In the end, Su Yuan was clearly at his wit's end, with only a desperate chance left to fight. Zhu Cong simply needed to have the purple thunder eagle create distance and evade the dragon maiden's onslaught to secure a certain victory. The consumption of mythic level abilities was exceedingly daunting. A single failure would render a second strike impossible. As Lu Yuan had surmised, after transforming in midair, the dragon maiden, Wu Ji, descended gracefully but utterly spent, devoid of any strength. Su Yuan gently cradled the falling Long Yao, whispering, "You've worked hard." After that single strike, Long Yao was unable to continue the battle. Had Zhu Cong utilized the speed advantage of the purple thunder eagle to maintain distance, the victory would have been assured. Yet, against all odds, Su Yuan managed to carve out a sliver of hope amidst the chaos. How infuriating! Lu Yuan trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he glared at Su Yuan, his knuckles cracking incessantly. With Su Yuan's successful passage of Wang Zhu, Lu Yuan's fate was all but sealed. Did he truly not comprehend the rightness or wrongness of the conflict between Su Yuan and Lu Xiang? No, he was acutely aware. For a fleeting moment, Lu Yuan contemplated summoning a beast to eliminate Su Yuan. However, the human king was watching from the Grand Clock Tower. No matter how audacious Lu Yuan was, he dared not act beneath the human king's vigilant gaze. The human king slowly spoke. "You have emerged victorious." His voice resonated throughout the city as he continued. "Beastmaster Su Yuan has passed the Wang Zhu test. I am aware of the circumstances. Lu Xiang acted with malice first, slandering thereafter. Su Yuan acted in justifiable defense, and thus I deem him blameless. Therefore, I hereby strip Lu Xiang of his noble status and revoke his title as Beastmaster." Upon the conclusion of the Wang Zhu ruling, a radiant beam of holy white light enveloped the proclamation. "Lu Yuan, do you understand your transgressions?" Lu Yuan struggled briefly before collapsing to his knees. "I, Lu Yuan, acknowledge my crimes and beseech the human king for judgment. Before the nine heavens illusory dragon, all lies were rendered futile." The holy white light spoke. "You have abused your authority to oppress a beastmaster, compounding your crimes. According to the law, your noble status shall be revoked and all your positions annulled. Yet, due to your meritorious service during the city defense war, this may offset your grave misconduct. Thus, your viscountcy will be stripped, but your positions will remain. Do you have any objections?" Lu Yuan sighed deeply, bowing his head. "I have no objections. I shall abide by the human king's decree." Su Yuan silently lamented. The legal system here was indeed archaic. Those with significant crimes could retain their positions if they had previously achieved great merit. They did not comprehend the principle that prior contributions should not absolve subsequent transgressions. The notion of offsetting merits against crimes was a lament of civilization. Regrettably, Lu Yuan had not been dealt with completely. Suddenly, a tiny point of holy white light darted into Su Yuan's forehead, whispering in a voice only he could hear. "Young one, you possess quite the audacity. Are you unaware that this king can peer into your heart? Do you harbor any dissatisfaction with this king's judgment?" Su Yuan was taken aback, beads of sweat streaming down his brow. The human king could indeed peer into his thoughts? "I know not." He thought hastily. No. The human king's edicts are as clear as day and can be witnessed by the heavens. Without the human king's intervention, a student's life would be one of mediocrity. The kindness of the human king towards us students is like an unending river. I, Su Yuan, can only repay this kindness with my utmost devotion. Enough with the flattery. Though your statement about prior merits not incurring penalties and prior goodness not diminishing the law holds some truth, I shall consider it henceforth. With that, the holy white light vanished without a trace. Soon after, the entire plaza of the Holy Beast Academy, and indeed all of Dawn City, erupted in a clamor of astonishment. The Wang Zhu had concluded successfully. The notorious Lu Xiang had been expelled from the noble circles, while Lu Yuan, despite his past contributions, had lost his title. A solitary student had triumphed against the overwhelming powers of nobility in such a dramatic fashion. The seemingly weak student faced no punishment. Instead, the nobles were left in disarray. Utterly humiliated, Su Yuan couldn't help but exhale in relief. Despite having conquered two challenges and achieved success in the Wang Zhu, the pressure had been immense. The first round had gone smoothly, as Su Yuan had managed a surprise attack. However, in the second round, had his opponent been just a tad stronger or more cautious, he would have undoubtedly faltered. His success was entirely a result of his opponent's oversight, coupled with the strength of his beast companions. With the conclusion of the Wangju, the matter had escalated significantly. Su Yuan could already foresee that the following day, discussions about him would permeate every corner of Dawn City. Students gathered at the entrance of the Holy Beast Academy, eager to engage with Su Yuan, but were swiftly halted by Li Jingwei. He understood that what Su Yuan needed most at this moment was not to bask in their admiration and accolades. With the assistance of a dozen teachers, Li Jingwei dispersed the throng of students. Before he could speak, 3 individuals arrived on their beasts, gliding into view outside the Holy Beast Academy. "Little Li, hiding your talents is rather unkind," one remarked. "Isn't your academy saying they don't want this new student? What? Are you having second thoughts now?" Li Jingwei gazed at the approaching trio, shaking his head in resignation. Very well. Letting him leave might be the best outcome for Su Yuan. The 3 were none other than Zhuqing, the vice president of Dawn Academy, Wan Daoxian, the vice president of the 10,000 Beasts Academy, and Gong Ming, the vice president of the Royal Academy. Their intentions were clear. They had come to claim Su Yuan. Although Lu Yuan had been stripped of his noble title, he still retained his position as vice president of the Holy Beast Academy. With the lesson learned from this Wangju, Lu Yuan would undoubtedly be aware that confronting Su Yuan openly would not be wise. As the saying goes, a direct attack is easily dodged, but a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Henceforth, he would likely resort to more insidious methods. For both emotional and logical reasons, Su Yuan was indeed ill-suited to continue his studies at the Holy Beast Academy. These vice presidents were all astute individuals, who wouldn't be quick to act upon hearing the news. In previous years, it had been exceedingly difficult to pry even a single genius from the Holy Beast Academy. This year, however, a successful Wangju genius was left unclaimed. How could they not take notice? Su Yuan looked somewhat bewildered at the unfamiliar faces, still reeling from the recent Wangju and the Human King's inquiries. Li Jingwei sighed with a wry smile. "Su Yuan, it is I who must apologize for the shortcomings of the Holy Beast Academy. These are Zhuqing, vice president of Dawn Academy, Wan Daoxian, vice president of the 10,000 Beasts Academy, and Gong Ming, vice president of the Royal Academy. You must understand their purpose for coming. I cannot bear to keep you here against your will. Allow me to escort you to the reception room, where I may extend a modicum of hospitality." Chapter 12. Prestigious academies compete for talent, each displaying their prowess. Upon hearing Li Jingwei's words, Su Yuan began to grasp the underlying circumstances. He sighed softly. Without thoroughly dealing with Lu Yuan, it was indeed unwise to remain at the Holy Beast Academy. Fortunately, his reputation had spread, and other academies were willing to accept him. Where one's studies is of little consequence to Su Yuan, he does not have a pressing need for heavenly materials or beast taming resources. All he seeks is a college that can assist him in passing the Beast Tamer assessment. Subsequently, Su Yuan, accompanied by several vice principals, followed Li Jingwei to the reception hall of the Sacred Beast Academy. Li Jingwei had someone pour tea for Su Yuan and the others before discreetly departing. For the matters that followed were beyond the purview of a mere teacher at the Sacred Beast Academy. Once Li Jingwei had left, Vice Principal Gong Ming of the Royal Academy took the initiative to speak. "Student Su, I shall speak candidly. Our Royal Academy warmly welcomes prodigies like you, the talented Beast Tamers. Rest assured, the rules at the Royal Academy are far more stringent than those at the Sacred Beast Academy, and you shall never encounter individuals like Lu Xiang here. The Royal Academy, rather than being solely a Beast Tamer institution, primarily cultivates the offspring of nobility and those loyal to the royal family, with an exceedingly rigorous demand for decorum. While children of the nobility may exhibit some arrogance, the royal offspring, being groomed as elites, possess qualities and character far superior to someone like Lu Xiang. Should you choose to join us, the Royal Academy guarantees that every new beast you acquire will be of at least A rank." Su Yuan's eyes flickered at this enticing offer. Indeed, the price was not insubstantial. Although A-rank beasts are not as rare as S-rank ones, the annual numbers of beast tamers barely reach 100, making them formidable companions. Yet, for Su Yuan, the value was minimal. He required beasts imbued with even a hint of bloodline power. Even the lowest F rank could be effortlessly elevated to S rank using the Simplified Beast System. Noticing Su Yuan's silence, Wan Daoxian from the 10,000 Beasts Academy interjected. "Young brother, the majority of students at the Royal Academy are nothing but pretentious science. Why not consider our 10,000 Beasts Academy? Most of our graduates join the City Defense Army. We can guarantee that every new beast you acquire will be a rank, and that you will at least start as a major. Graduation typically sees one as a 4-star Beast Tamer, and without military achievements, one begins as a second lieutenant. Even with considerable military merit, the highest one could hope for is a captain." Wan Daoxian's offer was evidently more enticing than Gong Ming's. Gong Ming quickly interjected, Student Su, do not be swayed solely by one principal's offer. Reflect on what is most crucial in university. Beyond material gains, the accumulation of connections is paramount. In terms of networking, no institution surpasses the Royal Academy. Gong Ming's words overshadowed Yuan Daoxian's. Indeed, while the Royal Academy could not guarantee military placement, if one sought to cultivate noble connections for future promotions and titles, it was the optimal choice. Not only would one build connections among the nobility, but one could also find a spouse well-versed in noble interests. However, Su Yuan was not particularly enamored with the life of nobility. Seeing Su Yuan still lost in thought, Vice Principal Wuqing of the Dawn Academy smiled. Student Su Yuan, why not consider our Dawn Academy? Unlike the Royal Academy, 10,000 Beasts Academy, or even Sacred Beast Academy, our institution primarily comprises commoner offspring who aspire to be Beast Tamers. While we cannot assure that every beast will be a rank, the majority of the key members of the Dawn City Beast Tamer Association are our students. Should you join us, the association will grant you the rare opportunity to establish your own beast taming team. It is noteworthy that only 3 new teams are allowed to form in Dawn City each year. Moreover, while 10,000 Beast Academy consists largely of boys and the Royal Academy is overly conservative, our academy boasts the most beautiful girls. We could certainly arrange for a few charming companions for you. As Su Yuan was sipping his tea, he ended up spraying it out in surprise. Uffed, cough, cough. Not only did Su Yuan splutter, but Gong Ming and Yuan Daoxian also struggled to regain their composure, pointing at Wuqing. Wuqing, have you no shame? Is this how you compete for students? Gong Ming even clenched his fist, declaring, Su Yuan, should you choose the Royal Academy, the princess of the royal family would not be out of reach. Su Yuan quickly waved his hands in refusal. Thank you for your generous offers, but such things are unnecessary. Principal Gong, I am not interested in the life of nobility, nor do I yearn for it. I find it rather uncomfortable to be forced into a circle dominated by aristocrats. I hope you can understand. Principal Yuan, while I do not mind gaining experience in the city defense army in the future, I prefer not to take such shortcuts. It would be irresponsible to promote someone to an officer without the trials of battle. As for you, Principal Zhua, I have no need for companions, but the opportunity to form a beast taming team does sound appealing. Su Yuan graciously declined the invitations from Gong Ming and Yuan Daoxian. Wuqing, however, looked at him with surprise. Among the offers presented, hers was the least extravagant. The opportunity to form a beast taming team was certainly valuable, but it appeared less significant compared to personal strength. Yet she had not anticipated that Su Yuan would choose the Dawn Academy. Gong Ming smiled wryly. No worries. We shall respect your choice. Yuan Daoxian patted Su Yuan on the shoulder, saying, well done, young man. If you ever join the city defense army, do remember to come to our Yuan battalion. Now that Su Yuan had made his decision, the two exchanged a few pleasantries before leaving in a huff. Once they had departed, Wuqing clasped her hands together and smiled. Student, you truly possess an eye for talent in choosing our Dawn Academy. However, I am curious as to why you did not select the Royal Academy or 10,000 Beasts Academy, which offered better conditions. Su Yuan shrugged. It's nothing much. Principal Zhua, I am accustomed to living freely. The more benefits one receives, the greater the costs one must bear in the future. Wouldn't you agree? While the conditions offered by Gong Ming and Yuan Daoxian are indeed excellent, they are not without strings attached. Ultimately, it is only when you can generate greater value that they are willing to invest more resources. Wuqing nodded gently, realizing that despite his youth, Su Yuan's reasoning was quite astute. The conditions put forth by the academy resembled a low-interest loan. There is no such thing as a free lunch. One must eventually repay it. Joining the Royal Academy would be akin to being tethered to the royal chariot, while joining the 10,000 Beasts Academy would mean sharing in the fortunes and misfortunes of the city defense army. The offer from the Dawn Academy was minimal, yet it afforded a greater degree of freedom. Understanding this, Wuqing said, all right, Student Su, on behalf of the Dawn Academy, I welcome you to join us. Classes commence the day after tomorrow, and with your qualifications, you can directly enter the elite class. I will be your instructor. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me. In the meantime, you can pack your personal belongings and prepare to move in. Su Yuan stood and bowed slightly. Yes. I shall see you at school, Teacher Zhua. Wuqing added. Su Yuan, you have successfully passed the royal decree. In the coming days, you will likely attract considerable attention. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary excursions, particularly outside the city. The implication was clear. She advised him to be cautious, especially about leaving the city. Su Yuan smiled. Rest assured, teacher, I will not wander aimlessly. Chapter 13 Dawn Daily Front Page, The Crimson Heart Thief Group. 2 days later, the freshly printed Dawn Daily featured a major event that unfolded at the Sacred Beast Academy. Are the nobles oppressing the commoners? The new student retaliates with a royal decree. The public, truly satisfying. Hero or grand thief. Unveiling the unknown true identity of Su Yuan. A once-in-a-century occurrence, the commoner retaliates with wisdom against the noble's folly, leading to a disastrous downfall. Who says beast breakthroughs require heavenly materials? The Beast King, better than a bowl of tofu pudding. Upon receiving the Dawn Daily, Su Yuan's expression darkened. The flavor was overwhelmingly pungent. Su Yuan instinctively believed he had opened the QQ Lookout, the fairy's recommendation, rather than the Dawn Report. After fiddling with the Dawn Report for a while, he discovered it lavishly proclaimed his extraordinary luck, stating that Wang Ju had only fought twice and, with remarkable fortune, had managed to break through before the beast battle. The Dawn Report labeled Su Yuan as a fortunate lad. The article did not elaborate on how he achieved victory in both battles, instead dedicating an entire page to speculate whether Su Yuan was a member of the Crimson Heart Demon Thief group. Furthermore, the conflict between Su Yuan and Lu Xiang was deliberately downplayed, merely suggesting that Lu Xiang, being young and impetuous, had offended Su Yuan. While Su Yuan's response was deemed excessive, it was excused as self-defense, and the king did not excessively chastise him. Rather, he punished Lu Yuan, whose judgment appeared biased. Clearly, the Lu family had exerted their influence to ensure the content published by the Dawn Report was tactfully subdued. From the newspaper's portrayal, it seemed as if Su Yuan had relied solely on luck, with some lingering doubts about his character, while the noble Lu family merely committed a small indiscretion that any man might make. Su Yuan shook his head. Truly, this was nothing but a version of a tabloid from another realm. Regardless of the location, the authority to speak the truth always rests with the few. Yet, it was for the best. Su Yuan had no desire for the limelight, as long as he could resolve matters smoothly. What he needed to do now was wait. Wait for his own growth. With the simplified Beast Master system, it would not be long before he surpassed Lu Yuan as a formidable Beast Master, at which point he would eradicate the threat entirely. Su Yuan did not believe matters would resolve so simply. A noble being repeatedly defeated by a commoner would not easily dissipate that resentment. This was a life-and-death struggle, until he eliminated Lu Xiang and Lu Yuan. Su Yuan would find no peace. There was a knock at the door, and upon opening it, Su Yuan found the tofu pudding vendor from downstairs. Upon seeing the vendor's ingratiating smile, Su Yuan immediately understood. Boss, you aren't expecting everyone to come to your place for tofu pudding, are you? Since the Dawn Report published news of Su Yuan's breakthrough with the tofu pudding, a crowd effect was inevitable, especially with the king's endorsement and the report's promotional efforts. The tofu pudding shop downstairs had suddenly become a sensation, transforming into the most popular establishment in Dawn City. It was predictable that countless beast masters would come to try their luck, as a bowl of tofu pudding hardly cost much. The vendor, grinning widely, said, "Isn't it thanks to you, Su Yuan? I never imagined that girl would turn out to be your beast, and that she'd break through after having my tofu pudding. I've come to discuss something with you. Our shop owes its success to you. So from now on, your meals here will be on the house. I'll even give you an extra 30% profit. What do you think? I run a small business and can't afford to give away too much." The vendor was perceptive, realizing that the shop's newfound popularity was entirely due to Su Yuan, and naturally wanted to maintain a good relationship. Su Yuan chuckled, "Boss, if you've become popular, why not raise your prices? After you do, we can split the profits 50-50, and I'll agree." The vendor looked pained. That one tea work. Tofu pudding isn't exactly a luxury item. If I raise the price, will they still come? Su Yuan replied, "You're missing the point, boss. Who are the new customers? They're all beast masters. Beast masters have far more wealth than ordinary people. You can keep the price for regular customers at 2 copper coins, but for the special Su Yuan breakthrough tofu pudding, you can charge a premium, distinguishing between ordinary folks and beast masters. Just give me the portion of the profits from the beast master's purchases." The vendor smacked his forehead. "All right. I didn't think of that, Su Yuan. You're quite savvy in business. I see now that I can price it a bit higher, as most people will only come to try it once or twice anyway." Su Yuan nodded approvingly. "Exactly, boss. Just keep up the good work. Each to their own expertise." Su Yuan had no talent for business, but was content to earn a little extra. To be honest, he was currently financially strained, as Long Yao had quite the appetite. Originally, Su Yuan had saved up 5 gold, 3 silver, and 266 copper coins, equivalent to over 50,000 coins, after 2 years of hard work and frugality. Yet, in just 1 week, Long Yao had devoured 3 silver coins, amounting to over 3,000 coins. Without any additional income, Su Yuan could not sustain himself for long. Once the tofu pudding vendor left, Su Yuan packed his belongings and set out for Dawn Academy with Long Yao. As he opened the door, countless camera flashes erupted, and Su Yuan inwardly cursed, quickly slamming the door shut. He had forgotten about the reporters lurking outside. There were hundreds of them. Had it not been for the legal regulations in Dawn City, these individuals might have barged into his home. Reluctantly, Su Yuan and Long Yao disguised themselves and slipped away through a back alley. Taking advantage of a momentary lapse in attention from the reporters, Su Yuan and Long Yao made their escape. Just as Su Yuan sighed in relief at having evaded the reporters, someone suddenly grabbed his left arm. Alarmed, Su Yuan turned to see a young man dressed as an old Taoist, whose white beard was evidently artificial and appeared far from authentic. The Taoist spoke, "Hold on. Young friend, you seem to be in quite the hurry, as if you were being pursued. Your brow radiates fortune, suggesting good tidings are near. The beast by your side exudes an ominous aura, likely an S-rank beast, and all signs indicate that you are indeed Su Yuan, the one who recently sought Wang Ju. Correct?" Su Yuan shook off the Taoist's hand, eyeing him warily. Given his recent notoriety, many sought to harm him, including the Liu family, which made Su Yuan instinctively distrustful of the Taoist. And if so, what are your intentions, Taoist? The Taoist's expression shifted, abandoning his eccentric demeanor, as he pointed to a banner beside him, smiling. "Business is tough. Care to indulge a bit? Otherwise, I might just have to shout that Su Yuan is right here." Su Yuan glanced at the Taoist's banner, which read 1 fortune-telling for 1 silver coin. No credit. How brazen. How exorbitantly shameless. If Su Yuan refused to pay, the Taoist's shout would surely attract a swarm of reporters, putting him in an even more precarious position. These individuals were notorious for sensationalizing events. And in a world devoid of mobile phones and microwaves, there was no means to refute any rumors. If Su Yuan misspoke, it could lead to significant trouble. Fuming, he reluctantly produced a silver coin, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. "Here I am, Su Yuan, who stands proud before nobles, only to be conned by a Taoist. Truly, the city is rife with cunning." The Taoist grinned as he accepted the silver coin, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, my fortune-telling is quite accurate." Then, the Taoist summoned a beast, which had a turtle-like form adorned with an 8-diagram compass on its head, appearing quite impressive. However, the moment the beast's information flooded into Su Yuan's mind, he became serious. Beast, Destiny Xuanwu. Rarity, SS. Level. Talent, Probing Destiny Mythical. Skill, Bloodline, Xuanwu Divine Blood. The disparity in strength was too vast for him to decode all the information. A hidden gem among the common folk. Su Yuan suppressed his agitation and regarded the Taoist with utmost respect. Seeing Su Yuan's improved demeanor, the Taoist squinted and manipulated his compass. The upper hexagram was can water, and the lower hexagram was also can water. The Taoist murmured, "Same hexagram overlapping, can represents water, which signifies danger. 2 can hexagrams signify danger upon danger. Advancing is perilous, retreating is also perilous. You find yourself in a dilemma. Yet, young friend, your brow radiates heroism. A fortunate star shines upon you, and you bear no death signs, which surely means you will turn misfortune into fortune." Su Yuan's expression darkened. This was hardly an auspicious omen. Rather, it was a harbinger of misfortune. Taking a step back, he bowed respectfully, saying, "I beseech you, esteemed Taoist, for your guidance." The Taoist's voice flowed like silk. "The youth is teachable. Remember, my young friend, that a multitude of crises does not necessitate retreat. On the contrary, one should actively seek opportunities, listen intently, observe keenly, and discern who stands as friend and who as foe. Those branded as malevolent may not always commit wickedness, while those labeled as virtuous may not always embody goodness. Contemplate thoroughly before you act. Our fates are intertwined. Allow me to present you with a token." As the Taoist's words faded, the celestial black tortoise exhaled a mist, revealing a playing card upon its tongue. Just as Su Yuan was about to inquire further, the tortoise belched forth dense fog, enveloping the Taoist, whose voice echoed, "We shall meet again." Holding the unique card made of jade-like material, Su Yuan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed Taoist." He sighed softly as he examined the card. A 7 of hearts, exquisitely crafted, the material unfamiliar yet reminiscent of jade. Likely costly. This revelation dispelled Su Yuan's earlier grievances over financial losses, replaced instead by profound contemplation. Danger? The Liu family? Or perhaps others? As for the Taoist's other words, Su Yuan had yet to fully grasp their meaning. His understanding of Dawn City and the world at large was painfully limited. Hence the Taoist's admonition to observe and listen more attentively. With a weighty heart, Su Yuan and Long Yao made their way toward the Dawn Academy. As the fog dissipated, the Taoist shed his somewhat cumbersome robes, along with the fake beard and voice-modifying collar, revealing a strikingly handsome and austere visage. Approaching him was a young girl clad in Gothic attire, who exclaimed, "Captain, it's been nearly 3 years since we last met. Those despicable nobles have cast their filth upon us once more. By the way, who were you speaking to just now?" The man, addressed as Captain, casually adjusted his hair and affectionately tousled the girl's head, responding, "I encountered a soul nearly drowning in confusion, to whom I offered a straw. I wonder if he can grasp it to survive." The girl mumbled, meaning unclear, "The captain always speaks in riddles." The man chuckled softly. "Perhaps this will be the cog that changes the course of history." On the back of his hand, a red heart insignia was tattooed. "Let us go. Everyone is waiting." The girl nodded in agreement. In the urban legends surrounding Dawn City, even the very existence of its figures remains shrouded in mystery. Once deemed the most heinous criminal in the city's history for incinerating all slave contracts, he was classified by the Judicial Hall as an SSS level wanted criminal, with a bounty of 1 million gold coins. The enigmatic leader of the Heart Thief Guild, Isaac Lee Archibald, commonly known as Lee Aki, remains an enigma, his strength, character, age, and appearance all unknown. Chapter 14. Has the two-star Beast Master completed early? The Holy Hall Baptism. Dawn City is divided into 5 major districts: East, West, South, North, and Central. Among these, several renowned Beast Master academies, civic institutions, and grand edifices are primarily situated in the bustling Central District. The West District is home to royalty, nobility, affluent merchants, and elite Beast Masters, entirely separated by a moat to signify their distinction. In contrast, the East District, where Su Yuan resides, is the most densely populated, overcrowded area of Dawn City, boasting the lowest level of infrastructure. This single district accommodates nearly 12 million inhabitants, constituting 60% of the city's total population. With a permanent population of 20 million within the city and an additional 5 million in surrounding villages and towns, they collectively form the Dawn City State. Dawn Academy. Located in the eastern section of the Central District, primarily enrolls commoner students, with a small percentage of noble and royal students. Although the overall caliber and quantity of its graduates do not match that of the Sacred Beast Academy, the sheer number allows it to slightly surpass the 10,000 Beast Academy and the Royal Academy. Su Yuan chose Dawn Academy to avoid prematurely binding himself to the royal or military factions. Being young, he believed it prudent to wait and observe. However, the eccentric Taoist's warning of impending danger lingered in his mind, suggesting that someone might be plotting against him in the shadows. Reflecting on this, it dawned on him that both Wan Daoxian from the 10,000 Beast Academy and Gong Ming from the Royal Academy had shown signs of protecting him. Albeit at the cost of certain freedoms, yet safety was a worthy trade. Su Yuan harbored no regrets regarding his choice. The past was simply that, the past. Dwelling upon it could lead one down a path of anxiety-laden despair. What mattered now was to swiftly pass the 2-star Beast Master assessment and enhance his strength. As evening fell, Su Yuan and Long Yao arrived at Dawn Academy. Upon spotting Su Yuan at the entrance, Zhuqing waved, "Over here, Su Yuan. You're a bit late." With his hands clasped in apology, Su Yuan replied, "My apologies. There were too many reporters on the way, and it took considerable effort to shake them off." Zhuqing lightly tapped her finger. "Oh, I'd forgotten. You're quite the sensation in Dawn City now. I should have sent someone to fetch you. Come along." Su Yuan followed Zhuqing into Dawn Academy. Dawn Academy, though not as expansive as the 10,000 Beast Academy, occupies a modest area of less than 1,000 acres, less than a quarter of the Sacred Beast Academy's grounds, yet accommodates approximately 70% of the student body of the latter. Given that most students hail from humble backgrounds without familial power or wealth to procure rare resources, the Academy has invested heavily in subsidies, resulting in substantial financial expenditure. After a brief overview of Dawn Academy, Su Yuan cut to the chase. "Teachers Wa, I recently advanced to silver rank with my primary beast. Time is of the essence. When can I participate in the assessment for 2-star Beast Master?" This was the most pressing matter on Su Yuan's mind. Achieving 2-star Beast Master status would grant him a second beast and elevate both to gold rank. With a smile, Zhuqing replied, "No need to rush. In fact, Su Yuan, you have already passed the 2-star Beast Master assessment." Surprised, Su Yuan looked at her quizzically. Zhuqing elaborated, "Once your primary beast reaches silver rank, the assessment for 2-star Beast Master occurs within the campus, requiring you to achieve over 80% win rate in campus ranking battles or defeat any 2-star Beast Master in a challenge. You have already completed the assessment by defeating Zhu Tsang in the King S duel. Now, you merely need to fill out the paperwork and proceed to the Holy Hall for your baptism to advance." Su Yuan's realization dawned upon him. Zhuqing added, "Perfect timing. Let me assist you in completing the paperwork and facilitate your promotion." All right. Following Zhuqing to the Academic Affairs Office, she presented the necessary forms for Su Yuan to fill out. After completing the forms, Zhuqing produced an object resembling a clock. "Su Yuan, due to the recent media commotion, I need to ask you a few questions. Please answer truthfully, as I will report your responses to the Ministry of Education." This is a lie-detecting clock, Any dishonesty will result in a warning. Su Yuan nodded in understanding. Zhuqing paused before asking, Su Yuan, do you have any criminal or legal records? The questions were mostly standard, aimed at confirming the student's integrity, ensuring adherence to legal standards. The final question, however, caught Su Yuan off guard. Su Yuan, are you a member of the Heart Thief Guild? Su Yuan firmly shook his head. No, I have never encountered them. In recent days, Su Yuan had perused the articles in the daily newspapers regarding the infamous Red Heart Thieves Guild. In a nutshell, they were described in 4 words: heinous and atrocious. Most of the treasures lost from Dawn City had been stolen by them. How could a mere 1-star beast master like himself possibly be associated with such formidable individuals? It was nothing but nonsense from Lu Yuan. Seeing that the alarm clock had not gone off, Zhuqing let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the notion of being a member of the Red Heart Thieves Guild was entirely unfounded and had no bearing on Su Yuan. Nodding, Zhuqing said, well, the materials will be submitted unchanged, and your suspicions will be cleared. Let us go. I will take you to the sanctuary. You are now qualified to become a 2-star Beastmaster. Zhuqing led Su Yuan to the sanctuary. After completing the assessment, low-ranking Beastmasters would be welcomed for their baptism within the sanctuary. Although a Beastmaster's combat power primarily stemmed from their beasts, the Beastmasters themselves required a degree of enhancement. Otherwise, they would merely become a liability on the battlefield. The baptism in the sanctuary was established for this very purpose. At the entrance, Su Yuan followed Zhuqing's instructions, retrieving his Beastmaster badge and placing it within the designated slot before stepping into the sanctuary. The interior of the sanctuary was resplendent in golden hues, dazzling to the eyes. At the center of the floor lay a pool, its waters flowing with a golden liquid. Above the pool, a cup-like structure resembling crafted glass had a hexagonal opening. As Su Yuan stepped into the pool, the golden liquid seemed to sense his presence. Surging and ebbing as it washed over him, he felt a sharp sting coursing through his body. Above him, the cup, radiant as the stars, sprinkled deep blue particles that streamed into the crown of his head. A series of faint crackling sounds arose, and Su Yuan distinctly sensed that both his body and mind were undergoing a cleansing. His physique became more robust, and his mind felt as if it had unlocked an entirely new realm, the Beast Space, the emblem of a 2-star Beastmaster. Upon exiting the sanctuary, Zhuqing handed the Beastmaster badge back to Su Yuan and softly remarked, Congratulations. The baptism at the sanctuary feels quite invigorating, doesn't it? Su Yuan nodded, indeed. The ancient bronze patterns on the badge transformed into a lustrous silver, and among the dim 9 stars, 2 glimmered brightly, symbolizing his newfound status as a 2-star Beast Master. Su Yuan inquired, Ms. Zhua, does this mean I can? Zhuqing, understanding his implication, smiled, Patience, the Beast Contract Office has closed for today. We shall visit tomorrow. For now, let me take you to your dormitory to meet your roommate. Hee, your roommate may not be so easily managed. Chapter 15, Shared Dormitory. Roommate is a princess. Zhuqing's words filled Su Yuan with a sense of foreboding. Although Dawn Academy was not particularly large, it was fortunate that each year, the number of Beastmaster students was limited. Even the Sacred Beast Academy housed fewer than 1,000, while Dawn Academy had around 600. Thus, the student dormitories were relatively spacious, accommodating 2 students per room, complete with independent bathrooms and various amenities, far surpassing the aesthetics of Su Yuan's home in the East District. Zhuqing handed the dormitory key to Su Yuan, saying, This will be your dormitory, Building 1, Room 501. Your roommate is also a student from the genius class, and her identity is somewhat special. Special? As Su Yuan opened the door, his ominous premonition proved accurate. The first sight that met his eyes was a pair of long, slender legs clad in white knee-high socks, complemented by magnificent silver blue hair. As she turned to face him, her flawless snow-white skin and striking figure were revealed, along with her delicate oval face and cerulean eyes. The pristine military uniform accentuated her curves perfectly, and the white beret added an air of chilliness, reminiscent of an ice rose blooming in the depths of winter. A female? My roommate. Ms. Zhua? This young lady tilted her head, regarding Su Yuan with a hint of hostility and wariness. Zhuqing clasped her hands and smiled. This is your roommate, Su Yuan. Turning back to Su Yuan, she added, Su Yuan, for the next few years, she will be your roommate, Ouyang Shui. Really? Su Yuan gazed at Zhuqing in disbelief. While he did not deny Ouyang Shui's striking beauty, which far surpassed that of the transformed Long Yao, he had to question the logic of this arrangement. Yes, based on Su Yuan's keen observational skills regarding women, he could ascertain that she was a perfect 10 in every aspect. But, isn't this a bit outrageous, Ms. Zhua? Ouyang Shui, equally displeased, remarked, Why am I assigned a male roommate? Moreover, this shabby sports jacket and sneakers barely qualify as tidy. He looks utterly uninspiring, a veritable commoner. Accompanied by a beauty, I can only assume he must be a transformed S-class beast. Perhaps this is his only qualification for the genius class. Ms. Zhua, I cannot accept this. Even if it is to balance the disparities within the class, must it be at the expense of my dignity? And furthermore a male? Zhuqing sighed, Your Highness. The roommate you requested must be among the most outstanding of the new students, correct? Your Highness? The change in Zhuqing's address immediately drew Su Yuan's full attention to Ouyang Shui. The only individuals worthy of being called royalty were the daughters of the king. Were they not? Isn't it said that Dawn Academy primarily caters to the common populace? Su Yuan scoffed inwardly. Anyone who says that again shall find me. Su Yuan. The first to refute it. Ouyang Shui slowly tilted her head. Ms. Zhua, are you implying that? Zhuqing nodded, I apologize. It seems your highness has been too preoccupied to keep abreast of current events. This student, Su Yuan, has been persecuted by the vice principal of the Sacred Beast Academy, Lu Yuan, and in a fit of rage, challenged the king, overcoming 2 obstacles and causing the 6-star Beast Master, Viscount Lu Yuan, to falter. Among this year's freshmen, only he deserves the title of the strongest newcomer. Ouyang Shui's icy blue eyes glimmered with intrigue as she murmured, So it's him. No wonder those nobles have been so abuzz these past few days. Zhuqing continued, Moreover, what is wrong with sharing a dorm? In the future, you will both be on the front lines, defending the human city-states. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between genders. Shouldn't you adapt to this early on? Your Highness, can you not endure this minor hardship for your greater purpose? Zhuqing's words were directed at both Ouyang Shui and Su Yuan. Beast Masters enjoy a revered status and command vast resources because they are humanity's first line of defense. Ouyang Shui turned away, choosing not to respond further. Zhuqing narrowed her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Do ensure you get along well. Su Yuan, your highness will be in your care, after all. You've met her family. Su Yuan shot Zhuqing a glare, thinking her to be a rather frivolous teacher. Do not utter such ambiguous remarks. The daughter of the king? Is there truly no difference between this and attending a royal academy? After Zhuqing departed, Su Yuan unpacked his belongings and began organizing his space. Although the dorm room was quite spacious, it featured bunk beds, and Ouyang Shui had already claimed the upper bunk, drawing the opaque curtain to create a barrier that clearly indicated her desire for solitude. At that moment, she sat on the sofa, sipping tea, her demeanor watchfully appraising Su Yuan, as if he were some rare curiosity. Su Yuan chose to ignore her and continued to tidy up his bedding. After a while, Ouyang Shui rested her chin on her hand and cleared her throat. Hey, while I'm not certain what Ms. Zhua is thinking, since this is a school arrangement, I suppose I cannot object. Let us establish some ground rules, shall we? Su Yuan replied with a smile. What sort of rules do you have in mind? Ouyang Shui extended her finger and declared, Firstly, you are prohibited from using the upper bunk. This is my personal space, and naturally, I shall not descend casually at night. Secondly, those residing in the same dormitory will eventually form a small team. We shall resolve our own issues, and do not hinder my progress. Nor will I intrude upon yours. Thirdly, the restroom will be for my sole use. As a girl, it is fraught with inconveniences. However, I shall compensate you for this. Su Yuan's expression fell. The first 2 stipulations were manageable, but the third was somewhat troublesome. One cannot easily control the call of nature. Ouyang Shui retrieved a pouch from her long socks, 100 gold coins, as compensation. What do you think? Noticing Su Yuan's reluctance, she resolved to buy him off. Were he an ordinary person, Ouyang Shui would have forcefully expelled him by now. Yet, he was Su Yuan, the individual who had wagered his life to petition for Wang Ju against oppression, which compelled Ouyang Shui to alter her strategy, opting for bribery rather than intimidation. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. A generous offer indeed, wealthy lady. Nevertheless, he shook his head and replied, There is no need for money. In exchange, you must possess quite a wealth of information, correct? I wish to inquire about certain matters. If I am satisfied with your answers, I shall acquiesce to your 3 terms. Ouyang Shui's brows knitted slightly. Despite having little money herself, she had expected him to succumb to the allure of gold. To her surprise, the prospect of 100 coins barely held his attention for a fleeting moment. This was no ordinary adversary. Su Yuan was no fool. Once one succumbs to the lure of wealth, it becomes a slippery slope. Accepting this offer could lead to further demands. Ouyang Shui raised her gaze. What questions do you have? I will not withhold any information I am able to share. Recalling the old sage's prophecy from earlier, Su Yuan knew he had to clarify one critical issue. Who were his enemies? He organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. Those who wish to harm me, or those I have offended. It cannot merely be the Lu family, correct? Chapter 16, The Princess's Enlightenment. Who is the enemy? Ouyang Shui's pupils constricted, gazing at Su Yuan as if he were a rare specimen. She had encountered many geniuses and nobles, yet someone like Su Yuan was unprecedented. Has anyone mentioned this to you? Did teachers say anything? Su Yuan shook his head. No, to be frank, I know nothing of these matters. But I possess a keen instinct for danger. I sense that this situation has escalated beyond simplicity. In truth, Su Yuan felt no immediate threat. Had it not been for the sage's warning, he would have believed his only enemies were Lu Xiang and Lu Yuan. However, Ouyang Shue's expression suggested that, regrettably, the sage's prophecy bore truth. In any case, you have offended nearly all the nobles, who have suffered significant losses because of you. You have disrupted many people's interests. So tell me, who have you angered? Right now, you are in a position of strength. No one dares to act against you. For doing so would provide the citizens with a pretext to demand a price that the nobles cannot bear. But what happens when your influence wanes? Ouyang Shue, as a princess, had a clear understanding of the dynamics in Dawn City. She made Su Yuan realize that petitioning Wang Ju was a decision that would have far-reaching consequences. From the moment Su Yuan sought Wang Ju's assistance, he had inevitably walked a tightrope. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I had offended some formidable figures. It turns out it is merely a few nobles. So, as long as I maintain my visibility, my life should be secure, right? Ouyang Shui regarded him with astonishment. This fellow, does he not feel fear? We're talking about the entire nobility. Has he lost his mind? Given your current situation, merely leaving Dawn City could easily expose you to assassination and ambush. Thus, Ouyang Shui had proposed a set of rules, hoping to prevent herself from being dragged into his turmoil. To her surprise, Su Yuan appeared utterly unconcerned. Ouyang Shui steadied her emotions and stated, I have shared everything I know. Theoretically, as long as you do not leave Dawn City and continue to attract attention, your life should be safe. But how is that feasible? Remaining in the city hinders your progress in enhancing your beast taming abilities, without improving your strength. No one will take notice of you. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. You need not worry about that. I have no intention of following in your footsteps, needing to leave the city to level up. No wonder the sage claimed I am favored by fortune, destined to turn adversity into blessing. Indeed, I can continue to grow stronger without leaving the city. It appears that the ones who should be anxious are the nobles. As long as I remain in the city and continuously strengthen myself, becoming a figure of interest among the citizens, they will be like ants on a hot stove, uneasy and restless. In that case, it seemed I have allies, such as the citizenry. It is no wonder that Wan Daoxian from the 10,000 Beasts Academy expressed goodwill toward me. It seems we are on the same side. As for Gong Ming from the Royal Academy, with numerous royals within, the pro-royalist faction would likely enjoy witnessing the nobility's downfall, especially since you represent the largest faction. So, they seek to recruit me, not only to acquire exceptional students, but also as a means of protection? I seem ungrateful. It appears I should express my gratitude the next time we meet. Seeing Su Yuan grin foolishly, Ouyang Shui felt a chill run down her spine. What sinister plans was he concocting? Su Yuan composed himself and nodded. Very well, I agree to the 3 terms. Generally, I will seek solutions elsewhere. But at times when nature calls and I cannot control it, do not blame me. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brow. Before she could finish, she noticed Su Yuan had already fallen asleep, and she shook her head in resignation. What a peculiar individual. She recalled her father mentioning encountering an extraordinary young man a few days prior. It must be him. Why is Su Yuan so calm in the face of hostility from nearly all the nobles? Remaining in the city to enhance oneself would lead to death regardless. How does he appear so at ease in such a deadlock? A strange man indeed. I should hurry to sleep. We have to leave the city tomorrow. The following day, Ouyang Shui rose from her small quilt, clad in her pajamas, and drew back the curtains, preparing to wash up. However, she was met with a shocking and blinding sight. Su Yuan was asleep, cradling Long Yao in his arms. Furthermore, Ouyang Shui had witnessed many grand spectacles, yet she had never encountered such an outrageous scene. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands, peeking between her fingers. Matters of intimacy were not something an ordinary person dared to approach the daughter of a king about. Ouyang Shui's understanding of such matters was purely theoretical, with zero practical experience. As she observed Su Yuan's well-defined muscles and somewhat handsome face, she could not help but swallow hard. Noticing that Su Yuan appeared to be stirring awake, she hurriedly blushed and dashed into the bathroom. After hearing the soft patter of footsteps, Su Yuan slowly rose. Seeing Long Yao lying atop him, he gently patted her little head. In just a few short days, Su Yuan's life had undergone a tremendous transformation. However, he did not find it displeasing. Rise and shine, Long Yao, we have training to do today. By the way, I need to find you a new partner. For I am now a 2-star Beastmaster. Ouyang Shui, who was in the midst of washing up, suddenly spat out a mouthful. What? I must have misheard. The Dawn report provides scant details on Wang's battle process, leading Ouyang Shui to believe that this fellow, having only recently formed a contract, could at most be a mid-level bronze. However, a single remark from Su Yuan compelled Ouyang Shui, oblivious to her unfinished makeup, to rush out and regard him as if he were a monster. Chapter 17. The Second Beast Master, Zhua Qing's Proposal. You are a 2-star Beast Master? Impossible. You have only recently contracted your beast. Ouyang Shui exclaimed, her damp hair dripping onto her sheer nightgown, entirely disregarding her appearance as she burst forth. Su Yuan's gaze fell upon her, noting that the moisture rendered her already thin nightgown somewhat translucent. He cleared his throat and remarked, Your Highness, despite being the daughter of the king, even if you are enamored with me and wish to entice me, you ought to be mindful of your image. After all, I have a preference for women who exhibit a modicum of reserve. Ouyang Shui's complexion changed dramatically in her impulsive state. She forgot that she had yet to complete her morning routine. Not only was her attire drenched, but remnants of toothpaste lingered at the corner of her mouth. In an instant, her fair cheeks flushed crimson, and with a loud thud, she retreated back into the bathroom. Approximately 15 minutes later, a composed Ouyang Shui emerged. Her appearance meticulously arranged, her expression a mixture of embarrassment and irritation as she fixed her gaze upon Su Yuan, striving to quell her inner fury. Did you not claim to have never left the city? How is it that you have suddenly become a 2-star Beast Master? Ouyang Shui recalled an article from Dawn Report published yesterday, which stated that Su Yuan had advanced through the consumption of tofu pudding and had received recognition from the king. At the time, she had dismissed it as ludicrous, merely the sensationalist fabrication of a tabloid. Now, however, it seemed there might be some truth to it. Su Yuan stretched lazily and replied nonchalantly, Please do not conflate me with your crowd of mediocre beast masters. It would cause me great distress. I am a prodigious beast master, naturally endowed with exceptional training methods. Mediocre, mediocre, mediocre. These words pierced Ouyang Shui's heart like 3 sharp arrows. She faltered, astonished that someone would label her, a royal princess, as mediocre. Noticing her bewilderment, Su Yuan chuckled, Do not take it personally. I am not targeting you specifically, but rather addressing all of you. Ouyang Shui's eyes widened, and she gritted her teeth, declaring, Very well. I shall remain here today to witness firsthand how a genius beast master trains. Su Yuan scratched his head, pondering the complexity of women. It seemed he had inadvertently entangled himself in her affairs. Nevertheless, he saw no reason to conceal his intentions any longer. If you wish to observe, that is acceptable. But what shall be my reward? Ouyang Shui sighed. Money? Acquiring beast eggs requires considerable funds. I can cover the expenses for what you desire. That should suffice, right? Su Yuan patted his paltry wallet and nodded. All right, let us proceed. As they donned their attire and exited the dormitory, Zhua Qing, who had been waiting below, noticed their departure. Upon seeing Ouyang Shui's cheeks flushed and her earlobes glowing crimson, she instantly covered her mouth, exclaiming, This progress is astonishingly swift. As the two approached, Zhua Qing remarked softly, It appears that His Highness is enjoying a delightful rapport with Su Yuan. Understanding that this eccentric teacher had misinterpreted the situation, Su Yuan exchanged glances with Ouyang Shui, who feigned composure. I wish to ascertain precisely what constitutes genius in this so-called prodigious beast master. Today, I have no other engagements. I shall shadow you. The emphasis on genius in her tone was unmistakable. Su Yuan replied, Indeed, I find myself unable to escape your company. Teacher Zhua, please take me to select a new beast. Ouyang Shui disregarded Su Yuan's provocation, narrowing her eyes in defiance. Zhua Qing observed the duo quizzically, questioning what had transpired between them. Very well, let us proceed. Su Yuan, do you have any particular thoughts regarding your new beast? Su Yuan, somewhat perplexed, shook his head. He required a beast with a top-tier bloodline, but he had no specific preferences regarding type. As they walked, Zhua Qing elaborated, I see. Allow me to explain. As a 2-star beast master, or rather, the future of beast masters, there are several divergent paths to consider. The first is the versatile beast master. For example, if your beast specializes in attack, you should subsequently consider acquiring beasts that fulfill defensive and supportive roles to mitigate combat deficiencies, thereby permitting you to stand firm in perilous situations outside the city and contend with varying degrees of crises. The second path is that of a specialized beastmaster. For instance, Su Yuan, you might choose beasts with formidable offensive capabilities, while compensating for deficiencies in defense and support by forming a team with other specialists in those areas. This approach enhances overall combat strength, although it poses certain complications should separation occur. Zhua Qing outlined these 2 distinct directions, presenting the choice between individual prowess or collaboration with fellow beastmasters. Su Yuan pondered the implications, recognizing that team collaboration might maximize combat effectiveness. Yet, He recalled the unique beast belonging to the old Taoist, the Destiny Xuanwu, which possessed the ability to perceive the threads of fate. As a beastmaster, he recognized the merit in being well-rounded. Indeed, beyond considering whether a beast has a top-tier bloodline, I must also contemplate functionality and combat synergy. Observing Su Yuan lost in thought, Zhuoqing continued, take your opponent, Zhu Tsong, from the King's tournament, who embodies the versatile path. While our royal princess adheres to a specialized approach, commanding 2 beasts focused on control abilities. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. Is Ouyang Shui also a 2-star beastmaster? But she is a newcomer as well? Sensing his confusion, Zhuoqing smiled. Members of the royal family began their training 6 months ago, naturally advancing at a faster pace. The princess is on the verge of breaking through to a 3-star beastmaster. Ah, I see. Ouyang Shui crossed her arms, donning an expression of pride. In a sense, it seemed that among the current newcomers, she truly stood as the strongest. Unlike the Holy Beast Academy, which automatically promoted students to the 2-star level, the Dawn Academy maintained a small class system, allowing for team composition even at higher tiers. Arriving before the beast contracting office, Zhuoqing inquired, Su Yuan, have you decided which path to pursue? Su Yuan nodded. Given my current circumstances, the versatile path would suit me better, of course. I would not pass up a strong offensive beast if one presents itself. Zhuoqing handed him a list, stating, here are the prices for beast eggs of various grades. The school will subsidize a portion of the costs, making the adjusted prices approximately 60% lower than market rates. Su Yuan perused the list. Although Ouyang Shui had agreed to cover the expenses, the budget was not limitless. Beast eggs were categorized into high, medium, and low qualities, priced at 1 gold coin, 5 silver coins, and 1 silver coin, respectively. Additionally, there were discarded beast eggs priced at 100 copper coins. These discarded eggs were numerous, yet typically comprised F and E grade beasts, which were generally overlooked. Occasionally, they were sold to ordinary individuals as pets. Yet, it was precisely these lower grade eggs that suited Su Yuan best. Their low tier was inconsequential. What mattered was the presence of bloodline strength. Turning back to Ouyang Shui, he inquired, Your Highness, you promised to cover the costs of the beast eggs. You won't go back on your word, will you? Ouyang Shui, visibly indignant, exclaimed, Of course not. However, it is not without limitations. 10 gold coins should suffice for you to procure 10 high-tier beast eggs. Chapter 18, The Second Beast. The Snow Emperor Bloodline. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. All right, Teacher Zhua, I shall first acquire 1,000 discarded beast eggs. Huh. Ouyang Shui retorted angrily, Su Yuan, how dare you mock me when I am graciously covering the cost of the beast eggs? Even Zhuoqing furrowed her brow, perplexed by Su Yuan's intentions. Su Yuan calmly replied, Rest assured, Your Highness, I never jest when it comes to beasts. Ouyang Shui turned to Zhuoqing, who appeared equally troubled. It was evident that she hesitated. Those discarded beast eggs held little value beyond serving as mere pets. Yet, witnessing Su Yuan's unwavering demeanor, Zhuoqing relented. Very well. Let us proceed with the purchase of 1,000 discarded beast eggs. But Su Yuan, do not blame me for not forewarning you. These discarded eggs only yield low-tier beasts of F and E rank, which are utterly useless. Su Yuan whispered softly. Is that so? The first time I encountered Long Yao, she was merely an F-rank grass snake. Teacher Zhua, classmate Ouyang, you both underestimate the potential of certain beasts. Upon hearing this, Zhuoqing gazed incredulously at Su Yuan, then glanced at the dragon maiden beside him. Are you suggesting that this formidable dragon maiden was once merely a grass snake? Ouyang Shui also looked at Su Yuan in shock. Rumors had circulated that when Su Yuan first made a contract, he had only bonded with a grass snake. What was once thought to be gossip now appeared to be true. Could it be that Su Yuan possessed the ability to identify which beasts could mutate from the feeble F rank to the formidable S rank? Oh my, like a thunderclap. This revelation echoed in the ears of Ouyang Shui and Zhuoqing. If such a capability existed, the implications were unmistakable. It would mean that every beast Su Yuan contracted in the future would begin at S rank, and could potentially evolve into a godly SSS rank beast. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Yuan said nothing further, methodically cracking open beast eggs. Alas, beasts endowed with top-tier bloodlines were not as common as one might hope. However, Su Yuan remained unperturbed, patiently continuing his search. Though the number of beast masters was relatively few, Su Yuan's unorthodox actions quickly drew the attention of passing students. After all, it was a rarity for someone to smash open 1,000 beast eggs, even if they were discarded. Most students at Dawn Academy hailed from humble backgrounds, and 10 gold coins represented a considerable sum, one that few would squander lightly. Nevertheless, Su Yuan had undeniably become the focal point of the school. As more students gathered, some recognized Su Yuan. Wait, that face seems familiar. And the beast beside him, The mist grass. Could it be that it's him? Goodness, you're right. What on earth is he doing, cracking open so many beast eggs? That's at least 1,000, and they're all discarded. Perhaps he wishes to raise a pet? Would you spend 10 gold coins to open 1,000 beast eggs for a pet? The students watched from a distance, chattering amongst themselves. Despite Ouyang Shue's thick skin, standing next to Su Yuan felt unbearably scorching, prompting her to pull Zhuqing aside. She thought to herself, indeed, Su Yuan is merely boasting. Even if he succeeds in mutating once, can he truly expect to do so every time? Zhuqing shared her concerns. Her intention was to help the academy recruit exceptional beast masters, hoping to secure victory at the upcoming Dawn City Beast Master competition. But was Su Yuan truly set on bonding with a worthless beast? Had all her efforts to bring him into Dawn Academy been in vain? Yet, Su Yuan remained calm, continuing to crack open beast eggs. After smashing over 700, the bloodline section consistently displayed bloodline, none. Without a bloodline, even the simplified beast system was powerless. Finally, upon opening the 982nd egg, a new entry gradually appeared. Bloodline, Snow Emperor bloodline. At last, a beast with a bloodline. However, it must be noted that the drop rate was exceedingly low, a mere 1 in 1,000. No wonder these were discarded beast eggs. Su Yuan opened the entry for the Snow Emperor bloodline, which detailed an introduction. Extreme North Snow Emperor, ranked 7th among the world's 10 fiercest beasts. Born in the extreme northern ice plains, this unparalleled beast is a legendary fusion of the nine-tailed celestial fox and the ancient ice phoenix bloodlines. Possessing the most terrifying freezing powers and survival abilities in the world, in the sprawling ice plains, only the Snow Emperor endures through the ages. Ice powers. With both offensive and controlling capabilities, this force stood in stark contrast to the flames of the Dragon Maiden. Excellent. Su Yuan felt quite pleased. Of course, at this moment, the beast possessing the Snow Emperor bloodline was merely a weak E-rank snow fox. This will suffice, he declared, extending his hand to initiate the contract. Onlookers, upon witnessing Su Yuan contract a weak snow fox, were left speechless. Wait, is this really Su Yuan, the one who passed the royal selection? Has he lost his mind? Good heavens, how could anyone choose such a low-tier beast? The rumors about him were true. He was indeed a fool. Zhuqing, having overheard the students' discussions, rushed over. Her anger palpable. Su Yuan, stop this at once. What are you doing? The snow fox is merely an E-rank beast. Have you lost your senses? She could not bear to watch a genius who had passed the royal selection engage in such foolishness. Yet, Su Yuan showed no signs of hesitation. Do not worry. Teacher Zhua, I am not mad. On the contrary, I am quite composed. In 3 days, you shall witness a different version of it, or else I will bear the consequences myself. Seeing that her attempts to dissuade him were in vain, Zhuqing chose not to press further and departed, her robes swirling as she left. Su Yuan's confidence was unwavering, granting him 3 days would be harmless. If the beast remained as useless as it appeared, the academy would have no qualms about expelling him. After Zhuqing's departure, Su Yuan completed the contract. The snow fox emitted a series of adorable whimpers, undeniably charming. Yet ultimately, it remained merely cute. Everyone understood that an E-rank beast had no combat capabilities to speak of. The gathered students shook their heads and dispersed. What had begun as a spectacle quickly devolved into mere fodder for gossip. Beside them, Ouyang Shuai frowned. Look at what you've done. You've even angered Teacher Zhua. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed a peculiar smile creeping across Su Yuan's lips. Your Highness, do you not wish to see why I am a genius beastmaster? Follow me. Ouyang Shuai felt a stirring in her heart at Su Yuan's resolute demeanor. It was as if an unseen force compelled her to follow him back to the dormitory. Upon returning, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. Su Yuan produced a cloth bag, and after confirming that it contained the most ordinary rice, he summoned the snow fox, grasped its small throat, and began pouring the rice into its mouth. In that instant, a miracle occurred. The snow fox, with its pure white and petite form, gradually unfurled, radiating an ethereal ice-blue luminescence, akin to a lotus blooming in the serene waters. The snow fox transformed into a human shape, shedding its pristine fur, replaced by a figure enveloped in ice crystals, emanating a golden blue glow. In that fleeting moment, the snow shadow appeared, its skin sculpted by ice crystals into an unparalleled beauty, with an oval face and rosy cheeks that exuded the unparalleled elegance of the far north. An S-rank beast transformation. Ouyang Shuai, who also wielded the ice element, could hardly fathom the significance of such a bloodline. This was the epitome of Frost, the Snow Emperor, ranked 7th among the 10 fearsome beasts of the extreme north. The snow fox was indeed the beast that Su Yuan had meticulously chosen. As Ouyang Shuai stood in astonishment, Su Yuan's mind conjured the statistics of the transformed Snow Maiden. Beast, Extreme Ice Snow Maiden. Rarity, S. Level, Bronze Beginner. Experience, 0-100. Talent, Ice Seal, Epic. Skills, Snow Moon Prison, Epic. Ice Phoenix Divine Seal, Mythical. Bloodline, Snow Emperor Bloodline, 5. It was a success. Su Yuan's second beast. An S-rank beast with a mythical bloodline. Ouyang Shui felt that her 6 months of experience as a beast master, along with the teachings of top-tier instructors and even the king himself, were effortlessly overshadowed by the miracle before her. No. This absurd method that seemed to rub her face in the ground. It was akin to feeding a dog. Why? Why could Su Yuan, with merely a handful of rice, provoke such a staggering transformation in a seemingly worthless beast? Was that rice not ordinary rice? Instinctively, Ouyang Shui searched for the bag containing that rice, only to find that Su Yuan had already put it away, rubbing her eyes to confirm that this was not a dream. Ouyang Shui found herself utterly unable to accept the reality. She had painstakingly procured 2 decent S-rank beasts, without any bloodline power, through the royal family's immense resources and countless high-grade beast eggs. Yet, what was the outcome? The beast, salvaged from a discarded egg, effortlessly surpassed her efforts. The disparity was like a piercing pain in her heart. The Extreme Ice Snow Maiden blinked and murmured, "You are my master, aren't you?" Su Yuan smiled warmly. "Yes. I am Su Yuan, your master. This is Long Yao, your companion. By the way, how should I address you?" The Snow Maiden pondered for a moment, placing her finger on her lips, then replied, "Just call me Snow Maiden." Subsequently, she knelt, her right fist clenched and her left hand embracing it, sincerely proclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for awakening my bloodline. Everything I am belongs to you, my thoughts, my strength, even every inch of my body. To be the foundation of your will is my utmost joy." Su Yuan helped her to her feet, chuckling, "Oh, leave it to me. From now on, you shall be my partner." Ouyang Shui covered her mouth with one hand. She seemed to comprehend why Su Yuan was a truly gifted beast master. S-rank beasts typically either inherited supreme bloodlines or possessed formidable strength, making them untamed and wild. Establishing trust and taming them required considerable time and effort. The stronger the beast, the more challenging the process. However, Su Yuan was different. Both the Dragon Maiden and the Extreme Ice Snow Maiden had been nurtured by him from discarded beast eggs, allowing them to shed their identities as waste and soar to greatness. Thus, their loyalty to Su Yuan, as their master, was unwavering. The bond of trust needed no further elaboration. The earlier actions of the Snow Maiden spoke volumes. Ouyang Shui believed that even if the Snow Maiden were asked to sacrifice herself now, she would not flinch. Instead, it would be regarded as the highest honor. Long Yao leaned against Su Yuan, smiling. "Let us get along well, Snow Maiden. But remember, you must call me sister from now on." The Snow Maiden nodded with a hint of shyness. Su Yuan stretched and said, "All right, it's time to train. Enhancing experience is of utmost importance." Long Yao and the Snow Maiden returned to the beast space, as the transformation had drained their energy, and resting there would expedite their recovery. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brow. "Enhancing experience? Are you planning to leave the city? Didn't you say it was dangerous?" Su Yuan looked at Ouyang Shui with a peculiar expression. "Who said I was leaving the city? Don't speak nonsense. I have other methods." As Su Yuan stood, Ouyang Shui instinctively wished to follow, but he stopped her with an outstretched hand. "Your Highness, I've already shown you much. If you wish to see more, it will require additional compensation." Revealing his secret of transforming E-rank beasts into S-rank ones was perilous in itself. It was only because Ouyang Shui was a princess that Su Yuan sought to leverage her influence for information, thus offering her a bargain. If the king were to learn of his value, his safety would be further assured. Su Yuan held this mindset when he allowed her to observe. Yet, he would not permit her to take advantage of him indefinitely. Ouyang Shui felt a surge of frustration. "What did I even see? I only witnessed you feeding a handful of rice. I spent 10 gold coins and a whole day for that. It was of no use to me." Sighing, she resolved to let it go. This fellow could not be measured by ordinary logic. With a quick pat to her cheek, she hurried away, eager to venture out of the city to train and elevate her beast's experience. Currently, both of her beasts were at high silver level, and with a bit more practice, they could ascend to gold level, propelling her closer to becoming a 3-star beast master. After Ouyang Shui departed, Su Yuan made his way to the training grounds of Dawn Academy. Indeed, most beast masters trained in the beast training rooms, leaving the grounds relatively empty, perfect for Su Yuan's training. After summoning Long Yao and the Snow Maiden, the latter lay on the ground basking in the sun, continuously gaining experience. However, Long Yao could no longer acquire experience from sunbathing. It seemed the bronze-level methods were ineffective at the silver level. "System, can you simplify the experience acquisition method for silver level?" Ding. Simplifying silver level experience acquisition. Simplification successful. Beasts can now gain experience by doing calisthenics. Calisthenics. As I understand it, indeed, based on the hostess memory, a second set of calisthenics has been selected. The times call for it. Doing calisthenics under the gaze of so many? Never mind. Su Yuan, who had undergone a transformation in this otherworldly realm, was indifferent to the opinions of others. All that mattered was growing stronger. Long Yao, shall I teach you an exercise routine? Long Yao regarded Su Yuan with an unusual look. He continued, it's a routine that will help you rapidly gain experience. After a moment, Long Yao nodded and stood behind Su Yuan, preparing herself. Here we go. The first session, stretching exercises. Ding. Dragon Maiden Warrior performs calisthenics, gaining 5 experience, total experience, 52,000. Ding. Dragon Maiden Warrior performs calisthenics, gaining 5 experience, total experience, 102,000. Each small segment yields 5 experience, with a total of 8 segments. Completing them would grant 40 experience, requiring 4 minutes, meaning the experience acquisition rate became 10 points per minute. The novice level in silver requires 2,000 experience points. The intermediate level requires 5,000, and the advanced level necessitates 10,000, summing up to a total of 17,000 experience points, which will take approximately 1,700 minutes, equating to about 2,833 hours. Transitioning from bronze to silver demands an exposure of 2,666 hours under the sun, excluding time for rest and meals. Su Yuan plans to elevate both Xuan Nu and Long Yao to the silver to gold threshold within a week, after which he will seek suitable rare materials for a breakthrough. On the playground, some noticed Su Yuan's unusual behavior. However, most merely chuckled it off. After all, they had heard rumors that Su Yuan had contracted a discarded beast egg, deeming this so-called genius as now ineffectual. As for Xuan Nu, she was regarded as just another student. Who could have imagined that within a single day, Su Yuan could transform waste into treasure, allowing her to become an S-class beast capable of transformation? Thus, 3 days passed. 3 days later, in Zhuqing's office, she gazed incredulously at the returning Ouyang Shui, as if something she had steadfastly believed in had been ruthlessly crushed. Are you telling me the truth? Of course, Teacher Zhua. Other students have underestimated Su Yuan. Do you really think he was simply foolhardy enough to select a discarded beast egg? Chapter 20, Rapid Breakthrough. Teacher, what about the assessment for a 3-star beast master? Zhuqing could hardly believe her ears. After all, she had witnessed Su Yuan contract that snow fox on that day. Now, 3 days later, Ouyang Shui informs her that Su Yuan's snow fox has mutated into a powerful S-class beast. Ouyang Shui sighed softly, hesitating to reveal that Su Yuan had merely fed it some rice to accomplish this feat if she mentioned the rice. Zhuqing might even begin to question her own intellect. Zhuqing composed herself, opting not to pry into how Su Yuan had achieved such a feat. She recalled that Ouyang Shui had covered the cost for Su Yuan to hatch the beast egg, surmising they must have struck a deal. To inquire further would seem inappropriate, and Ouyang Shui would likely remain reticent. The youth of today are indeed full of surprises. Ouyang Shui continued, Teacher, if there are no further matters, I must return to leveling up. With a bit more effort, I can elevate my beast to the gold level, at which point the assessment for 3-star beast masters will be timely. Zhuqing nodded gently. Yes, the assessment for 3-star beast masters differs from that of 2-star masters. It requires participation in city guard missions to accumulate sufficient military merit to attain the rank of 2nd lieutenant. It seems this must be completed in a team. Would you not wait for Su Yuan? Does he not possess some unique training techniques? Ouyang Shui shook her head. Forget it. First and foremost, it's uncertain whether he will survive outside the city. I prefer not to become entangled with him. Furthermore, even if he possesses self-defense capabilities, he has only just become a 2-star beast master, correct? Typically, a 2-star beast master must train 2 beasts to the advanced silver threshold before seeking 2 rare materials, which would take at least a year. A genius might manage it in half that time. For him, finding 2 rare materials is a significant challenge. He is hardly suitable for my team. I shall take my leave. Zhuqing watched Ouyang Shui's retreating figure, her mind swirling with thoughts. The echoes of Su Yuan's words from that day resonated in her mind. Teacher Zhua, classmate Ouyang, you both underestimate the potential of certain beasts. Potential? If this matter were to come to light, Su Yuan, you would surely become the focus of attention, wouldn't you? Should we believe in your potential? Regardless, for Su Yuan to undertake the assessment for 3-star beast masters, he must leave the City of Dawn. Unless he chooses to abandon this path and remain a 2-star beast master for life, or if another faction were to extend a helping hand, such as ours. Bring me the president of the Beastmaster Guild, Chairman Zhang. 5 days later, data manifested within Su Yuan's mind. Dragon Lady Warrior. Level, Advanced Silver. Experience 1,000,000. Extreme Ice Snow Lady. Level Advanced Silver. Experience 1,000,000. Both beasts have reached the Advanced Silver threshold. The rare materials required for Extreme Ice Snow Lady to transcend from Advanced Bronze to Silver include the Extreme North Snow Clam. However, the system indicates that salty tofu pudding can serve as a substitute. Thus, Su Yuan discreetly returned home to purchase a bowl of tofu pudding. Now, both beasts require new rare materials to advance to the gold level. Long Yao needs the Flame Dragon Scale from the Underworld Valley, while the Snow Lady requires the Frosty Blossom from the Snowy Plains. These two items are not easily obtainable, and even as a 3-star Beastmaster, Su Yuan would lack the audacity to pursue them. Therefore, Su Yuan commanded, System, simplify the breakthrough requirements for the Advanced Silver level. Ding, simplifying in progress. Simplification complete. The rare materials required for the Advanced Silver breakthrough have been replaced with fried chicken legs. Fried chicken legs? Indeed, yet another commoner's fare. Recalling the uproar caused by Wang's revelation last time, Su Yuan decided it best to purchase them quietly on his own. After returning to the dormitory, while Ouyang Shui was absent, Su Yuan summoned the beasts and fed each a generous portion of fried chicken legs. Instantly, a radiant glow emanated from their abdomens, as a mysterious force began to catalyze their transformation from within. Long Yao's wine-red hair grew slightly longer, seemingly stirring a dragon's roar. A solemn and majestic sound that caused the entire dormitory building to tremble. The Snow Lady triggered a climatic shift in the sky, in this small area of Dawn Academy. Amidst the early autumn of September, tiny snowflakes began to fall. Bloodline breakthrough, celestial phenomena. Boom. With a resounding crash, both Long Yao and the Snow Lady broke through. Relevant information flooded into Su Yuan's mind. Beast, Dragon Lady Warrior. Rarity, S. Level, Beginner Gold. Experience, 20,000. Talent, Dragon Flame, Epic. Dragon Eye, Epic. Dragon Scale, Epic. Skill, Dragon Breath, Epic. Celestial Remnants, Mythical. Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline, 20. New talent, Dragon Scale. The surface of Long Yao is now adorned with entirely new scales, granting immunity to all effects below the epic level of the same tier, while reducing the effects of higher-level abilities by 2/3, significantly enhancing defense. Beast, Extreme Ice Snow Lady. Rarity, S. Level, Beginner Gold. Experience, 20,000. Talent, Ice Seal, Epic. Aurora Dance, Mythical. Skill, Snow Moon Prison, Epic. Ice Phoenix Divine Seal, Mythical. Bloodline, Snow Emperor Bloodline, 20. New talent, Aurora Dance. The Snow Lady's figure transforms into an aurora, allowing her to flicker to any location within a kilometer, capable of transporting any living being without suffering any attack. In this upgrade, both Long Yao and the Snow Lady acquired new talents. Notably, the Snow Lady, who had not gained any new abilities during her transition from bronze to silver, thus achieved a breakthrough to gold level, obtaining a mythical level ability. Indeed, this newfound ability has significantly bolstered Su Yuan's previously vulnerable defenses. When confronted with direct assaults, the Snow Woman can effortlessly whisk him away at any moment. Long Yao has also seen considerable enhancement. Her prior offensive abilities have been greatly complemented by the Dragon Scale, which substantially mitigates her defensive inadequacies. It is evident from the descriptions that, within the same tier, any abilities below the epic grade pose no threat to Long Yao whatsoever. In just 8 days since enrollment, and merely 13 days since becoming a Beastmaster, Su Yuan has already grasped the threshold of a 3-star Beastmaster. With a smile, Su Yuan addressed Long Yao and the Snow Woman, expressing his gratitude. You have worked hard. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. The commotion had evidently drawn the attention of the school. Not only the school officials, but even the students in the dormitory believed there had been an earthquake. Hastily rushing outside, upon opening the door, Su Yuan was met by Zhuqing accompanied by several teachers. Before Zhuqing had a chance to inquire, Su Yuan preemptively asked, Teacher, may I inquire about the assessment for becoming a 3-star Beastmaster? Zhuqing and the other teachers behind her were left utterly astonished as they grasped the implications of Su Yuan's words. The earlier commotion could not have been mistaken. It was a resonance of the heavens and earth triggered by a bloodline breakthrough. Coupled with Su Yuan's statement, there was no doubt that his beast had, in merely a few days, ascended to the golden level. Chapter 21. Challenging adversaries beyond one's rank. Huangxiang, a teacher standing behind Zhuqing, exclaimed, Su Yuan, are you truly unable to believe the speed at which you have elevated your beasts to the golden level? Furthermore, to upgrade 2 beasts to golden level, you would require 3 rare treasures. From where did you procure them? Huangxiang voiced the questions that plagued all the teachers. Indeed, it was already astonishing that Su Yuan had elevated a discarded E-grade beast egg to S-grade, prompting the academy to seal the news to prevent its dissemination. Now, yet another sensational piece of information had emerged. 8 days, 3 rare treasures, and 2 beasts upgraded to golden level. Such velocity transcends mere talent. It is nothing short of monstrous. Last year, the best newcomer, Yi Ho, who triumphed in the Beast Master competition, took 16 days to advance to a 2-star Beast Master, 102 days for a 3-star, and 206 days for a 4-star, breaking all records in Dawn City. Yet here was Su Yuan, who took merely 5 days to break through to a 2-star Beast Master. Now, just 13 days later, he stood on the brink of becoming a 3-star Beast Master. The teachers were momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment. Does such a student truly require guidance? Experience as a Beast Master? Such a notion seemed trivial in the face of Su Yuan's terrifying rate of advancement. Zuoqing took a moment to regain her composure. She suspected that since Su Yuan had a method to transform waste into treasure, he could rapidly elevate his level. To this end, she had even contacted President Zhang of the Beast Master Guild, hoping he would lend his assistance when Su Yuan undertook the 3-star assessment. However, she had not anticipated the speed of his progress. Su Yuan tousled his hair and chuckled. Teacher Huang, that's a secret. Even if I dared to disclose it, would you believe me? Following a moment of reflection, he clasped his hands together, a hint of apology in his demeanor. I hadn't anticipated the commotion would be this great. I hope I won't have to pay for damages. After a brief moment of bravado, Su Yuan realized the gravity of the issue. It appeared the load-bearing walls of the dormitory had developed numerous cracks, and the pressure from Long Yao's breakthrough had rendered the once sturdy building somewhat precarious. Upon contemplating this, Zuoqing's expression darkened. No, the school is not that petty. However, if you fail to win the Dawn City Academy Beast Master competition at the end of the year, that would be a different matter entirely. Su Yuan swallowed hard, realizing he had made a note of it. Zuoqing waved her hand, signaling the other teachers to leave. As she wished to speak privately with Su Yuan. Once alone, Zuoqing slowly stated, Su Yuan, I regret to inform you that the assessment task for becoming a 3-star Beast Master requires you to leave the city and participate in the City Guard's mission, where you must elevate your military achievements to at least lieutenant. You understand what this entails, don't you? Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Was there no way to avoid this? Even nobles within Dawn City exercised caution and could not indiscriminately slay Beast Masters. Outside the city, however, should something happen, it could easily be claimed that a ferocious beast was responsible. Yet, to elevate himself to a 3-star Beast Master, he had no choice but to venture beyond the city walls. No wonder the nobles were not hastily seeking him out. Perhaps they were waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Zuoqing continued, Thus, I have a proposal. Would you consider accepting our protection? As you know, Dawn Academy wields considerable influence within the Beast Master Guild and can arrange for some individuals to safeguard you. Su Yuan inquired, what would I need to do in return? He was not naive enough to believe that there were free lunches in this world. Zuoqing raised 2 fingers. Firstly, given your rate of advancement, you will likely become a 4-star Beast Master by the year's end, correct? I need you to assist the Academy in clinching victory at the year-end Inter-Academy Beast Master competition. Secondly, I had previously granted you a quota to form a Beast Master team, which will primarily consist of members from Dawn Academy and the Beast Master Guild after graduation. Is that acceptable? Without much hesitation, Su Yuan nodded in agreement. All right. At present, he indeed lacked adequate protection. If he were to reject even the assistance from Dawn Academy, venturing outside the city would certainly lead to his demise. Zuoqing smiled. Clever. By the way, you have yet to participate in the Academy's ranking battles, correct? According to regulations, you must have a record in ranking battles before undertaking the 3-star assessment. This is to evaluate the student's practical combat abilities. If you're too weak, the City Guard will not accept you. The City Guard is no dumping ground. Weak 2-star Beast Masters are not permitted to participate. Only those whose combat capabilities meet the City Guard standards will be accepted. Su Yuan stretched his limbs and replied, All right, Teacher Zhua, I have already decided on my opponent. In recent days, Su Yuan had not been idle. During his free time, he had been observing the battles of other Beast Masters at the training grounds. He had been contemplating that the spotlight on Wang Ju had likely dimmed by now. The best strategy for self-preservation was indeed to maintain a steady flow of attention. The old Taoist had also advised him to seek opportunities proactively and not to retreat. To generate discussion, the only viable option was to challenge adversaries beyond his rank. Achieving the golden level in 14 days, coupled with such a bold challenge, would ensure that no one could overlook him. Consequently, Su Yuan had selected his opponent at the training ground these past few days. Teacher Zhua, I wish to schedule a battle with Hunkadi, the top-ranked 3-star Beast Master at Dawn Academy. Zuoqing's pupils constricted. This was not the first time she had thought Su Yuan had lost his mind. Do you understand the disparity in your strengths? Just as she was about to refuse, Su Yuan interjected, rest assured, Teacher Zhua, I am not being arrogant. Over these past few days, I have researched him. Hung Kadi, a 3-star beast master, possesses 3 A-grade beasts, all at the golden advanced level. Just a step away from becoming a 4-star beast master with the necessary rare treasures. It is precisely because he has yet to elevate any of his beasts beyond the golden level that I see my chance. Furthermore, my beasts have a significant advantage over his in terms of compatibility, which is why I have chosen to challenge him. After reflecting on Hung Kadi's beasts, Zhuqing suddenly understood. Indeed, it appears that Su Yuan's actions often seem a tad reckless, yet beneath that rough exterior lies a meticulous nature, never engaging in endeavors devoid of certainty. Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Very well, it is settled then. Furthermore, the news of your breakthrough can no longer be concealed. Since it cannot be hidden, let us unveil it publicly, allowing the City of Dawn and the various academies to witness the brilliance of our Dawn Academy's prodigy. Su Yuan understood that Zhuqing was assisting him in making a name for himself and clasped his fists in gratitude. I am most appreciative, teacher. The following day, the front page of the Dawn Gazette featured several sensational headlines that captivated the entire city. In merely 13 days, the golden tier has been achieved, surpassing the young prodigy Ho, Su Yuan, the fastest cultivation legend in history. Snow Fox, Snow Maiden. Eyewitness accounts reveal Su Yuan's greatest secret, how a discarded beast transformed into a magnificent creature, ascending the ranks. Su Yuan's challenger is none other than the enigmatic ally of the Lu family, Hung family branch, shrouded in identity doubts. Is Su Yuan's prowess solely his own? Or does he have the backing of a mysterious organization? Chapter 22 of the Dawn Gazette captured the attention of the masses. The toilet paper gazette indeed lives up to its name. Who does it intend to fool? An E-grade snow fox becoming an S-grade beast? Is the editor concocting a fantasy novel? Old Lu, let's set aside other matters for now. This much is true. My nephew witnessed Su Yuan contract the discarded beast at Dawn Academy, and when we met again days later, it had already transformed into an S-grade beast. What of the other rumors, then? Indeed, that lad's 2 beasts have already reached the golden tier. How is that possible? Even the most gifted cannot achieve such rapid progress, can they? How long did Ho take? Should we visit Dawn Academy? Of course. Captain Luo, we are still in need of new talent. Why not go and see for ourselves? White team, we cannot allow the Red Fong Beast team to get ahead. Let us go and ascertain whether this young genius is indeed genuine or merely a fabrication. In the Western District, at the Lu residence, a middle-aged man sat beside Lu Xiang's bed, his expression tinged with anxiety as he observed his son. Lu Xiang shook his head, his face contorted in pain. The middle-aged man, Lu Yu, was Lu Xiang's father and the legitimate eldest son of the current head of the Lu family. Sighing, Lu Yu remarked, "It is my failure as a father. I have indulged you too much, leading you to encounter perilous situations. However, my son, as a father and a member of our clan, even if a disobedient child arises within our family, it is our own affair, and we shall not allow outsiders to speak ill of us, nor permit lowly commoners to trample upon our dignity, especially when it concerns your uncle. Rest assured, Su Yuan's demise is imminent. As for your ailment, Su Yuan's beast is a rare dragon maiden. With its blood infused into your medicine, you shall recover. Afterward, you may pursue the daughter of the Gu family for marriage. Just do not be overly hasty." Lu Yu's words ignited a flicker of hope within Lu Xiang's previously despondent heart, and he gritted his teeth. "Father, I want to see Su Yuan kneeling before me, with his tendons severed, forced to endure every torment the world has to offer. I want him to witness the humiliation of his beloved beast at my hands." Lu Yu coughed lightly. "Today, Su Yuan will challenge a scion of your Uncle Heng's family. I have already instructed him to exert lethal force if possible. Even if he cannot kill him, he must skin him alive. Should your Uncle Heng's descendant lose, Su Yuan will inevitably participate in the 3-star Beast Master assessment outside the city. At that point, I need not lift a finger, for the noble elders will dispatch someone to eliminate him." The noble elders? Upon hearing this term, Lu Xiang sighed in relief. Indeed, once the noble elders intervene, Su Yuan's end is assured. The noble elders are the leaders of the 10 most powerful families, and Lu Yu's father is one of them. They represent the interests of the entire aristocracy, symbolizing power within Dawn City, second only to the King of Men. The Beast Masters, as the core strength of the city-state, have long been under the control of several major factions. The noble elders alone command over 40 of the Beast Masters in Dawn City and even oversee the production of 80 of the beast eggs. Anyone aspiring to become a Beast Master must procure top-tier beast eggs from the aristocracy. This is the root of their power. In the Western District, at the noble elders' meeting, one elder remarked, Citizens have become rather audacious of late. Is it not your Liu family that has failed to properly restrain its descendants, giving them the audacity to act so brazenly? Otherwise, how would a group of commoners dare to rise so high? No matter, once he exits the city, we shall dispose of him effortlessly. Let us not be sidetracked by a mere youth. Our true objective is to quash the courage and rebellious spirit of the commoners in one fell swoop. If we accomplish this, the King of Men will not remain idle. And what of it? When the die is cast, even the King of Men must acquiesce. Very well, let us contact the Beast King. We shall accept the terms. At Dawn Academy, the atmosphere was palpably different from usual, as numerous esteemed Beast Masters from the city, including the City Guard, the Beast Master Association, and even members of the Royal Knights, had gathered. The sole reason for their presence was Su Yuan, the prodigy who had achieved golden tier status in a mere 13 days. In the realm of beast cultivation, none could rival him. Today, these formidable beast masters had come to ascertain whether Su Yuan possessed combat command talents that matched his beast cultivation prowess. The foremost concern for beast masters lies in their combat capabilities. Those who can merely level up are but modestly gifted individuals. The reason Yi Ho was dubbed a genius last year was not solely due to his record-breaking speed in beast cultivation, but also his unparalleled dominance in battle, often prevailing against even higher-tier opponents. However, as for Su Yuan, aside from his decisive battle against Wang Ju, he had yet to truly display his prowess, raising concerns about his capabilities. Coincidentally, Su Yuan had announced his intent to challenge the most formidable 3-star beast master at Dawn Academy, Hung Kadi, providing everyone with an opportunity to witness whether the renowned Su Yuan was indeed a genuine talent or merely a figure of inflated reputation. In light of this, Dawn Academy had combined several training arenas into one colossal beast arena, capable of accommodating 20,000 spectators simultaneously. As various guests poured in, the challenge was set to commence. In the student lounge of the Beast Arena at Dawn Academy, Su Yuan pinched the Qingming acupoint with 2 fingers, expressing mild discontent. Teacher Zhua, this commotion is rather overwhelming. Is it not? Zhua Qing chuckled. Is this not precisely what you anticipated? Not only the top beast teams from the Beastmaster Association, but also the Red Fong Beast Team, the Black Wind Beast Team, and even numerous leaders from the City Guard's numerous battalions, as well as the 1st, 3rd, and 7th groups of the Royal Knights, have all arrived. Su Yuan had not anticipated his own magnetism to be so considerable. Initially, he thought that merely avoiding defeat would suffice, but now, not winning would be indefensible. On the other side, Hung Jiang, head of the Hung family, remarked, Liu family, I implore you to ensure that if you can deliver a lethal blow this time, do your utmost to eliminate Su Yuan, regardless of the outcome. The Crimson Moon Profound Qi and Purple Cloud Spirit Root you seek shall be yours, and should you succeed, I shall also provide you with the rare materials needed to ascend to 5-star Beast Master. Hung Kadi nodded slowly. Indeed, even without these incentives, I cannot afford to lose. Being bested by a newcomer who has only been enrolled for a few days would be a significant embarrassment for me as a senior. In the arena, presiding over the commentary from the podium were Vice Principal Zhang Hongyi of Dawn Academy, Commander Wan Yang of the City Guard's Wanzi Battalion, and Ouyang Ren, the captain of the Royal Knights. Prior to the opening, Wan Yang remarked with a smile, Vice Principal Zhang, the last time we had such a grand spectacle was during last year's decisive battle of the Beastmaster Championship, when Yi Ho faced 3 opponents at once, wasn't he it? Ouyang Ren added, Indeed, your student Su Yuan's reputation now surpasses that of Yi Ho at that time. It seems that Vice Principal Zhang is destined to claim the crown of this year's Beastmaster Championship. Zhang Hongyi shook his head with a smile, saying, To be honest, I have never witnessed Su Yuan in battle, and I am also quite apprehensive. Chapter 23, The Clash of Titans, a display of tactical supremacy. The audience understood that Zhang Hongyi was not feigning humility. As a rising star in Dawn City, countless eyes were fixed upon Su Yuan. Thus far, he had only engaged in a single battle, which he had won decisively during the King's Invitation Challenge, relying heavily on his innate talent. The true extent of his combat prowess remained a mystery. The thousands of Beastmasters present had lowered their voices, eager to absorb the insights from these esteemed figures. Ouyang Ren inquired, So, Vice Principal Zhang, who do you believe has the greater odds of victory, Hung Kadi or Su Yuan? Clearing his throat, Zhang Hongyi replied, Hung Kadi is my student, and I can assure you of his strength. Frankly speaking, while Su Yuan is indeed a genius, it is considerably challenging for a 2-star Beastmaster to confront a 3-star Beastmaster. Wan Yang's voice boomed. Ah, so you favor Hung Kadi? I, however, have faith in Su Yuan. My cousin has told me that Su Yuan, though bold in his actions, is always meticulous and refrains from undertaking ventures without certainty. Wan Yang's cousin was none other than Wan Daoxian, the principal of the Beastmaster Academy. They were not alone in their discussion. Numerous Beastmasters were discreetly placing their bets. Clearly, a greater number favored Hunkadi. The rationale was simple. When comparing a 3-star to a 2-star, most would lean toward the 3-star Beastmaster. Although Su Yuan was reputed to possess 2 S-rank beasts, Hunkadi's 3 golden high-tier beasts provided a significant edge that could offset the disparity in rank. Coupled with the numerical advantage, those betting against Hunkadi were increasingly outnumbered. The odds had shifted from an initial 1 to 22 all the way up to 1 to 86, with only a handful believing in Su Yuan's potential triumph. As the designated start time arrived, the spotlight in the arena focused on the combat stage, which measured 1,000 meters in length and 600 meters in width, creating an expansive battleground. Surrounding the arena was a protective shield, designed to prevent the beast's abilities from inadvertently harming the spectators. Soon after, the contestants entered the arena, eliciting a wave of thunderous applause, supportive cheers, encouragement, mockery, and accolades all blended into a cacophony of sound. Su Yuan surveyed the scene, taken aback by the sheer scale of the crowd, which numbered in the tens of thousands. In the special spectator area facing the arena stood the elite Beastmasters of Dawn City, as per Left Qing's specific instructions. Su Yuan nodded and smiled towards those in the special viewing area, acknowledging their presence with courtesy. Many Beastmasters responded with smiles, recognizing the young man's keen perception in identifying the strong among them. As Su Yuan and Hunkadi took the stage, the introduction of the competitors commenced. While Vice Principal Zhang introduced them, Su Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation, meticulously analyzing the details pertinent to the upcoming battle. His greatest advantage lay in his ability to discern the level and capabilities of an opponent's beasts with a mere glance. Although the apparent disparity in strength seemed formidable, Su Yuan had a distinct advantage over Hunkadi in terms of beast compatibility. In his mind, data regarding Hunkadi's beasts surfaced. Beast, Rock Demon Wyvern. Beast, Ice Butterfly. Beast, Illusory Flame Wolf. Hunkadi was a versatile beastmaster, with all 3 of his beasts being golden high tier with A-rank rarity. The Rock Demon Wyvern possessed the ability to manipulate rock for defensive purposes, while the Ice Butterfly could unleash chilling frost for support and control. The Illusory Flame Wolf, with its remarkable speed and unique flame attacks, completed Hunkadi's formidable trio. However, the Rock Demon Wyvern, being a lesser dragon breed, was significantly inferior in bloodline to Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden Warrior, who bore the bloodline of the Dragon God, providing her with a substantial upper hand. The Ice Butterfly's control capabilities, primarily based on frost, were similarly hampered in the presence of the Snow Empress, who possessed the Snow Emperor's bloodline. As for the Illusory Flame Wolf, its flame abilities were on par with the Dragon Maiden's Dragon Fire, both classified as epic-level powers, making it difficult to penetrate the Dragon Maiden's scales. Thus, Left Qing had surmised that Su Yuan had a considerable edge in compatibility against this 3-star Beastmaster. Were Su Yuan to face a slightly weaker opponent with less of a disadvantage, his chances of victory might be even slimmer. With his thoughts gathered, he opened his eyes. The tens of thousands of Beastmasters in the arena had quieted down, relinquishing the stage to the 2 combatants. Hunkadi, facing him, clasped his fists in greeting. "Junior, you are truly formidable. If I were to be defeated by a junior who has only been enrolled for a mere few days, it would be quite embarrassing for me. I hope you will show mercy." Knowing of Hunkadi's connections to the Liu family, Su Yuan did not perceive him as a benevolent individual and returned the gesture. "Then, senior, you may simply concede. It would make things easier for me." Hunkadi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he summoned his 3 beasts from the beast space. Emerging from the fissures in the ground was a serpent-like creature, its body covered in chunks of rock and measuring several meters in length. Following this, the Ice Butterfly materialized in the air, its crystalline wings shimmering with frost, while the Illusory Flame Wolf trotted forward, its paws treading upon a blend of crimson and violet flames. Su Yuan also summoned his beasts from the beast space, Dragon Yao and the Snow Empress. The 2 transformed beasts appeared in response. One a fiery-haired dragon maiden radiating with a scorching allure, and the other a snow goddess, cloaked in pale blue ice crystals, subtly shimmering in the cold wind. The instant Su Yuan's transformed beasts made their entrance, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Numerous young men even whistled in admiration, exclaiming, "Look! The rumors were indeed true. 2 S-rank, transformed beasts. They are both stunning beauties. How enviable, that rascal Su Yuan." The students of Dawn Academy were adept at spreading embellished tales, previously claiming that Su Yuan had contracted worthless beasts, while the tabloids had joined in the fray, presenting it as fact. Who would believe them? It was merely the lamentations of the weak, envious of the gifted. Evidently, when the news of Su Yuan contracting the snow fox had circulated, it had initially met with disbelief. Many students from Dawn Academy were now rubbing their eyes, recalling that it had indeed been a snow fox. The commotion surrounding the entrance subsided after half a minute, and upon hearing the bell toll, the two contenders swiftly transitioned into a state of combat readiness. Ice Butterfly. Ice Spear Technique. Hung Kadi was the first to initiate, using the Ice Butterfly as a probe, launching over a dozen ice spears that materialized in midair, aimed directly at Su Yuan's head. However, these ice spears were halted mid-flight with a gentle wave from the Snow Empress, who possessed the epic-level ability of freezing. To her, the ice spears posed no threat whatsoever. Rock Demon Wyvern, Falling Rocks. Hung Kadi commanded, summoning a massive stone from the sky, its descent accelerated by gravity, delivering destructive force comparable to that of a large-caliber cannon. Yet, with a fierce roar, Dragon Yao transformed, unleashing the oppressive aura of a superior dragon. As the Rocky Dragon, a member of the subdragon species, sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from Long Yao's dragon eye. Its previously concentrated technique of meteorite manipulation abruptly halted. An absolute restraint. Beyond anyone's imagination, it was utterly inconceivable that Hung Kadi, a 3-star beast master, found himself severely suppressed by Su Yuan, a mere 2-star beast master. Chapter 24. Dance of the Aurora, the Ice Phoenix's Divine Ceiling. What is happening? Hung Kadi's assault proves utterly ineffective. Moreover, look at that Rocky Dragon. It is directly intimidated by Su Yuan's beast mastery, unable to unleash its skills. The restraint is glaringly apparent. No wonder Su Yuan dares to challenge him. Hung Kadi is at a significant disadvantage in compatibility. The students observing the battle were abuzz with speculation, while the chairman, Wan Yang, remarked, "The ice butterfly of the ice element is inferior to the snow maiden in controlling freezing abilities, rendering its ice attacks ineffective against Su Yuan." It appears that Su Yuan's dragon girl has truly inherited the bloodline of a true dragon, capable of exerting dominance over lesser beings. The Rocky Dragon, being a subdragon species, indeed suffers a substantial reduction in effectiveness before a true dragon. Ouyang Ren concurred. Indeed, while Hung Kadi might be slightly stronger in sheer combat prowess, Su Yuan's absolute restraint stemming from compatibility renders Hung Kadi unable to exhibit his true strength. In this battle, Su Yuan's disadvantages are likely far less significant than everyone assumes. Overall, it is Su Yuan's superior understanding of his opponent that gives him the upper hand. Is Hung Kadi weak? Certainly not. Both the Ice Butterfly, which manipulates ice crystals, and the Rocky Dragon are formidable beasts. However, they have simply encountered an opponent of a higher tier. Hung Kadi gritted his teeth, not expecting to be outmaneuvered by Su Yuan so cleverly. The disparity in rarity that Hung Kadi could compensate for with his higher level now feels inadequate, akin to a 3-against-2 scenario under equal circumstances. Yet, Su Yuan's beasts are so effectively countering him that it leaves Hung Kadi feeling quite uneasy. But Su Yuan, do you truly believe victory is assured? Hung Kadi, who occupies the esteemed position of a 3-star beast master at Dawn Academy, is certainly no ordinary foe. Illusionary Flame Wolf. Unleash Illusionary Flame Claws. The poised Illusionary Flame Wolf manipulated violet-red flames, carving out waves akin to slashes, surging towards the dragon girl with its unique flames. Simultaneously, the Ice Butterfly launched an attack with ice crystals from another side to flank the dragon girl. The Rocky Dragon, unable to strike at Long Yao, turned to fiercely assault the Snow Maiden. While at a disadvantage in matchups, Hung Kadi had the advantage of an additional beast. By utilizing the Illusionary Flame Wolf's attack as a distraction, he allowed the Ice Butterfly and Rocky Dragon to swap opponents, mitigating the adverse effects of the matchup restraint. On the beast fighting platform, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Hung Kadi, once at a disadvantage, altered his strategy to reclaim the initiative on the battlefield. However, would Su Yuan allow him to achieve his desires? Activate Dance of the Aurora. The Snow Maiden's mythical level talent manifested as her ethereal form gradually faded, transforming into a resplendent aurora that flickered and dissipated in the air, instantaneously reappearing behind Hung Kadi. You wish to swap opponents? Then I shall claim your life. Hung Kadi was suddenly alarmed. This spatial ability was anything but trivial, undoubtedly a mythical level skill. Could it be that Su Yuan's second S-rank beast also possessed a mythical bloodline? There was no time for him to ponder further. Hung Kadi, feeling precarious as if walking on eggshells, hastily commanded his 3 beasts to defend. Should he sustain any significant injury, even the greatest advantage his beasts might gain would not suffice to avert defeat. Su Yuan's advantage lay precisely in this. His battle record was minimal, leaving his enemies unaware of his beast's capabilities. It was evident that he had not anticipated that Su Yuan's beasts could wield spatial flickering powers, leaving his back wide open and the situation even more dire. Rocky Dragon, Rock Demon. At the moment the Snow Maiden's ice crystal pierced downward, a monstrous creature composed entirely of rock emerged behind Hun-Kedi, blocking the Snow Maiden's freezing power. The illusionary flame wolf and rocky dragon were redirected to intercept the Snow Maiden, yet it was a moment too late. Long Yao unleashed a searing breath of dragon fire, and the ice butterfly's frail defenses were utterly incapable of withstanding the dragon's flames, which tore through it completely. The ice butterfly was rendered incapable of combat. Hun-Kedi's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Su Yuan. From the onset of the battle, he had been led by the nose by Su Yuan. With a swift motion, the Ice Snow Maiden activated the dance of the Aurora once more, her form enchanting, returning to Su Yuan's side. A single surprise attack had eliminated one of Hun-Kedi's beasts, leaving him unable to balance offense and defense. The Beast Masters observing the match were left speechless. Their gazes fixated on Su Yuan and Hun-Kedi, their hearts filled with a singular question. Is Hun-Kedi truly appearing weak? Just as the audience pondered this, Zhang Hongyi slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "No, I understand now. Su Yuan has reached the second realm of beast mastery, a state of mutual understanding." Zhang Hongyi's proclamation enlightened the crowd. So that was it. Throughout the battle, they had consistently heard Hun-Kedi issuing commands to his beasts. Yet Su Yuan's voice was conspicuously absent. Even without issuing commands, Su Yuan's beasts instinctively made the most appropriate choices at the right moments. This was due to the differing realms of the Beast Masters. Hun-Kedi remained trapped in the first realm, the command phase, relying solely on issuing orders for his beasts to attack and defend. In contrast, Su Yuan had ascended to the second stage, where his beasts could grasp his intentions without the need for words. Ouyang Ren smiled softly. It seems that Su Yuan's reputation as a genius beast master is not solely due to his rapid advancement. His innate qualities as a beast master have already far surpassed those of his peers. It is well known that only 4-star beast masters typically engage in the training of mutual understanding. It is astonishing that Su Yuan has mastered this ability while still a 2-star beast master. In reality, Su Yuan had not undergone such training at all. The cultivation of mutual understanding requires a deep bond of trust and affection between the beast master and their beasts, allowing the beasts to open their hearts to convey their intentions. However, Su Yuan's act of rescuing Long Yao and the Snow Maiden from the abandoned beasts had already endeared them to him, making everything fall into place. Compared to Hun-Kedi's command-based approach, Su Yuan's mutual understanding resulted in responses that were not only swift, but also far superior. Thus, the battlefield bore witness to a one-sided display of overwhelming power. Hun-Kedi clenched his fists tightly. After 2 arduous years of effort to ascend to the pinnacle of 3-star beast masters, he found himself defeated by a mere newcomer, leaving him to question the purpose of his relentless struggles. His noble status and prestigious title had become stepping stones for a commoner, a reality that was utterly intolerable for Hun-Kedi. Illusionary Flame Wolf, unleash the illusionary flame dance. Rocky Dragon, execute the giant rock stab. The illusionary flame wolf erupted with a torrent of flames, enveloping the rocky dragon and shielding it from external interference, while the rocky dragon spun wildly, amplifying its rotational force, creating a colossal fiery vortex. Was this the final move? Su Yuan, too, held nothing back. Snow Maiden, Ice Phoenix's divine ceiling. With a resounding cry of a phoenix echoing throughout the arena, the Snow Maiden, inheriting the bloodlines of the 9-tailed celestial fox and the ancient Ice Phoenix, summoned the spirit of the ancient Ice Phoenix, wielding the power to freeze all. On the beast fighting platform, the violet-red flame vortex, despite exuding unparalleled burning might, was instantly overshadowed by a glimmer of icy blue ice shadow. It was a phoenix of ice, entirely enshrouded in eternal frost. The ancient deity of ice exuded a chilling aura, both ancient and merciless, freezing everything within sight into an icy tomb. The colossal whirlpool of flames and the silhouette of the rock demon dragon appeared as fragile as tissue paper beneath the spread of the icy tendrils. Chapter 25, The Invitation. The Promise of the Wanzi Camp. Defeated, the confident Hun-Kedi never anticipated that he would be met with a swift and utter defeat. A defeat so thorough that he stood no chance of retaliation. To be effortlessly dismissed by a newcomer who had only just entered school a mere 10 days prior. It was a sensation that twisted his heart like a knife. In despair, he knelt upon the ground, his hands fumbling with the icy strands as if attempting to reclaim the frozen rock demon dragon. Su Yuan snapped his fingers. The Snow Maiden, stirred by a whim, transformed her hand into a blade that sliced through the air. With a sharp crack, the ice crystals shattered violently, and the rock demon dragon was torn into countless icy shards, without a hint of mercy. Hun-Kedi's eyes flickered with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Su Yuan. His voice laced with indignation. Su Yuan, in a friendly spar, why have you destroyed my summoned beast? Yet, Su Yuan retorted coldly. Every attack you launched was aimed directly at me, each one a lethal blow that could not be evaded. Is this truly a friendly spar? Surely, your family, the Hungs, or the Li family have promised you rewards for eliminating me, thinking I am oblivious? Those who seek to harm others ultimately harm themselves, an eye for an eye, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Hung Kadi slumped to the ground in defeat. Indeed, his every move had been intended to eliminate Su Yuan. There was no denying it. The resources promised by the Li and Hung families were far too enticing. Attaining them would save him at least a year's worth of effort. Moreover, he harbored thoughts of killing Su Yuan to gain favor with both families. Initially, the spectators were outraged by Su Yuan's mercilessness, but upon hearing his words, and considering the enmity between Su Yuan and the Li family, as well as the relationship between the Li and Hung families, they quickly came to terms with it. It was only to be expected. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. By incapacitating one of Hung Kadi's summoned beasts, Su Yuan ensured that it would take Hung Kadi at least a year to regain his strength, during which time Su Yuan would have far surpassed him, effectively eliminating a potential adversary once and for all. What began as a simple contest had been tainted by ulterior motives. Yet, this did not diminish Su Yuan's victory. Could he still charge forth, breaking through the ranks? In that moment, thunderous applause erupted. Even on the podium, Ouyang Rin could not help but commend. Congratulations to Vice Principal Zhang. It appears that the Dawn Academy has produced a genuine genius Beast Master. With his rate of advancement, it is not impossible for the crown of this year's Beast Master competition to land upon Dawn Academy. Ouyang Rin's words ignited the spirits of all the students from Dawn Academy present in the arena. Indeed, with Su Yuan's current rate of progression, he would undoubtedly become a 4-star Beast Master by the end of the year, qualifying for the Beast Master competition in Dawn City. If that were to transpire, would the title of champion not belong to their academy? Securing the championship was not just a personal honor. It symbolized resource allocation, a pride shared by all students. Go, Su Yuan, we are counting on you by year's end. You're right. Go, Junior. Whether Dawn Academy can triumph over the Sacred Beast Academy hinges entirely on you. Victory was within reach. This year there was certainly potential. Su Yuan, as a 2-star, could contend with 3 stars, while a 4-star could dominate his peers with ease. Ahem, brother. Do not boast too hastily. Although Hung Kadi is our Academy's strongest 3-star, let us not forget that several of the truly formidable ones have just ascended to 4 stars and are currently in a transitional phase. That is true. Moreover, Hung Kadi has no S-class summoned beasts. Whether Su Yuan can defeat those S-class opponents remains debatable. Our academies Chu Wenyan and the Sacred Beast Academies Sun Yi and Zongyang are top-tier S-class beast masters. Even if Su Yuan were of the same level, victory is not guaranteed. They share a profound connection as well. Opinions varied. Yet, Su Yuan was acutely aware that Dawn Academy's current 3-star beast masters were indeed lacking in strength, without an S-class beast master to bolster their standing, making his victory appear effortless. Had he faced another equally matched S-class 3-star beast master, the outcome might have been far less favorable, potentially resulting in a swift defeat. Nevertheless, one fact remained indisputable. Today's victor was Su Yuan. He basked in the flowers and glory of triumph. On the observation platform, Captain Luo inquired, this newcomer, do you not wish to incorporate him into your Red Fang Beast Master Corps? A man clad in a black trench coat shook his head. His ambition is too fervent. Whether he can survive remains uncertain. Yet, Captain Bai, you seem to hold this newcomer in high regard. Why not have your Black Wind Beast Master Corps take him in? The man wearing goggles chuckled. Let us not kid ourselves. We cannot take him on. The Elder will not let him off easily. We lack the capacity to stand against the Elder alone. The 2 top-tier Beast Master Corps deliberated, but ultimately could not reach a decision. At that moment, the voice of Wan Yang from the podium rang out. Su Yuan, would you care to join our Wanzi camp in the City Guard Army? After all, you must be preparing for the 3-star Beast Master assessment soon. Rather than joining another camp, why not come to ours? What do you say? Su Yuan focused his gaze. Was it Wan Yang, the commander of the Wanzi camp? Recalling what Ouyang Shui had mentioned about the significant influence of the civilian class within the City Guard Army, it seemed this individual would likely be an ally. His invitation seemed harmless. Su Yuan clasped his fists. Thank you for your kind invitation, Commander Wan. It is indeed the duty of Beast Masters to protect our homeland, and I would be honored to join the Wanzi camp. Wan Yang smiled. Excellent. Upon joining our camp, you shall be one of us. Should anyone dare to act unscrupulously, we will not turn a blind eye. Su Yuan, report to the Wanzi camp in 10 days. With that, Wan Yang summoned forth a massive white eagle, leaping into the air as the eagle spread its wings to carry him away. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Wan Yang's words effectively meant he was now under his command, while simultaneously serving as a warning to certain factions. Should anyone wish to target Su Yuan, they should be prepared to face the wrath of the Wanzi camp. The City Guard Army's Beastmaster Legion comprised 5 camps: Wanzi, Shanzi, Lang, Hai, and Tian. Among them, Wanzi and Shanzi were primarily composed of civilian Beastmasters, representing the power held by the citizenry. Lang and Hai were under the command of the Elder, while Tian camp was the direct force of the Human King. Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Since leaving the city was now inevitable, he must endeavor to secure as many protective measures as possible. The promise from Dawn Academy counted as one, and now Wan Yang's commitment also served as another. He wondered if these would be sufficient to safeguard his life. Su Yuan's bold challenge to Hung Kadi was not only to make a name for himself, but also to see if anyone was willing to place their bets on him. It appeared that there were indeed some. Long Yao, Snow Maiden, let us depart. With that, Su Yuan summoned Long Yao and the Snow Maiden into the beast space and exited the bustling arena. As the crowd gradually dispersed, in a secluded corner, a little girl wearing a straw hat lifted the hat of a nearby man. Pouting, "Captain, was it really worth wasting an entire afternoon to watch such a dull competition?" The man, referred to as Captain, ruffled the girl's hair and replied, "Well, you've grown surprisingly quickly. It wouldn't be fair to call it dull, after all. I did give that thing to him." "Oh, is that so? Looks like I won't be the youngest anymore," the girl said, resting her chin in her hands with a sense of pride. Chapter 26. Welcome to the Red Heart Thieves Guild. Upon leaving the arena, Zuiqing approached with a congratulatory smile, exclaiming, "Su Yuan, you never cease to amaze me. I truly did not anticipate such a one-sided annihilation in this contest." Su Yuan chuckled lightly in response. "I must credit my good fortune and the fact that Senior Hung Kadi is not exceptionally formidable." Zuiqing shot him a reproachful glance, knowing that if Hung Kadi were to overhear such remarks, he would surely be incensed. Nonetheless, Su Yuan's combat prowess had indeed far exceeded Zuiqing's expectations. Even without an S-rank Beastmaster to maintain order among the current 3-star Beastmasters, it was unlikely that Hung Kadi would have been dispatched so swiftly. Ultimately, his own greed had led to his downfall. Choosing to disregard Su Yuan's comment, Zuiqing spoke softly, "I have already communicated with President Zhang of the Beastmaster Guild. During your promotion to a 3-star Beastmaster, the guild will assign 3 6-star Beastmasters to ensure your protection." Su Yuan furrowed his brow. 6-star Beastmasters? He inquired. "If the nobles wish to eliminate me, what rank would their enforcers be?" This was the crux of the matter. Understanding the enemy's combat capabilities was of paramount importance. Zuiqing raised her finger to indicate 6. "They won't exceed this rank. Those above it, the 7-star Beastmasters, are referred to as demigods. Even nobles would never deploy a demigod to deal with you. In truth, a demigod status far surpasses that of a noble. They do not follow orders, but rather command nobles to act." Su Yuan, the primary distinction among Beastmasters lies between the 3 and 4 stars, as well as between the 6 and 7 stars. You will come to understand this in due time. Should the nobles desire your demise, they would only be able to send 6-star Beastmasters, beyond which they would merely increase their numbers. Based on my discussions with President Zhang, it is likely that the nobles would activate the Wave and Sea battalions of the city guards rather than deploying their direct forces. The Wave and Sea battalions each have 6 6-star Beastmasters. We will dispatch 3, and with the addition of your joining the 10,000 battalion, it should suffice to keep you safe. Zuiqing's analysis was thorough, and Su Yuan found no fault in her reasoning. For a mere young student, the mobilization of such formidable combatants was already a significant show of support. "Thank you, Teacher Zhua. Please extend my gratitude to President Zhang as well. I shall uphold my promise." The promise, of course, referred to the Beastmaster tournament at the end of the year and the future selection of members for the Beastmaster Guild. Zuiqing smiled. "You must be weary. Hurry back and rest. You have to report to the 10,000 battalion in a few days." "Understood." Once back in his dormitory, Su Yuan lay on his bed, deep in thought. Could the enemy truly be 6-star Beastmasters? He recalled the old priest's prophecy. If they were merely 6-star Beastmasters, it hardly constituted a danger. It was not that Su Yuan underestimated them, but such overt combat power was easily targeted. Just as Zuiqing had immediately surmised who the nobles would send to confront him. But was it truly a significant threat? Perhaps, in the eyes of the nobles, he was merely an inconsequential insect, unworthy of such considerable effort. No, he could not afford to entertain such a naive notion. Relying on luck or underestimating the enemy was not the mark of a wise individual. As Su Yuan was lost in contemplation, he felt a sudden vibration beneath his head. "Ouch, that stings." He sat up and lifted his pillow. Beneath it lay the poker-like object he had concealed, the 7 of Hearts. The cool, thin card rested in his palm. What on earth is this? The mysterious old priest and the enigmatic Destiny Xuanwu. Just as Su Yuan intended to hide the card once more, It seemed to sprout a sharp spike that pricked his fingertip. Pain shot through him as a drop of crimson blood mingled with the card. Subsequently, the front of the card, resembling the Seven of Hearts, quietly dissipated, coalescing into a series of written words. When you contract this item with your blood, it shall belong to you. This item is a treasured artifact of the Blood Clan, a spirit-gathering jade that allows the bearer to communicate messages across space and time, utilizing the heart of the Blood Clan. It can even transport you to any corner of the Holy Spirit continent at any time and place. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. Could this truly be such a remarkable treasure? Spirit-gathering jade? The Blood Clan? He had never heard of it. Yet the ability to transport was extraordinary. If possessing the heart of the Blood Clan allowed for escape, even in dire situations, it was no wonder it was deemed a treasure. He reflected on the hierarchy of treasures. The lowest tier included items like dragon blood jade and flame dragon scales, classified as earthly treasures, rare, yet not impossible to obtain. Above them were heavenly treasures, suitable for mid to high-tier beastmasters. Only then came the true treasures, which were exceedingly rare and nearly unattainable. It was said that throughout the entirety of humanity, there were scarcely more than a handful of such treasures. Had that old priest truly gifted him a true treasure? 1 silver coin exchanged for a treasure? Su Yuan could hardly contain his elation and excitement as he continued reading. I, the current holder of all spirit-gathering jades, have established an organization. When you contract the spirit-gathering jade with your blood, you shall join this clandestine organization. A secretive organization? Su Yuan felt a sense of yearning for such an entity. The more allies one had, the more paths opened up. Rather than confronting formidable foes openly, he preferred to undermine them from the shadows, acting as a cunning silver coin. What kind of secret organization could this be? He read on. Welcome to the Red Heart Thieves Guild. Su Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva. The shocking revelation sent stars dancing before his eyes as he confirmed the message multiple times. Indeed, it was the Red Heart Thieves Guild, the notorious, malevolent collective. Reviled by all in Dawn City, the most dangerous criminals whose movements remained elusive to anyone. No way. Lu Yuan and the toilet paper had foretold this. I have truly become a member of the Red Heart Thieves Guild. Wait, what is the bounty? Can I withdraw? He quickly continued to read. Guild Rule 1. Once you join, you cannot withdraw. Otherwise, you shall perish. Guild Rule 2. You must not disclose any information about your fellow members. Otherwise, you shall perish. Guild Rule 3. Fight for the dawn of humanity. The first 2 rules did not surprise Su Yuan. They were merely constraints on the members, making withdrawal impossible. However, the third rule stirred something deep within him. The Red Heart Thieves Guild had committed countless atrocities, plundering the hard-earned wealth of many and seizing treasures acquired through the hunting of fearsome beasts. They were labeled as evil by all. Yet, this guild's rule proclaimed a fight for the dawn of humanity. Just as he felt a lump in his throat, Su Yuan recalled the old priest's words. Listen more. Observe more. Discern who your enemies are and who your friends are. Those deemed evil may not necessarily commit evil acts, and those labeled as good may not truly embody goodness. Could it be that his understanding of the Red Heart Thieves Guild was entirely rooted in literature, the Dawn Report, and common knowledge? Why should he view them through the lens of preconceived notions of evil when he had never engaged with or observed them? Simply because everyone else did the same? A slight smile crept upon Su Yuan's lips. It seems the world is not as simple as I once believed. Perhaps this is not an unfortunate circumstance. Originally, Su Yuan harbored a modicum of reluctance towards joining the Heart Thief Guild, yet his heart has since unraveled its knots. Who are they truly? I must observe with my own eyes and listen with my own ears. At the very least, the old Taoist I unexpectedly encountered bore no malice towards me, did he? Fortunately, it was today that I forged a contract with the Spirit Stone. Had it been a few days earlier, before Zhuqing's lie detection, I would have been in dire straits. Luck still favors me. Gently, Su Yuan tapped the Spirit Stone. The inscriptions upon it gradually faded, replaced by a new interface. At the top of the interface, 7 heart symbols appeared, each containing the number 17. Was this indicative of their online status? Above these hearts was the name Joker. Perhaps he is none other than the illustrious leader of the Heart Thief Guild, Lieki? The sudden proximity to such a legendary figure stirred a twinge of excitement within Su Yuan. After waiting for a considerable time, it seemed no messages were forthcoming. Su Yuan scrolled through, discovering that the Spirit Stone functioned akin to a stylus, and thus took the initiative to greet them. Heart 7. Greetings, I am Li Feiyu. I look forward to your guidance. After a prolonged silence, there was no response. Not only was no one familiar with this reference, but even the absence of replies left Su Yuan feeling somewhat awkward. Suddenly, the Spirit Stone vibrated. Heart 6, Li? Is that truly your real name? I attended today's match with the leader, you know. Heart 3. Young brother Li has broken numerous records in Dawn City at such a tender age. It appears my efforts pale in comparison. A sense of being exposed washed over Su Yuan, his face flushed. The usually thick-skinned Su Yuan had not anticipated such vulnerability. Unfair. How could they all discern my identity? On the Spirit Stone, we were all mere online acquaintances, yet they seemed to know everything about me. Moreover, Part 6 and the leader had witnessed my match. The renowned Lieki was actually present today? No, that old Taoist was indeed a guise for Lieki, wasn't he? Realization dawned on Su Yuan. Within just a few days, he had crossed paths with Lieki, the very source of unrest in Dawn City, not once, but twice. At this point, Su Yuan felt too embarrassed to claim it was a pseudonym. He might as well embrace the misunderstanding. Joker, that was a pseudonym. Caught in the act. Su Yuan's cheeks reddened. Was this how a leader behaves? The aloof and charismatic leader had ruthlessly unveiled his true identity. Heart 6. So it was a false name? Heart 3. As expected of the leader, discerning the truth with such clarity. Su Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose and retyped. Heart 7. I am Su Yuan, having just become a beast master for 14 days. My cultivation is still shallow. Please guide me. Heart 3. Indeed, it is you. But do not take it to heart. It seemed that no one else was inclined to introduce themselves. The only identity known to all was his. Judging by his tone, Heart 3 appeared to be quite affable. As for Heart 6, well, he seemed rather simple-minded. Oblivious to the fact that he was already present at the match despite having been misled by a pseudonym. Just as Su Yuan prepared to say something to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, a shocking message arrived. Heart 4. Today at noon, 300 miles east of Dawn City. The commander of the city guard, Wan Jingrun, has died. The commander of the city guard? Su Yuan was about to approach the city guard. And now I am told the commander has perished? Chapter 27. Undercurrents in the life-saving card, a sense of being swept into a vortex enveloped Su Yuan. Wan Jingrun was not someone Su Yuan was well acquainted with, but by surname alone. He likely belonged to the same lineage as Wan Daoxian of the Beast Academy and Wan Yang of the Wan Battalion. The garrison commander, whose very name suggests a stabilizing force within the city guard, was undoubtedly a leading figure. The implications of such a person's demise were all too clear. Heart 3. That demigod? He went missing several days ago. He has likely been dead for quite some time now. A demigod. It seemed Wan Jingrun possessed strength surpassing that of the 7-star beast masters. Such power was scarcely found in all of Dawn City, was it? As a mere novice, I hardly belonged in discussions of such elevated stakes. I would rather observe from the shadows. Heart 4. Indeed, things have been rather off lately. Nobles have been embezzling the assets of the Dawn Exchange and pinning the blame on us. Then there was the beast riot in the eastern Eagle Whale Gorge. And now the bizarre death of the garrison commander. Something significant may be afoot. Heart 3. Without Commander Yuan, the 5 major battalions will inevitably fall into infighting. Old 4. Return for now. I will investigate. It is perilous in Eagle Whale Gorge without a demigod. Heart 4. Understood. I will send you the clues privately shortly. Su Yuan's eyes flickered. The Dawn Exchange incident mentioned by Heart 4 rang a bell. When he had sought Wang Ju's assistance, Lu Yuan had accused Su Yuan of being a member of the Heart Thief Guild, alleging that he had stolen the Dragon Blood Gem from the Dawn Exchange to achieve his breakthrough. Su Yuan had initially believed that the Heart Thief Guild was indeed responsible. However, from their conversation, it appeared that it was the nobles who had embezzled the exchange's assets. After some contemplation, Su Yuan unraveled the underlying intricacies. Oh, so having a scapegoat truly is convenient. It allows one to easily cast the blame upon the Heart Thief Guild, concealing the fact of their own embezzlement of substantial wealth. Heart 3's subsequent remarks left Su Yuan feeling somewhat apprehensive. If the 5 battalions were to engage in infighting, the Yuan battalion would hardly remain unscathed, would it? Did this mean I was in a modicum of danger? Moreover, judging by Heart 3's tone, the absence of a demigod in Eagle Whale Gorge would be perilous. Did that imply that Heart 3 was already a demigod himself? Oh, he still addressed me as brotherly while lamenting his own inadequacies. Was it just Heart 6 who possessed a more innocent disposition? Why is it that honest individuals are so scarce, no matter where one goes? Upon reflection, it became evident that the leader's warning of impending peril was not unfounded. The internal strife within the city guard, the beast riots, all were ominous signs. The crux of the matter is, how can I uncover my own means of self-preservation? By showcasing my talents, Su Yuan successfully garnered the willingness of both Dawn Academy and the Yuan Battalion to extend their protection. Previously, he had believed he was sufficiently prepared. Yet, after joining the Heart Thief Guild and gleaning insights from Heart 4 and Heart 3's dialogue, the potential dangers appeared far graver than he had anticipated. In this world, without strength, one is rendered powerless. The leader seems aware of the dangers I am about to face, yet does not intend to intervene directly or enlist the aid of guild members. This implies that the Heart Thief Guild does not bear an obligation to assist one another. It is a matter of personal endeavor. Alternatively, The mere provision of a platform by the leader is already a significant boon. However, the disparity in strength between me and the guild members is vast, even in trade. It is challenging for Su Yuan to possess anything of value in the eyes of a demigod. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering. What power could I possess that even a demigod would regard with esteem? After much contemplation, it undoubtedly lies in the simplification of beast mastery, purifying bloodlines, leveling up effortlessly, and substituting for rare resources. Could these abilities be applicable to another's beasts? If it were possible, Su Yuan might have grasped something that even demigods yearn for. This would serve as his leverage when he later engages in transactions with members of the Crimson Heart Thieves Guild. Realizing this, Su Yuan hastily logged off and concealed the spirit communication jade close to him. This item could potentially bring about a monumental turning point in his life. Thus it must be preserved with utmost care. Su Yuan then took up pen and paper to jot down his current objectives. Firstly, he intended to experiment with whether his ability to simplify beast mastery could be applied to others. Who should be the subject of this experiment? Su Yuan had few friends he could trust. His former classmate, Huang Ming, could be one. But Huang Ming's beast lacked bloodline power and was far from becoming a 2-star beast master. Perhaps he could ask teachers Wuqing to find someone to test it? That would be unwise, given the clear allegiance involved. Should they discover his possession of such a capability, they might be tempted by greed. What about his roommate, Ouyang Shui? Su Yuan had previously showcased his ability to turn waste into treasure to her as a sort of test. She was a princess. If she wished to claim it for herself, the royal family would likely have imprisoned him by now. Of course, in that scenario, Su Yuan's predicament would have been immediately secure, albeit at the cost of his freedom. To this day, no one from the royal family had approached him, suggesting that Ouyang Shui had not informed them. Coupled with the fact that she chose to attend Dawn Academy, which had more common beast masters instead of the Royal Academy or the Sacred Beast Academy, it seemed Ouyang Shui's ties to the royal family were not particularly close. Or perhaps she had other motives. In any case, there were no adverse factors for Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui's beast possessed bloodline power, if possible. Choosing her and requesting a certain reward, perhaps even having her send someone to provide him protection, could be a wise choice. Secondly, he sought a bloodline heart. The spirit communication jade was a treasure of the bloodline. Possessing a bloodline heart would allow him to teleport freely to any location in the world. In life and death situations, he could gamble with the bloodline heart. If he won, he could secure his life. Thirdly, if the experiment yielded positive results, he would propose a transaction with members of the Crimson Heart Thieves Guild for protection. If the outcome was negative, Su Yuan felt he should sign a contract of servitude with a certain faction, be it the Royalist Party or the Beastmaster Guild. Regardless of the implications for his freedom or the future costs he might incur in the turbulent city of Dawn, focusing on the present and prioritizing survival was paramount. Having formulated his plan, Su Yuan instructed Long Yao to incinerate the note to prevent it from being seen by others. After waiting for about half a day, footsteps echoed outside the dormitory, unmistakably the sound of Ouyang Shui's white knee-high boots striking the ground. With her silver-blue hair cascading gracefully, Ouyang Shui entered and upon seeing Su Yuan exclaimed, "Su Yuan, is it true what they say at school? You actually defeated Han Kudi? He is a 3-star beast master. How did you ascend to the golden level?" Ouyang Shui returned from her arduous endeavors outside, having painstakingly elevated her 2 beasts to the golden level, finally contemplating the possibility of tackling the 3-star beast master assessment. Yet, upon her return, she was confronted with the revelation that the recently enrolled Su Yuan had reached such heights. Ouyang Shui felt her understanding of reality being severely challenged. It had only been a matter of days, less than 10, in fact. The princess, the prodigy, her past expectations and labels paled in comparison to the extraordinary being before her. However, Su Yuan did not respond to Ouyang Shui's inquiries. Instead, his eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam as he closed the door, pushing Ouyang Shui against the wall. Their faces mere inches apart. Ouyang Shui was taken aback by Su Yuan's bold maneuver, a flush of crimson instantly painting her fair face. "What are you doing? I warn you, I am a princess." As Ouyang Shui witnessed Su Yuan's heavy breathing and the movement of his Adam's apple as he swallowed, the warmth of his masculine presence brushed against her delicate, smooth face. Her heart raced uncontrollably. What was he doing? Their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Su Yuan's arms encircled her, nearly embracing her fully. Ouyang Shui thought, "Is this what they call a wall slam? It's too close. How could he do this? I'm not prepared for this. Wait, why didn't I just slap him and push him away?" Su Yuan's sudden action left Ouyang Shui's mind in disarray. Having never been so close to a male before, her dopamine surged, causing her thoughts to short-circuit, leading her to mistakenly believe Su Yuan had ill intentions. In a reflexive attempt to push him away, she heard Su Yuan whispering, "Let us make a deal. Your beast, the Xianbing Guangxuan, Doesn't it possess a mythical bloodline? No, why are you closing your eyes? Realizing the misunderstanding, Ouyang Shue's face turned beet red, and she raised her hand. Chapter 28. Experiment, Su Yuan's Power, Transaction. Smack. Su Yuan had not anticipated the princess's fiery temper. He did not manage to evade in time. Ouch, ouch. Your Highness, even if you wish to refuse the transaction, there's no need to slap me. Besides, you didn't even hear what the deal was. Ouyang Shue, cheeks flushed, hands on her hips, retorted, it's your fault for acting so strangely, getting too close. Men and women should not be so intimate. I am to be married off in the future. If someone had seen that, they could easily condemn you to death. Wait, I'm the strange one. Su Yuan recalled how red Ouyang Shue's face had been, and how she had closed her eyes. Oh, I can't believe the seemingly mature and decisive Ouyang Shue is actually still a naive girl in matters of the heart. Realizing this, Su Yuan covered his mouth with one hand and whispered, Your Highness, why did you close your eyes just now? Did you think I was going to kiss you? Ouyang Shue, as if he had seen through her thoughts, clenched her fists in anger. Su Yuan, I can think of a penalty from the 7 prohibitions and 14 executions of Dawn City that would suit you. You are attempting to take advantage of a princess. I will tell my father. Seeing the genuine anger on Ouyang Shue's face, Su Yuan rubbed his face and said, all right, it was all a misunderstanding. I wanted to discuss a transaction with you. Cough, cough. What just happened is a bit hazy in my memory. By the way, about your Xianbing Guangxuan, Ouyang Shue felt a bit aggrieved, but having already slapped him, she decided not to pursue it further. What about my Xianbing Guangxuan? Noticing she was no longer pressing the matter, Su Yuan continued, I noticed that your Xianbing Guangxuan seems to possess a trace of the bloodline of the divine light bird, though it has been diluted through many generations. I wish to see if my ability can activate the bloodline in others' beasts. If I can help you awaken that bloodline, could you do me a favor? Ouyang Shue, aware of Su Yuan's remarkable ability, immediately thought and smiled. Oh, I understand now. You also want to become a 3-star beast master, and inevitably you will need to venture outside the city to complete tasks, hoping to find some allies to protect you, right? Setting aside emotional matters, Ouyang Shue, as a princess, was quick-witted. Su Yuan candidly replied, yes, while both Dawn Academy and the Wanzi camp have made promises, I still feel it's insufficient. Nobles may not regard me highly, but I have a very strong sense of impending danger. Ouyang Shue initially intended to express that the Dawn Academy and the Wanzi camp were entirely sufficient, yet upon observing Su Yuan's troubled demeanor, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The activation of the mythic bloodline would undoubtedly be advantageous for her. If you are capable of achieving this, then it is not beyond possibility. Ouyang Shue nodded in agreement. In terms of bloodline activation, the entire Holy Spirit continent possesses little in the way of effective methods. It largely relies on fortune. Even last year as prodigy beast master Ho, at the pinnacle of a 4-star beast master, only activated the mythic bloodline of a single beast. Thus, Ouyang Shue was astounded upon entering, witnessing Su Yuan not only breaking through to the golden level in the shortest time possible, but also activating the mythic bloodlines of 2 beasts consecutively. Seeing Ouyang Shue's consent, Su Yuan stated, then let us give it a try. Ouyang Shue summoned her beast, a bird-like creature emanating a faint glow, with wings of profound ice. Materialized from the beast's space, this was the profound ice-light falcon. Lacking experience, Su Yuan resorted to previous methods, extracting a pouch of rice from within his garments, and grasping the falcon's throat to pour the rice within. Ouyang Shue exclaimed, be gentle. The falcon's neck is quite delicate. Although she had witnessed a similar scene when the Snow Maiden underwent her transformation, Ouyang Shue still found it absurd. That was truly just an ordinary bag of rice. Certainly not a treasure of heaven and earth. However, a miracle unfolded. The ice on the profound ice-light falcon's wings abruptly melted, replaced by a gentle divine light, reminiscent of the sun rising over the horizon, growing increasingly warm, imbued with a purifying luminosity that stirred endless ripples within the heart. Beast, profound light Saint Falcon. Rarity, S. Level, Golden Beginner. Experience, 02000. Talent, Light Flame, Epic, Radiant Shadow, Mythic. Skills, Profound Light Purification, Mythic, Blessing of Light, Epic. Bloodline, Divine Light Bird, 20. It had undergone metamorphosis. The originally mixed light and ice attributes of the profound ice-light falcon transformed into the profound light Saint Falcon upon activating the bloodline of the divine light bird. With talents and skills shifting from a blend of ice and light to pure light abilities endowed with purifying power capable of dispelling darkness. This was undeniably a tremendous enhancement. Without a mythic bloodline, the limits of skills and talents are confined to the epic level. Clearly, Today's Profound Light Saint Falcon could potentially eliminate the former Profound Ice Light Falcon within 3 strikes. Ouyang Shui gazed, dumbfounded, at the transformed Profound Light Saint Falcon. After its transformation, it resembled a diminutive girl, scarcely the size of an infant, exceedingly petite, sucking on her finger. Her eyes wide and bewildered as she looked at Ouyang Shui and Su Yuan. Su Yuan chuckled. Ah, it seems we have succeeded. The miraculous sight before Ouyang Shui left her utterly astonished, even overturning her previous perceptions of beast taming. Su Yuan was undoubtedly unique on the Holy Spirit continent. Ouyang Shui's heart raced as she cast aside the earlier frivolous gestures and words of Su Yuan, leaving only exhilaration and uncontainable joy. Su Yuan, truly, oh my heavens! Ouyang Shui approached and embraced the transformed Profound Light Saint Falcon, affectionately rubbing its small head while gazing at Su Yuan with pure excitement. You have helped me immensely. Thank you, Su Yuan. For the 3-star Beast Master assessment, let us form a team. I have 2 6-star Beast Master guards responsible for my protection, along with a communication jade to contact my family. Should danger arise, I can summon help. Ouyang Shui's words served as a reassurance to Su Yuan. If one were to consider who possessed the most formidable connections, it would undoubtedly be this high-ranking princess. Yet, observing Ouyang Shui's fervent demeanor, it seemed that Su Yuan's actions had aided her in ways beyond mere enhancement of power. Thus, it appeared that Su Yuan's second step in his plan might also find an opportunity to be fulfilled with Ouyang Shui, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Your Highness, might I request your assistance with another matter? You still have a beast whose bloodline remains unactivated, do you not? Ouyang Shui narrowed her eyes, lifting her snowy visage to gaze at Su Yuan as if beholding a hero, her expression imbued with warmth, sweetness, and gratitude. Su Yuan cleared his throat. Of course. My request is not for a kiss, so please do not misunderstand. Ouyang Shui's expression shifted abruptly. Get lost. Su Yuan deftly evaded any potential slap from Ouyang Shui, hastily adding, Your Highness, I require an item known as the Heart of the Bloodline. I wonder if you might have access to procure it? Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shui regarded Su Yuan with a rather peculiar expression. What do you need it for? Su Yuan, noting her reaction, pondered if there was something amiss with his request. Ah, it's a secret. Is the Heart of the Bloodline difficult to obtain? Ouyang Shui pressed her lips together. It is not exactly the bloodline, but rather what is referred to as a cursed lineage. Generally, only cursed beasts seek the heavenly materials of the bloodline for breakthroughs. You do not intend for your next beast to be. Chapter 29. I possess a secret method that can assist the third brother. Ouyang Shui's expression turned strange, and now the reason was clear. Cursed beasts seemed intriguing, yet they were rare and elusive. Initially, Su Yuan had smashed 1,000 eggs in frustration without encountering a single cursed beast. Shaking her head, she declared, Of course not. I have other purposes. Ahem. In any case, can you obtain it? Ouyang Shui sighed. Such ominous items are typically not stored within the royal palace. It is likely that we can only try our luck at the Dawn Trading Post, as this falls under the inferior category of heavenly treasures, estimated to cost around 800 to 2,000 gold coins. The distinction between earthly and heavenly treasures also encompasses various grades. Naturally, the inferior category of heavenly treasures commands a considerable price. Su Yuan, recalling his meager finances, clasped his hands together. Then I must ask for your assistance in keeping an eye out. I truly lack the funds. Ouyang Shui could not help but remark, Ah, Su Yuan, how should I put this? You are the only genius beast master I have encountered who is this impoverished. Even if you do not wish to stir up trouble and acquire assets, or venture outside the city to undertake tasks, surely you could earn a fair sum by participating in the school's ranking battles. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, contemplating before shaking his head. Forget it. I only managed to easily defeat Senior Hunka because he had engaged in too many ranking battles, making his strategies transparent. Ouyang Shui paused momentarily. It seemed to make sense. The more battles one fought, the more one's beast's capabilities and trump cards were exposed. Eventually, someone would decipher them. No wonder Su Yuan had only made a move twice thus far, and each time was after a significant breakthrough. With a snap of her fingers, Ouyang Shui summoned another beast and stated to Su Yuan, When news arises, we will go to the Dawn Trading Post together. Su Yuan nodded, grasping a handful of rice. I still trust in your highness's credibility. At midnight, past 12 o'clock, Ouyang Shui would fall asleep punctually, perhaps due to her upbringing in the palace, which instilled an unwavering routine. In any case, she would awaken precisely at 8 in the morning. Su Yuan retrieved the communicative jade, having perused the evening's news. It appeared that only Red Heart 3 and Red Heart 4 were discussing matters concerning the garrison commander of the city guards and the Eagle's Cry Gorge. From this, Su Yuan gleaned a wealth of useful information. For instance, The peril associated with Eagle's Cry Gorge stemmed from the presence of a Beast King. This Beast King was akin to a demigod among the human race, having awakened its intelligence early on and possessed wisdom comparable to that of humans. Beast Tamers below the 4-star rank, unable to conceal their aura, would be sensed by the Beast King of Eagle's Cry Gorge. Thus, lower-ranked Beast Tamers were typically prohibited from venturing into the gorge. The Beast King could summon myriad demons, inciting waves of feral beasts, should such a tide of beasts erupt. If the ruler of Dawn City did not intervene, the combined forces of the 5 major camps of the city guards and the royal knights would barely suffice to defend against it. Of course, those of demigod caliber could ensure their own safety within Eagle's Cry Gorge. Red Heart 3 seemed to frequently traverse Eagle's Cry Gorge. According to his description, the Beast King resided beneath the dark river at the gorge's bottom, a creature he had glimpsed only once, witnessing its eerie green vertical pupils. Its strength likely surpassed his own. At this moment, Red Heart 3 had just concluded his conversation with Red Heart 4 and planned to prepare in Dawn City before heading to Eagle's Cry Gorge. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan picked up the spirit communicator and input, Red Heart 7, Red Heart 3, could we converse privately when you have a moment? After a brief wait, he received a response, Red Heart 3, sure, I happen to have something I'd like to ask you as well. This demigod had inquiries for me? Yuan noticed the icon of Red Heart 3 flicker on the spirit communicator. Upon opening it, he saw the message, Red Heart 3. Hey there, little Su brother. I am considerably older than you. May I call you Old 7 from now on? What do you need? Yuan swiftly replied, Red Heart 7. That works for me. Brother 3, you are likely aware of my situation, so I wish to propose a transaction. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Red Heart 3 responded, Red Heart 3, I've heard a bit about your circumstances from Sister 6. I can roughly guess what you're after. You want me to protect you, don't you? To be frank, with the defenses of Dawn Academy and the Wanzi camp, safeguarding a 2-star Beast Tamer should be more than sufficient. Why would you require a demigod's assistance? The remuneration for calling upon a demigod may be beyond your means. Sister 6? She must be Red Heart 6. Turns out she is a woman. From Red Heart 3's words, it was clear that Li Aki had not disclosed Yuan's divination to him. Yuan responded, Red Heart 7. Before joining, the commander performed a divination for me. The upper hexagram was water, and the lower hexagram was also water, indicating a dire situation ahead. The dangers I may face could far exceed my expectations. Hence my desire for additional protection. As for remuneration, I am confident. After a brief pause, Red Heart 3 continued. Red Heart 3, the commander's divination? I understand now. The commander's insights into fate have never been wrong. It seems you've stirred quite a bit of trouble. I have no issue stepping in. It may take some time to investigate the situation at Eagle's Cry Gorge, so you may offer whatever compensation you deem fit. Red Heart 3, to be honest, you may not fully comprehend the nature of demigods. Few treasures or resources below the demigod tier can truly entice me. Red Heart 3, while there is no obligation for mutual assistance among team members, I still enjoy looking out for my dear younger brothers and sisters. My elder brother once looked after me, so I do not mind lending a hand. Yuan stroked his chin, pondering that Red Heart 3 was quite affable. At least sounding like a good person, far better than Lu Yuan had been towards him. However, owing favors can be exceedingly burdensome, if possible. Yuan wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude. Thus, he replied, Red Heart 7. Thank you for your kindness, Brother 3, but I remain confident regarding remuneration. By the way, does your beast possess an awakened mythic bloodline? Red Heart 3, it does. You wouldn't suggest that you found a solution, would you? I hope not. For many years, only the attainment of demigod status has been the answer on the Saint Spirit continent, and that method is quite perilous. If that's the case, then there's no need to discuss it further. Wait, wasn't it said that this was an unsolvable conundrum across the entire Saint Spirit continent? It appears there is indeed a solution, albeit one so dangerous that even demigods are reluctant to attempt it. After conversing with Red Heart 3, Yuan confirmed that his ability was indeed something sought after even by demigods. Yuan typed, Red Heart 7, no. I meant to say that I possess a secret technique that could assist you, Brother 3. Red Heart 3. Wait. You're saying you have a method? Red Heart 7. Yes, I conducted an experiment with a friend today and confirmed that it can be applied to the beasts of others. Hence, after a brief silence in their private conversation, Red Heart 3 finally replied, Red Heart 3. The commander's fate-seeing skill can discern those with great fortune. Perhaps the commander had an inkling back then. Red Heart 3. I must admit, Old 7, your offer is quite enticing to me. I will accept this task. You shall unlock the mythic bloodlines of 2 of my beasts afterward. Allow this elder to look after you during our excursion outside the city. Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The deal was struck. With the protection of a demigod, coupled with the princess, the academy, and the Wanzi camp, Su Yuan had successfully gathered allies from 4 factions, providing him with an immense sense of security. Did the nobles dare to plot against him? They likely never anticipated he could summon such formidable forces. With Red Heart 3's assurance, Su Yuan felt at least assured of his safety. Subsequently, the spirit communicator buzzed again with a question from Red Heart 3. Red Heart 3, according to our agreement, I must pose a question to you. Coincidentally, I also have something I wish to inquire. An agreement? Having previously requested a favor from Red Heart 3, he now wanted to interrogate me in return. This must be what he referred to. Red Heart 3. I was unaware until I investigated. Your roommate is the 3rd princess, who has chosen Dawn Academy. Quite ambitious. Wouldn't you agree? What are your thoughts on her? The 3rd princess? Su Yuan's limited interactions with Ouyang Shui had only revolved around discussions on beast taming. He had yet to earnestly delve into matters concerning the royal family. Ambition? Su Yuan recalled that Zhuqing had mentioned Ouyang Shui had her own reasons for selecting Dawn Academy, likely tied to her ambitions. As for her character, Su Yuan replied, Red Heart 7. She is quite sincere in her dealings, very discreet, and generally exhibits good manners and etiquette. As for her talent, it is difficult to judge. She is considerably weaker than I, yet should be stronger than most other students. She possesses a wealth of knowledge about the upper echelons of society and is quite beautiful. As for her faults, well, she does exhibit a slight air of entitlement, typical of a royal princess. Su Yuan chose to speak candidly. Red Heart 3, your talent is exceedingly remarkable. That aside, how does she compare to Iho? Iho? He took just over 100 days to break through to the 3-star Beast Tamer rank, didn't he? Ouyang Shui was a bit slower. Su Yuan calculated. Red Heart 7. She lags a bit, taking nearly half a year. Her beasts are impressive. And she intends to join me for the 3-star Beast Tamer examination. Red Heart 3. That isn't bad. She should be on par with Iho. Members of the royal family often cannot devote their full attention to beast taming. I understand now. In truth, your predicament is not entirely unrelated to her. Red Heart 3. A princess, coupled with commendable talent and beauty, will attract many families seeking to form alliances through marriage. The news of you sharing a dormitory with her has spread among the nobility. Many nobles who previously bore no ill will towards you, especially those eager to ally with the royal family, may wish to eliminate you post-haste. Red Heart 3. The captain says she has a promising future. I'm still pondering whom to bet on, so I thought I'd ask you first. This. Su Yuan finally grasped the situation. Goodness, it seems to be the case. Living with the princess, no, sharing a dormitory, has its advantages, such as access to intelligence and the convenience of leveraging royal connections, but it also presents drawbacks. Never mind. With many debts, one cannot afford to worry too much. Su Yuan has numerous enemies, and whether there are a few more nobles or a few less is of little consequence. However, there is one matter that Su Yuan is particularly concerned about. So he sent a message. Red Heart 7. Brother San, what kind of person is the captain? There are many disparaging remarks outside, but from my observations today, it seems otherwise. Through their interactions, Su Yuan has developed a certain fondness for the organization and decided to inquire further. After a brief pause, Red Heart 3 responded. Red Heart 3. I don't know much either. The captain rarely speaks of personal matters and always wears a mask when we meet. Others' opinions are inconsequential, but for me, the captain saved my life. The only thing I perhaps understand about the captain is her strength, which, in my view, is unparalleled. Red Heart 3. The captain is not inferior to the human king. Chapter 30. The exchange, the princess's rumored boyfriend, not inferior to the human king? The weariness that had enveloped Su Yuan in the late hours of the night was swiftly dispelled by this shocking revelation. No wonder Dawn City labels the Red Heart thieves as the most nefarious criminals, regardless of one's character. Simply possessing such strength and defying the governance of the entire city-state is indeed a grave offense. Alas, it is an inevitability of human society. Su Yuan typed, Red Heart 7. Understood, Brother San. I will report to the city guard in 9 days. I hope you will look out for me then. Red Heart 3. Of course, I look forward to seeing if you can truly awaken your bloodline. If so, it would be a tremendous help to me. After a few more pleasantries, Su Yuan put away the communication jade and logged off. For the next few days, he decided to take a rest and await news from Ouyang Shui. Once he obtains the heart of the Blood Clan, he will be ready to leave the city. After contemplating for a while, Su Yuan closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. 5 days later, Ouyang Shui returned to the dormitory. Su Yuan. There's news about the heart of the Blood Clan. Su Yuan, who had been lazily sleeping in bed, sprang up instantly. This concerns my life. He could not afford any negligence. Let us go. Ouyang Shui raised her hand to stop him. Wait, the dawn exchange only opens at night. Going now would be futile. Moreover, there is something very important you need to prepare. Su Yuan inquired. What is it? Ouyang Shui pointed at his attire. Of course, it's your outfit. You shall be accompanying this princess. We will go directly to the 9th floor of the Dawn Exchange, where all the nobility of the city-state congregate. Do you plan to wear sportswear? Knowing well he would not care about such matters, she added. Here, I borrowed a set from the palace. See if it fits you. The noble attire of Dawn City is designed similarly to a tailcoat, featuring a high collar and golden embroidery, making it far more comfortable than ordinary fabrics. Considering it was the princess who financed it, Su Yuan did not refuse and obediently changed into it. After donning it, Ouyang Shui scrutinized him from head to toe and smiled. Not bad at all. You look quite dapper. I was worried my father's clothes wouldn't fit you. Uffed. Su Yuan nearly choked. Goodness, you borrowed the king's attire for me? This is bad. I must quickly check if it's illegal for commoners to wear dragon robes here. Observing Su Yuan's awkward expression, Ouyang Shui giggled. Just kidding. I borrowed it from someone else. Realizing he had been tricked, Su Yuan shot her a glare and ignored her. Ouyang Shui, unfazed, summoned her 2 spirit beasts and began feeding them. It was evident that ever since she activated her mythical bloodline, she had become more attentive to her spirit beasts. As night fell, Ouyang Shui's private carriage stopped in front of Dawn Academy, transporting Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui to the heart of Dawn City, the Dawn Exchange. Along the way, Ouyang Shui imparted some knowledge about the exchange. The Dawn Exchange is located in the southern part of the central district, directly facing the royal palace. It boasts 9 floors, designated for different social classes. Commoners like Su Yuan can only access the 3rd floor or below, with a ticket costing 1 gold coin, and most auction items being of medium and lower quality. Ordinary nobles and spirit beast masters below 6 stars can access the floors below the 8th, with auction items primarily consisting of higher quality treasures and lower tier heavenly treasures. As for the finest collections, they are only occasionally showcased on the 9th floor. Entry to the 9th floor requires at least the status of a marquis or a top-tier 6-star beastmaster on the verge of breaking through to demigod status. Ouyang Shui's extraordinary identity naturally grants her access to the 9th floor of the Dawn Exchange. Upon arrival, as Su Yuan stepped out of the carriage, he was greeted by the sight of an imposing structure nearly 300 meters tall, with the grand words Dawn Exchange emblazoned at the entrance. How magnificent! Each floor must exceed 30 meters in height. However, considering that the exchange occasionally auctions top-tier spirit beasts, Su Yuan found it understandable. Some spirit beasts are quite large, reaching over 10 meters. Without such height, it would indeed pose a problem. The area before the exchange was bustling with a dense crowd, and all he could see were countless heads bobbing in unison. So many people. Ouyang Shui elaborated. Of course, do you think everyone is like you, lounging around to level up? Most people need to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city to obtain spoils, which they come here to settle, either exchanging for money or for the heavenly materials they require. Indeed, except for Su Yuan, everyone else must venture outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts to gain experience. Even the weakest ferocious beast, the saber-toothed pig, has teeth and hide that can sell for several hundred copper coins at the exchange. The pigskin is a top-quality leather, more durable and warmer than woven fabric. Ferocious beasts and spirit beasts have profoundly altered this world, giving rise to a technological tree that starkly contrasts with the modern one. Let us go. It's time to enter, Ouyang Shui said lightly, stepping out of the carriage. Today, Ouyang Shui had changed out of her pure white officer uniform and knee-high boots, donning a splendid blue and white gown instead, coupled with her silver blue hair and curvaceous figure. She exuded an air of regal elegance. It was as if she instantly captured everyone's attention. A group of spirit beast masters engrossed in their preparations for trading turned to look. Wow, who is that? Old Lu, do you recognize her? She is absolutely stunning. Don't even think about it. Look at that carriage. It's no ordinary horse. It's a palace spirit beast, the frost horse, glistening like jade and frost. This lady must undoubtedly be of royal lineage. Royalty, huh? The current human king has 4 children. Isn't the third one a daughter? Yes, she is the 3rd princess. Oh, I didn't expect the princess to be this beautiful. What brings her to the Dawn Exchange today? Need you ask? Surely there is something on the 9th floor that has caught her interest. Wait, who is that man beside the princess? I don't know. Perhaps he is some noble? No way, he looks somewhat familiar. Wait a second. Oh my goodness, isn't that Su Yuan? The one who broke the 2-star spirit beast master record in Dawn City. It really is him. Oh no. The princess won't be charmed by him. Will she? This cannot happen. Su Yuan could hear the murmurs of those around him. Yet his expression remained unperturbed as he walked steadily alongside Ouyang Shui towards the Dawn Exchange. The front desk manager of the exchange approached them and said, Your Highness, we are honored by your presence. Ouyang Shui replied nonchalantly, please take us to the ninth floor. The manager motioned for the guards to part the throngs of people, creating a clear passage. Your Highness and your companion, please follow me. Upon entering the elevator, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui ascended to the ninth floor. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere below, as the elevator doors opened, a rich, natural fragrance wafted in. The front desk manager, known as Hong Yu, whom Ouyang Shui referred to as Sister Yu, introduced, my friend, this is your first visit to the ninth floor, I presume. At its center stands a sun-level beast sovereign, the tree of life, which has thrived here for over a century. It regulates the temperature according to the seasons and emanates a life force that promotes longevity. Its leaves can heal countless ailments when infused in tea, and even those in good health will benefit from its restorative properties. Shortly, a maid will come to serve you tea. Sun level. The first 3 tiers of beast sovereigns are bronze, silver, and gold. The middle tiers are known as dusk star, falling moon, and Sunday. The pinnacle of sun-level beasts represents some of the greatest powers beneath the divine. It was unexpected that such a magnificent entity merely functioned as a kind of air conditioning on the ninth floor. Sister Yu, what does a visit to the ninth floor cost? Hong Yu's breath caught slightly. It was the first time someone capable of ascending to the ninth floor had posed such a question. The friend of the princess truly was one of a kind. Maintaining her professional smile, she patiently explained, in principle, there is no charge, provided one's status is sufficient. However, the minimum gratuity is 50 gold coins. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. 50,000 for a mere tip. Such extravagance was dizzying. During his student days, he earned only 2 or 3 silver coins a month. It would take 15 years of labor to amass such a sum for the minimum gratuity here. This was the chasm of class disparity. It seemed he would need to indulge in more cups of tea. Hong Yu's face paled slightly, choosing to pretend she had not heard. The princess's friend appeared rather unreliable. Ouyang Shui softly suggested, let us go to my usual spot. Hong Yu replied, of course, your highness, please follow me. As Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui made their entrance on the ninth floor, they immediately garnered considerable attention. The young men present were all scions of the city's elite. At least the legitimate heirs of dukes, thus qualified to be here. Naturally, many young men's gazes were drawn to Ouyang Shui. One youth, savoring his tea, remarked, Jing. Look, the princess has arrived, accompanied by a man. Could that be her rumored boyfriend, Su Yuan? The man addressed as Jing coldly responded, Sun Yi, are you courting death? Another named Zongyang chuckled, Bro Sun, you know Jing likes the princess. Why provoke him? Is that Su Yuan? The legendary genius beast master rumored to be stronger than Yi Ho, living in the same dormitory as the princess? He certainly looks different. The teacup in Jing's hand emitted a sharp crack. Zongyang, are you deliberately trying to irritate me? Zongyang grinned apologetically. How could I? Jing, why not go greet them? Otherwise, the princess's eyes will be filled solely with that fellow, Su Yuan. Jing relaxed his grip and said, it matters not. A man about to perish, how long can he dance? Sun Yi interjected, that is not so certain. I heard my father say that both the Wanzi camp and the Beastmaster Guild are backing him. It won't be easy to touch him. Jing shot Sun Yi a glance and stood up. Then let us go. This commoner must learn that the princess is not someone he can aspire to. Chapter 31. A grand gamble. The loser faces the consequences. After Ouyang Shui and Su Yuan took their seats, they noticed a few individuals rising from the opposite corner. Approaching them, Ouyang Shui instinctively grasped Su Yuan's arm and said, Su Yuan, I heard from Zhuiqing that you promised her you would participate in the inter-school Beastmaster competition at the end of the year and strive for victory, correct? Su Yuan nodded, unsure why Ouyang Shui brought this up. A smile graced Ouyang Shui's lips as she continued, do you see those 3 approaching? They are your greatest competitors for the year-end, Jing, Sun Yi, and Zongyang, the 3 leaders of the 4-star academy at the Sacred Beast Academy. And they are likely eager to eliminate you as well. Su Yuan shrugged. I fear not. I'm confident in my ability to defeat them. With diligent effort and the trivial assistance of the simplified system, victory is virtually assured. Indeed, with Su Yuan's steadfast dedication, overcoming them seemed highly probable. Yet, he couldn't fathom why they wished to eliminate him. Casting a glance at Ouyang Shui, he quipped, could they be your suitors? That would be quite the misfortune. Your Highness, you owe me compensation. Ouyang Shui shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated. That's quite mutual. I originally intended to visit Dawn Academy incognito. But thanks to someone's meddling, they discovered my roommate is none other than the princess. Do you think you are the only one in trouble? Oh, it seemed that was indeed the case. It was how Hong Xian 3 learned of Ouyang Shui. Clearing his throat, Su Yuan mentally noted to keep a record of this debt. As the trio drew nearer, Su Yuan whispered, Your Highness, could those 3 truly be your suitors? Ouyang Shui shook her head. Only the one in the middle, Jing, the legitimate son of the current head of the Gong family. Perhaps you are unaware. But if I marry outside the royal family, I will forfeit my claim to the throne. The Gong family, however, would adeptly navigate both royal and noble circles. They are playing a shrewd game. Su Yuan fell silent for a moment. Being part of royalty while enjoying the fruits of the people's labor inevitably meant sacrificing certain things, such as love. Of course, most royals were devoid of genuine affection, fixated solely on power and strength. Thus, when Su Yuan activated Ouyang Xue's mythical bloodline, her overwhelming excitement and joy became understandable. Choosing not to comment, Su Yuan had no desire to become embroiled in this matter. Shortly thereafter, Jing and his companions approached. Bowing respectfully, "We pay our respects to your highness." Ouyang Xue's expression shifted, sternly stating, "Jing, did I not make it clear that such a thing is impossible? Those with sense should distance themselves as far as possible." Jing's friend Sun Yi covered his mouth to stifle laughter. "What a disgrace, old Gong. The princess shows you no respect. She would rather sit with a commoner than with you." Zhong Yang chimed in, "Don't say that, old Sun. It's not merely a tablemate. It's rather Su Yuan regarded the three leaders of the 4-star academy with bemusement. Shun Ti, they have come together to humiliate him, only to be met with clever retorts in return. Instead, these two seem to revel in mocking Jing rather than assisting him. Imagine, the girl you admire cohabiting with another man, and your friends not only refuse to support you, but also tease you. Wouldn't tea that sever all ties? How intriguing." The relationship among these three individuals appears to deviate significantly from Su Yuan's expectations. Gong Jing clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. "Zongyang, defaming the prince is hardly a wise endeavor." From Gong Jing's tone, it was evident that he was incensed, prompting Zongyang to prudently silence himself. Subsequently, Gong Jing addressed Ouyang Xue. "My only concern is that the prince may be deceived. How could the 9th floor, also known as the Golden Dragon Pavilion, permit a commoner to come and go as they please? The rumors that would ensue could be detrimental to the prince." Ouyang Xue dismissed him with indifference. Gong Jing then turned his ire towards Su Yuan. "You must be the so-called genius beast master, Su Yuan. Am I correct? I advise you to vacate your current residence immediately. Perhaps then you might have a chance at survival. Otherwise, I hear you plan to venture beyond the city to the city guards? Every year, some unfortunate souls meet their demise in the wilderness, devoured by wild dogs. I trust you do not wish to end up in such a grisly fate." The threat was palpable. After sipping tea brewed from the leaves of the Tree of Life, Su Yuan replied with a smile, "I am quite comfortable where I am. No need for your concern. Furthermore, there are far too many who wish for my demise. Who do you think you are? Spare me your commoner rhetoric. I have little regard for your so-called nobility. If you wish to make threats, at least have the stature of a demigod, will you? What are you, after 2 years of cultivation with your noble resources, only a mere 4 stars? Such mediocrity. Surely you cannot be so shameless as to not feel embarrassed?" As these words left his lips, many around them changed their expressions dramatically. After all, what did it mean to achieve a mere 4 stars after 2 years? Most would struggle to reach that milestone in 3 years. Ouyang Xue, standing nearby, felt a twinge of concern. How harsh those words sounded. Yet as the crowd reflected, it struck a chord. Su Yuan had achieved 2 stars in 5 days and faced a bottleneck at 2 stars after 13 days, with hopes of becoming a 3-star beast master within a month. At this rate, he would surely attain 4 stars within 2 months. Such talent was unparalleled, even surpassing the likes of noble heirs. Gong Jing was indeed no match. Yet, he possessed the audacity to challenge. Gong Jing scoffed. "How arrogant. You speak of demigods as if you know your place. Do you truly believe you are prepared? I assure you, should you venture beyond the city, you will meet your end." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi quickly interjected. "Hey, must you say everything that comes to mind? That is not something you should be discussing." Sun Yi's words made Su Yuan realize the nobility were aware he had allies. Yet, even so, Gong Jing remained confident. It seemed the nobles had made considerable preparations. Strangely enough, Sun Yi was rather intriguing. Had he not mentioned that, Su Yuan might not have considered it. It was as if he had purposely reminded him. Su Yuan lifted his teacup. "Since I have the courage to leave the city, I certainly do not intend to seek death. I will assuredly return unscathed. How about we place a wager? I believe further words are futile. You undoubtedly wish for my demise, but coincidentally, my greatest pleasure lies in ensuring those who wish for my death are the ones to meet their end first. If I return alive, by the end of the year at the Beast Master competition, I wager my life against yours. How does that sound? I know you long to slay me with your own hands, don't you?" For a hot-blooded man, this was an irresistible temptation. Few could refuse the opportunity to personally dispatch a rival who was close to the woman he favored. Su Yuan's words drew the attention of countless onlookers. They were well aware that Su Yuan was a reckless individual. Who would have thought he would challenge a noble's life in the prestigious Golden Dragon Pavilion? Would Gong Jing accept? Su Yuan added, "What's the matter? Afraid?" Gong Jing refrained from uttering the words "you are unworthy" that lingered on his tongue. After a moment of contemplation, he sneered. Very well, the sensation of personally slaying you might indeed be quite satisfying. Su Yuan replied. Agreed, then it is settled. The loser shall willingly submit to death. You won't regret this, will you? Gong Jing slammed his hand on the table. I wager in the name of the legitimate heir of the Gong family. I shall not retract my words. The usual tranquility of the Golden Dragon Pavilion was shattered by the audacious gamble between these two prodigies from rival academies. Many aristocrats turned their gazes, sensing that the upcoming Beastmaster competition would not conclude without significant turmoil. A talent would surely perish. Chapter 32. The Heart of the Blood Clan obtained. Departing from Dawn City. After Gong Jing and his companions left, Ouyang Shui inquired, was that a bit hasty? You have already offended many. Why risk your life against Gong Jing? Su Yuan shook his head. Not at all. Thanks to the prince's earlier actions, Gong Jing harbored murderous intent. Without needing to say anything, I understood that he had set his sights on me. Even if I continued to retreat, could I expect him to spare me? That is impossible. To such a person, my mere presence beside the prince is an affront that must be avenged, unless he personally eradicates this humiliation. His friends will incessantly mock him for it. Thus, from the outset, a peaceful resolution was never an option. Given this, I would rather strike first. As for enemies, only by instilling fear and pain in them will they learn to be cautious. Ouyang Shui blinked at Su Yuan, smiling. Perhaps you're right. The two awaited a while. And soon the auction commenced. The dazzling array of items was indeed beyond Su Yuan's current means. Prices soared into the thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins. Accessible only to the wealthy aristocrats of the Western District or the top-tier Beastmasters. When it came time for the Heart of the Blood Clan, an unexpected silence enveloped the hall. Unlike other auction items, the Heart of the Blood Clan was regarded as an ominous object, even for collections. Many were reluctant to allow it into their treasure vaults. Thus, Ouyang Shui readily acquired it for the low price of 800 gold coins. Of course, this was still no trivial sum. Without the princess's financial backing and status, it would have been quite challenging for Su Yuan to obtain the Heart of the Blood Clan. Filled with excitement, Su Yuan accepted it. This represented a lifeline. After the auction concluded, the two departed from the trading hall. Ouyang Shui intended to head directly back to the royal palace, and as their paths diverged, she remarked, Thus, I have repaid my debt to you. Su Yuan nodded. Yes. I appreciate your assistance, Your Highness. I shall be leaving the city in a few days, and I hope you will continue to watch over me. Ouyang Shui gently inclined her head and boarded her carriage, departing into the distance. Su Yuan, however, had no intention of returning to the academy. He thought it best to visit home before leaving the city. In the Western District, at the meeting of the 10 elders, head of the Gong family. I have heard your son has engaged in a quarrel over jealousy and even wagered his life. Such behavior lacks gentlemanly decorum. To each their own. At least my Gong family has not suffered losses. Enough, this is not the place for your banter. What is the response from the Beast King? The Beast King has accepted our offerings and agreed. Good, let us accomplish this in one fell swoop. The city guards Lang and High battalions will be deployed to the western city for defense. If the civilian class wishes to contest the authority of the city guard, let them have it. Wan Jingren wishes to be the hero who turns the tide, but unfortunately, the Beast King is on the verge of transforming into the Beast Emperor. He is no match. What of Su Yuan? At the tri-level meeting, the citizens have repeatedly used Su Yuan as a banner against us, claiming that genius can arise from the common folk, demanding adjustments to the distribution of resources. If we do not eliminate this threat soon, the council members will not withstand the pressure. Will he survive this time? What if he does? Perhaps we should also deploy the Holy Beast Hall. How about 26-star Beast Masters? Very well, a double layer of protection. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. In October, at the eastern part of Dawn City, Zhuqing explained to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, you and Ouyang Shui have been assigned to the Wanzi camp. Before we proceed, I must clarify that the requirements for the 3-star Beast Master assessment involve completing tasks for the city guard and accumulating meritorious achievements to attain at least the rank of second lieutenant. Below the rank of second lieutenant, there are private, corporal, sergeant, and staff sergeant. The purpose of this assessment is to evaluate whether the Beast Masters possess the fundamental abilities to defend and stabilize the city-state. Only those who pass will have the power of the Holy Hall expended to advance their ranks. You will execute missions in teams of 3, and upon arrival, the commander of Wanyang camp will assign you your teammates. Additionally, President Zhang has arranged for 3 6-star Beast Masters to protect you. However, they will only intervene if other factions attempt to assassinate you. Do you understand my meaning? Su Yuan nodded in comprehension. These 3 experts are primarily to prevent any underhanded tactics from the nobility. Should any danger arise during your missions, they are under no obligation to intervene. Zhuqing said softly. I hope you and Ouyang Shui return safely. Off you go. The Wanzi camp's garrison is located in the small town of Shaoqi, which lies 50 miles southeast of Dawn City. As a city bustling with a vast population, it is impractical for everyone to be crammed within its walls. Thus, the towns surrounding the city are responsible for providing agricultural produce such as food. Dawn City is bordered by the sea to the north, mountains to the west, and vast plains suitable for cultivation to the east and south. The city guard does not merely defend the city walls. Rather, they camp several dozen to hundreds of miles outside the city to protect the farmland. Naturally, the agricultural development here follows a distinctly different technological trajectory compared to modern agriculture. Numerous discarded beasts, though lacking combat capabilities, are adept at plowing the fields. Wealthy landowners may even hire a one-star beast master for farming. Consequently, various uniquely shaped beasts are seen laboring in the fields, their efficiency rivaling that of mechanized equipment. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, Su Yuan arrived at Shaoqi town. The town is not large, reportedly housing only 30 to 40,000 inhabitants, yet it possesses a distinct charm of everyday life. In stark contrast to the densely packed eastern district of Dawn City, this area feels considerably more spacious, with numerous houses resembling homesteads. It appears that the living conditions are significantly better than in the eastern district. After a leisurely stroll, Su Yuan made his way to the garrison of Wanzi camp. At the entrance, he observed a multitude of beast masters and soldiers from the city guard in the midst of transitioning. Their arms bore the emblem of the Longzi camp, indicating they had just passed through this area. Navigating around the lengthy queue from Longzi camp, Su Yuan entered Wanzi camp. At the entrance, Wanyang, who appeared somewhat hesitant, broke into a faint smile upon seeing Su Yuan. "Ah, isn't this little brother Su Yuan?" Su Yuan clasped his hands in greeting. "Commander, this is Su Yuan, the student. Here to report on time. Please assign me my tasks." Wanyang waved his hand dismissively. "No need to rush. Zhuqing has mentioned that you and Ouyang Shui must team up, and we still need to select one more member. I will take you to choose shortly. For now, you may rest inside." He sighed. "Alas, it's a time of trouble. I wonder whether your arrival is a blessing or a curse." After a moment of silence, Su Yuan asked, "Is this concerning the garrison commander?" Wanyang turned to Su Yuan, his face filled with alarm. "How do you know? This matter has been classified as a top secret of the city guard. Who informed you? Was it Her Highness, the third princess?" Su Yuan shook his head. "I learned it through other channels. Commander, given my precarious situation, it is only natural for me to gather information." Wanyang's expression was complex as he sighed. "You are right. Since you are aware, there is no need for concealment. Have you seen the Longzi camp outside?" Su Yuan nodded slightly. According to Zhuqing's predictions, the nobility, such as the Liu family, would likely rely on the power of the city guard, namely Longzi camp, to carry out their sinister plans. However, it seems they are now planning to withdraw. Could it be that the situation has changed? Chapter 33. The situation of the city guard. Su Yuan selects teammates. Wanyang frowned. The 4 directions of Dawn City, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, are primarily the responsibility of the city guard in the east and south, while the royal knights occupy the north, and the nobles maintain the sacred beast hall in the west. Initially, after the garrison commander's demise, we anticipated a fierce struggle for the position, considering that the city guard is one of the most vital forces in Dawn City. Yet, the Longzi camp, which primarily relies on the nobility, and the Haizi camp have not only withdrawn from the contention for the garrison commander's position, but have also left their garrison and other resources to us, claiming they would be stationed in the western part of the city. This is undoubtedly a boon for us, as it lessens the constraints of a rival force, allowing us to concentrate our efforts outward. However, their abandonment seems rather abrupt and somewhat feeble, which raises suspicions about the underlying motives. Moreover, with the expansion of our defensive perimeter, our pressure has increased considerably, although we have not faced significant issues in recent years. Wanyang's reasoning held merit. Yet Su Yuan found it difficult to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. He remarked, "If they choose to depart, then let it be. They have already left, and there is no need for you to worry excessively, Commander." Perhaps they originally perceived the likelihood of contesting for the garrison commander's position as slim and decided to take advantage of the current chaos to withdraw their forces, a pragmatic choice. Indeed, Su Yuan's words provided Wanyang with some reassurance. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Wanyang sighed in relief. However, their actions have inadvertently lightened your burden. Indeed, with the departure of the personnel from Longzi and Haizi camps, there were no formidable threats within the eastern region of the city. Wanyang continued, "I initially intended for our 3 6-star beast masters from Wanzi camp to covertly protect you, but it seems that will no longer be necessary, which also aids us in solidifying our control over the defense area." Su Yuan acknowledged with a nod. With the absence of opposing forces, There was truly no need to allocate excessive resources for his protection. The presence of 3 individuals from Dawn Academy and Ouyang Shue's companions would suffice. Moreover, Su Yuan had confirmed with Hong Xin the previous night that they would follow at a prudent distance. With a demigod overseeing the situation, Su Yuan felt a profound sense of security. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The emblem on Wanyang's arm emitted a bird-like call. He casually peeled it off and held it to his ear. Hello? You've arrived? Yes, I received it here as well. I will come right away. Noticing Su Yuan's puzzled expression, Wanyang explained. Our Wanzi camp's emblem conceals an egg of a sunset-level beast, which transmits a unique signal. The signal's coverage extends for 100 miles around Shaoqi town. Beyond that, it is ineffective. While this world lacks telephones, it possesses its own unique technological advancements in beast mastery. Wanyang smiled. There is no need to wait any longer. Her Highness has arrived. Follow me, and I will take you to complete the necessary procedures. Afterward, you may choose a teammate to form your team and proceed with your mission. Given your and Her Highness's capabilities, it is likely that you will pass the assessment in less than half a month. With that, Wanyang led Su Yuan into the Wanzi camp garrison. The garrison was expansive, situated in the wilderness, devoid of the space constraints characteristic of the bustling Dawn City. The arena alone was several times the size of that at Dawn Academy. After a quarter of an hour's walk, Su Yuan saw Ouyang Shui and 2 figures clad in black and masked, waiting inside. Wanyang remarked, Your Highness, thank you for your patience. Su Yuan has arrived. Ouyang Shui rose and declared, Commander Yuan, from this moment forth, there is no longer a third princess. There is only a private named Ouyang Shui. Wanyang nodded with satisfaction. Very well. Both of you shall now belong to the 7th Squad of the 3rd Brigade of the 6th Beastmaster Corps under the Wanzi Camp. The Wanzi Camp is home to 10 fully staffed Beastmaster Corps, each of which is divided into 10 brigades, and each brigade contains 10 squads. Typically, a squad is composed of 3 Beastmasters. The total strength of the Beastmasters in the Wanzi Camp exceeds 3,000, with the remaining personnel amounting to over 10,000. A formidable force indeed. Wanyang continued. I also have several students from the Beastmaster Academy who have come to participate in the assessment. You two may select your teammates first. Vice Officer Sun, please escort them to the new recruits camp. Su Yuan clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your kindness, Commander. Standing beside him, Vice Officer Sun, known as Sun Jin, one of the 3 chief officers of the Wanzi camp, gestured, This way, please. After completing the necessary formalities, Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui followed Sun Jin to the new recruits camp. The first of every month is the designated day for new recruits to report, and this month, 15 Beastmasters have come to participate in the assessment, perfectly forming 5 squads. Under normal circumstances, teams are assembled randomly for service. However, given the unique status of Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui, Wanyang made an exception, allowing them to select their teammates preferentially. Inside the new recruits camp, a dozen newcomers stood in a line, awaiting their squad assignments. Upon seeing Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui arrive, the newcomers began to murmur among themselves. Look, it's true what the Dawn report said. Su Yuan and the princess have really come to the Wanzi camp. Wow, the princess is truly beautiful. I wonder if Su Yuan will really share a dormitory with her, just as the legends say. How enviable. I hope to become the princess's teammate. Defeating Su Yuan and trampling on Gong Jing to seize this year's Beastmaster Championship. The majority of the students from the Beastmaster Academy are boys, brimming with youthful vigor, often unrestrained in their expressions. They rarely encounter females, let alone beauties, so upon seeing Ouyang Shui, they couldn't help but voice their admiration. Ouyang Shui paid little attention to their chatter. She simply encouraged Su Yuan to choose his teammates. Su Yuan approached the gathered newcomers, and without needing to say a word, they understood his intent. Brother Yuan, pick me. My 2 beasts are both A rank. I'm the strongest among this group. No, Brother Yuan, choose me. Although he is strong, I provide support, which is certainly more advantageous. Why not choose me? My 2 beasts have healing abilities, ensuring we can sustain our efforts in battle. A throng of eager candidates stepped forward, hoping to join Su Yuan's team. The reasoning was clear. Associating with the strongest individuals would yield greater military merit. Military achievements are awarded based on task completion. The more challenging and perilous the mission, the greater the rewards. Thus aligning oneself with stronger allies facilitates rapid advancement. In that moment, Su Yuan found himself at a loss as to whom to select. Words alone hold little weight, he stated. Can everyone summon their beasts? Upon hearing this, the recruits complied, summoning their beasts from their respective spaces. A diverse array emerged, defensive, healing, speed-oriented, and offensive types. It was then that Su Yuan's gaze fell upon one particular individual, and his eyes lit up. What a discovery! This is a remarkable skill. Other abilities may appear flashy and seemingly more potent in combat, yet in the wilderness, survival capabilities are paramount. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui were already sufficiently powerful. They merely required reinforcement in survival skills. Nothing could be more appealing than the abilities of this Beast Master. Chapter 34, Remarkable Skill. Dirt Digger and Burrowing Python. You are the ones. The reason behind Su Yuan's excitement was simple. This individual's capabilities were extraordinary. Though she appeared unassuming, the Beast Master in question was named Li Mi. A petite girl standing under 5 feet tall, weighing barely over 80 pounds, slender and seemingly delicate, with fair skin and a few freckles, exuding an air of shyness. Li Mi timidly responded, can I really join? Before Su Yuan could reply, several robust men nearby expressed their disappointment. Brother Yuan, you can't choose her. Her abilities are ill-suited for combat. Even if you have a fondness for girls, you can't be so biased. That's right, Brother Yuan, take me instead. I won't hold you or the princess back. Indeed, Brother Yuan, you will certainly face more dangerous circumstances in the jungle. Bringing Li Mi along would only jeopardize her safety. After all, you and the princess can't focus on fighting while also protecting her. Their words caused Li Mi, already lacking confidence, to lower her head and softly murmur. Perhaps they're right. I can't even protect myself. I would only be a liability. Su Yuan playfully tapped Li Mi's head. Don't listen to their nonsense, you silly. I chose you because I recognize the potential of your beasts. It's not about being a burden. In critical moments, you might just save our lives. You will become an exceptional beastmaster. Upon hearing this, the bangs shielding Li Mi's eyes were blown aside by a gentle breeze, revealing her dark, sparkling eyes. How did you know about my beast abilities? Can I really do it? Su Yuan replied without hesitation. Of course. I am a genius beastmaster. I can easily discern who is best suited. He then turned to the other 10 men. You fellows can handle your own tasks, right? Aren't you men? The men exchanged glances, grumbling. Brother Yuan, you can't take away the only girl in our group. That's just ruthless. Yuan Gu, you must protect Xiaomi well. Su Yuan gently pounded his chest with a clenched fist, affirming, of course. After selecting their team, Su Yuan departed the new recruits camp with Li Mi waiting at the entrance. Ouyang Shui crossed her arms and inquired, are you certain about choosing her? According to the information provided by Vice Officer Sun, both of her summoned beasts are rated B and lack any remnants of mythical bloodlines. Su Yuan smiled, trust my judgment. The girl proves invaluable in critical moments. Given Su Yuan's insistence, Ouyang Shui refrained from opposing him. His choices have always been astute. She extended her hand, introducing herself. Hello, you must be Li Mi. I am Ouyang Shui. Li Mi timidly reached out, saying, Your Highness, it is truly a great fortune to meet you. Ouyang Shui pondered, is this really all right? She seems a bit overly socially anxious. Vice Officer Sun, our 7th squad is fully assembled, Su Yuan announced. Sun Jin nodded, good. From now on, maintain contact with the captain of the 3rd Battalion for task assignments and reports. Here, this is the arm badge allocated to you. It is effective only within 100 miles of Shaoqi town. If you venture too far, it will cease to function. Captain Yuan, the responsibility is now in your hands. A robust man standing nearby spoke in a deep voice. All right, leave it to me. I am your captain, Yuan Tiantong, a 4-star beastmaster. The insignia on Yuan Tiantong's shoulder indicated his rank as a captain. After leading them to the 3rd Battalion's base, he continued, allow me to provide a detailed introduction. Our 3rd Battalion is specifically tasked with assessing eligibility for promotion to a 3-star beastmaster. You are aware of the requirements for assessment, which involve accumulating sufficient military achievements to qualify for the rank of 2nd Lieutenant. Achievements are calculated based on merit points. You will start as privates, progressing through the ranks of Private First Class, Corporal, and Sergeant before reaching 2nd Lieutenant. There are 2 primary ways to earn merit points: completing tasks and defeating ferocious beasts during defensive operations. Soldier assignments typically fall into 4 categories: A, B, C, and D. D-level tasks are logistical duties for the city guards, the simplest tasks such as cleaning, cooking, and laundry, yielding a fixed 1 merit point. C-level tasks are an upgraded version of logistics, involving the transport of supplies and providing escort services from Dawn City, yielding between 25 merit points. B-level tasks involve exterminating monsters. Numerous wandering beasts outside Dawn City pose threats to village safety. Upon receiving a village alert, beastmasters will be dispatched, earning a fixed 10 merit points, plus additional points based on the level of beasts killed. A-level tasks involve exploration. You will delve into the depths of the Dawn Forest, reaching Eagle's Cry Gorge. A perilous journey where you will scout uncharted territories, earning a fixed 50 merit points, plus additional points for slaying beasts. The level of beasts defeated yields varying merit points: 1 point for bronze, 5 for silver, 20 for gold, and for higher levels like Starfall and Moonfall. I advise you to consider fleeing. Is there anything unclear? Yuan Tiantong's explanation was quite straightforward. In essence, the more dangerous the task, the greater the merit points awarded. And the more beasts encountered, the more points earned. Ouyang Shui inquired, how do we ascertain that it was us who defeated the beasts? Ah yes, Ouyang Shui's guards are all 6-star beast masters. If she has someone else do the fighting, wouldn't she complete the assessments in no time? Yuan Tiantong replied. Your arm badges will record this. Although they will lose connection beyond 100 miles, they will still track which beasts you have slain. And we will tally the records from the 3 of you. I see, it appears the badge is quite convenient. Su Yuan asked. How many merit points are needed to be promoted to second lieutenant? Yuan Tiantong wrote on the blackboard. To advance to private first class requires 10 points, corporal 50 points, sergeant 100 points, staff sergeant 200 points, and second lieutenant 500 points. In total, that is 860 points. If you wish to advance rapidly, you must engage in B-level and A-level tasks. I understand now. It's no wonder many get stuck here. Although C and D-level tasks are safer, the merit points accumulated are too meager. It seems A-level tasks are the way to go. With Li Mi around, fleeing 1T be an issue. Just as Su Yuan contemplated this, the alarm within the battalion blared. Beep beep beep. Yuan Tiantong declared, a ferocious beast has been wreaking havoc in Yutong village, 10 miles east of Shaoqi town. Do you wish to respond? A B-level task indeed? Su Yuan nodded. Let us begin with a B-level task to hone our skills. Captain, please assign us an A-level task as well. After completing it, the 3 of us will head straight into the Dawn Forest. Yuan Tiantong's eyes widened in realization. Truly, a genius beastmaster, exuding confidence. It's rare to see someone so bold as to accept an A-level task right off the bat. Understood, 7th Squad, prepare for deployment. Arrive at Yutong Village within 10 minutes. Yes. Chapter 35, B-level task, exterminating beasts in Yutong Village. 10 minutes. Time was of the essence. And the 3 of them summoned their beasts. Only the swiftness of their summoned beasts could facilitate rapid progress. Long Yao, let us go. Upon transforming, Long Yao unfurled her crimson wings, propelling Su Yuan swiftly towards Yutong Village. The trio moved at varying speeds, prompting Su Yuan to decide to advance to Yutong Village ahead, allowing Ouyang Shui and Li Mi to follow closely. Timeliness was crucial for warning tasks. By the time the alarm sounded, the beasts had already invaded the village. A moment's delay could result in casualties. This is why most prefer to reside in the eastern district of Dawn City rather than in the outer towns and villages. Safety is an ever-present concern. Even though the city guards strive tirelessly, they can only ensure relative security. 3 to 4 minutes later, Long Yao brought Su Yuan to their destination first. At this moment, a dozen ferocious beasts rampaged at the village entrance, including saber-toothed pigs resembling wild boars with massive teeth, flying leopards akin to panthers sprouting wings, and venomous snakes entwined in green liquid. Through the observational lens provided by the system, the information regarding these beasts was laid bare, most being of bronze and silver levels. Yet, ordinary folk stood no chance against them. Within the village, 2 one-star beast masters were engaged in a desperate struggle. But the overwhelming numbers and bloodthirst of the beasts rendered them easily defeated. Just at this critical juncture, Su Yuan arrived. Dragon Breath, activate. A searing torrent of dragon fire erupted, piercing through the body of a saber-toothed pig, shattering it into a grotesque mass of flesh. Turning to the 2 one-star beast masters, Su Yuan commanded, you 2, take the villagers to safety. I will handle things here. The 2 exhaled in relief, clasping their fists in gratitude. Thank you. Villagers, follow us to the rear of the village for refuge. We will leave this to the city guards, they instructed. Upon seeing the 10,000 character insignia on Su Yuan's arm, the villagers recognized the arrival of the famed 10,000 character battalion and began to shed their fears. The esteemed figures of the 10,000 character battalion have arrived. We are saved. One lamented. Alas, my cow was devoured by those hellish beasts. Old Wong, no need to complain. It is a blessing that no one in the village has perished. Just get the Guzzi treated for his broken leg by a healing beastmaster. Indeed, if necessary, I can lend you the cattle from my home next year. Now, hurry along, and do not cause any trouble for the beastmaster. A throng of villagers swiftly dispersed, clearing a space for Su Yuan. Utilizing his telepathic ability, he communicated with Long Yao. Can you handle this? Long Yao responded breezily. Those little creatures can be obliterated at will, correct? Su Yuan furrowed his brow and replied. It would be best not to damage the houses. And by the way, I am not small. The demonic beasts were all of the bronze and silver tiers, which posed no significant challenge. With a flourish of her wings, Long Yao soared into the sky, her golden slit pupils emanating a terrifying might. The pressure exuded by her dragon's gaze was overwhelming, causing several bronze-tiered demonic beasts to crumble into mere fragments. their blood and fat staining the ground in a vivid crimson yellow. Others of silver tier attempted to swarm her, but Long Yao's fiery dragon claws crushed their skulls with ease. Boom. The serpent and leopard demons were annihilated. At that moment, the villagers had barely managed to evacuate. Look, the Beast Master has already slain the invading demons. They marveled, recognizing the prowess of the city guard's Beast Master, who dispatched the creatures with remarkable efficiency. The pelts and teeth of those beasts should fetch a handsome sum. Those are all the property of the Beast Master. Su Yuan, seeing that the flames on the ground had not yet completely extinguished, instructed Long Yao to retract her dragon fire, softly stating, "These spoils are yours. We must venture deeper into the forest." The pelts and hearts of those bronze and silver tier beasts could indeed be quite valuable, potentially worth several silver coins. However, they also represented a burden, as Su Yuan could not carry such items while undertaking A-class missions. Upon hearing his words, the villagers cast grateful glances in his direction. For them, the meager income from farming barely sufficed to feed their families. If they could dismantle and sell the demonic beasts, their lives would significantly improve. At that moment, Ouyang Shui and Li Mi arrived. Ouyang Shui smiled. "Quite efficient, I see. I didn't expect it to be handled so thoroughly." Li Mi, with her fingers pointed apologetically, said, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being slow, making you wait, Your Highness." Su Yuan chuckled. "No worries. The demonic beasts are not formidable. We did not require the entire team to mobilize. Moreover, Li Mi, your abilities are best utilized at critical moments. During ordinary battles, you may remain in the rear." Critical moments? Li Mi pondered, perplexed by Su Yuan's recurring statement. What exactly constituted a critical moment? In her eyes, she felt like a dead weight. The B-class mission she had previously hesitated to accept was effortlessly completed by Su Yuan. Was there truly a critical moment where she was indispensable? Ouyang Shui regarded Su Yuan with a curious gaze, sensing that his intentions were not entirely benign. She had gleaned insights into Li Mi's beast-controlling abilities, but could not fathom what Su Yuan meant by a critical moment. Observing the two, Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's fine if you don't understand now. You will in due time." The thrill of digging into the ground is something the princess undoubtedly cannot appreciate. This endeavor can indeed prove life-saving at crucial junctures, especially considering Su Yuan's precarious situation, with Li Mi's presence providing him an additional safeguard, aside from his half-divine brother. Beep, beep, beep. Su Yuan glanced at his arm insignia, which clearly displayed his merit points. Task completed. B-class task, once. Kills, silver-tier demonic beasts, 3. Bronze-tier demonic beasts, 11. Current merit points, 36. Quite intelligent, indeed. According to Captain Yuan Tiantong, the team would eventually share the merit points equally, if one sought to rapidly accumulate merit points. Slaying demonic beasts was the most straightforward approach. Regrettably, both Long Yao and the Snow Lady were currently at a bottleneck. Unless Su Yuan advanced to the rank of 3-star Beast Master, neither could gain experience. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tested how much experience could be accrued through the slaughter of demonic beasts under minimal conditions. Beep, beep, beep. Calling Su Yuan, calling Su Yuan. This is the 3rd Brigade. Mimicking Wanyang, Su Yuan removed the insignia from his arm and held it to his ear. Su Yuan here, please instruct. 3rd Brigade. A-class task. Explore Zone 46, located at the border of Dawn Forest and Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Task requirements. Create a detailed map of Zone 46 and investigate the strength and species distribution of the demonic beasts in that area. Caution, do not enter Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. I repeat, do not enter Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Soon after, the insignia marked the location of Zone 46. Understood, Su Yuan replied. Chapter 36. A-class task, Su Yuan's speculation. Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. It is said that it is perilous for anyone below half-divine status. I certainly want to be going there. Turning to Ouyang Shui and Li Mi, he explained, the A-class task requires us to explore Zone 46. I checked the map. Here is Dawn City. 50 miles east is Little Pond Town. 60 miles is our current location at Fish Pond Village. 100 miles is Dawn Forest, and 300 miles is Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Zone 46 is situated 280 to 290 miles east of Dawn City, within a 10-mile radius. The task primarily involves mapping and investigating the demonic beasts. Your Highness, can you create maps? Ouyang Shui shook her head. I cannot. Oh, but Your Highness, are you not an exemplary student? You wouldn't expect me, with only a high school level of geography, to handle mapping, would you? Li Mi timidly raised her hand, saying, I can create maps if needed. Su Yuan blinked at Li Mi. Really, sister? Li Mi nodded gently. Yes, at the Academy of 10,000 Beasts. It's a foundational course that I have excelled in for over a year. Foundational course, you say? Su Yuan scratched his head. Then I must rely on you. I apologize for my ignorance, as it seems I have never attended classes. Indeed, since arriving at Dawn Academy, Su Yuan had been absent from all lessons. The reason was simple, his rapid ascension. It's somewhat excusable for me to skip classes, but how is it that your highness does not know the foundational courses? Ouyang Shui shot Su Yuan a glance. I specialize in tactics and management, all right? Turning to Li Mi, Su Yuan said, then let us proceed at a leisurely pace. We should aim to slay some fierce beasts along the way to accumulate merit points. Otherwise, simply completing tasks will be painfully slow. Li Mi softly remarked. In the depths of the forest, the strongest beasts are of the Qinxing tier. If possible, we should avoid killing too many in one location, as the scent of blood may attract higher-tier demonic beasts. Is that so? Su Yuan looked toward Ouyang Shui, who appeared equally puzzled. Well, it seems having someone knowledgeable is indeed advantageous. Understood, you've been a great help, sister. Let us set off. This will be my first time in Dawn Forest. Li Mi quietly raised her small fist, thinking that she was finally of use. However, Su Yuan claimed this was his first visit to Dawn Forest? That couldn't be right. Wasn't his beast gaining experience in Dawn Forest? Before she could sort through her thoughts, Su Yuan urged them to depart. Dawn Forest was vast, teeming with countless demonic beasts, most of which were bronze and silver tier, while the golden tier beasts could be considered the rulers of their respective territories. Humans had delineated the Dawn Forest into zones based on the territories of these demonic beasts. Initially, Su Yuan had been concerned that the human beast masters needed to hunt so many demonic beasts. Would they not risk annihilating their populations? Later, the schoolteacher informed Su Yuan that the lowest-ranked saber-toothed boar gives birth twice a year, with each litter numbering in the dozens. This, however, does not account for the fastest reproducing demon beasts. Similar to rabbit-like demon beasts, if left unchecked, they could produce a wave of demon beasts within 2 to 3 years. The only factor limiting the reproduction of these creatures is the insufficient spiritual energy in the Dawn Forest. Once their population exceeds a certain threshold, the offspring produced are mere wild beasts rather than demon beasts. Thus, the number of demon beasts does not become overwhelmingly rampant. Upon entering the forest, Su Yuan encountered the saber-toothed boars most frequently. These demon beasts could be easily dispatched by Long Yao with a single slap, allowing for the accumulation of merit with minimal effort. The trio advanced in a column formation. Su Yuan led the way, Ouyang Shui brought up the rear, and Li Mi positioned herself in the center. Ouyang Shui's 2 shadow guards followed closely behind, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Further back, 3 6-star Beast Tamers from the Beast Tamer Guild trailed at a distance, primarily to ensure that noble factions did not attempt to harm Su Yuan. Thus they did not need to stay too close. At the farthest point was Hong Xian San, a demigod who had just crossed over from Shaoqi Town. Keeping an eye on their direction, he furrowed his brow, pondering the uncanny coincidence. In the Dawn Forest, one cannot traverse as freely as in other areas. Vigilance is paramount against potential ambushes. After half a day, Su Yuan's team had managed to cover 100 miles, with 80 miles still separating them from their destination. Considering the need to camp for the night, the round trip would take nearly 2 to 3 days. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui continuously slayed demon beasts, and after Su Yuan activated the Beast Taming bloodline twice, Ouyang Shui's strength surged, allowing her to effortlessly eliminate copper and silver-tier demon beasts. Over the 100 miles, the two had vanquished over 100 demon beasts, even when evenly divided. This was sufficient to elevate the 3 members of the 7th squad to the rank of sergeant. Indeed, slaying demon beasts proved to be the most efficient method of accumulating merit. For ordinary beast tamers with lesser grades, the task was laborious. Su Yuan's dragon girl could dispatch a small demon beast with ease, whereas a weaker 2-star beast tamer would require a rest after defeating a single silver-tier beast. Thus, their efficiency was incomparable. As evening approached, Li Mi spotted a high slope and suggested, Su Yuan, Your Highness, shall we camp here? If we get too close to Eagle's Cry Gorge, formidable demon beasts may cross the boundary and intrude. This location is 30 miles from Area 46 and only 50 miles from Eagle's Cry Gorge. If we venture further, we risk attracting powerful demon beasts for a midnight feast. Su Yuan nodded. All right, sister, I shall heed your advice. Lacking experience, Su Yuan felt it prudent to rely on Li Mi for such matters, especially considering that Ouyang Shui, raised in the palace as nobility, was not one to be expected to contribute to manual labor. Thus, it fell to Su Yuan and Li Mi to set up camp. Despite her petite stature, Li Mi worked efficiently, erecting the tent with remarkable speed. Camping in the forest posed great danger, and both Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui dared not leave their demon beasts in the beast space. They summoned them instead for vigilance. Suddenly, Su Yuan's communication jade stirred. He excused himself under the pretense of patrolling, seeking refuge in a thicket to retrieve the jade. A message from Hong Xin-san came through. Hong Xin-san, Old 7. Where's your destination? I have scouted this area, and there are no powerful demon beasts nearby. I will advance into Eagle's Cry Gorge to investigate. Oh no. Please don't go, Brother San. My heart races with fear. Su Yuan quickly replied. Hong Xin-shi. Area 46. Is there something amiss, Brother San? Hong Xin-san. I have noticed a surge of demon beasts from Eagle's Cry Gorge entering the Dawn Forest. This is concerning. I must ascertain the cause. Do not worry. Old 7. I can swiftly reach within 100 miles. Since I promised to watch over you, I will not abandon you. The prowess of a demigod is indeed fearsome. 100 miles is considered a safe range? It is no wonder that 6-star and 7-star Beast Tamers represent a significant bottleneck. Their range of perception is simply on another level. Yet, a sense of unease began to stir within Su Yuan. Why was there unrest at Eagle's Cry Gorge just as he arrived in the Dawn Forest? Recalling the words of Gong Jingxuani, as well as the withdrawals of the Lang and Hai battalions, he pondered whether there was a connection to the disturbances at Eagle's Cry Gorge. Thus, he replied, Hong Xin-shi, Brother San, before I departed, I encountered members of the noble Gong and Sun families, who seemed convinced that I would inevitably perish outside the city. Furthermore, the noble factions have withdrawn the Lang and Hai battalions from the Eastern Front, as if anticipating something significant to occur. Coupled with the unrest at Eagle's Cry Gorge and the mysterious death of the garrison commander, I suspect there may be a connection. The communication jade fell silent for a moment before responding. Hong Xin-san, are you suggesting that the nobles have orchestrated some sort of conspiracy, even going so far as to eliminate the garrison commander? That seems unlikely. I have met every head of the 10 elder families. Despite differing ideologies and interests, these matters are internal to Dawn City. Hong Xin-san, enough of your speculations. I will go investigate. Hong Xin-san firmly dismissed Su Yuan's conjectures. From his words, Su Yuan discerned that this individual harbored a touch of idealism. Although he was unaware of how the garrison commander had met his demise, he believed that the nobility would not cross such a fundamental line, particularly by eliminating a human demigod due to political differences. Such an act would be unprecedented in the history of Dawn City. Dawn City, after all, has only existed for a few hundred years. Su Yuan, familiar with millennia of human civilization, understood that it was all too common for one class to betray an entire race for its own gain. After concluding his private conversation with Hong Xin-san, Su Yuan scrolled through the recent messages from the Red Heart Thieves. One particular message from Hong Xin-lu caught his attention. Hong Xin-lu. Ugh, so annoying. The prices in Dawn City have doubled in the past few days. I heard it's because the noble grain merchants completed the autumn harvest early and hoarded a large quantity of grain, yet they refused to sell, causing the remaining merchants in the city to collectively raise prices. How distressing. Chapter 37. The beginning of the truth. The attack of the stellar-tiered demon beasts. Hoarding grain? Under normal circumstances, the prices of staple commodities like grain remain relatively stable. What are the nobles hoarding grain for? Are they anticipating a surge in prices to profit from it? That seems unnecessary. In the world of beast tamers, where beasts replace labor and machinery, crop prices are actually lower than before Su Yuan's arrival. In what circumstances would hoarding grain yield massive profits? When an economic bubble bursts. Historically, many times when economic bubbles, such as the real estate bubble, burst, grain prices surged, leading to absurd news about crops being used to pay off mortgages. Or in ancient societies facing famine or war, when others lack food, one could raise prices 100-fold, and ordinary people would have no choice but to buy. Wait, war? A vague realization dawned upon Su Yuan. He felt as if he had grasped something crucial. The theft at the Dawn Exchange is orchestrated by the nobility. While the commander of the city guard meets his demise at Eagle's Cry Gorge, the plans and machinations of the aristocrats unfold, with only the Yuan, Shan, and Tian battalions remaining on the Eastern Front after the withdrawal of the Lang and Hai battalions. Gong Jing, resolute in his belief, anticipates his fate outside the city. A beast king lurks within Eagle's Cry Gorge, and its monstrous minions surge into the Dawn Forest. Prices are soaring amidst the struggle between the nobility and the common citizens, as the aristocrats engage in rampant grain acquisition. Surely not, Su Yuan chuckled bitterly. If that is indeed the case, it would be a death knell. Of course, it is also possible that Su Yuan is indulging in unfounded fears, entertaining fanciful thoughts. Why are you here? Ouyang Shue's voice startled Su Yuan, causing him to leap. She shot him a disapproving glance. Didn't you say you were going on patrol? Yet here you are, loitering for nearly a quarter of an hour. If it weren't for your intact attire, I might have assumed you were. Su Yuan coughed twice. Your Highness, your imagination surpasses even mine. He shook his head. This notion remains unrefined, lacking decisive evidence. Moreover, irresponsible goodwill can lead to dire consequences. Currently, It is the autumn harvest season. If Su Yuan is mistaken and disrupts the farmers amidst their harvest, only to realize it was all for naught, countless lives may be lost to hunger in the coming year. At that juncture, don't expect to be hailed as their savior. They would be more inclined to spare your horse than to show you mercy. More intelligence and evidence are required for Su Yuan to gain certainty. Stretching, he remarked. Some matters remain unclear. Your Highness, do you possess any knowledge regarding the Beast King of Eagle's Cry Gorge? Ouyang Shui replied. I've heard a few tales from my father, but my understanding is limited. Would you kindly enlighten me? With a finger tapping her chin, she declared. Since you have asked so earnestly, I shall generously share. Let us head to the camp. It would be fitting for sisterly me to hear as well. Upon returning to the camp, the group sat outside, and Ouyang Shui cleared her throat. The Beast King at Eagle's Cry Gorge, according to my father, is a serpentine creature. Its eyes having undergone a peculiar mutation, making it the most perilous entity surrounding Dawn City. Even a demigod would struggle to ensure their safety in its presence, for its gaze can siphon the souls of any being beneath demigod status. You all are aware that this Beast King corresponds to the demigods among humankind, but you may not know that it is currently in a transformative phase. A transformative phase? Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Ouyang Shui nodded. Indeed. The serpent demon must shed its skin. This Beast King has already undergone 2 molts. Each shedding has brought it to the brink of life and death. Should it shed its skin once more and complete a certain ascension ritual, it will elevate from Beast King to Beast Emperor, rivaling my father's strength. Su Yuan inquired. And this ritual? What does it entail? Ouyang Shui explained. Ah, Su Yuan, you are truly gifted, yet you have not applied yourself diligently. When you ascended to a 2-star Beast Master, you underwent a baptism at the Sacred Hall, correct? Yes, he confirmed. Ouyang Shui continued. And when you became a 6-star Beast Master, did the Sacred Hall provide you with the power to transcend to demigod status? The answer is no. To become a demigod, one must perform a ritual unique to oneself, drawing the energies of heaven and earth into one's being to ascend. The same applies to the progression from 7 stars to 8, and from 8 to 9. Similarly, for a Beast King to elevate to Beast Emperor, it must also complete a specific ritual, the details of which I do not know. Su Yuan nodded, realizing, so that is how it is. I've learned something new. I had thought each breakthrough required a baptism at the Sacred Hall. It seems the Sacred Hall's utility is limited to lower star Beast Masters. With this newfound understanding of the Beast King of Eagle's Cry Gorge, Su Yuan pondered, why does the Human King not intervene to eliminate it? Surely, the Human King must be stronger than this Beast King? Ouyang Shui shook her head. No, Eagle's Cry Gorge serves as its domain, granting the beast a combat advantage. Even my father would struggle to eliminate it within that terrain. Su Yuan lowered his head in contemplation, pondering the implications of this realization. Limi clasped her hands together, exclaiming, I hope I never encounter such a terrifying creature in my lifetime. Inside the camp, the flickering lights cast a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, a piercing howl shattered the tranquility of the forest. The ground trembled with the sounds of countless beasts trampling the earth. Su Yuan observed as lower-tier beasts, such as saber-toothed boars and blade serpents, fled in terror, hundreds of them scrambling in disarray. What is happening? A shadowy guardian beside Ouyang Shui suddenly transmitted, Your Highness. Trouble approaches. It is the submerged star-level beast from the Dawn Forest, and it is charging towards us. Ouyang Shui's eyes widened, her expression turning icy. What? Submerged star-level? Indeed, a submerged star-level beast. Another shadowy guardian materialized, stating, Your Highness, this beast is far too formidable for you. Allow me and Shadow One to handle it. Shadow One added, Yes, you and your companions are merely 2-star Beast Masters. This is beyond your level to confront. Ouyang Shui clenched her fist lightly. If possible, she did not wish to retreat or allow her guardians to engage. After all, this was her first time participating in a frontline mission. As a princess, she could easily find ways to sidestep the challenge. Yet, she chose to earnestly confront the task at hand to see if she could succeed on her own. However, she felt a twinge of reluctance now. Yet, she recognized that this was not the moment for impetuosity. This was a true battle against formidable odds. Just as Ouyang Shui prepared to command her guardians into action, Su Yuan interjected, Wait a moment. I believe we should give it a try. Your Highness, is there a better opportunity than this? No one is watching us, and with a 6-star Beast Master to assist, what harm is there in attempting? Ouyang Shui regarded Su Yuan with surprise. This fellow, has he already ignited his fighting spirit? I had thought he would favor the simplest solutions to problems. However, Su Yuan is indeed correct. Battle truly hones one's skills amidst life and death. Su Yuan felt confident in taking the chance, for he had already gleaned information about the approaching beast in his mind. Beast, Venyan Frostfire Lion. Rarity, S. Level, Submerged Star, Initial. Talents: Van Yen Mythical. Frost, Epic. Blood Rage, Epic. Skills: Frostfire Extermination, Epic. Van Yen Annihilation, Mythical. Beast Lion Roar, Epic. Bloodline, King of the Forest, 30. Shadow One exclaimed, "Nonsense. You're risking your life. Don't drag the princess into this. Go alone." Yet, Su Yuan appeared unfazed by the Shadow Guardian's admonitions, continuing, "Listen well. Approaching us is a submerged star-level beast known as the Van Yen Frostfire Lion. Its innate abilities include a mythical-grade Flame, Van Yen, and an epic-grade Frost, alongside a talent that significantly drains its stamina to enhance its own power, Blood Rage. It possesses 3 skills. One is a large-scale application of frost and fire fusion known as Frostfire. Another is the concentration of mythical-grade Van Yen for pinpoint detonation, termed Van Yen Annihilation, and the last is a roar that shatters the spirit of its foes. In this moment, Su Yuan unveiled his cards, not concealing the beast's innate skills from anyone. Shadow 2's pupils constricted. Heaven's Eye. You possess the Heaven's Eye. Ouyang Shui cast a surprised glance at Su Yuan. No wonder he had been so confident in challenging Hung Kudi. It turned out he possessed the Eye of Heaven. The Eye of Heaven is a rare ability that only a select few extraordinary beast masters can activate, enabling them to discern their opponent's capabilities at a glance. Unless the disparity in levels exceeds 3 ranks, a beast master with the Eye of Heaven can effortlessly observe their adversary. Shadow 2 remarked. Since he is a beast master with the Eye of Heaven, why not let them give it a try? Shadow 1, remember to protect His Highness. Upon hearing the 2 guards' concession, Ouyang Shui's heart swelled with excitement. This was her first opportunity to challenge an enemy significantly stronger than herself. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to declare themselves undefeated? In a world that reveres power, who does not yearn to validate their strength? Su Yuan shouted, "Attention! The target is 300 meters away." Ouyang Shui, Inhibited Speed. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle. The Might of the Forest Overlord. The Van Yen Frostfire Lion was not only massive in size, but also exceptionally swift. Its body, enveloped in frost fire, rampaged through the forest like a whirlwind of ice and flame, sweeping everything in its path. If left unchecked, the Van Yen Frostfire Lion would swiftly eliminate Su Yuan and his companions. Ouyang Shui commanded her 2 beasts. One was the Xian Guang Holy Falcon, embodying purifying light, and the other was the Holy Ice Star Deer, which possessed the ability to slow down enemies. Ouyang Shui grasped the situation. Holy Ice Star Deer, freeze the ground. Unlike Su Yuan's ice-casting Snow Maiden, the Holy Ice Star Deer's freezing ability coated the previously soft earth with a rapidly melting frost, transforming it into an extremely low-lying, muddy swamp. The Van Yen Frostfire Lion, upon stepping into the muddy terrain, became ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, its previously swift acceleration halved. At that moment, everyone finally beheld the Van Yen Frostfire Lion's true appearance. It was a colossal lion-shaped beast, approximately 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 2 meters high. Its body entwined with golden Van Yen, while its claws glimmered with ice-blue frost and an unusual icy flame. Ouyang Shui spoke, "Su Yuan, beasts are creatures driven by bloodlust and slaughter. They can discern strength from weakness and will target the weaker first." The 2 shadow guards now morphed into shadows. Into the Van Yen Frostfire Lion, the 3 of them undoubtedly appeared as the weaker opponents. Ouyang Shui implied that since beasts prefer to attack the weak first, the most likely target for the Van Yen Frostfire Lion would be Li Mi, the weakest among them. Su Yuan nodded, "Understood. Li Mi, retreat to a distance of 1 li, approximately 0.5 kilometers, and do as I instructed earlier." Among the 3, Li Mi was the weakest. If the Van Yen Frostfire Lion fixated on her, Su Yuan would be unable to engage in battle while simultaneously protecting his teammates. It was better to lay an ambush as he had previously contemplated. Li Mi wasted no time and immediately commanded the earth-digging python and burrowing beast to withdraw. In battle, her role was to heed Su Yuan's commands and not hinder the 2. Su Yuan had remarked that her abilities were exceptional and would prove vital at a critical moment. She chose to trust him and prepared accordingly. In an instant, the Van Yen Frostfire Lion broke free from the frost-induced mire, letting out a furious roar as it unleashed its skill, Beast Roar, Roar. Su Yuan's Dragon Maiden responded with a dragon's roar of her own, imbued with even more terrifying might and a higher status. The clash of the 2 roars erupted into a whirlwind that tore through countless trees, hundreds of towering giants collapsing under the force. Yet, the battle prowess of a deep star-level beast far surpassed that of a golden level 1. Despite the Dragon Maiden's divine bloodline granting her a superior status, the disparity in levels and the fact that they were both S-rank placed her at a disadvantage in this confrontation. As the Xianguang Holy Falcon activated its innate skill, Radiant shatter, its form fragmented like shadows, a beam of light darting towards the Van Yin Frostfire Lion's rear. Simultaneously, Su Yuan Snow Maiden unleashed her innate skill, Aurora Dance. The sudden appearance of the Xian Guang Holy Falcon and the extreme Ice Snow Maiden caught the formidable Deep Star-level beast off guard, prompting the Van Yin Frostfire Lion to instinctively transform its golden Van Yin into a spear, thrusting it backward. Xian Guang Holy Falcon, Xian Guang Purification, Snow Maiden, Snow Moon Prison. The Xian Guang Holy Falcon's Purification was a mythic-level ability that held unparalleled efficacy against beasts driven by instinct and primal instincts. It could be said that, compared to offensive skills, Purification abilities could deliver a more profound blow to beasts tainted by corruption. Su Yuan understood Ouyang Shue's intent, allowing the Snow Maiden to activate her control skill, Snow Moon Prison, to buy time for the Xian Guang Holy Falcon. The Snow Moon Prison initiated first. A bright moon rose on the Snow Maiden's forehead, reflecting the full moon above, making the effect of the Snow Moon Prison even more pronounced at night. Composed of 17 ice pillars, the ice prison withstood the Van Yan spear, momentarily restraining the Van Yin Frostfire Lion in place. However, the gap in levels meant that even the extreme Ice Snow Maiden's special ice crystals could only hold the Van Yin Frostfire Lion for less than a second. The golden Van Yin rapidly melted the ice pillars of the Snow Moon Prison. As the Frostfire coiled around its paw struck, it aimed for the position of the Snow Maiden. Su Yuan hastily instructed the Snow Maiden to use Aurora Dance to create distance. If she were to endure the full force of the Van Yin Frostfire Lion's strike, she would likely be severely injured in an instant. Nevertheless, the Snow Maiden had bought sufficient time. The Xian Guang Holy Falcon unleashed its Xian Guang Purification, like a holy angel spreading its wings behind. The angelic silhouette enveloped the Van Yin Frostfire Lion, the purifying holy power flowing over its lion's form like a golden torrent. Roar. A roar far more powerful than before erupted, laced with fury and dread. The Van Yin Frostfire Lion activated its innate skill, Blood Rage, dramatically increasing its power, causing the angelic silhouette's hands to crack and crumble like a tortoise shell. Subsequently, the golden Van Yin and the frost upon its claws fused, unleashing a ring of frost fire that erupted from the Van Yin Frostfire Lion. This was its skill, Frostfire Extinction. The Van Yin Frostfire Lion's combination attack forced Ouyang Shui to command the Xian Guang Holy Falcon to also use Radiant Shatter to retreat. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brows slightly. This was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Even with their 4 beasts unleashing their full power, they had yet to breach its defenses. The gap in levels resulted in a comprehensive disadvantage in both offensive and defensive capabilities. Su Yuan, if you are confident in this battle, how do you intend to eliminate this deep star-level beast? To fight beyond their means, success would require either a lead in rank or a counter to the beast's abilities. At present, neither Su Yuan nor Ouyang Shui held either advantage. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan with a hint of worry. Su Yuan communicated through his arm badge. Hold on a moment longer. Limi isn't ready yet. Ready? What preparations had Su Yuan made? There was no time to ponder further as the Van Yin Frostfire Lion charged toward them. Su Yuan steeled himself. After transforming, Dragon Yao opened its massive jaws, clearly preparing to clash head-on with the Van Yin Frostfire Lion, for relying solely on control abilities would be insufficient to contain it. Ouyang Shui understood. Ouyang Shui commanded her 2 beasts, as the Xian Guang Holy Falcon activated its epic skill, Blessing of Light. A gentle radiance enveloped Long Yao's dragon scales, the luminous blessing imbued with purifying power, serving as a bulwark against the onslaught of the demonic beast. Concurrently, the Holy Ice Star Deer unleashed its ability. Frost blossoms filling the sky. Countless stars in the celestial expanse seemed to transform into snowflakes, each flake permanently altering the terrain of this small area into a frost-covered landscape. The thick accumulation of snow descending upon the beast like the fury of a blizzard. The Snow Maiden was equally prepared. Together, Long Yao and the Snow Maiden launched their formidable assault. Mythical Celestial Embers. Mythical Ice Phoenix Divine Sealing. The Crimson Dragon ascended, ablaze with a scarlet radiance. The Ice Phoenix soared with fervor, its snowy wings sealing the divine. A cascade of blossoming crimson fire lotuses and waves of destruction rained down from the heavens, while the chilling breath of the Ice Phoenix surged defiantly upward. The focal point of these 2 formidable energies was none other than the Van Yin Frostfire Lion. Roar. For the first time, the Starlet-class beast sensed a perilous tremor. The golden flames of Van Yin coalesced into a golden blade suspended in the air, seemingly capable of cleaving space itself in an instant above its head. This was its mythical skill, Van Yin Annihilation. Simultaneously, the differences between a Starlet-class beast and its Golden-class counterparts became starkly evident. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui observed a radiant star hovering above the Vanyan Frostfire Lion, as if it were a source of energy frantically urging the golden blade to swell further, expanding from inches to 10 inches, then to 10 meters, and ultimately to 100 meters. The combat prowess bestowed by the star declared its superiority as a Starlet-class beast. It was not something that mere Golden-class entities could compare to. At last, the two forces collided. One side was the combined might of 4 supreme Beast Tamers, each imbued with mythical bloodlines, while the other was the full-force destruction unleashed by the leading Starlet-class beast. The golden blade met the crimson fire lotuses and the icy breath in a violent clash, stirring up gusts of wind and clouds of ash. As far as the eye could see, the battlefield was a tapestry of intertwining flames and crystalline ice. The golden blade gradually gained the upper hand. However, the power of the Holy Light's blessing and the protection of Long Yao's dragon scales safeguarded her form. Ultimately, the frost-laden snow from the frost blossoms penetrated the beast's surface. Boom! A tremendous tempest sent Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and the 4 beast companions tumbling through the air. Likewise, the Vanyan Frostfire Lion was not faring well. Battered by successive strikes, its form was finally torn open in numerous places, blood cascading down. Su Yuan, in coordination with Ouyang Shui, had successfully injured the beast that was previously deemed unconquerable. Chapter 39. Why is digging a hole considered divine? Firstly, it is indeed formidable. Su Yuan could not help but marvel. It was no wonder that a 3-star Beast Tamer and a 4-star Beast Tamer were separated by a chasm. The disparity between Golden Class and Starlet Class was glaring. A single Starlet Class beast could contend with 4 Golden Class beasts possessing mythical bloodlines, even gaining the upper hand. I wonder how things are progressing on Li Mi's side. I can hardly hold on much longer. Suddenly, a message from Li Mi came through. Su Yuan. Is 2,000 meters sufficient? That will suffice. Quite efficient, I see. Although it appeared lacking in combat capability, it seemed to possess an extraordinary talent in this arena. All right, let us subdue this Starlet-class beast. Su Yuan declared. Get ready, retreat. Ouyang Shui understood what Su Yuan had instructed Li Mi to prepare and immediately followed him in retreat. The 4 beast companions also cooperated, fighting while retreating. Yet, would the Vanyan Frostfire Lion allow them to escape so easily? The prey was right before its eyes, and the audacity of the prey to retaliate and injure it was nothing short of disgraceful in its eyes. The filth within its mind had driven the beast to madness. All it could see was blood, all it craved was slaughter. The blood pouring from its numerous wounds only served to further incite the Vanyan Frostfire Lion, its gaze locking onto the crimson-red dragon. That, it seemed, was the bloodline of the dragon god. Roar. Blood Seal Fury reactivated. This massive Vanyan Frostfire Lion seemed to possess eyes only for Long Yao. The beast continuously emitted roars, as if yearning for blood, craving both sustenance and a means to break through. Ouyang Shui noticed the abnormality in the Vanyan Frostfire Lion. It appeared to be stimulated by something. Quickly, she pieced it together. She exclaimed, Su Yuan, the beast has set its sights on your dragon companion. What? Su Yuan replied, bewildered. Why is the Vanyan Frostfire Lion suddenly attacking Long Yao with such frenzy? Fortunately, Long Yao's dragon scales absorbed most of the damage, and with the holy blessing of the mystic light sacred falcon, the injuries were merely superficial. Yet even so, it infuriated Su Yuan. The pressure on the 4 beast companions was concentrated on Long Yao, who now faced dire peril. Why? Ouyang Shui explained. Su Yuan. The beast consumes celestial materials and treasures imbued with potent bloodline power, and even other beasts. They require this to break through. Is Long Yao's dragon god bloodline suitable for its breakthrough? If that is the case, Su Yuan steeled his resolve and communicated his plan to Long Yao through their bond. Long Yao, while evading, inquired, Are you certain this will work, little one? Su Yuan affirmed decisively, Trust me. Long Yao cast a glance at Su Yuan, then nodded gently, propelling herself at the utmost speed towards the rear. Unconstrained by speed, Long Yao unleashed her innate dragon wings, surpassing the Vanyan Frostfire Lion in a split second. The beast, consumed by its fixation on Long Yao, recognized that if it devoured her, it could ascend from starlit to lunar eclipse level, or even to sunfall level. It cared not for anything else and unleashed its full strength in pursuit of Long Yao. As for Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui, they were of no consequence at that moment. The distance of a mile was covered in an instant. Just as the Vanyan Frostfire Lion was about to catch up to Long Yao, she suddenly decelerated and dove forcefully towards the ground. Whoosh! The once even ground abruptly collapsed, forming a large pit with a 3-meter diameter. Driven by instinct and a thirst for blood, the Vanyan Frostfire Lion lunged after Long Yao into the pit. This was the massive hole excavated by Li Mi's burrowing beast and drilling python. The drilling python relentlessly pierced the ground with its powerful drill, while the burrowing beast voraciously consumed the earth and rubble unearthed by the drilling python. In a matter of minutes, the two beasts had crafted a 2,000-meter deep chasm. Ouyang Shui finally understood what Su Yuan had instructed Li Mi to prepare. This is possible. But Long Yao is going down too. Is Su Yuan abandoning his beast? Clearly not. The Frostfire Lion and Long Yao plummeted into the pit at free fall speed, accelerating ever faster. Suddenly, Long Yao received a telepathic message from Su Yuan. Long Yao, to your left, there's an escape tunnel in 2 seconds. Upon receiving the message, Long Yao reacted swiftly, gripping the surrounding earth tightly with her claws to slow her descent. At the critical moment, she darted into the side tunnel that Li Mi had prepared in advance. The Vanyan Frostfire Lion, caught in a rapid descent and unable to foresee the outcome, watched helplessly as Long Yao slipped into the side tunnel. It hastily attempted to fly upward, only to realize with dismay that it had no wings. The beast writhed, clawing at the adjacent rocks to mitigate its fall, preparing to climb upwards. However, mere seconds before the pit, Su Yuan shouted, "Sister, release the earth." The earth-devouring beast could convert the soil it consumed into gaseous substances for oxygen or expel it directly. This time, Su Yuan opted for the latter. With a thunderous crash, countless tons of heavy soil descended upon the Frostfire Lion, the formidable creature of the star level, plummeting 2,000 meters to collide violently with the bottom of the pit. The depth was such that not even the faintest sound of impact echoed. The once mighty forest overlord, a star-level beast, was ruthlessly crushed to death by the earth. No matter how powerful it was, it could not withstand the impact of tons of soil and rock in free fall. Meanwhile, Long Yao slowly climbed up through the side pit excavated by Li Mi. After transforming, several scratches marred her face, and she weakly collapsed into Su Yuan's embrace. With tender concern, he wiped the dirt from her face and softly said, "You've worked hard. We owe this victory to you." Long Yao gazed at Su Yuan, gradually closing her eyes, utterly exhausted, and slipped into slumber. After picking her up, Su Yuan turned to Li Mi and remarked, "How about that, sister? I wasn't mistaken. Was I? Your ability has proven immensely valuable. Even the star-level beast, which left both the prince and me at a loss, was handled by you." Even Ouyang Shui chuckled. "I can't believe you thought of such a strategy. Indeed, though your abilities may not seem suited for combat, when harnessed effectively, they can even bury star-level beasts." The two exchanged banter, and even Li Mi nodded shyly in acknowledgement. She was still in disbelief. "I actually killed a star-level beast. Su Yuan said my abilities were of great use, and it has truly come to pass." Su Yuan nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, indeed. Why do we call the digging skill divine? Firstly, it is a sin of arrogance, cough. But to get back on track, its most potent escape capability has yet to be utilized." At that moment, a fresh notification arrived on Su Yuan's emblem. "Killed a star-level beast. 500 merit points." Hiss. It's settled. 500 points. Golden level only yields 20? No wonder this was a monumental hurdle. It was not a battle of the same tier at all. Indeed, under normal circumstances, Su Yuan's side would have been at a loss. Even 4 against 1 could only inflict minor injuries, let alone achieve a kill. The shadow guard beside Ouyang Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "They truly accomplished it. Even for a celestial beastmaster, it's hard to believe." Shadow 2 sighed, "Indeed. I was almost ready to intervene. The prince and his peers, these young ones have limitless potential." Shadow 1 nodded, "A star-level beast. I wouldn't dare approach at 4 stars, yet they captured it at 2 stars. The two couldn't help but marvel. This was the true essence of fighting beyond 1's level. Though it was 6 beastmasters against 1 beast, it still constituted a miracle that ordinary individuals would find insurmountable. Shadow 1 observed Su Yuan thoughtfully and remarked, "With such a person beside the prince, the future is unpredictable." Shadow 2 quickly caught on, nodding vigorously, "Indeed. This is quite the spectacle. Who would dare underestimate the third princess now?" Ouyang Shui shot them an exasperated glare, causing the two to fall silent. Su Yuan remained immersed in the joy of victory, continuing to summarize. Moreover, it was fortunate that this Frostfire Lion lacked intelligence. It relentlessly pursued Long Yao, providing her the opportunity to lure it into the pit. Otherwise, we would have been unable to succeed. By the way, why was it so fixated on Long Yao? I didn't catch that part clearly earlier. Ouyang Shui replied, "Well, you see, beasts, in order to evolve, seek to consume items that resonate with their bloodline. The stronger the bloodline power, the greater the potential for evolution. If that beast had consumed your dragon maiden, it could have ascended to the moonfall level. That's why it was so determined in its pursuit." Is this true for all beasts? Absolutely. Even the beast kings and beast emperors are no exception. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression gradually hardened. Chapter 40. The Beast King's third transformation, the oncoming tide of beasts. Observing Su Yuan's peculiar demeanor, Ouyang Shui approached and whispered, "What's wrong? Did you get hurt earlier?" Seeing Su Yuan's pale face and worried expression, Ouyang Shui instinctively expressed concern. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Your Highness, I seem to have forgotten to inquire. Are you aware of the theft at the Dawn Trading House a month ago?" Ouyang Shui responded, "Why the sudden interest in that matter?" "Of course, I know. It was said that the Crimson Heart thieves stole some extremely valuable treasures from the trading house, including several of the heavenly treasures." Su Yuan then asked, "Among the stolen treasures, were there any with dragon or serpent-like mythical bloodline powers?" I recall that when Lu Yuan slandered me, he mentioned that many dragon blood pearls were taken, which belonged to the heavenly treasures, right? Noticing Su Yuan's urgent demeanor, Ouyang Shui refrained from probing further into his inquiries and patiently replied, "Let me think. Yes, there were indeed. The dragon blood pearls are merely the lower-tier heavenly treasures, not of great significance. In fact, the three most precious heavenly treasures among the stolen items are the true dragon's nether eyes, the remains of the ancient serpent, and the sun-eclipsing divine glass. The first two are the dragon and serpent-related heavenly treasures you mentioned, while the third, the sun-eclipsing divine glass, is an almost divine object that can project the user's power towards the sun, amplifying their abilities. For example, the power of purification can instantly cleanse countless beasts, and the power of filth can incite rampage in many beasts. Unfortunately, these items are lost. They have likely been sold to other city-states by the Crimson Heart thieves." Shadow One quickly interjected, "Your Highness, you do remember that this matter is to be kept strictly confidential, right?" Ouyang Shui covered her mouth and replied, "It seems so. It's all your fault for that seemingly innocuous question, leading me to reveal it habitually. Su Yuan, remember to keep this a secret. It's very important." "Hey, did you hear that?" Su Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim, and he made no response, prompting Ouyang Shui to assume he was merely distracted and hadn't he heard. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's mind was in turmoil. That somewhat immature conjecture had filled in two crucial pieces of the puzzle. First, he understood why the nobility sought to steal from the Dawn Trading House. It contained treasures they desperately needed. Second, the serpent-shaped Beast King at Eagle Cry Gorge was merely one transformation and ceremonial right away from ascending to Beast Emperor. If someone were to present it with the required heavenly treasures, the Beast King would instantly complete its transformation and initiate the rite, the nature of which was becoming increasingly clear. War. As one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, war fully warranted the term heavenly rite. How to instigate war? The sun-eclipsing divine glass. Hence, the nobility would abandon the city guard-esque contest, redirecting the forces of the sea and wave camps, leading to the palace's conviction that their downfall was inevitable. Furthermore, it was critical that, apart from the top-tier nobility, only Su Yuan seemed to grasp this. The reason was simple. In the eyes of others, the Dawn Exchange was the target of the heart of Red Thieves' theft. However, Su Yuan was acutely aware that it was, in fact, the nobles who had orchestrated the crime. Meanwhile, the members of the Heart of Red Thieves remained oblivious to the nature of the stolen items, yet Su Yuan, through the formidable intelligence of the princess, was fully informed. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan promptly made a decision. "Your Highness, hurry. Did you not mention having a means to contact the palace? You must relay my words verbatim. This matter has been a conspiracy from the very beginning." He then laid bare his suspicions, detailing how the nobles had plundered the Dawn Exchange and secretly struck a clandestine deal with the Beast King, all while highlighting the nobles' peculiar behaviors. Ouyang Shui and her shadow guardian stared in astonishment at Su Yuan, at times doubting whether this was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, the unfolding events appeared to corroborate Su Yuan's theories, especially after Ouyang Shui learned that the theft of the Dawn Exchange was indeed the work of the nobles. She became increasingly inclined to believe Su Yuan's assertions. Resolutely, Ouyang Shui declared, "Regardless of the truth, we cannot dismiss this possibility. Shadow 1, prepare the celestial record." Shadow 2, "Very well, leave it to me." As Ouyang Shui prepared, Su Yuan hastily retrieved the spirit communication jade and swiftly inscribed a message in a distant corner. Red Heart 7, "Third brother, run." The items stolen from the Dawn Exchange are celestial treasures of dragon and serpent origin, along with the sun-eclipsing divine glass. It is highly likely that the nobles have reached an agreement with the Beast King, who may have already completed his transformation and intends to use the divine glass to incite a tide of monstrous beasts. Su Yuan's words immediately captured the attention of the members. Red Heart 4, Red Heart 7, "Are you certain? Is your source of intelligence reliable?" Red Heart 6, "How could these individuals be so deranged? What benefit could they possibly gain from such actions?" Red Heart 7, "The information regarding the stolen items is absolutely credible." Su Yuan's intelligence resonated with the members of the Heart of Red Thieves, who were already well-versed in current affairs. Red Heart 3 decisively responded. Red Heart 3, no. The beast has undergone 3 transformations. If I do not hold it back now, Dawn City will have no time to react. I can only delay it for 20 minutes at most. Seventh brother, run and inform the city guard. Red Heart 7, understood. Following their brief exchange, Su Yuan noticed a multitude of birds flying skyward from the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. The once dimly lit sky now shrouded by a dark cloud of avian beasts, resembling a cataclysmic storm. The tide of monstrous beasts was about to commence. Your Highness, Li Mi run. After Ouyang Shui relayed the message to the palace, Shadow One summoned a soaring eagle, declaring, climb aboard. Beastmaster, Azure Wind White Eagle. Level, Sunset Tier. The Azure Wind White Eagle flapped its wings, enveloping Su Yuan, Li Mi, and Ouyang Shui, and then soared at incredible speed towards the direction of Little Pool Town. As they ascended into the sky, a distant rumble echoed from the Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, where flames, meteors, and thunder intertwined in the distance, and countless monstrous beasts crawled up from the gorge, heading towards the Dawn Forest. After racing for several dozen miles, Su Yuan finally reached the communication perimeter and hurriedly tore off the insignia from his arm, declaring, Private Su Yuan, reporting an emergency situation. The Beast King at Eagle's Sorrow Gorge is inciting a tide of monsters. We are about to be attacked. Please prepare swiftly. Question, is the information accurate? The information is indeed accurate. Received. Private Su Yuan, please return to base immediately. The message had been transmitted. The city guard in Dawn City were now fully aware of the impending tide of beasts. Having done all he could, Su Yuan could only await the response of Dawn City and the city guard to see if they could withstand this trial. At the bottom of Eagle's Sorrow Gorge, a massive 9-headed serpent, having consumed the remnants of the true dragon's dark pupil and the ancient great serpent, had completed its 3rd transformation, reaching the threshold of Beast Emperor level. Only the final earthly ritual remained for it to absorb the energies of heaven and earth, allowing it to transcend and ascend to the Beast Emperor rank. This ritual, known as the blood refinement of all beings, would condense the blood essence of millions, producing an unparalleled malevolence that would assist in shattering its barriers. At this moment, a man clad in white, wielding a slender sword and flanked by a celestial map of beastly constellations, approached slowly. 9 serpents, what? Is today the day you break through? The 9-headed serpent snorted disdainfully, replying, We beasts do not enjoy the same advantages as your human race. Our ascension requires countless years of waiting. It is thanks to your kind that treasures have been delivered to us. It is said we beasts relish bloodshed and slaughter, yet compared to your kind, we are but fledglings in a vast ocean. You cannot stop me. You are no match for me now. How pathetic it is that the nobles of your human race wish for me to invade Dawn City, while the little wretch abandoned by the nobles in Eagle's Sorrow Gorge dares to obstruct me. Ning Xian, do you not find this laughable? The man referred to as Ning Xian was a side branch of the Ning family, the head of the 10 elder families. Exiled to Eagle's Sorrow Gorge due to his lack of talent and offending the main family, later rescued by Li Aki, bearing the codename Red Heart 3, and now a demigod. Ning Xian, with his slender sword in hand and beastly spirits at his back, laughed and replied, Not at all. There are traitors among humanity, but there are also heroes. Chapter 41, First Merit. Extraordinary Promotion. Heading to the front lines, Su Yuan and his companions took approximately 10 minutes to return to Little Pool Town, during which they encountered 3 6-star Beast Masters dispatched by the Beastmaster Guild to safeguard him, and the 2 groups proceeded together to the Wanzi camp. The tide of monstrous beasts was imminent. The intelligence Su Yuan brought back was of utmost importance, granting Dawn City and the city guard precious time to respond. As the first line of defense for Dawn City, the city guard immediately convened a war council. In the absence of Commander Wan Jingren, Wan Yang temporarily assumed command, and within 10 minutes established a strategic deployment. Using Little Pool Town as the defensive core, they constructed forward positions with Wanzi Camp, Shanzi Camp, and Tianzi Camp arranged in a straight line along a defensive line of approximately 200 miles. Dividing the area into 20 battlefields and deploying thousands of Beast Masters from the 3 camps for combat. Non-Beast combat personnel were tasked with protecting the evacuation of civilians. Dawn City housed over 2 million residents in the eastern region. Despite numerous training sessions, it would be exceedingly challenging to evacuate them all to safety within a short time frame. At least 1 full day would be required. This meant that the city guard would need to endure in the wilderness for at least a day. Otherwise, over 1 million lives would be lost in the tide of beasts. Dawn City had also issued directives, with the Beastmaster Guild, the Sacred Beast Hall, and the Royal Knights forming the internal defense system. The city guard must hold their ground for 1 day to grant Dawn City the time needed to prepare. At that point, the Beast King could be slain using the geographical advantages of Dawn City. Naturally, the city guard was not alone in this battle. Many scattered beast master groups and beast masters in the city, upon hearing of the impending tide of beasts, felt a surge of bloodlust and courageously volunteered to fight. Defending their homeland was the duty of every beast master. In a short time, thousands of beast masters assembled, ready to support the city guard at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the 3rd Battalion's 10 Beastmaster squads had also gathered. Battalion leader Yuan Tiantong succinctly explained the current situation to everyone. In the presence of all members of the 3rd Squad, he proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, we have nurtured our warriors for 1,000 days, only to wield them in a moment of dire need. Each generation of Beast Tamers has persevered through arduous struggles, valiantly defending humanity's sacred grounds against the onslaught of monstrous beasts. What justification do we, their successors, have to bring shame upon their legacy? Our 6th Beast Taming Regiment's 3rd Squad may be a group of fledglings, lacking the experience of seasoned veterans and the prowess of other teams. However, this does not diminish our significance on the battlefield. My comrades, before we charge into the fray, I must announce a commendation from the upper echelons of the city guard." Yuan Tiantong produced a letter and read aloud, "By decree, we commend the 7th team of the 6th Beast Taming Regiment's 3rd Squad. Captain Su Yuan was the first to bring back intelligence regarding the impending beast tide, granting humanity the most invaluable gift of time. His merit is equivalent to a first-class achievement on the battlefield. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Su Yuan shall be recognized for his foremost contributions. Furthermore, considering the remarkable feats of the 3 members of the 7th team, who have slain 1 celestial-level beast and 8 golden-level beasts, as well as numerous silver and bronze-level creatures, we hereby promote Su Yuan to the rank of lieutenant. Ouyang Shui and Li Mi shall be appointed as 2nd lieutenants. Subsequent rewards will be calculated post-battle. Additionally, the 3 esteemed 6-star beast tamers who accompanied Su Yuan shall temporarily join our squad to bolster our combat strength." Yuan Tiantong's words undoubtedly invigorated the spirits of the assembly. For new recruits, merely avoiding being a hindrance on the battlefield is a triumph. Now, Yuan Tiantong conveyed to them that even they had the potential to achieve remarkable feats. "Su Yuan." The crowd buzzed with excitement. "Brother Yuan, is it true? You 3, as 2-star beast tamers, managed to slay a celestial-level beast? Incredible, Brother Yuan. How did you foresee it? I was in the Dawn Forest earlier and didn't notice anything." Needless to say, it was undoubtedly Brother Yuan and His Highness who worked in concert to vanquish that beast, leaving it in utter disarray, with Brother Yuan bringing in 3 6-star beast tamers. "We are saved. I almost thought I would end up as cannon fodder here." Su Yuan waved his hand and replied, "No. Our success in defeating that celestial-level beast was largely thanks to Sister Li Mi. His Highness and I merely bought time for her. I've always told you that Li Mi's beast taming abilities are formidable. You simply failed to recognize her talent." This group had previously dismissed Li Mi as weak, but upon hearing Su Yuan attribute the slaying of the celestial-level beast to her as the primary force, they stared at her in astonishment. Is that true? Most of them were classmates from the Beast Academy, familiar with one another. They could hardly fathom how Li Mi accomplished such a feat. Li Mi, suddenly thrust into the spotlight by Su Yuan, felt her cheeks flush. Initially self-conscious, she now basked in the attention, feeling a mixture of shyness and joy. She waved her hands and said, "It was thanks to Su Yuan that I realized I could fight like that." The onlookers regarded Li Mi with envy. They had assumed everyone was merely there to participate in the 3-star Beast Tamer assessment, thinking Li Mi was merely riding on Su Yuan's coattails. To their surprise, under Su Yuan's influence, she had accomplished the assessment through her own strength. Yuan Tiantong clapped his hands and declared, "Everyone, our idle chatter must come to an end. We are heading to the front lines. I shall reiterate, we must hold this front line for at least 1 day. If anyone feels afraid, now is the time to step back. Do not hinder us on the battlefield." Observing the unwavering determination in everyone's eyes, Yuan Tiantong nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. You are all commendable. 3rd Squad, let us depart." The 3rd Squad comprised 10 teams of beast tamers, totaling 30 individuals, all of whom were 2-star beast tamers, with only the squad leader, Yuan Tiantong, being a 4-star beast tamer. In the context of beast tamer units, this was relatively weak. Typically, a squad of 30 would consist of 3-star beast tamers, with the leader being a 4-star. However, with the addition of 3 6-star beast tamers assigned to protect Su Yuan, the combat strength of the 3rd Squad surged, rendering it the most formidable unit. Consequently, the positions held by the members became exceedingly crucial. Yuan Tiantong led his contingent to the designated defensive position. This position was situated at the southern forefront of Shaoqi town, an essential route for the impending assault on the town. It was evident that should this location fall, the core defensive stronghold of Shaoqi town would be directly exposed to the beast tide. The significance of this was self-evident. As they arrived, The squad gazed apprehensively at the distant dawn forest. For many, this marked their first engagement in such a large-scale battle. Even seasoned veterans felt the weight of this moment. The last beast tide had occurred over 20 years ago during the 10,000 Beast Siege. To claim one was unafraid would be a lie. Yet, beyond fear, there was an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Half an hour had passed since Yuan had sent the message. The beasts from Eagle Cry Gorge had all entered the dawn forest. Some scouts sent to investigate the forest had not returned. Yuan confirmed certain details through the spirit communication jade. Red Heart 3 had, as expected, suffered defeat, though both were semi-divine. It seemed that Red Heart 3 was at the initial stage of semi-divinity, whereas the Beast King had reached a critical point, rendering it invincible even at the third stage. Of course, Red Heart 3 had not perished. He possessed the spirit communication jade and the Blood Clan heart. At a crucial moment, he utilized the spirit communication jade to teleport away, and now, gravely injured, he had been transported 8,000 miles north of Dawn City. He would not be able to provide support until the war concluded. Moments later, a cacophony of bird and beast cries echoed through the sky, as the horizon became shrouded in a dense, dark cloud. This was not an ordinary cloud, but rather a mass of avian beasts, darkened by their sheer multitude. From the direction of the dawn forest, countless beasts emerged, overwhelming the landscape, rendering any attempt to gauge their true number futile. Under the influence of the eclipsing sun god crystal, the beasts were driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, transforming into relentless machines of warfare. The majority of these beasts remained at the bronze and silver levels. Their strength was not formidable, occasionally interspersed with some golden-level beasts. However, there were no celestial-level beasts discernible at the front lines. Yet, their sheer numbers were staggering. Across a defensive line of nearly 200 miles, there were approximately 500 Beast Tamers for every 10 miles. Yet they faced an overwhelming tide of beasts that numbered tens to even hundreds of times greater. As the horde of beasts surged forth from the Dawn Forest, the defense of Dawn City was set ablaze. The beast tide had arrived. Chapter 42. Yuan breaks through. 3-star Beast Tamer. Celestial phenomenon. Clearly, the more potent the beasts, the higher their intelligence. The vanguard, which would undoubtedly serve as cannon fodder, would not be so reckless. Humanity, relying on beast taming, has charted an alternative technological path, laying extensive ambushes along the front lines. The core defensive position of Shaoqi Town was fortified with dozens of top-tier sunset-level beast tamers, adept at unleashing large-scale area attacks. Their combined might could overwhelm even their own kind at the sunset level. Thus, the vanguard consisted of weaker beasts, more susceptible to the influence of the eclipsing sun god crystal. They would attempt to breach human defenses, depleting the strength of the beast tamers. As the sky cleared completely, countless beasts surged en masse. The skies and the ground were filled with an uncountable number of beasts occupying every conceivable foothold. Despite the hurried preparations of the city guard, they were not idle in their training. Numerous traps had been set in advance, a peculiar ability of a certain sunset-level beast tamer, akin to an explosive substance reminiscent of nitroglycerin. As the horde of monstrous beasts surged to within 5 kilometers of the front line, all fire attribute beast tamers in Shaoqi Town unleashed their flames upon the pre-identified targets. At the moment the flames ignited the traps, a scorching blaze erupted skyward. Thunderous roars echoed as a dense web of fire formed an impenetrable wall, resulting in the instant demise of tens of thousands of beasts. Yet, the creatures were already further corrupted by the day-eroding god glass, relying solely on their primal instinct for slaughter. How could they fear such flames? They pressed forward relentlessly, willing to sacrifice themselves to extinguish the fiery net. On the human side, the beast tamers capable of long-range attacks began their onslaught. Although the monstrous beasts fell like stalks of rice before a fierce wind, the sheer volume was overwhelming. The casualties of several thousand beasts per wave were negligible. On Yuan's flank, the first wave comprised a pack of soul-eating electric wolves. The data on these beasts immediately materialized in Yuan's mind. Beast, soul-eating electric wolf. Rarity, C. Level, silver intermediate. Talent, soul-eating, rare. Electric skin, rare. Skills, pounce, common. Electric claw, common. Bloodline, none. Individually, they posed little threat. Yuan's dragon lady could easily dispatch 3 with a single swipe. However, there were over 10,000 of these soul-eating electric wolves. Their unique talent, soul-eating, allowed them to consume lost souls to grow stronger, even the souls of their companions, making them formidable when their numbers swelled. Yuan unabashedly revealed his identity as a celestial beast tamer and shouted, "Captain, before us stands the soul-eating electric wolf. They are not strong, and we must eliminate them quickly. Otherwise, they will continuously consume souls and grow in power. Do not grant them the opportunity to devour." Su Yuan's words captured the attention of many. After assessing the situation, Yuan Tiantong promptly declared, "All right, everyone, focus. Cease long-range attacks until we can strike effectively." If they could not annihilate the horde from a distance, the wolves would consume their own and grow stronger, complicating matters further. The core of Su Yuan's regiment comprised 3 6-star Beast Tamers and Ing Yi and Ing Air beside Ouyang Shui, totaling 5 individuals. This quintet needed to conserve their combat strength, only intervening when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, the new recruits of the 3rd Brigade would struggle to hold the line for even a day. As the soul-eating electric wolves advanced to within 50 meters of the position, Yuan Tiantong commanded, "Attack." 30 Beast Tamers summoned their beasts, and dozens of Golden Tier beasts slaughtered the leading pack of soul-eating electric wolves with overwhelming force. Su Yuan opted for his Dragon Lady to remain as a deterrent, utilizing her dragon breath to strike from afar, as she was still recovering from injuries and should not engage in close combat. Meanwhile, the Snow Maiden, capitalizing on the low energy consumption and high mobility of her Aurora dance, darted across the battlefield, single-handedly slaying nearly 100 electric wolves. The first wave of the Beast Tide was weathered with no casualties on Su Yuan's side. However, the terror of the Beast Tide lay in its relentless nature. The second wave soon followed. After the initial forerunners had trampled the traps, a group of powerful Golden Tier beasts emerged from Su Yuan's direction. They were met not only by double the number of soul-eating electric wolves, now totaling 20,000, but also 500 Phantom Flame Sparrows. Beast, Phantom Flame Sparrow. Rarity, B. Level, Golden Beginner. Talent, Phantom Flame, Perfect. Skills, Phantom Flame Ray, Perfect. Flame Sparrow Display, Rare. Bloodline, None. Captain, Everyone. Those 500 Phantom Flame Sparrows excel in long-range attacks. They possess a skill called Phantom Flame Ray that can reach approximately 200 meters. Yuan Tiantong nodded. The presence of a Celestial Eye Beast Tamer was invaluable on the battlefield, with the multitude of beasts, especially in the Eagle Woe Gorge, where the variety exceeds 10,000 species. No one could accurately grasp all the intelligence on the beasts. If they could gain prior knowledge, they could formulate appropriate strategies. However, Yuan Tiantong faced a dilemma. The Phantom Flame Sparrows, as long-range artillery, needed to be prioritized for elimination. Yet they were accompanied by the soul-eating electric wolves. If they broke formation or attempted to eliminate the sparrows from a distance, they would inevitably be consumed by the wolves, leading to a confrontation with even stronger beasts, a losing proposition. Conversely, if they allowed the sparrows to unleash their ranged attacks, the losses on Yuan Tiantong's side would be monumental. What to do? Su Yuan proposed. "Captain, let me handle it. We don't need to eliminate them outright. We can freeze them." Yuan Tiantong's eyes brightened. "Indeed. As long as we freeze those Phantom Flame Sparrows, the soul-eating electric wolves cannot consume souls that have yet to perish." "All right, it's in your hands, Su Yuan." Su Yuan summoned Li Mi and Ouyang Shui, explaining his plan, to which both nodded gravely in agreement. As the second wave of the Beast Tide approached, the Phantom Flame Sparrows prepared to unleash their Phantom Flame Rays from 200 meters away. Su Yuan instructed Li Mi to command the Burrow Beast and the Drilling Python to create an underground passage, transporting Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui to the location of the Phantom Flame Sparrows. Suddenly, from beneath the horde, 2 figures emerged beneath the feet of the Phantom Flame Sparrows. The Ice Phoenix Maiden and the Holy Ice Star Deer, both Golden Tier beasts of the Ice attribute, appeared. Before the sparrows could react, both launched their abilities. Ice Phoenix Divine Seal. Frostflower in the sky. The ethereal image of the ancient Ice Phoenix unfurled its icy wings amidst the tide of beasts, sending countless shards of ice towards all the Phantom Flame Sparrows, while the sky rained down a flurry of frost flowers, forming a domain of frost. In an instant, as the frost flowers blanketed the sky, the exhilarating power of the Ice Phoenix encased all Phantom Flame Sparrows in ice. Yuan Tiantong seized the opportunity, commanding, "Attack. Everyone charge. Annihilate this pack of soul-eating electric wolves." Dozens of Beast Tamers, along with reinforcements from other brigades, surged forth, wreaking havoc among the wolf pack. Long Yao volunteered to engage, and after some consideration, Su Yuan consented. On the front line, the Beast Tamers gained the upper hand, with Long Yao and the Ice Maiden coordinating their efforts to devastating effect. Su Yuan utilized his telepathic abilities to relay information to them, while simultaneously directing Li Mi to continue digging tunnels underground, allowing them to execute underground tactics at critical moments. Tens of thousands of electric wolves and hundreds of Phantom Flame Sparrows dwindled under the combined assault of fewer than 100 Beast Tamers. Su Yuan alone, with his 2 beasts, accounted for the slaying of thousands of monstrous beasts. Dragon Flame Incineration. Extreme Ice Frost. When the last soul-eating electric wolf fell, An overwhelming aura of blood permeated the battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of carnage. If the ritual of the beasts is to refine life through the blood of the living, then this boundless aura of blood was sufficient to propel a human past their limitations. With the demise of tens of thousands of beasts, their final consciousness before death revealed to them that the most perilous figure was none other than Su Yuan, the harbinger of their doom. The vast blood aura, combined with their dying resentment and curses, coalesced into a unique spiritual energy of the world. In the sky, the blood aura forged blades and cauldrons. The 5 6-star Beast Tamers in the formation turned their gazes in unison. That is a celestial phenomenon. Indeed, exclaimed Shadow 2. To testify with blood and save the world through slaughter. The vigor of this blood energy surpasses the sanctity of the Holy Hall's baptism, exhibiting a purity and extremity beyond compare. Zhang Miao, a Beastmaster from the Beastmaster Guild, inquired, could this breakthrough be attributed to Su Yuan? Shadow 1 affirmed. It must be him. Just how many miracles will this lad create? Above Su Yuan, blood energy surged and pulsed. An overwhelming pressure emanated from him, coalescing into a blood-red aura that rapidly expanded. Within a 30-mile radius, any beast not yet slain that fell victim to the blood aura met its demise. A breakthrough. A 3-star Beastmaster. Chapter 43. The Chosen Beastmaster. The Forest Elf Queen. A miracle on the battlefield. Hundreds of Beastmasters witnessed this spectacle. The beasts they were fiercely battling exploded in an instant upon being struck by the mysterious crimson aura, while they remained unscathed. Tens of thousands of beasts fell in unison, countless blood-red souls harvested. People turned their gazes toward the center of the battlefield, where the blood aura originated, murmuring among themselves, "Hey, Six, what just happened? The white-armed demon ape I was fighting just disintegrated." You ask me? Who can tell? I'm just as baffled. Could it be that Commander 1 intervened? Impossible. Commander 1 couldn't achieve this. Look, blood energy forged into a sword, blood energy molded into a cauldron. That is the heavenly phenomenon of our human race's breakthrough. It saved us. What? A breakthrough? Breakthroughs have phenomena. Your breakthrough certainly doesn't. Only super geniuses experience such phenomena. When Iho broke through to 4 stars, there was a phenomenon of blood energy raining arrows. Today's phenomenon far exceeds that. At this moment, the battle command center in Shaoqi town was a chaotic tangle. The pressure they faced was immense. Within less than an hour of combat, they had encountered 2 waves of beast tides, an onslaught of over 100,000 beasts. This would swiftly deplete the Beastmaster's stamina, making the task of holding their ground for a day exceedingly arduous. However, the emergence of the heavenly phenomenon undoubtedly served as a potent tonic for the city guards. Wan Yang immediately inquired, Who has broken through? To cause a heavenly phenomenon on the battlefield through blood energy? Nearby, Vice Officer's son, upon receiving the message, promptly responded, Report. Captain Su Yuan of the 6th Beastmaster Team, 3rd Squad, 7th Team, of the Wan Character Battalion, has slain over 1,000 beasts at the front. Devised strategies to defeat 30,000, condensed blood energy into a long sword and a great cauldron, breaking through to become a 3-star Beastmaster. Summoning a blood aura that has annihilated over 10,000 foes. Wan Yang, overjoyed, pounded the table repeatedly. That lad, I knew I was right about him. By heavens. He has truly brought honor to me. Quickly, inform the entire army. Inform the entire army. Without hesitation, Vice Officer's son utilized the communication capabilities of the Sunset-class beast to relay the message to the entire army. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. Our human race's Beastmaster Su Yuan has harnessed the power of heaven and earth on the battlefield, invoking a heavenly phenomenon to break through, slaying over 10,000 beasts. He is truly a hero of our race. Cheers for Su Yuan. Cheers for humanity. The announcement from the city guards ignited a fervor in countless hearts. As they heard Su Yuan's name, they suddenly recalled this unfamiliar yet familiar figure. Isn't he the one who challenged Wang Ju, fought above his level, defeated a Qinshin-class beast, and brought back intelligence on the beast tide? My heavens, to break through without the Holy Hall's baptism, relying solely on the blood energy of the battlefield. What a genius. Excellent. Excellent. This is an omen. Our human race shall surely triumph over the beast tide. Is he truly that formidable? Brothers, how many years have you served as veterans? Are you willing to be outshone by a rookie? In the next wave, let us strike fiercely. Indeed, if we let a rookie overshadow us, how can we hold our heads high? Xiao Lu, stand up straight. Don't pretend to be dead. Su Yuan's breakthrough greatly inspired the morale. All were valiant veterans, unwilling to concede to a newcomer. Unbeknownst to Su Yuan, he was in a state of profound transcendence. Having just broken through, he sensed that it was not yet over. The blood energy and soul force seemed to have only consumed half. The remaining half still lingered around him. Then, a faint green light soared into the sky. A colossal surge of energy enveloped Su Yuan, who instinctively understood what was transpiring. Yet, the others were utterly perplexed, as it seemed to transcend their comprehension. At this moment, Shadow One cried out, "The chosen Beastmaster! It is indeed the chosen Beastmaster!" Everyone turned to him, seeking an explanation. What is the chosen Beastmaster? Shadow One elaborated. Beastmasters who break through utilizing the power of heaven and earth are favored by the heavenly path, granting them the opportunity to choose a beast. This beast will align with their desires, selected as the most suitable for them, and must possess a mythical bloodline. If fortune smiles upon them, they may even transcend mythology and break into the realm of law. Understanding dawned upon the crowd, and envious gazes were cast towards Su Yuan. To invoke a heavenly phenomenon that slayed beasts, and now to gain the chance to choose a beast with a mythical bloodline. What envy! At this moment, Su Yuan also solidified his intent. Both Long Yao and the Ice Maiden possessed formidable combat abilities, yet they lacked unique abilities, such as Ouyang Shui's purifying light or Li Mi's tunneling prowess. He hoped for a beast that excelled not only in combat, but also possessed extraordinary capabilities. Suddenly, a gentle green life force surged through Su Yuan. On the ground, a tender sprout broke through the earth, rapidly expanding hundreds of times into a colossal tree that shaded the sky, from which emerged a forest elf adorned with a crown of grass, entwined with vines and green ivy, with pointed ears and golden hair. The majestic heavenly presence seemed to inquire of Su Yuan. Do you wish to form a contract with her? A stream of data flooded into Su Yuan's mind. Beast, Forest Elf Queen. Rarity, S. Level, Golden Beginner. Experience, 020000. Talent, Spring of Life, Epic, Stellar Projection, Epic. Skills, Forest Realm Descent, Mythical, Sacred Song Spirit Sword, Mythical. Bloodline, World Tree Bloodline, 20. Spring of Life. Can release healing waters that mend life and injuries, possessing the inherent power to purify filth and curses. Stellar Projection allows the soul of oneself and others to exit the body, traversing the world in the form of a stellar body. Forest Realm Descent can summon a vast forest from thin air, where any branches and vines become extensions of one's will. Sacred Song Spirit Sword can summon countless spirit swords. Those struck will not suffer physical harm. Yet the sacred song that obliterates or purifies the soul will directly assault the target's spirit. Indeed, as expected of the chosen, Su Yuan mused, marveling at how perfectly this aligned with his needs. Not only did she possess unique abilities and healing capabilities, but she also had exceptional combat skills. She was even at the golden level without the need for leveling up. She is the one. With utmost seriousness, Su Yuan declared, "It is as I desire. I dare not impose." A melodic chirping filled the air as the golden-haired, green-eyed, pointed-eared forest elf queen lifted her light green skirt and gently spoke. "Master, please guide me." Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, leave it to me." At the moment Su Yuan forged his contract, yet another extraordinary phenomenon erupted. Everyone noticed that the once blood-soaked battlefield, drenched in crimson, suddenly sprouted countless tender shoots from the ground. These shoots grew wildly, imbued with the power to heal wounds and alleviate fatigue. Life returned to the battlefield. The sanguine hue faded, and with it, the barren wood experienced a revival. Once again, the heavens and earth manifested their wonders. The command center in Shaoqi town frantically sought to ascertain the source of this celestial anomaly. Whoever it was, they had undoubtedly provided robust support to the city's guard. Yet those surrounding Su Yuan now gazed at him in stunned silence, as if they had already arrived at an answer. Was there truly any distinction between this life-giving energy and the force that had erupted from Su Yuan moments ago? Could it be that you are the one responsible again? Chapter 44, Commendation. Promotion to Major, with the freedom to choose. Yuan Tiantong excitedly picked up the insignia and declared, 3rd Battalion, Yuan Tiantong calling command. Our 7th squad leader, Su Yuan, has achieved a breakthrough on the battlefield and obtained the chosen Beastmaster title. This has triggered a new round of celestial phenomena, and I report this joyous news to command. At this moment in the command center, Wanyang laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. This celestial phenomenon will greatly aid our Beastmasters in swiftly recovering their stamina and healing their beasts. Relay this to the entire army. Furthermore, given Su Yuan's tireless efforts, he must be fatigued. Order Yuan Tiantong to allow Su Yuan to rest for half a day. Vice Officers Li and He, you will assist the 3rd Battalion. Vice Officer Sun, understanding the underlying message, knew that fatigue was a mere pretense. The true need was protection. With the tides of battle shifting, the demonic beasts would inevitably target Su Yuan. The next wave of enemy attacks would likely be focused on his direction. Vice Officer Sun immediately responded, understood. Subsequently, Vice Officer Sun raised the insignia a second time to announce to the entire army, attention all units. Attention all units. New recruit Su Yuan has obtained the chosen Beast Master title, and this new celestial phenomenon has indeed been caused by him. This is a special commendation for all. The entire army is to recover their injuries and stamina amidst the greenery. We are 20 hours away from completing our defensive mission. Sun's announcement left countless soldiers on the front lines in shock. What? This was caused by Su Yuan, the chosen Beastmaster? Goodness. He has only been a Beastmaster for how many days? 26 days. A 3-star Beastmaster, a chosen Beastmaster. Incredible. It took me 200 days to break through to 2-star. I envy him. I want a chosen Beastmaster too. Then you should do as he did and defeat tens of thousands, right? Forget it. That's impossible. Following 2 waves of assaults, the offensive from the demonic beasts gradually stalled. 20,000 of their kind had perished. Yet they had not significantly depleted the strength of the city S-Guard. On the contrary, under the celestial phenomenon invoked by Su Yuan, the city S-Guard could recover while fighting, their combat effectiveness increasing rather than diminishing. Thus, some of the more rational demonic beasts began to reorganize their attacks. In the Eagle Cry Gorge, a beast king named Jiosha commanded the sun-eclipsing divine glass, mobilizing his forces. For him, a direct assault on the city S-Guard would take no more than half an hour to succeed. However, since ancient times, kings faced kings, and soldiers faced soldiers. Once he made his move, the human king of Dawn City would retaliate. The risk outweighed the reward. Better to let the demonic beasts charge, overwhelming the defenses and causing substantial casualties on both sides, accumulating enough malevolent energy for him to complete the celestial ceremony and ascend to Beast Emperor. At that point, he could face the human king without fear. Yet, his plans were disrupted by a young upstart named Su Yuan. The blood energy of 20,000 demonic beasts had facilitated Su Yuan's breakthrough and the acquisition of the chosen Beastmaster title, not Jiosha's. He required the blood energy of 1,000,000 lives, especially that of humans, to solidify his ambitions. His dealings with the nobles hinged on inciting a beast tide, ideally breaching the eastern district of Dawn City, where the population was largest and the blood energy most abundant. He and the nobles each had their own agendas. The nobles sought to suppress the commoners while he aimed for his breakthrough. At this moment, Jiosha recalled Ning Xian's words. There are traitors among the human race, but there are also heroes. It turned out he was not referring to himself. Infuriating, Jiosha activated the sun-eclipsing divine glass, gathering star destruction and moon-falling beasts, preparing to launch a decisive breakthrough in Su Yuan's direction. On the southern side of Shaoqi town, Yuan Tiantong addressed everyone. Su Yuan, you have worked tirelessly in this battle and must be quite fatigued. Your 7th squad will rest for a while. Vice Officers Li and he will join us in combat. Su Yuan immediately grasped the unspoken meaning behind Yuan Tiantong's words, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Battalion Commander, for your consideration. The recent onslaught was indeed exhausting. This was the truth. Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui had charged into the rear lines, freezing 500 golden-grade demonic beasts for 3 minutes, completely draining their stamina. At this point, Dragon Maiden was injured, Ice Maiden's energy was depleted, and the newly acquired Forest Spirit Queen primarily served a supportive role. Her combat abilities were merely average, better to rest for a while. Even Shadow One added, yes, Su Yuan, take a break. The Zhang brothers from the Beastmaster Guild can handle things here. They haven't even made their move yet. The named Zhang Yao smiled and said, indeed. Since President Zhang has reached an agreement with you, we certainly can't just stand by idly. You've already proven your capabilities and even turned the tide of battle. Leave the next phase to us. Su Yuan nodded. Then I entrust this to you. Initially, he had only intended to bring them in for protection against the nobles' malice. But he had not anticipated that the nobles would so ruthlessly incite a beast tide. Now they were fighting for this cause. It could be seen as an unconventional fulfillment of their agreement. With only 4 6-star Beastmasters in the entire Wanzi camp, bringing in these 3 provided Su Yuan with a substantial sense of security. Having withdrawn from the front line, Su Yuan returned to the tent. Ouyang Shui and Li Mi regarded him as though he were a marvel. Especially Ouyang Shui, her expression was quite complex. She had initially been ahead of Su Yuan in training, yet in a mere few days, he had not only caught up, but had surpassed her on the battlefield. Moreover, the celestial phenomenon triggered by Su Yuan was overwhelmingly powerful, even altering the landscape of the battle. There was no doubt that once word reached Dawn City, Su Yuan would emerge as a hero. Before long, someone entered the tent. The 3 were surprised to see Wan Yang, the acting commander of the garrison, personally arriving. Wan Yang entered with a grin. Well done, young man. You have brought me such a delightful surprise. Initially, I thought you had decent talent. but I never expected you to achieve such remarkable feats. Su Yuan, on behalf of the city guard, I hereby promote you to Major. To ascend further, you must become a 5-star Beastmaster. However, it would be unjust not to reward you for your great contributions. Thus, you may freely access one of the secret realms we control, and you may select 3 items from our treasury. Furthermore, upon your return to Dawn City, the royal family and the military tribunal will surely reward you. The doors will be wide open for you to choose. It can be said that Su Yuan's impact on the battlefield far outweighs the rewards he has been offered. These are merely Wan Yang's modest intentions. Upon returning to the city, Su Yuan would undoubtedly receive even more accolades. Su Yuan did not decline. Respectfully clasping his fists, he replied, "Then I shall gratefully accept the commander's kindness." Wan Yang nodded. "Yes, take a moment to recuperate. The battles ahead will only grow more arduous. We still have 20 hours to endure. We must be on our way." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wan Yang did not linger, as he needed to direct the impending wave of monstrous assaults. The gathering of beasts numbered well over 1 million, and the challenges would only escalate from here. Chapter 45, Night Battle. A frenzy of upgrades. Experience 100-1000. Team 7, led by Su Yuan, had rested for half a day. Yet the sounds of conflict and chaos outside had not ceased. Around 5 in the evening, Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and Li Mi returned to their position. Upon seeing the trio, Yuan Tiantong briefly recounted the situation on the battlefield. Since Team 7 had begun their respite, the monstrous horde had launched 6 consecutive assaults, with the primary force now comprised of more formidable golden-tier beasts, particularly in Shaoqi Town. The tide of beasts had amassed a significant number of starlight and even some moonfall-level creatures for the attack. Fortunately, with the 3 6-star Beastmasters from the Zhang family that Su Yuan had brought, along with 2 6-star officers, they commanded a total of 30 sunset-level beasts, making their defense relatively manageable. However, the fierce battles had taken a heavy toll on the city guard. Su Yuan was acutely aware that war claimed lives without exception. Just within Yuan Tiantong's 3rd Brigade, 4 of the 10 Beastmaster squads had already lost their combat capabilities, with 2 squads suffering casualties. This was still among the lowest casualties across the battlefield, thanks to the powerful 6-star Beastmasters stationed here. In other areas, while the intensity of attacks might not have been as severe, the relentless onslaught proved overwhelming. By the end of the day, according to reports from Deputy Officer He, over 500 Beastmasters had perished, with nearly 1,000 rendered incapable of fighting. Nonetheless, Yuan Tiantong managed a faint smile, saying, "On the battlefield, we've all grown accustomed to such losses. We owe you much, Su Yuan. The natural phenomenon of revival you triggered has significantly diminished our casualties. Without your green plant phenomena that heal wounds and restore stamina, the city guard's losses would likely have surpassed 1,500, perhaps reaching 3,000 or more. Stay vigilant. Tonight's assault from the beasts will likely be even more frenzied." Upon hearing this, a sense of unease settled in many hearts. If the day had been so arduous, could they truly hold the line through the night? Yuan Tiantong seemed to encourage them. There is good news as well. The evacuation of civilians has progressed more swiftly than anticipated. Dawn City is aware of our struggles here and has enforced a rigorous evacuation. It is expected to be completed by 6 tomorrow morning, roughly 2 hours ahead of schedule. In summary, this was indeed a piece of good news. Losing 2 hours meant potentially avoiding 1 to 2 more waves of monstrous assaults, greatly enhancing their chances of survival. Suddenly, the group noticed flickering lights appearing behind them. As the lights drew closer, they began to discern the banners. Reinforcements had arrived. The Red Fang Beastmaster Corps and the Black Wind Beastmaster Corps were here. Additionally, the Royal Knights 7th and 6th Regiments had also joined. Excellent. Now we can hold our ground. Su Yuan gazed toward the rear. The presence of reinforcements was indeed a boon. By the looks of it, they numbered nearly 2,000, and their strength surpassed that of the city guard by 1/3. With no less than 15 6-star Beastmasters among their ranks, the morale of the city guard surged with the arrival of this formidable contingent. Subsequently, a top-tier Beastmaster group, the Red Fang Beastmaster Corps, was assigned to Su Yuan's side. The leader of the Red Fang Corps, Luo Ruya, approached Zhang Miao and inquired, "Old Zhang, where is Su Yuan? I saw from afar the celestial phenomenon he triggered. It seems the news has spread like wildfire through Dawn City." Zhang Miao replied, "He is over there." Luo Ruya stepped forward, extending a hand. "Greetings, Su Yuan. I am Luo Ruya, the leader of the Red Fang Beastmaster Corps. I witnessed your match once. It was quite impressive." Su Yuan nodded. "It is an honor to meet you, Leader Luo. We shall be relying on your strong support shortly." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they refocused their attention on the impending wave of monstrous beasts. As darkness descended, it posed a disadvantage for humans but offered a significant advantage for the beasts. The night's tide of creatures no longer charged mindlessly as they did during the day. Instead, they formed numerous formations of beasts, indicating that the Beast King understood that relying solely on starlight and moonfall-level creatures would not breach the city guard's defenses. This time, the assault was centered around sunset-level beasts. Each sunset-level beast was flanked by 3 moonfall-level beasts, 10 starlight-level beasts, along with 5,000 golden tier and 10,000 silver tier beasts. Such formations numbered at least 20, amounting to 300,000 beasts, a staggering figure detected by the command center. Wanyang took a deep breath, discerning that the 9 serpents seemed unwilling to prolong the conflict any further, preparing to unleash a devastating strike. In the formation directly facing Shaoqi Town, there were 100 sunset-level beasts, with more than half of the powerful creatures from Inxio Gorge present. Wanyang pondered, "Let us proceed. It is our turn to engage." As the beasts prepared to launch their most extensive attack, Wanyang could no longer remain safely in the command center and had to join the fray personally. On the front lines of the 3rd Brigade, the air was thick with smoke as countless beasts surged forth. At this moment, the commander here had shifted to Deputy Officer Li Ren. He bellowed, "Light-type Beast Masters, illuminate the area and shield the others. 6-star and 5-star Beast Masters, intercept all Sunset and Moonfall-level beasts, while 4-star Beast Masters hold back the Starlight-level beasts. The rest must not allow any beasts to breach our lines. Engage beast with beast, warrior with warrior." Su Yuan was tasked with dealing with the golden and silver tier beasts. Having completed his rest, he was now in peak condition. The Dragon Maiden, healed by the Forest Elf Queen, was fully restored, and the Snow Maiden had also regained her strength, ready for battle. Soon, the monstrous tide surged forth. The plains beneath the Dawn Forest were once again filled with swarms of creatures, rolling in like a dark torrent under the cover of night. Ouyang Shui summoned the sacred falcon of Xianlight from behind to illuminate the path ahead. Su Yuan, accompanied by his 3 beast masters, rushed toward the battlefield. The Forest Elf Queen clapped her hands, murmuring in an incomprehensible tongue, "The tree realm descends." Countless tender shoots burst forth from the earth, rapidly growing into towering trees. The landscape transformed abruptly, and the charging beasts collided with the massive trunks, tumbling backward, halting their advance. Simultaneously, these trees exuded a copious amount of easily ignitable oil, creating the perfect stage for flames to consume. The Dragon Maiden transformed and unleashed searing dragon fire, igniting the colossal forest giants. The inferno instantly claimed the lives of countless beasts. After Su Yuan broke through the bottleneck of the 3-star Beast Master, the previous experience limitations vanished. Furthermore, the Simplified Beast Master System was activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a high-level silver beast. Experience 10. The simplified system begins. Simplification complete. Experience 100. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a mid-level golden beast. Experience 50. The simplified system begins. Simplification complete. Experience 500. The raging flames obliterated innumerable beasts. Su Yuan gazed at the experience bar in his mind, as his 3 summoned beasts surged in levels. Ding! 100 experience points. Ding! 1,000 experience points. Ding! 500 experience points. Ding! The Dragon Maiden Warrior broke through to the intermediate golden level. Ding! The Extreme Ice Snow Maiden ascended to the intermediate golden level. Ding! The Forest Elf Queen advanced to the intermediate golden level. Chapter 46. The Threshold of the Dimming Star, the Origin Stars, and the Battle Resumes. Amidst the battlefield, Su Yuan and his beasts traversed with fervor, blood splattering in their wake as they engaged in a frenzied slaughter. Experience points soared. After their breakthroughs to the intermediate golden level, the 3 beasts, previously on the verge of exhaustion, regained their vitality and grew ever more valiant in combat. This spectacle left those around them utterly astounded. Originally tasked with holding back the lower-tier silver and golden level beasts, whose strength was minimal but whose numbers were overwhelming, the onlookers had intended to conserve their energy and fight strategically. However, Su Yuan plunged into battle with reckless abandon, unleashing skills with abandon. Just when everyone assumed he would soon tire, he broke through once more. Yes, he achieved yet another breakthrough. Having recently become a 3-star Beast Master, his 3 summoned beasts shattered their experience bottleneck in an instant. The efficiency of their slaughter was truly terrifying. The number of beasts perishing by Su Yuan's hand was not fewer than 3,000, if not 5,000. Even more astonishing was Su Yuan's mounting excitement. The Dragon Maiden Warrior, the Extreme Ice Snow Maiden, and the Forest Elf Queen grew stronger with each encounter, thriving on the chaos of battle. They showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Unperturbed by the gazes of those around him, Su Yuan calmly orchestrated the 3 maidens through their telepathic connection. Experience points skyrocketed. In just half an hour, his 3 summoned beasts advanced to the intermediate golden level, and within an hour, they reached the advanced golden level. Yet another breakthrough. The crowd had become numb to the sight of Su Yuan's beasts advancing to the advanced golden level. They felt as if their prior training had been utterly futile. Goodness, this fellow is astonishing. Didn't he just become a 3-star beast master? To have all 3 beasts reach the advanced golden level in just 1 hour? I spent half a year on that. But hold on, we sought out beasts to slay, while he has an unending tide of beasts to contend with. The efficiency is clearly different. What is so different? You're also facing a tide of beasts. Why haven't you seen continuous breakthroughs? In fact, I just leveled up a rank. Don't try to save face, old Lu. You were already 1,000 experience points short. You can't compare your starting point to Su Yuan's. Indeed, the battlefield is a realm of unprecedented phenomena. The chosen Beastmaster. He is a true genius. Thanks to Su Yuan's vigorous performance, the 6th Beastmaster team, responsible for defending this area, felt a tremendous alleviation of pressure, allowing many to pause and catch their breath before re-engaging. Ouyang Shui, breathless, called out, "Su Yuan, slow down. Li Mi and I can hardly keep up." As a member of the team, Su Yuan pressed forward, with Ouyang Shui and Li Mi closely trailing. However, as the number and strength of the beasts escalated, they began to falter. Su Yuan snapped his fingers. The extreme ice Snow Maiden executed the Aurora dance, swiftly returning to their side. "Snow Maiden, assist them." "Understood." Su Yuan addressed the two. "We're almost there, just a bit more, and we can reach the threshold of the dimming star level. Help me out." Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. What? Threshold? Dimming star level? Ouyang Shui felt as though she were deciphering an ancient text. How could Su Yuan be accumulating experience so rapidly? It felt like at least 10 times her own pace. There was no time for further inquiry, as the tide of beasts surged once more. While directing the summoned beasts to fend off the onslaught, Ouyang Shui watched in astonishment as Su Yuan's beasts approached the threshold of the dimming star level one after another. I must find this fellow and inquire about his secrets afterward, but for now, there was a more pressing matter at hand. Su Yuan possessed a glaring lack of theoretical knowledge and was utterly unaware of how to break through the bottleneck between the golden and dimming star levels. If Ouyang Shui were to maximize her potential on the battlefield, it was undoubtedly to assist Su Yuan in his breakthrough. Amidst the cacophony of slaughter, Ouyang Shui had to raise her voice to be heard. "Su Yuan, the breakthrough to the dimming star level is different from previous methods. It requires not only rare materials, but also the fusion of the origin stars with your beasts." Origin stars? Su Yuan recalled the radiant star above the head of the Van Yen Frostfire lion they faced before, empowered by the power of the stars. He and Ouyang Shui had struggled against it with their 4 beasts. Su Yuan inquired, "How does one fuse with the origin stars?" Ouyang Shui replied, "After consuming the appropriate rare materials, the summoned beasts will breach the threshold of the dimming star level. At that point, there are 2 methods to obtain the origin stars. One is through the secret realms controlled by various families, which can provide star power. The other is to seize the origin stars from other dimming star level beasts. Once the origin stars are fused, the rarity of the summoned beasts will be elevated. Remember, after breaking through the bottleneck, you only have 10 minutes. If you do not obtain the origin stars within that time, your beasts will transform into monstrous beasts due to insufficient energy. Su Yuan, I see you're aiming for a breakthrough, but I must warn you. Do not attempt it recklessly without certainty." Su Yuan nodded. No wonder there was such a vast chasm between the dimming star and golden levels. Originally, A-grade summoned beasts would become S-grade upon fusing with the origin stars. Thus, Su Yuan's S-grade would ascend to SS grade. The disparity in power was not insignificant. Yet, therein lay the peril. A single misstep could lead to the transformation of his beasts into monstrous creatures. It was no wonder that one of the rewards offered by Wan Yang was the secret realm controlled by the Wan family, intending to provide Su Yuan with star power to aid his beasts in breaking through the bottleneck. Now the question arose, should he patiently await the opportunity to break through in the secret realm? Or should he seize the moment to do so amidst the chaos of battle? The answer was glaringly evident. What Su Yuan needed most at this juncture was strength. Whenever the opportunity arose, he should charge forth unabashedly. The captain as prophecy also advised seeking change actively rather than sitting idly by. Furthermore, in this battlefield, greater strength equated to greater safety. There were no other options. In the moment of Su Yuan's contemplation, an anomaly erupted on the battlefield ahead. Zhang Miao from the Beastmaster Guild shouted, "Not good. Old He can't hold on any longer. Who will assist?" A 4-star Beastmaster, tasked with holding back the dimming star level beasts, had collapsed from exhaustion, allowing several dimming star level beasts to breach the defense established by the 4-star Beastmasters. Someone lamented, "This is untenable. Our forces are already stretched thin. If we split our troops, We won't have enough high-level combat power. What do we do? Those 3-star Beastmasters can't possibly fend off the dimming star-level beasts. Wait a minute, Su Yuan. Didn't he just kill one? The crowd seemed to grasp onto a lifeline. Wanyang decisively commanded, Su Yuan. The situation is urgent. Can you hold off those 5 dimming star-level beasts? Su Yuan surveyed the scene, calculating before responding, Captain Yuan ISNT here. Have the 3rd squad assist me. Good. Relay the order. The 3rd squad is temporarily under Su Yuan's command. Hold off those 5 dimming star-level beasts for half an hour. I'll immediately dispatch reinforcements. Su Yuan cracked his knuckles. It seemed there was no time for hesitation. Relying on Wanyang for reinforcements? It was far better to depend on his own breakthrough. Since you have come to me voluntarily, it would be quite unbecoming for me, Su Yuan, to refuse your gracious offer. The crux lies in who will be the first to break through. Once a single creature of the celestial star level emerges, Su Yuan will possess the confidence to vanquish this horde of monstrous beasts. Chapter 47, Dragon Princess. I shall forever be the first. The first breakthrough must result in the slaying of a celestial star beast within 10 minutes to seize its source star. Otherwise, the summoned beast will lose its sanity and transform into a monster. This implies that Su Yuan cannot employ the strategy used previously, which involved utilizing Li Mi's abilities to bury the beasts alive, as that would not allow for the extraction of their source. Moreover, the enemies Su Yuan faces at this moment are more numerous. Su Yuan prioritized using his arm badge to inquire, esteemed colleagues. You have also heard that 5 celestial star beasts have been released for us to contend with. Most of us are 2-star beast masters, with a few at 3 stars. The disparity in strength is significant. Therefore, I propose that each of your 3 teams, totaling 9 individuals, tackle 1 celestial star beast, while our 7th team confronts 2. What say you? Soon, responses echoed through the badge. Su Yuan, let us proceed as you suggest. None here surpass your prowess, and we shall follow your lead. Indeed. With 9 individuals against nearly 20 beasts, if we cannot deal with even 1 celestial star creature, it would be utterly shameful for us to claim battlefield experience. Precisely. If you can hold off 2, grant us 20 minutes, and we shall exchange injuries for lives to come to your aid. Agreed. No problem. The majority of the 3rd Division consists of recruits who were timid during the day, exhibiting reluctance in battle, yet after a day of carnage, they had become numb. Fueled only by fervor, Su Yuan volunteered to engage 2 celestial star beasts, as it would be disgraceful if they could not even halt the remaining 3. Ouyang Shui gazed at Su Yuan with a hint of concern. Have you lost your mind? We struggled against 1 last time, and now you wish to confront 2? Then, Ouyang Shui comprehended Su Yuan's intent. Could it be that you desire? No, you lack the appropriate heavenly materials. Su Yuan placed a finger to his lips and whispered, Hush. What you shared with me earlier, I owe you one. Have you not always wished to know how I acquire heavenly materials? Allow me to demonstrate this time. Ouyang Shui was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. Su Yuan, we must take a different path and seize the source star. If so, by utilizing heavenly materials, the summoned beasts could attain the celestial star level, matching the offensive and defensive capabilities of the celestial star beasts themselves, albeit lacking the explosive power of the source star. Thus, a single one of Su Yuan's beasts could hold its own against a celestial star beast, and with her and Li Mi, they could confront 2. The price to be paid was that Su Yuan would reveal the method by which he obtained heavenly materials to himself, alongside the 10-minute time constraint for the kill. The former represented trust, while the latter signified his confidence. Ouyang Shui parted her lips slightly, her silver blue hair dancing in the wind, smiling at Su Yuan. Is this what it feels like to be trusted? It seemed as if something long buried within her heart had been stirred, and she silently resolved. Su Yuan, if you manage to return alive to Dawn City, I have something to tell you. Su Yuan, go forth and confront the beast you have set your sights on. Leave the other to Li Mi and me. Su Yuan turned back in astonishment. You too, as 2-star beast masters, plan to face a celestial star beast? Ouyang Shui tossed her silver blue hair with a smile. What? Do you think I lack hidden trump cards? I am the daughter of the king. Surely I have a few life-saving treasures. Su Yuan nodded. Then I entrust this to you. The 5 celestial star beasts released were all of the initial stage of celestial star strength, namely the Crimson Thunderwind Hawk, the Harpy, the Thousand Bones Blood Dragon, the Starfire Bat, and the Mountain-Cleaving Iron Lynx. The strongest among them was undoubtedly the Thousand Bones Blood Dragon, which was devoid of muscle, organs, or skin, consisting solely of bone and blood. The pressing question was, who would be the first to break through? As if perceiving Su Yuan's hesitation, Long Yao materialized in human form beside him. Little one, what troubles you? Her crimson lips parted to release a lilting voice. Her graceful figure rendered even more enchanting against the blood-stained battlefield. The captivating pupils reflected Su Yuan's image as she lifted a delicate hand, tilting his chin and leaning closer. Do not forget, I am your first. Regardless of what the future holds, remember this. I shall always be your first. Long Yao's lips curled into a smile. Do not worry. Even if I were to transform into a monster, I would never forget you, little one. Su Yuan offered a wry smile, pondering, what indeed was I hesitating about? System. What heavenly materials does Long Yao require to break through to the celestial star level? Resolute in his decision, the first to break through would naturally be Long Yao. Beep. Answering host. The heavenly material required for the breakthrough is the 9-heart illusory dragon feather, a treasure of the heavens. Could it be simplified? Beep. Answering host. Simplification commenced and completed. The heavenly material required has been replaced with a cookie. A cookie? I recall that Ouyang Shui carries some with her. As a princess, it is quite common to carry palace sweets to enhance her rations. Su Yuan usually refrained from commenting, but little did he expect this time it would prove immensely useful. As the 5 celestial star beasts approached, Su Yuan relayed through the arm badge. Everyone, we shall take on the 1,000 Bones Blood Dragon and the Harpy. You may distribute the remaining 3 among yourselves, but ensure you hold them. Rest assured, leave it to us. Just hold your ground, Su Yuan. We shall come to your rescue. Su Yuan pocketed the arm badge and reached directly for Ouyang Shui's waist. Her face instantly flushed red. Wait, what are you doing? We are still on the battlefield. She was startled by Su Yuan's sudden action. Yet Su Yuan paid no heed to her innocent thoughts. Swiftly retrieving a pouch from her waist and producing a cookie, the heavenly material I need is right here. Immediately, Su Yuan tossed the cookie towards Long Yao. Upon transforming into a dragon, she swallowed the cookie whole, and the once crimson dragon body began to undergo a rapid metamorphosis. The red scales gradually shed, and the orange-red dragon flames experienced a fundamental change in nature. The 9-heart illusory dragon's heavenly material harbored an immensely potent dragon deity aura, causing Long Yao's original dragon flames to evolve into a mesmerizing blend of blue, purple, and red, her form swelling to nearly 10 meters in length. With her horns transforming into a shape reminiscent of 9-jeweled glass, a transparent hue that rendered even light-based abilities dim in its presence. Ouyang Shui stood frozen like a wooden chicken, utterly convinced that she had only carried the most ordinary cookie. Yet, Su Yuan had utilized it, replacing what would have been a heavenly material of the highest caliber, allowing the summoned beast to achieve a breakthrough from golden to celestial star level. He had completed the transition from S rank to SS rank. A miracle. In that moment, all doubts were resolved. No wonder Su Yuan could so effortlessly achieve breakthroughs. He merely required something readily available. With such prowess, what could the celestial star beasts possibly use to impede him? Chapter 48, SS Rank. The Dragon Princess Warrior has arrived. As the Dragon Princess Warrior stepped into the celestial star realm, the previously starry sky was enveloped in ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and the flying beasts above were struck down one by bolts of lightning, plummeting to the ground. As the 1,000-bone blood dragon, encased in a myriad of bones, appeared to be provoked, it lunged fiercely towards the dragon maiden. Su Yuan anticipated the thrill of hunting it, and likewise, the creature yearned to claim the life of Long Yao. In this deadly game of predator and prey, only one could emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the other deep star-level beasts had already engaged with the members of the 3rd Brigade. Ouyang Shui, unable to divert her attention to Su Yuan's battlefield, unleashed the full power of her heavenly treasures. Even in the face of a deep star beast, the secret treasures bestowed by the king allowed her to maneuver with ease. Now, the stage was set for a one-on-one confrontation between Su Yuan and the 1,000-bone blood dragon. The dragon maiden, lacking the source star, was joined by the golden-hued snow maiden and the forest elf, ready to face this formidable creature, which possessed a complete star. Beast, 1,000-bone blood dragon. Rarity, S. Level, deep star initial. Source star, Tianshu, progress, 30100. Talent, 1,000-bone, epic, undying, mythical. Skills, burial ground, epic, blood poison curse, epic, soul drain, epic. Bloodline, bone dragon bloodline, 30. Su Yuan conveyed the information about the 1,000-bone blood dragon to Long Yao through their telepathic connection. Among the 6 beasts released, this one was undeniably the strongest. Not only was its prowess outstanding, but it also presented considerable challenges. Its reinforced bones could be wielded as weapons, with the hardness of its bone shards rivaling that of diamonds. The most troublesome aspect was its mythical talent, undying. Unless its multitude of bones and flesh were completely obliterated, it could resurrect from any fragment, akin to an unkillable cockroach. However, Long Yao cast a tender glance back at Su Yuan, seemingly conveying a message of reassurance. Perhaps it was a silent command to refrain from intervening. 10 minutes would suffice. The moment the Dragon Maiden shed her serpentine form and activated her dragon god bloodline, she became the most proud being in existence, standing atop the pinnacle of the food chain. All of this could be attributed to Su Yuan. To fight for one's lord. What need is there for concern? As if comprehending her pride and dignity, Su Yuan instructed the forest elf queen to release the spiritual spring, ensuring that should Long Yao sustain any injuries, she would have a means of recovery. Then, Long Yao unfurled her wings, colliding head-on with the lunging thousand-bone blood dragon. The intertwining blue, purple, and red flames of the illusory dragon enveloped her claws as she slashed at the creature, shattering dozens of bone shards. Yet those very shards pierced through her dragon claws. The blood-red flesh of the thousand-bone blood dragon seeped into the wounds on Long Yao's claws. This was the effect of its skills, blood poison curse, and soul drain. By exploiting the wounds of its opponent, it could attack the very soul. Should the opponent's spirit falter, the thousand-bone blood dragon could seize the opportunity to invade their corporeal form. With a fierce roar, Long Yao's golden slit-like eyes radiated an imposing aura, fully embodying the nobility and weight of the dragon god bloodline. "Begone," she declared. A deceased dragon dares to claim itself as a true dragon? A resounding dragon roar reverberated through the air, causing the thousand-bone blood dragon, which had intended to invade Long Yao's soul, to tremble uncontrollably. The bone dragon was merely a remnant of a deceased dragon's consciousness, its bloodline suppressed beneath the might of the dragon god. Why would a dragon not bow before the dragon god? While the thousand-bone blood dragon held its own in terms of raw power, it was the disparity in certain attributes that ensured it could never assert dominance before Long Yao. What distinguishes a king from its steed? It is not a childish riddle of two-legged versus four-legged creatures. It is the existence of two beings, equal in stature, ability, and strength. One rules over the chaos of war, while the other enhances combat prowess. What delineates the two? That characteristic is the answer. Instinct. It is the most primal, fundamental, and profound response to slaughter, etched deep within the souls of Long Yao and the bone dragon. Despite being pierced by bone shards and blood spilling forth, Long Yao relentlessly pressed on, utilizing her claws, body, scales, and ultimately her fangs to viciously rend the bone shards like flesh, her bloodthirsty fangs showcasing the essence of her killing instinct. This is the raw instinct laid bare. To fight relying solely upon reason, to hope to conquer an enemy through rational thought. Who could one possibly defeat? Why are beasts so formidable? Because the filth has unleashed their bloodthirsty instincts. And when Long Yao finally unleashed her full potential, surrendering to her instincts in battle, she became the strongest entity. She was the deity of the dragon race, the sovereign of dragons. Trembling and cowering, the thousand-bone blood dragon, amidst the continuous collisions, lost its courage, its ferocity, and the rebellious instinct expected of an adversary. In an astonishing turn of events upon the battlefield, this deep, star-level beast, faced with a dragon maiden lacking a source star, one who could not unleash her full power and was teetering on the brink of losing control, chose not to fight, nor to stall for time, but instead opted to submit as prey, lying quietly on the ground while Long Yao devoured and tore it apart piece by piece. Upon the crown of the thousand-bone blood dragon, a radiant star slowly emerged. That was its source star. Long Yao opened her gaping maw and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, the once-gathered storm clouds unleashed a tempest of thunder and lightning. The gentle rainfall morphed into a torrential downpour, as if the very heavens were rejoicing. Heralding the birth of a king, the stars returned to their rightful places, and a new deep star was born. The Dragon Maiden, empowered by the celestial forces, transformed from a colossal entity into a more compact form, yet the energy contained within her surged with unprecedented ferocity. At that moment, Long Yao had fully completed her evolution. Beast, Dragon Maiden God. Rarity, SS. Level, Deep Star Initial. Source Star, Tianshu, Progress, 30100. Talent, Illusory Dragon Flame, Mythical, Dragon Eye, Epic, Reverse Calamity Dragon Scale, Mythical. Skills, Dragon Breath, Epic, Sky Remnant Embers, Mythical. Illusory World Red Lotus, Mythical. Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline, 30. Evolution, Illusory Dragon Flame. One of the flames inherited from the Dragon God, possessing the abilities of incineration, destruction, and soul scorching, immortal and indestructible. Evolution, Reverse Calamity Dragon Scale. A scale that wards off all curses and elements, boasting unparalleled defensive capabilities. New skill, Illusory World Red Lotus. Summons the Dragon God's fire to ignite 108 eternal red lotuses of karmic fire, extinguishing all that they touch. Star Analysis, Tianshu Star. A potent symbol of dominion, wielding the authority over the stars. A beast possessing the Tian Shu Source star shall provide the purest explosive power, contributing to star progression. Su Yuan gazed at Long Yao with excitement. She had broken through. A deep star-level beast, Su Yuan's first deep star-level companion. This signified Su Yuan's ascent from a low-tier beast master into the ranks of mid-tier masters. On the battlefield, countless gazes turned towards them. They had not anticipated that the deep star-level beast, which they had merely intended to use to stall Su Yuan, would be defeated in this singular confrontation. Chapter 49. The Night Ends. Dawn Breaks. An Elegy for Heroes. The image of the dragon maiden god vanquishing the thousand-bone blood dragon and consuming its source star became an indelible moment in the memories of many. The successfully evolved dragon maiden god stood as the mightiest presence on this small battlefield. The remaining 5 deep star-level beasts, upon witnessing the formidable Long Yao, instinctively halted their assault. Aside from the thousand-bone blood dragon, the other demon beasts, although classified as intermediate stars, predominantly possess rarity levels of A and B, resulting in a significant disparity in strength. Naturally, having witnessed the demise of even the thousand-bone blood dragon, they harbor an instinctual dread of stronger adversaries. Consequently, under the assistance of Su Yuan and Long Nu, the third squad's assault was relentless. With a deployment of 9 Beast Tamers against a single demon beast, these intermediate star-level creatures were swiftly overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the third squad's tactical onslaught. Of course, the members of the third squad, displaying commendable discretion, refrained from completely annihilating these demon beasts. The manner of their treatment was, of course, at Su Yuan's discretion. As the battle momentarily subsided, a group of squad members gathered around, exclaiming, "Su team, you were phenomenal. Can you spare a life? Your rate of advancement has skyrocketed to intermediate star level." Indeed. Su team, I, Old Lu, have languished as a 3-star beast tamer for a year. How can I possibly continue after witnessing your prowess? Old Lu, comparing yourself to Su team is a futile endeavor. Su team, these demon beasts have been subdued by us. How shall we deal with them? The decision rests with you. Yes, without Su team's assistance, to be frank, even a group effort would have made it difficult to conquer intermediate star-level foes. The squad members, who initially called him by his name, now referred to him as Su team, clearly acknowledging Su Yuan's position within the group. Nodding in response, Su Yuan thought, "What a splendid opportunity. I could elevate all my beasts to intermediate star level in one fell swoop." At that moment, as if reading his thoughts, Ouyang Shui remarked, "Su Yuan, do not be so hasty. Except for the thousand-bone blood dragon, the origins of the other 5 demon beasts are merely ordinary stars. If you were to absorb their stars now, you would surely regret it later." Su Yuan smiled knowingly, realizing the gaps in his theoretical knowledge, and inquired, "Is there truly a distinction?" With a sigh, Ouyang Shui elaborated, "Certainly. The origin stars, particularly those aligned with the Big Dipper, provide 100% enhancement of a specific power, as you should know. In contrast, those lesser stars yield only about 1/3 to 1/2 of the energy provided by the Dipper stars." Suddenly enlightened, Su Yuan understood. "So, it appears I must not rush the upgrades. I must refine my approach and study how to optimally configure the origin stars for my beasts." Afterward, Su Yuan approached Long Yao, who had reverted from her dragon form to her human guise, shedding her crimson feathers. Her wine-red hair seemed to have grown longer, cascading down to her waist, her skin more delicate and smooth, and a faint blush of fatigue colored her cheeks. Her wine-red pupils reflected Su Yuan's figure as she softly murmured, "Little one, I am feeling somewhat weary." Gently brushing away the hair from her forehead, Su Yuan replied, "Indeed. You have worked hard, my queen." Leaning closer to Su Yuan's ear, Long Yao whispered, "Little one, I find myself a bit hungry." Su Yuan's eyes widened, as if he had made a resolute decision. "Rest assured, after the battle concludes, I shall accompany you wholeheartedly. But for now, you should take a break." He then summoned Long Yao back into the Beast Tamer space. On the front lines, Su Yuan's outstanding performance inspired many high-ranking Beast Tamers. Wan Yang shouted, "Look at Su Yuan. Aren't you all ashamed? Hit them hard and drive these wretched demon beasts back. Do you not feel embarrassed? You let your beasts falter and now rely on your junior to clean up your mess. When we return, do not claim to be from my Yuan character camp. I cannot afford such disgrace." As if spurred on, the human Beast Tamers exerted themselves fully, managing to withstand the most formidable wave of demon beasts. The bloodshed continued until dawn. The city guard successfully repelled the demon beast's assault, managing to hold the line within the stipulated time. For 22 hours, over 10,000 Beast Tamers of the city guard, along with more than 1,000 reinforcements from Dawn City, totaling 120,000 Beast Tamers, faced the enemy, suffering over 2,000 casualties, with countless injuries. This outcome was largely thanks to the celestial phenomena triggered by Su Yuan and his active presence on the battlefield. Otherwise, the losses would have been even more severe. As the first rays of dawn broke over the eastern horizon of Dawn Forest and illuminated Little Pool Town, the city guard began an organized retreat. The Yuan character camp, having borne the brunt of the battlefield losses, withdrew first, followed by the mountain character camp, with the sky character camp covering the rear. The wave of demon beasts continued, but it was evidently less formidable than during the night. Nearly 500,000 demon beasts had perished, yet according to detected numbers, this represented only a quarter of the total. Over 1 million demon beasts remained poised for battle. However, next time, they would not be contending in open fields, but rather atop the towering walls of Dawn City. Now, they would return as heroes. Among the retreating troops, Yuan Tiantong gazed at Su Yuan with mixed emotions. Just a few days prior, this lad was merely a newly renowned genius, a private entering the military. In the blink of an eye, Su Yuan had ascended to the rank of major, and even the other members of the third squad sincerely referred to him as Su Team. Moreover, in the post-battle tally of demon beast kills, Yuan Tiantong's achievements paled in comparison to Su Yuan's. Wang Yang also joined in the celebration, enthusiastically patting Su Yuan on the back. What a remarkable lad. Truly worthy of my admiration. Su Yuan, your deeds have spread within Dawn City. You are now an indisputable hero. Would you like to see the latest edition of the Dawn Report featuring your exploits? That toilet paper report? I can only imagine how exaggerated the editors will be in their storytelling. Su Yuan instinctively wanted to refuse, but Wang Yang had already thrust it in front of him. The hero's elegy. Even if the Beast King is involved, so what? The mere mention of Su Yuan's name sends shivers through demon beasts. An interview with Su Yuan's mentor candidly stated, Su Yuan's strength is inseparable from that woman. The 16 secrets to Su Yuan's success that you must not miss. Oh, still the same flavor. Wang Yang chuckled. However, your contributions are indeed substantial. Await the military's acknowledgement of your merits. Suddenly, the moving carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing even Wang Yang to lose his balance and collide with Su Yuan, who then inadvertently bumped into Ouyang Shui beside him. What is going on? Wang Yang exclaimed, rising in irritation. Meanwhile, Su Yuan felt something resting against him and instinctively shook his head. You. Ouyang Shui quickly pushed Su Yuan away, her voice low and irritated. What are you shaking about? Realizing he had taken advantage of the situation, Su Yuan chuckled. Ahem, I didn't notice, really. However, Ouyang Shui did not retaliate with a slap, which took him by surprise. Just as she prepared to pursue the matter further, a commotion erupted from outside. What? Hand Su Yuan over to you? Absolutely not. He is still a member of my Yuan character camp and cannot leave the team without permission. Su Yuan frowned, instinctively peering out of the carriage. Chapter 50, A Trap? The mountain man has his own schemes. Commander Yuan, Su Yuan's performance on the battlefield has been too conspicuous. The council members worry that the Beast King may exert his full strength to eliminate Su Yuan, which is why we have come to secretly protect him. Wang Yang shouted. Do not think I am unaware. You are the 10th guard of the Holy Beast Hall. What good intentions could you possibly have for Su Yuan? I tell you, Su Yuan is a part of my Yuan character camp, and if you wish to forcibly take him away, you must first consider whether we will permit it. Wang Yang stood firmly against the newcomers, showing no inclination to compromise. After catching snippets of the conversation, Su Yuan turned to Ouyang Shui and asked, Your Highness, what is the 10th guard of the Holy Beast Hall? Ouyang Shui's eyes widened in astonishment, swiftly dismissing the recent events from her mind. Taking a deep breath, she spoke. The Sacred Beast Hall is a direct military force of the nobility, and the 10 guards constitute their core strength. These troops are comprised of the elite offspring of noble families who have matured into formidable Beast Tamers. In terms of the number of Beast Tamers alone, the 10 guards boast over 30,000, a figure surpassing the combined forces of the Beast Tamer Guild, the Royal Knights, and the City Guard. What could they possibly want at this moment? Su Yuan's gaze was complex. Such formidable power lay hidden within the city, and yet, no sign of their reinforcements could be seen. Their sudden appearance was clearly an indication that they intended to cause him trouble, perhaps even to take him away. Ouyang Shui clenched her fists. This is careless of you. Given your performance on the battlefield, Dawn City will undoubtedly commemorate you, seeking to capitalize on your name for their own benefit. The nobility will certainly wish to eliminate you, Su Yuan. Do not go with them, or they will fabricate stories, claiming you were attacked by demonic beasts and that they failed to protect you. Ouyang Shui bit down on her silver teeth. I should have anticipated this. Damn it. I should have contacted the palace immediately to arrange for your safe escort back. Su Yuan continued to listen to the heated argument outside. He observed a man clad in specially designed armor producing a piece of parchment. Commander Yuan, I possess an order signed by the military law office to escort Su Yuan. Is it possible that your city guard's Yuan division does not fall under the jurisdiction of the military law office? Or are you questioning the authority established by King Yuan? Wang Yang retorted angrily. Lu Xian, Do not presume to bully us. I am well aware of your intentions, even if this goes to the military law office. I have my own words to say. The individual named Lu Xian appeared to be the leader of this group. The Fine Willow Guards? They must be one of the 10 guards. Just from the name alone, even Su Yuan could discern their intentions. The Lu family, indeed. They were not here with good intentions. Ouyang Shui puffed out her cheeks, expressing her concern. The military law office? This is troublesome, Su Yuan. The military law office oversees the city guard, and Commander One may not withstand their pressure. Furthermore, I apologize. The military law office is overseen by my second brother, and it may be due to my influence that such an order was issued. Ouyang Shui grasped her skirt tightly, her voice diminishing as she realized she might have inadvertently put Su Yuan in a precarious position. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan understood. The royal family was also in turmoil. He playfully flicked Ouyang Shui's forehead. That hurts. Haha, it's fine. As long as you've been honest with me, I won't hold it against you. Consider it my revenge. They want my life. It won't be that simple. So what if they're the Fine Willow Guards? So what if they are nobility? I will confront them. Ouyang Shui excitedly tugged at Su Yuan's arm. Don't be impulsive, Su Yuan. Let me think of a way to contact someone in the palace to stall them for a moment. Su Yuan chuckled. That would be futile. The efficiency of the government is such that I might end up a corpse in the wilderness before any orders are issued. No need to worry about me. I'm not foolish enough to walk into my own demise. Just keep an eye on things. The mountain man has his own clever plans. Mountain man. Su Yuan turned to Li Mi, clasping his hands together. Sister Li Mi, I mentioned before that your abilities would prove invaluable in a crisis. Now, brother is in dire straits. Can you lend me a hand? Li Mi's cheeks flushed as she looked down, speaking softly. How can I help? Even Commander One is. What can I possibly do? She found it hard to fathom that a matter even Commander One could not handle could somehow be resolved by her. A mere 2-star Beast Tamer. Su Yuan spoke earnestly. How could that be? Only you can accomplish this. Of course. We will also need the assistance of the 3 esteemed elders from the Beast Tamer Guild. Zhang Miao immediately responded. Command us as you wish. We 3 came specifically to protect you from the nobility's schemes. Even if you wish to flee, we can help delay them for a moment. Su Yuan shook his head. No. I just saw that the Fine Willow Guards have nearly 26-star Beast Tamers. They clearly do not intend for me to escape. My plan does not involve confronting them directly. Gather around, and we shall do this. A minute later, Ouyang Shui patted Su Yuan's shoulder. Well done. I can't believe you thought of this. Without Sister Li Mi, this would be quite difficult. Rest assured. With a bug-type beast that can track each other, we can have it follow you, allowing you to pinpoint our location while recording visuals and sounds. Su Yuan nodded. Having a special type of beast was indeed advantageous. Excellent. I entrust my life to all of you. Sister Li Mi, please. Li Mi clenched her small fist, striking a battle pose. Rest assured. Good. Then, Su Yuan leaped down from the carriage and approached the front. At that moment, Wan Yang was still engaged in a heated debate with Lu Xian of the Fine Willow Guards. Upon noticing Su Yuan's arrival, Lu Xian broke into his characteristic professional smile. Oh? Is this not our battlefield hero? Su Yuan. The military law office has ordered us to escort you for your protection against demonic beasts. It seems Commander One believes we wish to harm you. To speak candidly, we Fine Willow Guards are indeed directly affiliated with the Lu family. Previously, 2 disgraceful individuals emerged from our ranks. So it is entirely understandable that Commander One would harbor such suspicions. To demonstrate our sincerity, we Fine Willow Guards have dispatched our elite to ensure your safe return. We hope to resolve our grievances amicably. Moreover, that carriage behind you bears 10 treasures of the heavens and 5,000 gold coins. A small token of apology from our Lu family. We genuinely wish to reconcile. Throughout the exchange, Lu Xian maintained a soft demeanor, emphasizing the necessity of taking Su Yuan with them, which left Wan Yang feeling as though he was striking at cotton. Despite this, he remained convinced that their intentions were far from benign. Su Yuan felt a jolt of concern within him. The Lu family was indeed pulling out all the stops. Just as Wan Yang was about to rebut, Su Yuan interjected. Such sincerity from Commander Lu is rare. I shall not refuse. Wan Yang exclaimed, What? Su Yuan, are you out of your mind? They clearly intend to tighten their grip around your neck. Su Yuan laughed. It's truly nothing to be concerned about. Brother Wan, you worry too much. If something were to happen to my reputation now, wouldn't the Lu family fear public backlash? Moreover, our Yuan division has made significant contributions. Let us not provoke the military law office. Otherwise, the sacrifices of our brothers would be in vain. Lu Xian chimed in. Indeed. With Su Yuan's growing notoriety, we have genuinely come with good intentions. Commander Wan, please do not resist any further. Soon, Wan Yang felt a small piece of paper slip into his palm, and he understood immediately. This clever lad had already made his plans. Wan Yang sighed. Lu Xian, let me warn you. if anything were to happen to Su Yuan. Our Yuan division will not let this matter rest. Chapter 51. How strange, where is he? Lu Xian chuckled. Fear not, Commander Yuan. To harm Su Yuan, our fine Willow Guards would have to lose all combat capability. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. After Lu Xian's assurance, Su Yuan joined the caravan of the fine Willow Guards. Climbing aboard the carriage they claimed was meant for reparations. To his surprise, the fine Willow Guards had indeed prepared 10 treasures of the heavens. Although they were of inferior quality, they still held a collective worth of at least 8,000 gold coins, coupled with the 5,000 gold coins in cash. The fine Willow Guards were truly investing heavily. In a certain regard, Su Yuan truly ought to express his gratitude towards them. Ouyang Shui had been mocking him for over 10 days about his financial pursuits, only to discover that it was his adversary, the Lu family, who had come to his aid. Observing Su Yuan's greedy countenance as he beheld the riches, a flicker of malice crossed Lu Xian's eyes, quickly masked as he commanded. The fine Willow Guard, set forth, returned Su Yuan to the city within the hour. This location was less than 100 miles from Dawn City, and if the fine Willow Guard exerted themselves, they would indeed arrive swiftly. However, after about a quarter of an hour heading west, beyond the site of the Wanzi camp, they veered south at a rapid pace. After securely stowing away his newfound treasure, Su Yuan mused inwardly. As expected, they still wish to eliminate me. Admittedly, upon witnessing such a substantial sum, he momentarily entertained the notion of ceasing his endeavors. However, should one seek to harm him, he would not hesitate to repay in kind. The little insect perched on his shoulder continued to pinpoint its location. Excellent. Li Mi and the others were close behind. Su Yuan initiated a conversation. Captain Lu, it seems we are not heading towards Dawn City, are we? Lu Xian stretched lazily and replied, while this is not Dawn City, it is indeed a place you ought to visit. And where might that be? Su Yuan inquired innocently, gazing at Lu Xian. With a nonchalant glance, Lu Xian responded. 100 miles south of the city lies a desolate graveyard, where impoverished families inter their deceased kin when they pass away. Su Yuan feigned a look of trepidation and solemnly asked, what business do we have there, Captain Lu? Surely you do not intend, didn't you promise Commander Yuan earlier? Do the Lu family's words hold no weight? Lu Xian, gripping the reins of the carriage, stated, not at all. What I promised is that unless our fine Willow Guard loses our combat capability, you shall not come to harm. Despite being a member of the Lu family, I am a man of my word. Once you are dead, we shall indeed lose our combat capability. That much is clear to me. Perhaps feeling a tinge of regret, Lu Xian lamented, what a pity, Su Yuan. To speak frankly, although you have enmity with our Lu family, I do not harbor any disdain towards you. On the contrary, I admire your courage and audacity to resist, standing firm against my unreasonable nephew Lu Xiang and the foolish Lu Yuan, ultimately succeeding. Do you know? One of the conditions discussed at the Elder Council meeting was to have the Beast King concentrate forces to primarily target you. According to our projections, the city guard would undoubtedly crumble under the assault of 500,000 beast hordes, and you would perish on the battlefield. Yet, against all odds, you managed to conjure celestial phenomena, achieving unprecedented merit, aiding the city guard to withstand their most arduous battle, surviving the Beast King's targeted onslaught, and emerging as an indisputable hero. Your existence has prompted the citizenry to repeatedly propose that the nobility relinquish their beast eggs and contractual rights, even all opportunities for secret realms, demanding equality in beast selection. This fundamentally threatens the nobility's interests and their very foundation, rendering your existence a stumbling block to their rule. Thus, we have mobilized, willing to bear infamy, to eliminate this prodigy rising from the slums. Lu Xian spoke at great length, addressing the choices faced by the nobility in the face of their interests, and the lack of alternatives for noble offspring but to adhere to orders. He even expressed his indignation over the nobility's disregard for human life, planning at the expense of the commoners. Perhaps believing Su Yuan was already marked for death, he divulged many truths that were not typically spoken. This, in turn, allowed Su Yuan to reassess his view of Lu Xian. It seemed the Lu family was not devoid of rationality. However, ultimately, it was still the decision-makers who held sway. After nearly an hour of travel, upon reaching their destination, Lu Xian declared, "Alight, Su Yuan. You are astute. You understand the implications without further elaboration. I shall do my utmost to ensure your suffering is minimal. Do not compel me to resort to force." Su Yuan leapt from the carriage, surveying the surroundings. "To kill me, you've brought 26-star beast masters? Surely, you overestimate my worth." From behind Lu Xian, a familiar masked figure removed his black veil and said, "Su Yuan, do you remember me? On the day I sought Wangju, I vowed to personally witness your corpse left to rot in the wilderness. Did you ever imagine this day would come?" Su Yuan focused intently. "Lu Yuan, the vice principal of the original Sacred Beast Academy. I wondered who it might be, so you are here as well. Lu Xian stepped forward, stating, there is no choice, Su Yuan. You have wrought too many miracles. Not even the frenzied assault of 500,000 beasts could extinguish your light. Sending 26-star beast masters to escort you to your demise is nearly the entirety of our Lu family's assets. It has been said that the greatest respect one can show an enemy is to give their all in annihilating them. Let this be the Lu family's tribute to you. Never before had a commoner beastmaster been deemed so significant that all nobles unanimously agreed to eliminate them. Not even the president of the Beastmaster Guild, Zhang, nor the garrison commander, Wang Jingren, could claim such a distinction. You, Su Yuan, are the first. I simply did not anticipate that you would come so willingly. I had expected a bloody battle. Su Yuan raised his hands and asked with a glint in his eye, Wang Jingren, what happened to the garrison commander? Lu Xian replied, is it necessary for you to know? Su Yuan sighed, just a bit of curiosity before death. You've shared so much, surely this is not too much to ask. Lu Yuan scoffed, brother, why bother with so many words? Just kill him. We still have a report to file. Lu Xian furrowed his brow. Very well. It matters not to inform you. Wang Jingren discovered the transaction between Lu family head Lu Shan and that 9 serpents, attempting to intervene. Ultimately, he was slain by the combined forces of 9 serpents and Lu Shan. So that is the case. This revelation finally unraveled Su Yuan's last mystery regarding the beast tide. Ha ha ha. Su Yuan threw back his head and laughed. What a noble. What a Lu family. To achieve your insidious aims and filthy profits, you would willingly sacrifice 2 million souls of Dawn City. In your eyes, where's the sense of shame? Where's the bottom line? I shall impart to you 16 words. Your salaries and your wealth are drawn from the blood and fat of the common people. The lower classes are easily exploited. Yet the heavens are not blind to your actions. Do you think that beneath the heavens, there is room for treason? Do you believe I, Su Yuan, have truly come to meet my demise? Do you think I would sit idly by and await my fate? Do you think your little secrets can remain hidden from anyone? Lu Yuan coldly replied, you speak with the rhetoric of a self-righteous gentleman, but alas, you shall perish here. He summoned a hexagram-shaped beast, brandishing a sharp blade towards Su Yuan. Give up, Su Yuan. Blame it on your birth into a noble family. Before he could finish speaking, Su Yuan simultaneously summoned the Ice Snow Maiden, leveraging the positioning of the insect to activate his innate ability. Mythical Aurora Dance. Whoosh. A streak of light flashed, and Su Yuan vanished from his original spot. The entire Fine Willow Guard stood in stupefied silence, immediately sensing their surroundings. Where did he go? Chapter 52. Su Yuan disappears. The desperate Lu family members. Where did he go? Not only Lu Yuan, but the accompanying Fine Willow Guard gazed in bewilderment at the empty graveyard, where only graves and scattered white papers remained. But Su Yuan was nowhere to be found. Lu Yuan could scarcely believe his eyes. Before him, Su Yuan had managed to vanish in an instant. Lu Xian hastily exclaimed, he must possess a spatial type skill. With his 3-star beast master capabilities, he cannot be beyond a kilometer. Everyone disperse and search. Within 10 miles. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we shall find Su Yuan. I refuse to believe he can truly vanish into thin air. Furthermore, employing extensive offensive capabilities, one must remain vigilant in case Su Yuan possesses stealth or lurking abilities. Lu Xian immediately deduced all possible scenarios. After all, relying on spatial or stealth-related powers, he would find it impossible to escape. The 26-star beast masters, after their initial shock, quickly regained composure. Indeed, it must be so. The group immediately dispersed, unleashing a comprehensive bombardment and search operation powered by their formidable sunset-grade beasts. However, half an hour passed, and they found nothing. Where the hell is he? Lu Xian frowned and inquired. Have we still not located him? Lu Yuan kicked the ground in frustration, exclaiming, no, brother. We have scoured the surrounding area thoroughly, yet there is no trace of Su Yuan. We even bombarded the entire 10-mile radius. Aside from uncovering a pile of bones from the deceased, there is absolutely nothing. Another voice chimed in, Captain, could it be that Su Yuan possesses a treasure of the spatial type? Lu Xian shook his head, declaring impossible. Any spatial treasure capable of teleportation must be of at least the supreme treasure level. We have investigated Su Yuan's background thoroughly. He cannot possibly possess such a treasure. So where could he have vanished to? The group looked around in confusion, feeling utterly helpless. Lu Yuan seemed to recall something, rushing to a carriage, and then shouted, this is bad, brother. The 10 treasures and 5,000 gold coins have all vanished. He likely anticipated that we would strike hard, which is why he dared to come alone. He was confident in his ability to escape. He even stole the bait we had prepared. Lu Xian suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder he was so easily lured here. It turned out we were the ones who fell for the trick. This is bad. Lu Xian exclaimed, just now. Su Yuan was probing us. Lu Yuan was taken aback at first, then replied, "But what does it matter, brother? Even if he returns to accuse us. Mere words hold no weight. Who would believe him?" Lu Xian retorted urgently, "Fool. Since Su Yuan dares to take such a risk alone, he must have means to record images and conversations. Otherwise, why would he come alone? Does he truly believe he could just stick his neck out for you to strike? Quickly, we must act recklessly. Inform the family head, Lu Shan, we can no longer wait. We must strike while the iron is hot and contact the Beast King for an assault. Su Yuan might still perish amidst the chaos. Otherwise, if he returns to Dawn City to accuse us, our Lu family will surely face utter ruin. If we cannot find Su Yuan, we might as well create an even greater turmoil, allowing Su Yuan to perish in the war." The Shilio guards, unable to locate Su Yuan, ultimately had to abandon their search and resort to this desperate gamble. As they departed, Lu Xian sighed towards the spot where Su Yuan had just stood. Murmuring the 16 characters, the commoners are easily oppressed, but heaven is hard to deceive. 1,000 meters underground, Su Yuan dusted off his face. That was close. He had successfully escaped to a safe zone, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Surrounding him were Ouyang Shui, Ying Yi, Ying Er, as well as Li Mi and the Zhang brothers from the Beastmaster Association. Before leaving the Wanzi camp and entering the Shilio guards, Su Yuan had formulated a plan. He instructed Ying Yi, Ying Er, and the Zhang brothers to assist Li Mi in digging a tunnel underground, using earth manipulation techniques to burrow in, maintaining a vertical distance of 1,000 meters by utilizing the positioning abilities of the insect-type beast. Whenever they encountered danger, they would employ the Snow Woman's Aurora dance to swiftly blink to a distance of 1,000 meters. Lu Xian and Lu Yuan would never have guessed that. At this very moment, Su Yuan had not fled at all. He was merely 1,000 meters beneath their feet. Although 6-star Beast Masters possess exceptional perceptive abilities, their downward sensing capability is notably poor. Su Yuan had confirmed this with Ying Yi beforehand. The reason he took such a risk alone was twofold: to relieve the Wanzi camp and Wanyang from their predicament, as it was not wise to directly confront the military law enforcement, and on the other hand, Su Yuan aimed to thoroughly bring down the Lu family by obtaining irrefutable evidence of their crimes. He had initially thought the Lu family would boast in their triumph, but unexpectedly, Lu Xian seemed rather repentant in his speech. Although the process deviated from his expectations, the outcome remained the same. It is truly said, "The human heart is complex." Zhang Miao clutched his chest and said, "In the future, do not provoke Su Yuan so recklessly. If anything were to happen to him, I would surely be flayed alive by the higher-ups upon my return." Su Yuan triumphantly raised the insect-type beast belonging to Ying Yi in his hand, declaring, "But I have obtained what I desired. This time, I must eliminate the Lu family." Then, turning to Li Mi, he added, "Sister, you truly saved my life this time. Without you, our escape would have been exceedingly difficult. I have always said that your abilities are of immense value, at the very least. They serve as an exceptional means of survival against Beast Masters with spatial capabilities." Even the several 6-star Beast Masters could not help but agree with Su Yuan's words. Indeed, it is possible to play it this way. At first glance, Li Mi's Beast Master ability appeared rather unimpressive. Her combat capability was low, merely capable of assisting in setting traps. Yet when the crucial moment arose, none of the 6-star Beast Masters proved as useful as she did. Su Yuan composed himself and said, "Let us proceed. This is the chaotic graveyard 100 miles south of Dawn City. Above us are over 26-star Beast Masters from the Lu family. It is decidedly unsafe. We should return to Dawn City via tunneling." This suggestion received unanimous agreement from the group. There are 5 6-star Beast Masters up there. Should they engage, the 5 could indeed escape, but bringing Su Yuan, Ouyang Shui, and Li Mi along would be impossible. Thus, it would be best to slowly tunnel back to Dawn City. Having hurried along previously, Li Mi had exhausted considerable stamina. They would need to rest a while, relying on her strength. Meanwhile, within Dawn City, the elders convened in a state of utter chaos upon receiving the news. "Lu Shan, did you not claim this plan was foolproof? 26-star Beast Masters, and yet a mere 3-star Beast Master has managed to escape? Are you insulting our intelligence? Elder Gong, do I truly need to deceive you? You all witnessed the situation through Xian Er's perspective. Who could have anticipated that Su Yuan would find a way to escape? For now, I have dispatched someone to contact the 9 serpents. Let it attack the city immediately. Perhaps the beast tide can engulf Su Yuan. Are you mad? Our objective is merely to weaken the civilian faction's power. We must deal with the savage filth of the beast tide. I am not mad. This is no problem for you. But if Su Yuan returns to Dawn City, it is my Lu family that will suffer. Rest assured, if anything goes awry, my Lu family will bear the consequences. Chapter 53, The Betrayal of Scoundrels. The beast tide assaults the city. While Su Yuan was digging the tunnel, the beast tide momentarily slowed its advance. The city guards performed admirably, successfully relocating all the citizens from the eastern vicinity into Dawn City, while the beasts ravaged the land like a locust plague, leaving destruction in their wake. The nine-serpent beast king was furiously stomping its feet. Cursed human race. How could they evacuate everyone? The blood ritual for the Heavenly Earth ceremony requires 1,000,000 units of blood energy. Previously, half of the blood energy accumulated from the battle at Shaoqi Town had been consumed by Su Yuan, resulting in a severe deficiency of blood energy for the nine-serpent. At this moment, a Lu family envoy, Lu Mo, approached and inquired, "Esteemed Beast King, why have you halted the offensive?" The nine-serpent furiously retorted, "Cursed human race. Did you not claim that they were utterly unprepared? Did you not assert that the city guards were weak? What is the result? As this sovereign emerges from seclusion, the demigod Ning Xian of the human race dares to obstruct me, compelling me to pay a considerable price. Moreover, the city guard managed to retreat unscathed in the face of my army of 500,000 monstrous beasts. Is this what you refer to as being defenseless and weak? I now harbor suspicions that you are in collusion with the human sovereign, Ouyang Ming Huang, seeking to conspire against me. Indeed, it must be so, otherwise. It is inexplicable why the attacks have been consistently thwarted, and the seemingly attainable 1,000,000 blood essence for the refinement of lives has receded further away." Lu Mo helplessly remarked, "Esteemed Beast King, it is solely due to that Su Yuan. My Lu family has a profound enmity with him. How could we deceive you? Moreover, at that time, our family leader collaborated with you to slay Wan Jingren, leaving us no avenue for retreat, correct?" This statement resonated deeply within Jiushi. Indeed, it was Lu Shan and himself who, in a 2-on-1 confrontation, had slain Wan Jingren, thereby ensuring a seamless collaboration between both parties. After all, should he expose this incident, the Lu family would undoubtedly be branded traitors to humanity, and with such leverage, Jiushi had no concerns about being betrayed. Seeing Jiushi's mood stabilize, Lu Mo continued, "Beast King, the family leader has entrusted me with a message for you. The instigator of all this chaos, Su Yuan, is currently untraceable, possibly wandering outside the city. I implore the Beast King to launch an immediate assault on the city. A mere 3-star beast master like Su Yuan cannot possibly survive amidst the chaos. Furthermore, the family leader has promised that should the Beast King commence the siege, my Lu family will open the gates and drawbridge of Dawn City, allowing your army to advance triumphantly from the east. The blood essence you seek will certainly be provided." Jiushi's emerald vertical pupils flickered with intrigue. This indeed presented an opportunity. The human sovereign, though slightly stronger, is merely at the first phase of an 8-star beast master, while he himself only requires the celestial ritual to ascend to the same level as the human sovereign. Once the monstrous beasts invade Dawn City, Jiushi can harness human blood essence to complete the celestial ritual and ascend. In that eventuality, he would be confident in defeating the sovereign. Once the sovereign falls, Dawn City would become the spoils of Jiushi, and his ascension from beast emperor to beast deity would be merely a matter of time. Do these nobles think they can conceal their schemes from me? Do they believe that once the sovereign is defeated, they can contend with me? Such thoughts are naive. The chasm between demigods and those above them cannot be bridged by mere numbers. Jiushi, opening his cavernous maw, proclaimed, "Very well, I consent. In 1 hour, the myriad beasts shall assault the city. Should your Lu family breach our agreement, do not blame me for revealing your treachery before the army." Lu Mo nodded, "Rest assured, my Lu family shall uphold our promise, just as the Beast King must. Should you fail to honor your word, my noble 10 guards are not to be trifled with." Indeed, at midday, a dark cloud emanating from the Dawn Forest cloaked the sky. A surging tide of monstrous beasts advanced towards Dawn City. Countless residents peered anxiously toward the east. The beast tide, they had heard, had been raging for an entire day and night. Rumors from the battlefield trickled in. It was said that the city guard had fully retreated and that thousands of beast masters had perished. I heard someone mention that there were 7 to 8 million beasts. Surely, they could not be held at bay? Do not listen to second sister-in-law's nonsense. It has been confirmed that fewer than 150,000 beasts remain, and the city guard has achieved victory. Have you heard of that Su Yuan? It is said he single-handedly slew over 10,000 beasts. Indeed, I have always believed that Su Yuan would achieve greatness. I could tell when he was eating tofu pudding in my shop. Still bragging, eh? Your tofu pudding is only effective for Su Yuan's beasts. Oh, could it be that the beasts truly break through? Fear not, for the human sovereign is here. As long as the sovereign remains, Dawn City shall never fall. Indeed, as long as the sovereign stands, no beast can penetrate the dawn. The people held unwavering faith in their sovereign. He was the supreme ruler of Dawn City, their guardian deity. While the people endure, the city endures. Now, the streets were under martial law. In this critical moment, the Royal Knights, the Noble 10 Guards, and the Beastmaster Guild's battalions, alongside the remaining city guards, were hastily fortifying their defenses, preparing for the impending decisive battle. At noon, a dark swarm of beasts pressed against the walls of Dawn City. The Beastmasters tasked with defense displayed palpable tension upon their faces. Captain Ouyang Rin of the Royal Knights rallied. Noble Knights, the city guard has proven themselves at Shaoqi Town, holding back 2 million beasts for an entire day and night, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. What reason do we have to fear or falter? The human sovereign watches over us. Your parents, wives, and children are watching. Our fellow townsfolk are watching. Today, we shall face the monstrous tide, defending our 300 years of Dawn City with our blood. The Beastmasters clenched their right fists against their hearts. Indeed, this was the very vow they had made upon becoming Beastmasters, to protect their homeland. If the city guards could do it, why could they not? To battle. Countless Beastmasters braced themselves. Even most of the Noble 10 Guards, as ordinary Beastmasters and soldiers, were oblivious to the intricate machinations above them, merely differing in their noble lineage. Yet at this moment, they remained earnest, standing on the front lines of battle. The assault of the myriad beasts commenced. This marked the onset of the rare siege of Dawn City, an event that had transpired only 7 times in its 300-year history. Beast King Jiushi, craving blood essence, would not personally confront the human sovereign, but instead urged the sun-eclipsing divine glass to command countless beasts to charge forth. The current wave of beasts far surpassed the previous battle at Shaoqi Town in both quantity and quality, with over 1,000 at the sunset level alone. The battlefield resembled a bloody millstone, harvesting the lives of the lower-tier beasts and beastmasters. As the conflict escalated, amidst the fierce fighting, they discovered that the once impenetrable city gates had swung open of their own accord. The drawbridge, once firmly under control, began to lower slowly. Chapter 54, The Strategist. The human sovereign slays Jiushi, bringing the tide of beasts to a close. What in the world? Who is watching the city gates? How did they fall? It's the Shi Lu guards. This shouldn't be. They have so many strong warriors. How could they let a gate fall? Could they have been attacked by illusion and mental-type beasts? Quickly, the 3rd Battalion. Come with me to support the gates. The Beastmasters engaged in combat never considered the possibility of betrayal from among their ranks. They instinctively believed they had been ensnared by the illusionary beasts, leading them to open the gates. However, gradually, they began to realize that something was amiss. How could those inside the gates be struck by illusion and mental attacks? Such attacks typically require eye contact to activate. Suddenly, they were struck by a horrifying possibility. Could it be that the Shi Lu guards willingly opened the gates? Yet, the brutal siege left no time for contemplation. The 3rd and 4th Battalions of the Royal Knights rushed to assist, but by then, the beasts had already breached the drawbridge, surging into the city. In dire straits, Captain Ouyang Nan of the 3rd Battalion ordered the destruction of nearby civilian dwellings to serve as a makeshift barricade against the invading beasts. Boom. At the gates, the defenders of Dawn City and the monstrous beasts engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. Countless energy streams intertwined in the air, colliding with one another. Countless splatters of blood and flesh erupted in every direction, with beings, both human and beast, sacrificing their lives at every passing second. Debris was scattered profusely, and the very soil bore the remnants of war. An inch of territory was stained with an inch of blood. Outside the city, the 9-headed serpent, having accumulated a sufficient amount of bloodlust, blinked its eerie green eyes, excitedly unfurling its earthy yellow wings to spiral towards the heart of the battlefield. It has arrived. The bloodlust is sufficient. The celestial ritual, the blood refining of all living beings. With the emergence of the Beast King, countless charging beasts halted their advance, retreating to safeguard the ascension ceremony of their sovereign. Zhang Yingji, the demigod of the Beastmaster Guild, narrowed his gaze and urgently commanded, "Quickly, everyone, aim for that 9-headed serpent. It is ascending to Beast Emperor, hurry. If we can thwart its ritual, it shall be our victory." The remaining Beastmasters on the city walls sprang into action, directing their beasts to assault the blood-red formation sprawling across the plains outside the city. Meanwhile, a select few demigods summoned their beast star arrays, their beast souls surging behind them, countless stars endowing them with unparalleled power. Some wielded sharp blades, while others brandished long swords, unleashing their utmost energy to strike at the 9 serpents. Yet they were still a moment too late. At the instant the Beast King was crowned, the entire cosmos lamented, mourning for the countless lives that had bled and wept to mark this imperial moment. The 9-headed serpent flung its tail, deflecting the onslaught of thousands of beastmasters, cackling. Merely ants, daring to obstruct this emperor? Die! The gaze of the Beast Emperor seemed an unstoppable torrent, rendering all defenses before it as fragile as gossamer, easily shattered. At this critical juncture, within the palace of Dawn City, a spiraling radiant dragon unleashed blinding light and searing heat as the king of humans, clad in golden armor and wings, surged forth onto the battlefield. Since ancient times, kings have seldom met. The nine-headed serpent hissed, "O Yang Ming Wang, do you know how long this emperor, have awaited this moment? Today, the opportunity has come. Prepare to be nothing more than a stepping stone beneath this emperor's throne." Upon the illusory light dragon, a man with golden wings calmly replied, "Nine Serpent, have you not also awaited your ascension to this step? Guess who the previous master of the sun-eclipsing divine glass stolen from you was?" The nine-headed serpent's countenance shifted dramatically. To harness the sun-eclipsing divine glass, it must be integrated as its innate treasure, enabling it to exert influence over the beasts. Yet now, the sun-eclipsing divine glass was already intertwined with its very heart. In terror, it peered inward and discovered a thread of sacred light emanating from the divine glass, a purifying force that was lethal to all beasts. No, despicable humans. The nine-headed serpent screamed internally. It sensed its strength waning, its life freezing, its ambitions dissolving. The king of humans spoke with chilling detachment. "Alas, Nine Serpent, I have already entered the second stage of royal power, now merely requiring a beast emperor's heart and a resounding victory in war as my foundation. Of all poisons in the world, none is more toxic than the human heart. Who is truly orchestrating this?" The nine-headed serpent, once believing itself the hunter and player, finally awakened to the grim reality. Perhaps from the very beginning, it had merely been a pawn on someone's chopping block. The king of humans summoned a radiant sword of light in his right hand, which transformed into 9 blades that pierced through the 9 heads of the nine-headed serpent. There were no extravagant exchanges, no shifts in advantage. It was a single, lethal strike. The king of humans left behind an impression that merely required the word invincible, and nothing more. The moment the sun-eclipsing divine glass within the nine-headed serpent's heart surged with frantic energy, its defeat was sealed. The Beast King, no, the Beast Emperor, had fallen. Suddenly, a tempest roared in the east of Dawn City, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, while the surroundings remained clear and serene. Ethereal rain descended from the sky, an apparent phenomenon following the demise of the Beast Emperor. The blood-soaked earth was washed clean by the ethereal rain, transforming decay into the miraculous during this deep autumn, as all things began to revive. The beasts freed from the sun-eclipsing divine glass regained a semblance of reason, gazing in fear at the increasingly formidable king of humans, retreating in disarray towards their lair in the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Subsequently, the king of humans solemnly declared to the citizens of Dawn City, "With the fall of the Beast Emperor, humanity shall surely triumph. Let us toast to the valiant heroes, to our human race." In the eyes of the soldiers and citizens of Dawn City, this was the clarion call of victory. "Now, I urge you all to tend to the wounded soldiers and civilians, to pursue those fleeing beasts, to claim territories we once dared not tread. From this day forth, the Dawn Forest and Eagle's Cry Gorge will be integrated into the domain of Dawn City." In that instant, countless individuals wept tears of joy. We have triumphed. In this grand defense against the horde of myriad beasts, humanity has emerged victorious. Those beasts that dared to assault human territory will pay a grievous price. And the once untamed lands, brimming with untold resources, the Dawn Forest and Eagle's Cry Gorge, shall become an inexhaustible treasury for humanity. Countless people rushed to share the news, spreading the joy of victory throughout every street and alley. Many dedicated themselves to healing the wounded, soothing the pains wrought by war. Countless volunteers formed pursuit squads to venture into the formerly perilous territories. The tide of beasts has receded. In the depths of the city's southern underbelly, Li Mi, having exhausted her strength to save Su Yuan, found herself in need of rest after half a day, and had now dug close to the foundation of Dawn City. Yet, the group dared not show their faces, as they were utterly unaware of the current situation. At this moment, Su Yuan proposed, "Ahem, actually, I have a method to check on the situation above. Yes, the ability of the Forest Elf Queen, Stellar Projection." Chapter 55, Su Yuan's Decision. Courage and the Return of Heroes. Ouyang Shui exclaimed in surprise, Is it using your flickering ability?" She instinctively assumed Su Yuan would use the power he had once employed to escape the clutches of the Lu family. Su Yuan shot her a look. "Your Highness, are you lacking oxygen? Why is your mind not functioning? If I were to ascend from underground and then flicker, even a dog would know we are down here." Before Ouyang Shui could retort, Ying Yi and Ying Air beside her became agitated, impertinent. "How dare you insult Her Highness as less than a dog?" Ouyang Shui's ears, already slightly flushed, turned even redder. "You might as well not have said anything. Su Yuan surveyed the trio of master and servants with a glance that suggested, where there is a master, there must be a servant. Forget it, why bother with such trivialities? He swiftly changed the subject, just watch. He then summoned the forest elf queen. Along the way, Su Yuan also engaged in a heartfelt exchange with this newly summoned beast, learning that her original name was Fugia. Thus, Su Yuan affectionately said, Fugia, let us use stellar projection to see what is happening above. The forest elf queen glanced at Su Yuan. As a chosen beast, she was not merely raised by Su Yuan from her weak beginnings, but was a miracle born from the chosen greenery, possessing a noble reserve of her own. This was a challenge many beastmasters faced, breaking the ice with their beasts. However, Su Yuan's casual demeanor always prevented her from maintaining her pride. To argue with him would seem undignified, yet to not argue left her feeling uncomfortable. Moreover, she was the third in rank. In terms of sequence, it appears that the Dragon Maiden and the Snow Maiden have developed a close relationship with their seemingly carefree master. After a moment of struggle, they ultimately activated their abilities. Epic stellar projection. Su Yuan's body suddenly slumped onto Ouyang Shui, while Fu Jia also collapsed onto Su Yuan, forming an intricate pattern. Upon witnessing Su Yuan's abrupt fall, Ouyang Shui grew anxious, fearing he had sustained internal injuries, only to be halted by Ying Yi, who remarked, Your Highness, it seems to be a soul-related ability. It is commonly known that the chosen beastmasters can manifest remarkably rare and unique powers, but I never anticipated they could also possess soul-related abilities. Truly an eye-opener. Ying Yi's words enlightened the crowd. No wonder Su Yuan claimed he had a way to investigate. It seems his words were not unfounded. After Su Yuan and Fu Jia utilized stellar projection to project their souls, they floated upwards from the ground in a wondrous form. Even Su Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the rarity of beastmaster abilities. Once they emerged from the earth, Su Yuan was astonished by the scene before him. What was going on? Was this Dawn City? The entire city wall was riddled with holes, littered with countless remnants of battle and devastation. Clearly a testament to a fierce conflict. Yet, within and outside the walls, many laborers were toiling, while a few beastmasters were cleaning up the battlefield, suggesting that humanity had triumphed. As Su Yuan floated forward, he overheard various conversations, gradually piecing together the events that had transpired. The myriad of demons had besieged the city, but the military and citizens of Dawn City united to repel the monstrous beasts. The king had intervened, slaying the Beast Emperor, thereby incorporating the entire Dawn Forest and Eagle's Cry Gorge into the territory of Dawn City. What splendid news! Victory was theirs. Many spoke of his contributions, noting that the battle at Shaoqi Town had played a decisive role in safeguarding humanity and relocating the populace, with Su Yuan, who had performed remarkably on the battlefield, becoming the focal point of their discussions. Su Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. Their efforts had not been in vain. Not only had he saved many lives, but he had also gained renown. However, it was regrettable that not everyone shared in Su Yuan's fortune. He recalled the comrades who fell on the battlefield at Shaoqi Town, their names likely forgotten by all. Reflecting on them, he also thought of the Liu family and the nobles who betrayed Dawn City. In his heart, Su Yuan made a silent vow. I cannot retreat. The evidence I possess, should I report it to the military court, might very well be buried due to conflicting interests. But that would be a betrayal to those brave souls who fought alongside me at Shaoqi Town, unwavering and without complaint. In the past, I dared to request a royal decree for my own sake. Now, I must undertake an even braver endeavor. Comrades, bless me. Through their shared bond of beast mastery, the forest elf queen Fu Jia sensed the turmoil within Su Yuan's heart. Upon realizing his intentions, her previously cold demeanor softened into a gentle smile. No wonder even the proud Dragon Maiden was willing to dance with him. What are you smiling about? Su Yuan inquired, puzzled by Fu Jia's cheerful expression. The golden-haired, azure-eyed, pointed-eared elf indeed looked enchanting when she smiled. Fu Jia lightly twirled the hem of her verdant gown. You are the bravest person I have ever encountered. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then realized with a smile, I still have a long way to go. So, knowing what I intend to do, are you willing to accompany me? I may find myself at odds with many, and if you are unwilling, I shall release you. Fu Jia's pupils shimmered as she responded. I am your beast, it is only natural. Su Yuan raised a finger, saying, to me, there are only comrades, not beasts. If you are unwilling, I must grant you your freedom. Fu Jia's heart fluttered as if touched by something profound, rippling across her calm inner lake. Where your heart desires, I shall follow. As the seed of the world tree, I, the guardian of the forest elves, Octavial Fu Jia Adeline, wish to dance with you. Goodness, the chosen beast has such a grand origin. Her full name is rather cumbersome. I prefer calling her Jia Jia. Very well, let us proceed, Jia Jia. Fu Jia felt no reluctance this time, and followed Su Yuan back underground. Upon returning to his body, Su Yuan calmly recounted the events that had transpired above to the others. A collective sigh of relief was released. The joy of victory was shared among all. After a brief respite, Li Mi began to excavate upwards. Before emerging onto the surface, Su Yuan deliberately tattered his still somewhat intact clothing, smeared dirt across his face, and revealed some of his minor wounds. Ouyang Shui curiously asked, "What are you doing? Does the smell of dirt appeal to you?" Su Yuan shot her a glance. "Do you not understand what public relations are? Furthermore, I have decided to undertake something of great significance. Do not blame me for not informing you in advance." Public relations? A question mark floated above Ouyang Shui's head. Su Yuan often used strange terminology. After Su Yuan explained his intentions, Ouyang Shui exclaimed, "Have you gone mad? Do you even realize what you are doing?" Su Yuan interjected, "Of course I know, Your Highness, and that is precisely why I must do it. I intend to expose the filth of those wretched beings to the light of day. Otherwise, I would be dishonoring the comrades who fought alongside me on the front lines." Ouyang Shui, having experienced the battlefield herself, understood the feelings Su Yuan expressed. Was she not similarly inclined? Did she not wish to act? Yet her status bound her hands and feet, entangling her in too many complications. Now that Su Yuan had resolved to act, she knew that not even 8 oxen could pull him back. Finally, Ouyang Shui smiled faintly. "Very well. Su Yuan, today I have come to realize that you are not merely a genius. You are also a hero." Chapter 56. I have once slain countless foes. I shall unveil this conspiracy. To stand against an entire interest group with but one person's strength is a beautiful fairy tale woven by countless storytellers. Yet in reality, such individuals often meet grim fates. In Ouyang Shui's expectations, the normal procedure would involve presenting the evidence under her name to the military court and the royal family, subsequently holding the implicated nobles accountable during a tri-level meeting, leveraging the support of the royalists and the commoners to force the nobles to relinquish their vast profits and return them to the ordinary populace. This would achieve 3 objectives at once. It would prevent Su Yuan from becoming a thorn in the nobles' side, compel them to yield and diminish their influence, while also providing more opportunities for the lower classes. A truly clever move, exemplifying the qualities of a competent politician. However, Su Yuan opted for a more radical approach. Upon learning of Su Yuan and Ouyang Shui's decision, Ying-yi instinctively wished to object. Yet, as the princess insisted on supporting Su Yuan, Ying-yi, as her servant, had no choice but to acquiesce. Once the group was prepared, they chose to circumvent the city and enter Dawn City from the east. Most of the prominent figures and the majority of commoners were concentrated in the eastern part of the city, making it more effective to enter from there. Upon reaching the eastern section, Su Yuan adjusted his tattered clothing, dusted off the dirt and blood, and strode confidently into Dawn City. The Beastmaster guarding the gate. Upon seeing the insignia of the 10,000 character camp on Su Yuan's shoulder and the wounds adorning his body, saluted with utmost respect. "Welcome back to Dawn City." "Oh, my brother, the Wanzi Battalion has entered the city early this morning for much-needed rest." The military law office, showing compassion for their heavy losses, did not allow them to participate in the fierce city defense battle. "How is it that you, members of the Wanzi Battalion, find yourselves outside the city?" Su Yuan stood tall, proclaiming, "I am Su Yuan of the Wanzi Battalion, surrounded by demonic beasts, yet I have miraculously returned." Su Yuan? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Hiss. Is he the Su Yuan? The Su Yuan of the Wanzi Battalion. His declaration captured the attention of countless citizens and beast tamers. Indeed, this morning, Su Yuan was absent from the Wanzi Battalion's ranks, and rumors had circulated of his sacrifice on the battlefield, leaving many civilians and soldiers filled with regret. The people had long been aware of Su Yuan's remarkable achievements at the front lines, many bestowing upon him the title of hero, praying day and night in the sanctuary for his safe return. Now he was back. A multitude of citizens and beast tamers gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure responsible for extraordinary feats on the battlefield that had stirred the heavens. The commander of the Royal Knights, Ouyang Qian, approached, inquiring, "Are you the Su Yuan who caused celestial phenomena on the battlefield, slaying tens of thousands, and earning the favor of the chosen beast?" Without elaboration, Su Yuan tore off the arm badge from his arm and read aloud the figures inscribed upon it. Kill count: 6 stellar-class demonic beasts, 376 golden-class demonic beasts, 9, 647 silver-class demonic beasts, and 17, 551 bronze-class demonic beasts. As a mere 3-star beast tamer, safeguarding the homeland is my duty. This minor achievement is hardly worth mentioning. I encountered over 100 sunset-class demonic beasts on my return, narrowly escaping with my life. Today, I have returned, fulfilling my mission. Indeed, the arm badge accounted for the demonic beasts slain amidst the celestial phenomena as part of Su Yuan's achievements. His words ignited waves of astonishment among the crowd. Yes, he was indeed Su Yuan, the Su Yuan who had shone brightly on the battlefield. In an instant, discussions and whispers erupted all around. At Dawn Academy, Su Yuan of the Wanzi Battalion has slain nearly 30,000 demonic beasts, overcoming stellar-class foes and escaping from sunset-class beasts. Is this for real? I thought the news was just a hoax. Did he truly kill 30,000? Indeed. While mere words hold no proof, Su Yuan's arm badge cannot lie. He is but a trifling 3-star Beast Tamer, and just recently broke through. I, a 4-star Beast Tamer, have not slain as many beasts as he has. How did he accomplish this? He even killed 6 stellar-class demonic beasts? I know. A friend of mine is in the Wanzi Battalion, and Su Yuan's Beast Tamer skills have advanced on the battlefield, propelling him to become a stellar-class powerhouse. Another breakthrough? Good heavens, at this rate, how can anyone keep up? How did he manage to escape from over 100 sunset-class demonic beasts? I don't know, but his wounds seem genuine. Such remarkable achievements alone were astonishing. Coupled with the countless miracles Su Yuan had previously created, the uproar only intensified, spreading from the East Gate to the Eastern District, enveloping the entire Eastern area, and even reaching the Central District. With all of Southern and Northern areas learning of Su Yuan's return, he stood at the East Gate. It was indeed him, the one who had slain countless foes, who fought beyond his rank, and had defeated tens of thousands. The one who had delayed the demonic beast tide for an entire day, achieving remarkable feats for Dawn City. Countless people flung open their doors and windows, stepping outside not for any other reason but to catch a glimpse of the hero who had safeguarded them. Beast Tamers from various departments, be it the Beast Tamer Guild, the City Guard, the Royal Knights, or even the lower-ranking soldiers of the often disparaged Noble 10 Guards, all converged. Witnessing such a legendary genius was no trivial matter. Especially at such a significant moment of a hero's return, how could one possibly miss it? Su Yuan had achieved his purpose. His ostentatious entrance into the city gathered a throng of spectators, including numerous high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Ouyang Shui then comprehended what Su Yuan had meant by public relations. Gazing around, she noted the presence of President Zhang of the Beast Tamer Guild, nearly all the captains of the Royal Knights, all commanders of the City Guard, and even several high-ranking leaders from the 10 Guards. The cacophony of voices rendered the already crowded Eastern District nearly impassable. One captain, Ouyang Rin, remarked, "Su Yuan, you are quite the showman. You've attracted nearly the entire city." "Indeed," laughed Wan Yang beside him. "My Wanzi Battalion is exceptional. You can only envy us. You'd rather that Su Yuan standing there was one of yours." Ouyang Rin chuckled. "I must admit, I feel a tinge of jealousy. Old Wan, let him join our battalion. Name your price. Get lost." Others shouted at Su Yuan. "Say a few words, Su Yuan." "Yes, yes. Tell us how you did it." "Right, what happened?" Seeing the crowd had gathered sufficiently, Su Yuan mustered his courage and glanced back at Shadow. Shadow nodded slightly and handed Su Yuan an insect-like beast. It had the ability to amplify sound and project images. As Su Yuan gripped the insect-like beast, he declared loudly, "Thank you all for being here. I have slain countless foes, but that is not what matters. I wish to convey something important. This is not about me, but about my comrades who fought valiantly at the front lines and fell, never to return. I do not wish for their sacrifices to be sullied by the filthy dealings of certain individuals." Many in the crowd looked at Su Yuan with confusion. Was there something more to this? Those among the higher-ranked beast tamers and soldiers who had fought closely to defend the city gate seemed to grasp the unspoken truth. Meanwhile, others felt a foreboding sense of dread rising within them. Could it be that Su Yuan intended to? Summoning his strength, Su Yuan proclaimed, "I will expose this conspiracy. This war is not merely a natural disaster. It is a man-made calamity. There are those who have deliberately orchestrated this. Some have betrayed everyone for their own gain." Chapter 57, Public Revelation. The Crimes of the Liu Family. Su Yuan's words struck like a mushroom bomb at the city gate, resounding powerfully. What? Someone has betrayed Dawn City? Filthy dealings? What does Su Yuan mean? The lower-ranking beast tamers and soldiers were unclear about the intricacies, but some in the middle ranks had already begun to sense the underlying truth. Now, Su Yuan's words were earth-shattering, seemingly confirming their suspicions. Natural disaster. Man-made calamity. If that were the case, there are traitors among humanity. At that moment, some sought to silence Su Yuan. Yet the overwhelming crowd and tumult made it clear that even if they were to strike him down immediately, it would only serve to validate Su Yuan's claims. Absolute kill. Su Yuan raised his arm and called out, "Everyone, you all possess your own thoughts and judgments. The next sequence of footage is something I risked my life to obtain. You shall see for yourselves and draw your own conclusions." Then, Su Yuan raised the engraved insect presented by Shadow. A series of images gradually emerged. From before the outbreak of the demonic beast tide, Su Yuan deduced that the surge was artificially instigated, boldly asserting that the Dawn Trading Company might be involved in the nobility's thievery, the very items needed by the Beast King of Inchio Gorge, including the rare dragon snake resources and the sun-eating god glass used to manipulate demonic beasts. After the war, Su Yuan followed the distinguished members of the Shiliu Wei as they departed from the small town of Shaoqi. The supreme leader of Shiliu Wei spoke of their dealings with the Beast King, mentioning the skyrocketing prices in the aftermath of the conflict as the nobility hoarded resources. He expressed a desire for Su Yuan to perish on the battlefield and admitted that the head of the Lu family, Lu Shan, had conspired with the Beast King to assassinate the garrison commander, Wan Jingren. Ultimately, they had prepared to eliminate Su Yuan by deploying 26-star Beastmasters. Each piece of information presented was irrefutable, a blatant testament to their transgressions. A grand battle had swept through the entire Dawn City, engulfing all within its turmoil, resulting in the deaths of thousands of Beastmasters and tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers, and it had been secretly orchestrated by human hands. The garrison commander, Wan Jingren, who had hoped to turn the tide, had been slain by his own comrades. Countless individuals stood aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the undeniable evidence laid before them. Many experienced a collapse of faith, particularly the lower-ranking Beastmasters and soldiers of Shiliu Wei, who had fought with pure hearts to defend their homeland, only to be met with betrayal from their own kin. Was it true? At that moment, countless souls fervently wished it were false, hoping it was merely a cruel jest by Su Yuan. Yet reason dictated otherwise. It was indeed true. Absolutely true. Someone suddenly recalled. Wait, I was atop the city gate at the time. It was Shiliu Wei who guarded the gate and drawbridge, right? Boom. Like a thunderclap. This realization echoed in the ears of numerous beast masters and soldiers. Yes, they had all wondered why the gate and drawbridge had inexplicably opened and lowered. Shiliu Wei, the Lu family, nobility. This was also part of the conspiracy, to allow the monstrous beasts to invade the city. In the tense atmosphere of the battle, no one had paused to ponder. Reflecting now, they recognized that the true culprits were indeed those very individuals. This was yet another compelling piece of evidence. They had witnessed Lu Xian's eloquence, proclaiming that as long as the beasts entered the city, countless innocent lives would be lost, while the nobility, having stockpiled vast quantities of food and essentials, could manipulate prices and force the common folk off the stage of governance. Traitors, demons, despicable. When these revelations were thrust into the light, they understood that all of it had been a conspiracy woven by certain individuals for their own insidious purposes and gains. Did they care about the suffering of ordinary people? Did they care about families torn apart, about individuals starving amidst the ruins? Did they care? Countless fingers trembled, as if pricked by 1,000 needles. Some even lost control in the moment. Damn the Lu family. You owe me my son's life. Brothers, why should I have my arm devoured by beasts, while they enjoy their opulent lives? I refuse to accept this. Let us head to the West District and take them down. Damn it, 3 of my 6 brothers perished, only to be slaughtered by these treacherous beasts disguised as humans. I refuse. I will join. Count me in. The agitated commoners ignited like dry tinder, fueled by the spark of Su Yuan's words, erupting into a conflagration of fury. Before the beasts, even in death, the masses preferred to bleed rather than shed tears. Yet, the pain of betrayal from their own people. Who could endure such anguish? Especially the soldiers and beast masters who had fought, witnessing their comrades and family fall one by one, their anger ready to explode. The word spread rapidly. From 1 to 10, 10 to 100. This footage, captured by those with intent using their beast masters' abilities, circulated widely. The flames ignited in the eastern part of the city quickly spread to engulf all of Dawn City. At this moment, someone transmitted a warning to Su Yuan from afar. Su Yuan, are you aware of what your actions signify? Are you declaring an irreconcilable conflict with us? Quickly promise everyone that this is a fabrication of yours. Otherwise, even if the human king intervenes, I shall not hesitate to execute you on the spot. Su Yuan, stop them. Admit your fault. We still have room for negotiation. Otherwise, can you bear the consequences? Su Yuan knew well who these voices belonged to. The superiors of the noble 10 guards, the council of 10 elders. It was rumored that they were semi-divine beings, the most powerful collective in Dawn City. But what of it? Su Yuan retorted with a smile. If you could kill me, you would have done so before I even spoke. Who do you think you're fooling, suggesting there is room for negotiation? The moment I stepped into Dawn City, we were already locked in a fight to the finish. The reason you Haven T acted yet is not due to a desire for negotiation, nor a sudden pang of conscience. It is because you fear something, like the fact that the human king is undoubtedly watching me right now, isn't he? With just a few words, the connection was severed by those who had transmitted. It was evident that Su Yuan had hit the nail on the head. Such a monumental affair, the human king could not possibly remain indifferent. Moreover, look at this furious and surging crowd. Could I possibly quell them? At this moment, even the high-ranking beast masters were left speechless, including Ouyang Rin, Wan Yang, and others in prominent positions. They might have had their suspicions, but they never imagined that Su Yuan would unearth such evidence. Even more astonishing was his audacity to unveil that evidence before the masses, if submitted to the military tribunal. They understood that the severity of the matter warranted internal punishment, yet it would never be made public. Su Yuan, fully aware of the impossibility, acted to reveal the buried truth to the people. It was predictable that from this moment on, Su Yuan would undoubtedly become the #1 target of the nobility. Previously, there may have been grievances. Perhaps the nobles would seize this opportunity to eliminate him, but they would never prioritize Su Yuan's head as their primary target, as it was not worth the effort. Just like during this beast tide, it was their style to remove Su Yuan when the opportunity presented itself. Henceforth, without a doubt, Su Yuan was now on the nobility's kill list. Of course, this was contingent upon their survival through the immediate crisis. Chapter 58, Confrontation. If the person is not eliminated, heaven shall eliminate them. In the face of the surging and tumultuous crowd, a grand ethereal figure of the human king emerged within the palace. Standing with hands behind his back before the multitude, proclaiming in a voice that resonated throughout the city, immediately convene a tri-level meeting, a public trial for all. All council members are to attend, and summon Lu Xian, Lu Yuan, Lu Shan, and all relevant parties to appear at once. Su Yuan, do you wish to attend the tri-level meeting for a confrontation? The entire process of the meeting will be broadcast live to the entire Dawn City. Please remain calm. I shall ensure you receive fairness and justice. The human king had appeared. This was to be expected, as the number of beast masters gathering in the eastern part of the city had swelled to 60 or 70,000. Nearly 2/3 of all the beast masters in Dawn City. They were incited by their emotions, and if left unchecked, they would storm into the West District and engage in conflict, while the nobility would not willingly surrender. Such chaos would plunge Dawn City into civil strife, something the city could not afford after already suffering significant losses in the recent war. Thus, at this crucial juncture, the human king stepped in to mediate. His message served as a calming balm for the enraged crowd. Not to mention, the human king was still a figure worthy of trust. Moreover, he had promised that the proceedings of the meeting would be publicly accessible, ensuring that the nobility could not play any tricks. Big brother, what do you say? What else can we say? The human king has spoken. We shall wait and see. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, we can still head to the West District. Indeed, since the monarch has vowed to restore fairness and justice to us, let us wait and see. Su Yuan will also confront them. We shall observe what they have to say when faced with the truth. Yes, Su Yuan, your great kindness shall not go unacknowledged. 2 of my 3 sons have perished this time, and without your intervention, I would still be in the dark regarding the matter. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. This esteemed brother speaks wisely. Su Yuan, you must exercise caution. By exposing this evidence publicly, those treacherous beasts are certain to seek retribution against you. Indeed, Su Yuan, press on. Regardless of the outcome, we stand with you. Following their initial fury, the crowd recognized the immense courage required for Su Yuan to undertake such a bold action. To confront the most powerful figures in Dawn City without fear of their might, and to uphold the justice within his heart is, in itself, worthy of respect. Su Yuan declared with resolve, brothers, I shall attend this triad meeting, and even if I lose my front teeth, I will ensure I sever an arm from them. As he spoke, all beast tamers, soldiers, and citizens parted to create a narrow path, with some having to tiptoe as there was no space to stand. Su Yuan strode towards the central district of Dawn City, heading towards the so-called epicenter of power, the Assembly Hall. Ouyang Shui, along with Ying Yi and Ying Er, as well as the 3 beast tamers from the Zhang family, followed closely behind him. Even Ouyang Shui couldn't help but exclaim, throughout history, the ones who have won the hearts of the people are those who, like Su Yuan at this very moment, advocate for the populace. Reflecting on her own reasons for attending Dawn Academy, she realized it was for this very moment. However, it was Su Yuan, whom she had initially underestimated, who had seized the opportunity first. Su Yuan, perhaps you are more suited to be a king. In the assembly hall of the central district of Dawn City, a throng of people had gathered. Representatives from various factions and involved parties entered, while the spectral image of the 9 heavens illusory dragon hovered above the palace, projecting the proceedings within the hall into the sky. No matter where one stood in Dawn City, they could gaze upwards and witness the unfolding events. The public trial was underway. The truths and falsehoods lay bare before the populace. As Su Yuan entered the assembly hall, Ouyang Shui introduced him. There are 3 factions within. The nobility on the west side, the commoners on the east and the royalists to the north, with the south reserved for the spokesperson. Look over there. All the leaders of the noble 10 guards and the 10 elders are present. My father's spectral image will arrive shortly, along with various others. In any case, be cautious not to give them any leverage. Su Yuan reassured her, do not worry. Although I lack experience, I have perused the histories of thousands of years of civilization, which shall not falter against a mere 300-year-old human city-state. The nobility are but paper tigers. To deal with them, one must simply remember this, never retreat. Once all parties were seated, the monarch's emotionless spectral image began. Su Yuan accuses the nobility of betraying Dawn City. The court is now in session. The parties involved, Su Yuan, Lu Jia's Lu Shan, Lu Yuan, and Lu Xian, entered. Outside the assembly hall, countless eyes were glued to the screen. It had begun. As the triad meeting commenced, Su Yuan, as the accuser, spoke first. Esteemed elders, I have just obtained the footage from the imprint insects at great peril. I trust you have all seen it. The Lu family and other nobles conspired with the Beast King of Ingxiu Gorge, leading to the death of Commander Wan Jingren and triggering a tide of monsters. Their plan was intricately devised, their malice insidious, and their intentions ruthless, leaving no need for me to elaborate further. I wish to voice the sentiments of those warriors of our race who fight valiantly on the front lines, the Lu family and these noble beasts, for their shameful and sordid objectives, have disregarded the lives of over 5 million commoners outside the city and tens of millions in the Eastern District, treating human lives as mere fodder, colluding with evil, and committing heinous acts. If they are not eradicated, heaven itself shall intervene. From the outset, Su Yuan played the emotional card, positioning himself as the voice of the warriors on the battlefield, immediately claiming the moral high ground. He refrained from discussing how they should be punished, focusing solely on their transgressions and the thoughts of the soldiers. Even Zhang, the president of the Beast Tamer Association, turned to Wan Yang and remarked, initially, I feared Su Yuan's lack of experience, but it appears that this young man possesses a greater moral caliber than you. Indeed, in expressing the sentiments of the recently battle-tested soldiers, no one could reproach him. To do so would be to betray the valiant beast tamers and soldiers on the front lines, risking the loss of both military and civilian support in an instant. Regardless of faction, none would dare commit such folly. However, the head of the Gong family, Gong Yunhe, interjected, Su Yuan, while I believe in the authenticity of your evidence, and indeed it is Lu Yuan and Lu Xian depicted therein, it is merely the perspective of the Lu family. If treachery exists, it lies with them. So why do you target us? Our noble 10 guards produced the Shiliu guards and held their ground until the very last moment during the city defense. You cannot solely attribute those conspiracies to us based on the words of the Lu family. Su Yuan's pupils constricted. They were abandoning ship to protect the captain. He had anticipated the nobles would band together for warmth, yet they swiftly distanced themselves. Indeed, Su Yuan's evidence pointed directly at the Lu family. If they were to shoulder all blame, the rest of the nobility would only lose a single family, a bargain compared to the widespread public outrage. But if this were to occur, it would allow the others to go unpunished. No, this cannot stand. I do not accept this. Su Yuan steadied his emotions and replied, do not be so quick to distance yourself, head of the Gong family. I have yet to address you. Why the haste to sever ties with the Lu family? Chapter 59. Governance is not a singular path. Must invoke the death penalty. Gong Yunhe replied coolly, not at all. It is merely to preserve the reputation of my Gong family. After stating this, he fell silent, as further words would only risk an impression of deliberately disassociating. In truth, Su Yuan had considered the possibility of the nobles abandoning the Lu family to save themselves. After all, the evidence he possessed was irrefutable, capable of sealing their fates. However, this was of little concern. He would address each family one by one, first thoroughly dealing with the Lu family. The monarch's spectral image questioned, Lu Shan, Lu Xian, do you have any rebuttals to Su Yuan's accusations? Lu Shan, visibly conflicted, glanced at the 10 elders on the west side. His lips moved slightly, and his fists clenched. Then, releasing his fists as if deflated, he said, there is no defense. However, what my son Lu Xian stated in that footage diverges from reality. After all, he is not the planner, and some of his assertions are merely conjectures. All plans were orchestrated solely by me, Lu Shan. It was I who killed Wan Jingren. I who colluded with the beasts, and I who opened the gates to let the beasts enter. All these deeds were my own doing. Upon this declaration, the assembly hall erupted in uproar, as did all of Dawn City. All of this was done by the Lu family. Beasts. What gain could they possibly have from such actions? What more is there to ask? Su Yuan already stated, did he not? The Lu family could exploit the opportunity to manipulate prices and hoard resources. Tomorrow, we might not even afford a meal. It is revolting. How can such beastly creatures exist? Lu Shan's words effectively took all blame upon himself. What emboldened him to do so? There is no other reason. It is the law of Dawn City. Those who have rendered great service may use their merits and titles to mitigate their penalties. Su Yuan speculated that perhaps the 10 elders behind the scenes had struck a deal with the Lu family, such as taking the blame solely upon themselves, thereby ensuring the safety and wealth of the Lu family, with aspirations for a future resurgence. If this were the case, it would be too lenient on them. The King of Man inquired, "Let us set aside the involvement of other nobles for the moment and first discuss the Lu family. The Lu family has confessed, and with irrefutable evidence, there is no room for debate. They should be convicted on the spot to appease the hearts of the soldiers and comfort the wishes of the common people. What do you all believe should be their sentence?" This question from the King of Man immediately caused many nobles to lift their heads in alarm. With explicit laws in place sufficient for conviction, why pose such a question? It was evident that the king wished to transcend the law and mete out harsh punishment. This was absolutely unacceptable. It was the nobles' bottom line, the very foundation of their privileges. Ning Fenghong, the head of the Ning family, declared, "Your Majesty, esteemed council members, and beast masters, the laws of Dawn City dictate that the Lu family's unlawful killing of the garrison commander and collusion with beasts constitutes a heinous betrayal of humanity. According to the law, those involved should be executed. However, the Lu family has rendered great service, shedding blood and sacrificing greatly for Dawn City. Thus, according to the laws of Dawn City, all members of the Lu family should have their noble titles and positions revoked and their assets confiscated as a warning." Su Yuan furrowed his brow. The crux of the matter had arrived. Last time, during the royal decree, Lu Yuan and Lu Xiang had received leniency due to this very legal protection. This time, for the grave sin of betraying humanity, they still sought leniency. How similar this was to the principle of punishment not being applied to noblemen. At that moment, the agitated crowd outside erupted. What? Another fine and loss of titles? Why is it that every time nobles commit a crime, it is always this routine? Damn it, this cannot stand. If betraying humanity can exempt them from the death penalty, what bottom line remains for the nobles? I disagree. Why do nobles possess such privileges? My son has died, and if they are not punished with death, I shall go down with them. The uproar outside even penetrated into the council chamber. Seizing the opportunity, President Zhang of the Beastmaster Association boldly stated, "Everyone, did you hear that? How can such a punishment soothe the hearts of the common people? How can it earn the respect of the soldiers?" Ning Fenghong's expression darkened. "Your Majesty, esteemed ones, this is the law handed down from our ancestors. The ancestral law cannot be abolished. Do you wish to forsake our heritage? Are you slandering the wisdom of those ancestors who toiled for humanity? To violate the laws of humanity invites divine retribution." Ning Fenghong's words rendered the entire council chamber silent. The less than 300 years of history meant that Dawn City had not completely shed its superstitions. The laws of the ancestors could not be defied. A shackle deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. For a moment, even the representatives of the furious commoners were at a loss for words. Yet Su Yuan stood forth, his voice resolute. "A world governed by one path cannot deviate from the ancient laws of the state. Ning Fenghong, how vast is your palm? How great is your power? Who granted you the authority to twist right and wrong without regard for truth? Who bestowed upon you the ability to employ eloquence to deceive and obfuscate in this council chamber? Do you dare to invoke the ancestors? The ancestors toiled to carve out a territory for humanity, hoping their descendants would bask in the fruits of their hardships, not become the shield for traitors among mankind. Do you have the audacity to claim that the laws established by our ancestors are meant to protect those who betray humanity?" Su Yuan's words seemed to awaken the representatives of the common folk, who rallied in agreement. "Yes, Ning Fenghong, who is truly forsaking our ancestors? Would the ancestors permit their descendants to betray humanity? Ning Fenghong, you resemble a traitor. Are you saying this to protect yourself? The ancestors certainly possessed wisdom, but they were not deities, nor could they foresee everything." Young Su Yuan spoke rightly. A world governed by one path cannot diverge from the ancient laws, and we are the ones adhering to the original intentions of our ancestors. In a sudden shift, the nobles who had initially sought to dominate were now drowned out by the voices of countless individuals. Ning Fenghong clenched his fists and directly transmitted to Su Yuan. "Su Yuan, leave a line for yourself. You have already triumphed over the Lu family. Is it necessary to eradicate them completely? Do you understand the cost of your actions? Take a step back, and we will be even. I guarantee the nobles will not trouble you again." The moment Su Yuan presented the evidence, he had already won against the Lu family. The focus of contention was not whether the Lu family was guilty, but how they should be sentenced. Su Yuan scoffed. "Imagine if today I were the one to lose. Would you take a step back? No. You would pursue to the end, to crush me to dust. Su Yuan's words garnered overwhelming support. The Beast Masters gathered outside shouted in unison, Su Yuan is right. You are the traitors to humanity. You must face the death penalty. Selling us out deserves death. No retreat. The sentiment of the masses surged. Even within the council chamber, the outside clamored incessantly for death penalty. Death penalty. Immediately. The shadow of the king extended a hand to silence the crowd. Quiet. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the king's judgment. He was the ruler of Dawn City. Although the three-tiered council had constraints, his decisions could not be easily opposed, even by all the nobles combined. The king gazed upwards, as if recalling, a month ago, a hot-headed youth was oppressed by the nobles and, in anger, sought a royal decree. Is there some connection to Su Yuan's request? The crowd listened intently. At that time, I adhered to the laws of Dawn City and did not impose harsh punishment on Lu Yuan and Lu Xiang. I merely stripped them of their noble titles and merits. That hot-headed youth left me with 16 words that remain vivid in my memory. Those who have rendered service shall not suffer through unjust punishment. Those who have done good shall not be deprived of justice. These 16 words have lingered with me. Now, in Su Yuan's vision, that hot-headed youth spoke another 16 words. You consume your salaries from the people's resources. The common folk are easily oppressed. While heaven cannot be deceived, I believe this encapsulates the original intentions of our ancestors. I hereby decree, all members of the Lu family involved in this conspiracy shall be executed. Chapter 60. The Lu family executed. Having fallen into Su Yuan's cunning scheme, those who have rendered service shall not suffer through unjust punishment. Those who have done good shall not be deprived of justice. You consume your salaries from the people's resources. The common folk are easily oppressed, while heaven cannot be deceived. Countless individuals reflected upon these 32 words from Su Yuan, which contained profound philosophy and contemplation regarding law, nobility, and the lofty authorities. At the moment the king pronounced the death sentence for the Lu family's implicated individuals, everyone excitedly raised their hands, as if celebrating their victory. The head of the Gong family, Gong Yunhe, stood up. Your Majesty, might you reconsider? If those who have rendered service are not to suffer unjust punishment, would not those who have made tremendous contributions to humanity feel disheartened? Before the king could respond, Su Yuan swiftly retorted, Gong family, your words are misguided. Did the Lu family not receive rewards when they rendered great service? Their titles, their resources, and their status, all bestowed upon them from birth. Are not these the returns from the people for their contributions? Moreover, consider those gallant souls who fell on the battlefield. Those warriors who sacrificed themselves against countless beasts for their nation. Did they receive mercy if their children committed grave offenses? No, simply because they are not nobles. Su Yuan deftly redirected the conversation towards the beast masters and soldiers on the battlefield, eliciting a profound resonance among the audience. Indeed, this lad Su Yuan has struck a chord deep within my heart. Why should nobles be granted absolution for their crimes simply because they have earned titles through merit? My father perished in battle for the sake of humanity. I neither desire nor covet such privileges of pardon. Su Yuan speaks the truth. They must be executed. I stand in support of the king of humans' judgment, in support of Su Yuan. Execute, execute, execute. Gong Yun and the others fell into speechless astonishment. How could they have underestimated Su Yuan's silver tongue? Not only did he harmonize with the king of humans against them, but he also stirred the sentiments of the masses outside the council hall with remarkable frequency. The king of humans surveyed the room and inquired, is there anyone else who opposes this? All individuals associated with the Lu family, Lu Shan, Lu Yuan, Lu Xian, and all commanders of the Shilio Guard, as well as all loyal guards involved in the scheme, are to be apprehended and executed. At the moment the decree was issued by the king of humans, Lu Shan and Lu Yuan, who had previously felt invincible, were suddenly gripped by sheer horror and despair. They could hardly comprehend that the king of humans would dare to execute them. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Shan, losing all sense of reason, shouted, Your Majesty, I am a noble. You have no right to execute members of the Lu family. What of the Gong family, the Sun family, the Ning family, and the Zong family? Are you all rendered mute? You agreed to this. Why are you still hesitating? The 10 elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their dismay. They had initially promised that the Lu family would bear full responsibility, ensuring the safety of the Lu family's lives and assets. Now, they had safeguarded nothing. And there was a genuine fear that Lu Shan might turn against them, exposing their complicity. What should they do? Flip the table? Engage in battle against the king of humans? Oppose all of Dawn City? Such notions were impractical. Even if they won, what would remain for them? Moreover, collectively, they might not even guarantee victory against the king of humans. After weighing the pros and cons, the head of the Li family, leading the 10 elders, transmitted a message. There is no choice. We must sacrifice the pawn to protect the king. The other family heads understood immediately. The hearts and minds of the people must not be further lost. The public's perception of the nobility has already plummeted to an icy low. Dealing with the Lu family might quell their anger. As long as the people remain entrenched in their hierarchical beliefs, and as long as there are beast masters yearning to ascend to nobility, time will inevitably allow them to forget these events. The family heads acted decisively. Abandon Lu Shan. Gong Yun rebuked. Silence. Lu Shan, we are merely contending for the sake of law and order. You, a traitor to humanity, should not cast aspersions upon us. Ning Fenghong coldly stated. Lu Shan, we are upholding the laws of our ancestors. If everyone believes there is an issue with the law, then there is little we can do. Do not attempt to sully our names, you scoundrel. The head of the Li family, Li Jianli, slammed the table and declared, what is there to discuss with a beastly creature like you? Your Majesty, if you intend to execute him, then do so swiftly and publicly. Otherwise, he may possess some means of escape. The nobility's shift in attitude was astonishingly swift, their resolve unyielding, and their betrayal far exceeded anyone's expectations. Even Su Yuan found himself momentarily taken aback. At this moment, Lu Shan's defenses were utterly shattered. Even more devastated was Lu Xian, who had once been conscientious. Having confided much to Su Yuan in what could be described as a confessional manner, Su Yuan had previously told him that the nobility were merely paper tigers. He had not believed it. However, now witnessing the rapidity with which the nobles turned on him, Lu Xian could not help but laugh. Indeed, Su Yuan had accurately predicted this. For the sake of their interests, they were capable of engaging in unspeakable deeds, willing to betray their allies and bow down. In a fit of madness, Lu Shan shouted, do you not wish to know who orchestrated these events? I will tell you. The collusion with the 9 serpents was. Before he could finish, Li Jianli, Ning Fenghong, Gong Yun, and several others took immediate action. Their beast spirit star formations manifested, a distinctive mark of the demigods. As the power of the beast spirits surged forth, several demigods simultaneously attacked the unprepared Lu Shan. Bang! Even Lu Shan, formidable as he was, could scarcely withstand the ambush of multiple demigods. Moreover, he had never anticipated that those he once considered allies would strike him down with such resolute decisiveness. After the lethal blow was delivered, Gong Yun explained, I am one of the heads of the military law enforcement. Since the King of Humans has ordered Lu Shan's execution, I believe this individual sought to spread falsehoods and incite the populace, warranting his immediate demise. The remaining members of the Lu family involved in this matter would do well to surrender. An astonishing scene unfolded. Even the common folk outside could hardly believe that a noble had been slain at a level 3 meeting, no less, by the combined efforts of other nobles. How hypocritical. How brazenly transparent. Everyone was waiting for Lu Shan to reveal something, yet he was met with their lethal strikes instead, all under the guise of righteousness. Clearly, they feared Lu Shan would disclose evidence detrimental to them. Their justification seemed somewhat valid, for the King of Humans had indeed issued a decree, and Lu Shan was capable of fleeing. They were also within their rights to enforce the law. Lu Yuan, Lu Xian, and the other members of the Lu family crumbled, collapsing to the ground, apprehended by the royal knights, and marked for execution at a later date. After concluding this matter, the King of Humans showed no signs of pausing. Continuing, the Lu family's affairs will be temporarily put on hold. The military law enforcement will confiscate Lu family's assets, with the specifics of the punishment to be publicly disclosed soon. Next, let us discuss whether other nobles are implicated. Su Yuan, you have accused other nobles of involvement. Do you possess any evidence? Li Jianli and Gong Yun's steps faltered slightly. Oh no, they had fallen into a trap. This was a scheme orchestrated in collusion between the King of Humans and Su Yuan. First, they judged the Lu family, forcing their hand. Now, the scapegoats had been eliminated. Now, Su Yuan had set his sights on them. What a cunning move by Su Yuan. With a swift change in tone, he stated, of course. Chapter 61, Deception and Warfare, Li Jianli's Admission of Guilt. 14. Of course, there is none. The evidence against the Lu family was solely reliant on Su Yuan's audacity and Lu Xian's confessional-like revelations. Otherwise, they would not have even secured conclusive evidence against the Lu family. With Lu Shan now claiming all responsibility for their actions, it would be impossible to convict all the nobles. However, the absence of irrefutable evidence did not imply the lack of a breakthrough. Su Yuan spoke up. I would like to inquire, who is responsible for safeguarding the treasury of the Dawn Trading Company? Li Jianli's pupils constricted. Indeed. Was this what he was targeting? Zhang Yingji, the president of the Beast Masters Association, replied. The treasury of the Dawn Trading Company is protected in rotation by the association, the Knight's Order, and the 10 guards. Then, who was in charge of guarding the treasury on the day it was stolen? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Yingji responded. It was the Dawn Guards of the Li family. Su Yuan took a deep breath and declared, "Then that settles it." Li Jianli appeared somewhat guilty, maintaining a facade of calmness. "What do you mean, Su Yuan? It is well known that the theft of the Dawn Trading Company's treasury was perpetrated by the Red Heart Thieves Guild. My Li family has already imposed strict penalties on the guards who were on duty at the time." Su Yuan shook his head. "No, it was not the Red Heart Thieves Guild. It was you, the head of the Li family." In that footage, Lu Xian candidly admitted that the precious dragon and snake materials, as well as the sun-eating divine glass, stolen from the Dawn Trading Company, were gifts to the 9 serpents. If the Red Heart Thieves were responsible, how could they have acquired such treasures? Therefore, I harbor suspicions that it was you who committed the theft, transferring the treasures to the Lu family, who subsequently delivered them to the 9 serpents, thus inciting the beast tide. Now that Lu Shan has met his demise, it is only necessary to consult some illusionist beast tamers regarding the disciples responsible for guarding the vault at that time, and the truth will be unveiled, providing evidence of your collusion with the traitors of humanity. Li Jianli and Gong Yunhe gasped in disbelief. Thus, he, Su Yuan, and the king of humanity must adjudicate Lu Shan. With Lu Shan dead, they cannot place all the blame solely on him. Otherwise, Lu Shan could merely step forward and confess that he also pilfered from the Dawn Trading Company to evade consequences. Before the elder could respond, Su Yuan interjected, "Wait. I have yet to finish. There is a second piece of evidence. I departed from Dawn City at the end of September and visited the Golden Dragon Pavilion at the Dawn Trading Company, which is on the 9th floor. The head of the Gong family, your beloved son Gong Jingyan, emphatically stated that I, Su Yuan, would surely perish outside the city. This can be corroborated by all present in the Golden Dragon Pavilion at that time. Why was he so certain I would die outside? Because the assailants were from the Shilio Guard, with a full cohort of 26-star Beast Tamers, making survival a mere fantasy. Yet you, who struck, claim to be from the Lu family. How is it that the Gong family is so well informed? At the very least, you know the truth, do you not?" Gong Yunhe's ears flushed with embarrassment. He was indeed aware of this matter. His scoundrel son, in a fit of jealousy against Su Yuan, boasted that Su Yuan was doomed, not realizing it would become Su Yuan's pivotal point of leverage. Furthermore, the day I left the city was the 3rd of October, the very night the beast tide erupted. Yet prior to this outbreak, all of Dawn City was lamenting the rising prices of necessities. This was due to your noble class completing the autumn harvest ahead of schedule. It is well known that Dawn City, with its milder climate, reaps its harvest a fortnight later than other regions. The common folk in the eastern and southern parts of the city had yet to begin, while you, having commenced in mid-September, engaged in extensive grain procurement. At the very least, this indicates that you were aware of the impending beast tide, correct? Why would you know this? Must I elaborate further? Su Yuan's 3-pointed inquiries pierced their hearts. All his encountered events and gathered information coalesced at this moment into a blade aimed at the nobility. Outside the council hall, innumerable beast tamers began to grasp the weight of Su Yuan's words. Indeed, I can attest. I was present at the Golden Dragon Pavilion. Gong Jing's confidence in Su Yuan's demise was genuine, hence he dared to gamble with Su Yuan's life. He never believed Su Yuan would return. Yes, I was there too. I can corroborate this. Su Yuan speaks the truth. Beginning the harvest a month early would inevitably reduce the yield by a third. Only a fool would harvest early. They must have something sinister in their hearts. The uproar among the commoners was echoed within the council hall, leaving the nobles in an awkward predicament. How did Su Yuan come to know that the Dawn Trading Company's vault was not pilfered by the Red Heart Thieves? Who knows how he came by this knowledge? Indeed, how does he know? Could it be that he himself is involved? Seizing upon this lifeline, Gong Yunhe and Li Jianli exchanged glances, preparing to disrupt the proceedings. Su Yuan, you assert with such conviction that it was not the Red Heart Thieves who stole the treasures. How do you know this? Could it be that you are one of them? Su Yuan silently chuckled within. They were flustered, having lost their logical footing, consumed with dragging Su Yuan down with them. There was no need for him to explain. Zhang Yingji of the Beast Tamers Guild interjected. Gong Yunhe, do not make baseless accusations. Su Yuan underwent testing upon admission. One of the tests was to ascertain if he was a member of the Red Heart Thieves. Would you like to see the results? Moreover, this is a hat that the Lu family forced upon Su Yuan. Are you also going to emulate them? Could it be that you? Yes, I am. But so what? Time is of the essence. At that time, the admission test served as a robust shield for Su Yuan. I truly was not involved. The final counterattack faltered, and the spittle of the crowd rained down upon the nobility. Even the usually lofty elder of the noble class felt unprecedented pressure from public opinion. Defeat. The foremost elder, Li Jianli, had no choice but to convey telepathically. Continuing this charade will only lead to further embarrassment. From the previous discourse, he confirmed that Su Yuan possessed no concrete evidence, merely bluster designed to agitate them. culminating in a triad of inquiries to apply pressure, with his final attempt to prove his innocence establishing an impregnable position. Deception in warfare is paramount. The only course of action now is to mitigate losses. Li Jianli's lips quivered before he spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, this matter was orchestrated by the Liu family. Though we did not participate in the details of the plan, we were only aware that a beast tide might come, or might not. Nothing more. If we were truly the architects, why would the 10 nobles need to engage in battle? Why would our semi-divine nobles need to join the fray? I admit we acted out of self-interest. Our close ties with the Liu family made us reluctant to betray him. Yet we absolutely did not conspire. The early harvest was merely sufficient for our own needs. Your Majesty, we are willing to accept the charge of failing to report knowledge of the crime, and are prepared to donate grain and resources to assist the citizens of Dawn City in weathering this crisis. Li Jianli conceded. However, he only accepted the charge of failing to report, not of collusion. Even Su Yuan and the King of Humanity found it impossible to pinpoint flaws in this statement. Su Yuan wished to elaborate further, but was halted by the king. The ethereal figure of the king calmly proclaimed, "So be it. I shall render the final judgment." Chapter 62. Distribution of Liu family assets, a share for Su Yuan. 24. The Li family, Gong family, and others implicated in the crime of willful ignorance shall have all their subordinate businesses, granaries, and assets confiscated and distributed to the families of beast tamers and soldiers who perished in the great battle, as well as other meritorious individuals. Henceforth, the customary laws must be revised. The system granting nobles immunity from punishment due to rank and merit is hereby abolished. From this point onward, nobles shall face the same penalties as commoners for their crimes, and those who rendered service shall not be penalized for past deeds. Additionally, a supervisory body shall be established, elected by representatives of all citizens, responsible for overseeing the crimes of nobles and military officials, with the stipulation that nobles must yield 50 seats in the tri-level meetings to the supervisory body. Finally, the families of several individuals shall be stripped of their positions in the military law enforcement and the Dawn Trading Company. Do you have any objections? Li Jianli, Gong Yunhe, and others gritted their teeth. The pain was palpable. No, their hearts were shattered. The king wielded his authority with lethal precision. Confiscation of assets, abolition of privileges, yielding of seats, and revocation of positions. Only a decree stripping them of nobility was missing. But could they refuse? Su Yuan, now riding the coattails of the king's power, seemed intent on pressing his advantage. Who knew what further tricks this dogged individual had in store? Li Jianli and the others lowered their heads. We confess our guilt. Outside the parliamentary hall, countless commoners, upon witnessing the noble's confession, erupted into exuberant cheers, tossing an array of objects into the air: shoes, food, and even excrement. A historic moment, indeed. This marked the first instance in 300 years where a punishment was meted out to the entire aristocracy in the annals of Dawn City's 3-century legacy. The severity of the punishment cannot be understated. The nobles, stripped of their nominal glory and beastmaster resources, were utterly overwhelmed in legal, financial, and official standings. And who was it that toppled them? It was the human king, Su Yuan, and indeed, it was all the people. Initially, the common folk were consumed by rage, believing that the best outcome would be the execution of those who betrayed humanity, deeming it impossible to have all the nobles confess. Yet, the outcome was astonishing. The name Su Yuan was indelibly etched in the minds of countless individuals. Some wept, exclaiming, "My son, Su Yuan has avenged you." Others raised their fists in jubilation, declaring, "Su Yuan, you are our great benefactor." Many felt a sense of vindication, proclaiming, "Today, Su Yuan has made history in Dawn City. No more noble privileges." Listening to the cheers and expressions of gratitude resonating from the parliamentary hall, Su Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. At last, I have not failed those who fought alongside me in bloodshed. As for the human king stopping Su Yuan, he understood well that expecting to utterly eradicate the nobles was unrealistic. In this world, strength reigns supreme. To truly bring them down, one must rely on power. With the nobles' confessions concluded, the third-level meeting came to an end. For security reasons, and to maintain order, Su Yuan and his companions could not exit through the main doors. Additionally, they needed to confer honors upon him. Conveniently, the military law office was nearby, so they decided to head there together. As Su Yuan stepped down from the podium and entered the backstage, his legs felt weak, nearly causing him to stumble. Thankfully, Ouyang Shui and Wan Yang rushed to support him. Su Yuan managed to force a smile and asked, "So, did I bring shame upon our Wan battalion, the city guard, and the common folk?" Wan Yang gently punched Su Yuan on the chest, saying, "Shame? Not at all. You were phenomenal. I never imagined you could be so cunning, playing them like a fiddle." Ouyang Shui smiled softly. "You've worked hard, Su Yuan. The nobles have met their downfall today. And you'd best not think you can leave the city easily from now on. Even 3 demigods might not be able to protect you. Zhang Yingji, accompanying them, added, Your Highness, on such a joyous day, let us refrain from such talk. Su Yuan, allow me to introduce myself. I am the president of the Beastmaster Association. I never anticipated you would manage to outsmart those old foxes today. Su Yuan grinned. I owe it all to President Zhang's support. And I suspect His Majesty also wished to punish the nobles. With everyone's efforts combined, I merely did what I could. President Zhang nodded. A high position, yet humble. Great deeds, yet modest. What a young hero you are. Previously, the young lady's Qing was naive in discussing agreements with you. I believe we can forego that now. Just from today's events, we have gained immensely. Su Yuan, the Beastmaster Association will always be your friend. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. With the human king compelling the nobles to relinquish their power and positions, the vacancies left behind would undoubtedly benefit Zhang Yingji. He was well aware of the importance of reciprocity. Su Yuan smiled. Thank you, President Zhang, for your kind words. After a few more pleasantries, Zhang Yingji took his leave. Then, Ouyang Shui said, Su Yuan, come, I will take you to the military law office. You may not know this yet, but you are one of the targets for the confiscation of the Liu family's assets. What? Su Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, the Liu family had attempted to assassinate him multiple times, and the evidence was brought back by Su Yuan himself. It would be unreasonable for him not to receive a share of the benefits. As he momentarily basked in the heroics. He had not expected there would also be rewards. What should he seek? Su Yuan pondered. Celestial materials? That seemed unnecessary. He did not require such items for his breakthroughs. Money? Its utility seemed limited. Ouyang Shui giggled. I knew you wouldn't know what to choose. Would you like me to point you in the right direction? Just ask me nicely. Ouyang Shui crossed her arms in a self-satisfied manner, gazing at Su Yuan with affectionate eyes. Su Yuan finally realized. Since the battlefield, Princess Ouyang Shui had aided him greatly, providing intelligence, Beastmaster knowledge, crucial evidence with the imprint insect, and her attendance at the 3rd-level meeting. He owed her quite a debt. Su Yuan respectfully said, I humbly request your guidance, Your Highness. I am immensely grateful and would go through fire and water for your request. Ouyang Shui chuckled. Then I shall think carefully. For now, you owe me. What do you think you are most lacking at this moment? Ouyang Shui inquired. Su Yuan thought for a moment. Strength? If I were a demigod, I would have surely shattered a few noble teeth today. Ouyang Shui shot him a glance. A demigod? Generally. It takes at least a decade for a beastmaster to achieve that level. You are far from it. Of course. Su Yuan replied. Aside from strength? He shook his head in confusion. Ouyang Shui stated, It is your own influence. You see, although your words were sharp today, you still required the support of President Zhang, my father, and the civilian representatives to lend weight to your voice. In simpler terms, you lack people. You lack your own influence, your own direct forces. And the Liu family has conveniently left you a substantial fortune. The Shilio guards, the ordinary soldiers and beastmasters within them, are unaware of the upper echelon's machinations. They too fought valiantly during the siege of the myriad demons, yet now they bear a tremendous shame due to the Liu family's actions, even witnessing their faith crumble. The only one who can save them is you. And you, Su Yuan, possess the ability to transform the decayed into the miraculous. The capacity to break through without reliance on celestial materials. You have immense prestige, and you are now even a symbol of justice. You can rescue them, restore their faith, nurture them, and what you will reap will be a legion of loyal warriors, a cadre of S-class beastmasters, a steadfast army imbued with righteousness and purity. A glimmer of realization flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. How profoundly insightful. Chapter 63, The Defeated Liu Yuan. Lu Xian, you coward. Su Yuan was not the type to indiscriminately blame everyone. He understood that the sins of the Liu family should not be laid at the feet of the rank-and-file soldiers and beastmasters of the Shilio guards. In fact, he felt a tinge of sympathy for them. If the roles were reversed, as a fervent soldier, one would also fight valiantly on the battlefield, only to have one's contributions go unrecognized due to the betrayals of superiors, leading to scorn instead of gratitude. Naturally, faith would be shattered. Su Yuan nodded repeatedly. Your Highness, this idea is truly splendid. Pleased by Su Yuan's praise, Ouyang Shui's face lit up. Then let us hurry. We must not let anyone steal a march on us. Su Yuan followed Ouyang Shui to the adjacent military law office. Today, as proceedings were presided over by Ouyang Qian, the Grand Commander of the Royal Knights. With the nobles expelled from the military law office, it was only natural that he, a trusted aide of the human king, would be in charge during this crucial juncture. Ouyang Qian, handsome and with a commanding presence, greeted Su Yuan with a wry smile. So, Hero Su, are you here to settle your merits? Your achievements on the battlefield are so monumental that it's quite a challenge to quantify them. Hero Su, he teased, as the common folk had taken to calling him. Su Yuan chuckled. Commander, please do not mock me further. I merely came to settle my contributions along the way. And I have heard that a portion of the compensation from the Lu family is also due to me. Ouyang Qian narrowed his eyes and replied, Indeed, speak your desires. Do you seek celestial treasures, wealth, or perhaps a shop? The only thing off the table is the secret realm, as the Lu family's domain has already been confiscated. With your merits combined with the Lu family's compensation, it would be more than sufficient to exchange for 3 superior artifacts from the treasures of heaven. Superior artifacts? Objects second only to the divine treasures? Of the same caliber as the sun-eroding divine glass? I could actually exchange for 3? Ouyang Qian smiled. Do not be astonished. Your contributions are entirely deserving, on the battlefield, as well as in the recent events. If you desire more, I can certainly make inquiries. In the end, Su Yuan shook his head. He did not require such things. Commander, I wish to exchange for the Shilio guards. Su Yuan continued. Is it possible for me to secure those beast tamers who were not involved, along with the ordinary soldiers? Ouyang Qian looked at Su Yuan in surprise. You actually wish to exchange for them? It is not impossible, as the Shilio guards have long been detained and questioned separately through illusionary beast taming. Essentially, only a few top-tier beast tamers are culpable, the rest are oblivious. Will you not reconsider? Su Yuan shook his head. No need for reconsideration, it shall be them. Of course, I do not wish for those from the Lu family with noble status. They will certainly despise me. I want those from the collateral lines and the lower ranks. Ouyang Qian smiled knowingly, as expected of you, always making unexpected choices. Very well, follow me. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Qian led Su Yuan to the prison. The members of the Shilio guards were all held here. Ouyang Qian explained. There are over 1,600 beast tamers in total within the Shilio guards. Excluding the main line and those of noble birth, there are approximately 1,300 remaining, alongside more than 2,000 ordinary soldiers. Managing their sustenance and necessities will indeed be a considerable expense. So many? Just feeding their beasts would require several hundred pounds of rice from me. Many hands make light work. That is quite advantageous. Su Yuan nodded. Then please gather them, Commander. I have something to say to them. Understood. As they passed by a cell, Su Yuan halted. This particular cell housed Lu Yuan, who had previously used his influence to strip Su Yuan of his academic status and coerced him into seeking a royal decree. Also confined was Lu Xian, who had taken Su Yuan away and seemed to be confessing and lamenting on the way. In stark contrast, Lu Yuan appeared panic-stricken, as if his soul had fled. Lu Xian, however, had turned shockingly gray, his once lustrous black hair now a lifeless white, as though vitality had drained from him. Upon seeing Su Yuan and Ouyang Qian pass by, Lu Yuan crawled to the cell door, tears and snot streaming down his face, pleading, Su Yuan, Su Yuan. I was despicable, shameless, foolish. Please, spare my life. Just let me live, and I will serve you like a beast, even carry your chamber pot. Whatever you ask of me, I will comply. Please, I beg you for mercy. It was all that scoundrel Lu Ziang who pushed me to do such things. His words were drenched in sorrow, akin to a starving wild dog pleading for compassion. For him, Su Yuan held no goodwill. On the contrary, only boundless disdain. Not only had he bullied Su Yuan, but he had also tried to kill him outside the graveyard. The notion of forgiving him was as absurd as it was repugnant. Noting Su Yuan's confusion, Ouyang Qian remarked, upon investigation, Lu Yuan's crimes include complicity and conspiracy against you, compounded by the previous persecution by the Sacred Beast Academy, resulting in a death sentence. If you choose to show leniency, he could indeed be spared. Su Yuan quickly shook his head. No way. Spare him? Absolutely not. In an alternate reality, if I were the one imprisoned and he the one outside, he would surely relish the opportunity to flay me alive and let me die in despair. I would never entertain such a notion. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Lu Yuan glared at him with venomous resentment. He had once been so full of vigor, wielding power as the vice principal and vice minister, a figure of prominence. Now he found himself begging for mercy from an enemy, only to be met with disdain. Lu Xian, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, Lu Yuan, if death is our fate, then so be it. We are the damned sinners, traitors to humankind. Our demise would quell the public's wrath, and that would be a small mercy. Su Yuan turned to the gray-haired Lu Xian and inquired of Ouyang Qian, what about him? What is his crime? Ouyang Qian replied, his charges are similar to Lu Yuan's. He was involved primarily in the plot to assassinate you, while collusion with the Beast King was mainly orchestrated by Lu Shan and several trusted aides. The Shilio guards had minimal involvement, except for 50 of the personal guards who opened the city gates on the battlefield without authorization. Those 50 have already been executed and will be displayed hanging at the city gates. Lu Xian responded, Su Yuan, I only seek a swift death. Do you remember when I told you that one must fear choosing the wrong side? I once lamented that you were not born into nobility. But now I see that it is I who am pitiable, and the nobles are the true fools. The commoners are easily oppressed, while the heavens are difficult to deceive. You can succeed because you are in the right. If someone like me were to win, it would be the heavens' injustice, a calamity for all. Su Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Commander, I shall not pursue his actions further. Let him accompany me instead. Lu Xian looked at Su Yuan in disbelief. No? Someone like me has no right to be given such a chance. Su Yuan scoffed. You have not completely lost your conscience, but you are a coward. Do you think I intend to save you? Nonsense. Lu Xian, you do not deserve it now. You wish for a swift end? It cannot be that simple. You are not like Lu Yuan. He is a soulless scoundrel, and death is the least of his punishments. As for you, I want you to live and atone for your sins. Without your conscience, I cannot obtain the evidence I need. Thus, you may live, but it does not absolve you of guilt. You could have saved countless lives with your unwavering resolve, yet you chose not to. You must live to seek out those you should have rescued, bowing before each one, begging for their forgiveness. Even if they strike or insult you, you must endure. Use your dignity to atone to the spirits of the departed. Sacrifice everything you have for redemption. If you cannot muster the courage, I will truly have misjudged you. If you remain a coward, then die here. Lu Xian gazed at Su Yuan in stunned silence, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. In that moment, it appeared as though he had glimpsed the light. There is a saying, Lu Yuan, pleading for mercy, finds no savior. Lu Xian, seeking death, unexpectedly finds life. Chapter 64. A vow to my lord Su Yuan, an oath not to be violated. 44. To encounter Su Yuan must surely be a reward for his past life's great deeds of saving humanity. Lu Xian's cracked lips trembled incessantly, overwhelmed with countless tears, heartache, guilt, and remorse. At that moment, he seemed to have found direction. He was indeed a wretched soul, yet he must live to atone. Death would be far too lenient. Ouyang watched Su Yuan with mixed emotions. This young man continually surprised him with his actions. As for Lu Xian, Ouyang found himself at a loss for words. A noble without the arrogance of nobility, possessing the thoughts and conscience of an ordinary person, yet lacking the courage to betray his own class, ultimately leading to a grievous error. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's situation was steeped in irony. Witnessing Lu Xian's unexpected reprieve, Lu Yuan was utterly overwhelmed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Su Yuan not only managed to sway Lu Xian, but also executed a cunning plan of retribution against Lu Yuan. It is imperative to never become an adversary of Su Yuan, otherwise, one might meet a death that is steeped in irony. Lu Shan perished at the hands of the aristocracy, while Lu Yuan, in a pitiful display of desperation, pleaded for the life of Lu Xian. How tragically ironic and terrifying that is. This is far more horrifying than mere murder. It is a strike at the heart. Ouyang pondered. After departing from the prison cell, Ouyang inquired, Su Yuan, your decision to release Lu Xian surely extends beyond merely acquiring a 6-star Beastmaster. Does it not? Su Yuan shrugged, replying, as expected of the Grand Commander, you have seen through my modest intentions. It is certainly not solely about him. Firstly, without his confessional outpouring, I would not have been able to gather evidence. Without evidence, I cannot topple the Lu family. This is the truth. He has, in a sense, rendered me significant assistance. Secondly, unlike Lu Yuan, Lu Shan, and Lu Ziang, he harbors genuine indignation towards the actions of the nobility, devoid of any arrogance. What he lacks is merely courage. Thirdly, I also aim to win over the Shilio guards. Once they see that I can tolerate Lu Xian, who once sought my life, they will understand that I can certainly accept them. The ancient proverb speaks of spending a fortune to acquire bones. Today, I, Su Yuan, possess the capacity to embrace others. Fourthly, I need someone to help manage the Shilio guards, and Lu Xian is readily available for that purpose. Ouyang eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such depth of thought from Su Yuan in such a brief moment. No wonder those cunning noble foxes fell prey to him. His vision and strategic depth are of an entirely different caliber. In that moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the silhouette of Emperor Ouyang. Grand Commander, why have you paused? Are we not there yet? Ouyang hastily adjusted himself to follow along. This way, we have arrived. After purging the Lu family and the nobles, the Shilio guards have gathered here. Upon entering a grand hall bustling with activity, it was evident that the assembled individuals knew their innocence and anticipated no punishment. However, as former members of the Shilio guards, they still had to undergo the necessary procedures, including interrogation. Most wore downcast expressions, burdened by frustration and a sense of suffocation that was truly repulsive. Especially concerning was their uncertainty about what to do once they emerged, upon hearing their surnames. People would exclaim, Ah Lu, you are from the Shilio guards? That band of traitors? They had fought valiantly, yet they were branded as traitors. As a group, they could only gather in silence, exchanging bitter smiles and complaints. When they saw Su Yuan arrive, a whirlwind of emotions surged within them. They felt both admiration for Su Yuan's audacity to stand against the powerful and frustration for their own misfortunes. It was a peculiar blend of admiration and resentment. Utilizing the amplification artifact provided by Ouyang, Su Yuan addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I need no introduction. I am here for a singular purpose. The Shilio guards remain intact, still belonging to the Liu family. I have exchanged my merits and compensation from the Liu family for your freedom. Why, you may ask? In simple terms, he extended his hand. I wish to inquire if you desire to reclaim your dignity, to once again be soldiers, to be beast masters defending our homeland, to be revered heroes fighting on the front lines? Su Yuan's words took everyone by surprise. Among the throng of over 3,000, who among them was not a man of valor? If they were not, why would they enlist? Of course we wish to, but we bear the Liu surname. Who wouldn't desire that? I have slain 12 golden tier beasts, only to end up labeled as a traitor. Where can I seek justice? Su Yuan, we admire you. But the current awkwardness is a consequence of your actions. We cannot hold you accountable, for it is the betrayal of those in power that has led us here. This sentiment echoed through the crowd. Su Yuan inquired, very well then. I wish to offer you all an opportunity. From this moment forth, the Shilio Guard shall cease to exist. Will you serve under my banner? Su Yuan's proposition surpassed their expectations yet again. It sounded somewhat absurd, yet it also appeared quite reasonable. Who could possibly restore their honor now? Not the human king, nor any military commander. They would all cling to their past as members of the Shilio Guards. But Su Yuan could. If they followed Su Yuan, no one would dare to speak ill of them, not even Su Yuan himself. He was now a hero, who among his ranks would be deemed a traitor. To reclaim their dignity, to restore their faith, to regain the glory they deserved. These were the very things the men of the Shilio Guards craved. Yet, concerns arose. But we were once part of the Liu family. Do you truly not mind? This was a common worry among the crowd. Among them, the grizzled Liu Xian stepped forward first, declaring, Brothers, I know I have wronged you, and am unworthy of being your leader, yet I must say, Su Yuan bears no grudges. He is even willing to forgive someone like me and allow me to atone for my sins. If even I am afforded this chance to redeem myself, should you all still harbor doubts? Grand Commander, Liu Xian had saved many lives in the Shilio Guards and was deeply respected by all. They shared a bond akin to blood brothers. As they beheld the weary, even gray-haired Liu Xian, it became difficult for them to harbor resentment. Grand Commander, you saved my life. It is yours. To think that Su Yuan would let you go, then my life belongs to you as well. With the Grand Commander on board, what is there to fear? Su Yuan, from this day forth, you are our leader. Over 3,000 individuals knelt in unison, their right fists firmly pressed against their hearts. We pledge our allegiance to our Lord. Su Yuan, vowing to reclaim our honor and restore our dignity. The resounding oath echoed like a dragoness roar, a vow as solid as iron. Ouyang remarked, to pledge allegiance is to swear fealty to the second most formidable beast in the world, a creature endowed with powers akin to those of the law domain. To break such an oath is to fall into the depths of hell eternally. It is the most inviolable vow in the sacred Xian continent. Simultaneously, he cast a glance of envy at Su Yuan. Throughout history, no one had ever managed to secure the loyalty of thousands in such a swift manner. Su Yuan merely required a few well-chosen words and the release of a single individual to win the hearts of thousands. For what he offered was far more valuable to soldiers and beastmasters than life or profit, dignity and faith, loyalty and honor. Chapter 65. First, you shall all change your surname to Su. Su Yuan regarded the individuals before him with satisfaction. Those who had seen battle do not beat around the bush. When you offer sincerity, they respond in kind. Su Yuan smiled. Fear not, my friends, since you are willing to pledge your loyalty to me. I will not betray your trust. However, I must make some points clear beforehand. I have exchanged all my merits for your freedom. And as I am neither a noble nor a proprietor, I have no wealth. The crowd murmured, so there will be no salary. While this was not entirely unacceptable, they were all capable individuals. Making a living was not an issue. As long as they could reclaim their dignity, that was sufficient. Secondly, I possess no rare treasures or resources. Relying on me to procure such items would be futile. The crowd remarked, that seems reasonable. So the question arises, what can you gain by following me? Su Yuan smiled enigmatically. What I wish to convey is that I possess something far more potent than wealth or rare treasures. The crowd gradually lifted their heads, gazing at Su Yuan with a sense of anticipation. I have been a Beast Tamer for merely 28 days. Yet I have already ascended to the rank of a 3-star Beast Tamer, with one of my beasts having achieved the esteemed level of Starlight. If all goes well, I shall soon become a 4-star Beast Tamer. As for my talent, one could only describe it as mediocre. Mediocre? Pray tell, are you speaking in earnest? Achieving the rank of 4-star Beast Tamer in merely a month? Such a feat is beyond our wildest imaginations. Even the strongest among us, Yuan, took over a year to reach that level. Oh, my lord, are you boasting before us? Yuan continued, I do not share this to boast. It is clear to anyone that under normal circumstances, such an achievement is implausible. My talent is indeed ordinary, but as a Beast Tamer, I possess a unique ability. I am a celestial Beast Tamer. In short, I wish to convey that by following me, you too can attain such remarkable speed. You too can acquire something far more valuable than rare treasures and riches. Yuan laid his intentions bare. I possess a power even greater than the celestial eye. This revelation illuminated the minds of the crowd, who began to comprehend the implications. So that's how it is. Indeed, under normal circumstances, who could break through to 4-star status in a month? They regarded Yuan as a genius, though they had not pondered the nature of his genius. What if he possessed a unique method of taming beasts? In this world, strength is revered, and beast tamers are esteemed. Unique methods and secret techniques are undoubtedly more precious than rare treasures. Truly, our Lord is remarkable, they thought, reflecting on their earlier underestimations of his wisdom, which they had mistakenly perceived as mere boasting. The depth of their Lord's vision, intelligence, and strength was unfathomable. With their eyes gleaming with respect, they held Yuan in even higher esteem. Yuan cleared his throat. Ahem, of course, there are rules to follow if you wish to accompany me. After laying out our grand vision, it is time to establish authority. Rules, as you all know, are essential. None among us are strangers to the battlefield. Without rules, there can be no order. Henceforth, the Xiao Lu Guard shall cease to exist. If you bear the surname Lu, you will inevitably become a target for scorn. So, first and foremost, you shall all change your surname to Su. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Su Army. The crowd murmured, what the devil? Do we feel as though we have boarded a pirate ship? Have we perhaps pledged our allegiance prematurely? My lord, it seems somewhat, but it does make sense. When we step outside, if people know we are from the Lu family, regardless of our actions, we shall be subject to ridicule. It's akin to carrying a mark that makes one stand out for their beauty. Although it felt somewhat unsettling, upon reflection, they began to see Yuan's decision as a viable strategy. Just as the crowd was grappling with their discomfort, Yuan stepped forward and said, brothers, what is there to be embarrassed about? Our Lord wishes to bestow his surname upon us, treating us as family. Do you truly believe our Lord is in need of us adopting the surname Su? Not at all. It is all for our sake. It is to prevent the common folk from disparaging us. I am grateful to our Lord for this gift. From this day forth, I shall be Yuan, serving my Lord loyally. The crowd seemed to awaken to a new understanding. Indeed, does Yuan truly lack for the surname Su? Certainly not. Yet he wishes for us to share his name, not for himself, but for our sake. I had not realized this layer of meaning. Forgive me, my lord. I wish to change my surname to Su. Me too. The Lu family has brought us ruin. What use is there in retaining this surname? It is not us who have wronged the Lu family, but rather they who have wronged us. My lord, please permit me to adopt the surname Su. My lord, please allow it. From this day forth, I shall no longer be Yuan, but Su Yan. From now on, I shall be known as Su Dazhuang. Yuan was taken aback, a large exclamation mark hovering over his head. I merely thought that the surname Lu felt somewhat uncomfortable to hear, and indeed, there are fewer people with the surname Su. I believe there may be a misunderstanding here. Very well. Yuan responded graciously. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging their lord's magnanimity. He continued, as for the second rule, I need you to set your resolve. Who has tarnished your honor? The Lu family, certainly. But were they the only ones? I trust your eyes are sharp. Others are still living freely. Are you not filled with indignation? No, I believe you are angry. But perhaps you feel powerless to seek vengeance. Follow me, trust in me, and one day I will lead you to reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. To regain everything we have lost. The crowd felt a stirring in their hearts. It was evident to all that the Lu family was merely a pawn in a larger game, with other families undoubtedly complicit, though lacking evidence and strength to act. Could they remain passive? For days, they had cursed the Li family and the Gong family, their ancestors turning in their graves. Yet what good had it done? What could they do? But Yuan was different. He stood before them, having struck a blow against the aristocracy. Do not underestimate this victory. Once is a start. And with a start, there can be a second, and a third, and a fourth. Who better to confront the aristocracy than Yuan? Suddenly, one individual, moved to tears, exclaimed, I understand now. Our Lord fears we may fall into despair, that we may lose hope. That is why he wishes to instill a sense of purpose in us. Fear not, my lord. This hatred runs deep within us. We shall never forget it. The crowd echoed in realization. Was it not also for our sake? The wisdom of our Lord, his generosity, is indeed boundless. Su Yuan thought to himself, I merely suggested we have a common enemy, and that we should unite against them. The crowd rallied around him. Fear not, my lord. Such a grievous humiliation shall not be forgotten. When the moment arrives for our Lord to confront the aristocracy, let us be your steeds and your armor. Indeed, our Lord has embraced us, and he has bestowed upon us strength. We shall repay him with our lives. Very well, the effect has been achieved. Su Yuan nodded. Let us strive together. Chapter 66. What is the assessment for a 4-star Beast Tamer? The Yuan family's secret realm, 25. The Xiao Lu Guard. The Su army. Ouyang Qian witnessed an unprecedented yet profoundly impactful ceremony of army formation. Su Yuan truly possesses a miraculous power that compels one to believe in him and follow him. Since the moment he became known, through his battles against the aristocracy, his remarkable feats on the battlefield, and the incorporation of remnants of armies, he has continuously created one miracle after another. He had a feeling that perhaps the Su army would one day surpass even his royal knight order. Subsequently, Su Yuan instructed Lu Xian, to settle the Su army. Completing the necessary procedures, finding accommodations, and reorganizing would take time, at least 10 days. During this period, Su Yuan pondered how to advance to the rank of 4-star Beast Tamer. Regardless of the circumstances, one's own strength remains paramount. The foundation of all that has been achieved today lies in Su Yuan's relentless creation of miracles. Indeed, it is time to return and inquire about how to make a breakthrough. In the West District, at the meeting of the 9 elders, an empty seat rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. The head of the Zhong family, Zhong Zhaodao, posed the question, what shall we do? Shall we continue to disregard Su Yuan? If so, it won't be long before we all follow in the footsteps of the Lu family. The fate of the Lu family inevitably evokes a sense of shared sorrow among the crowd. If the last was the Lu family, who is to say the next won't be the Zhong family, the Gong family, or the Sun family? Must everyone abandon the chariot to protect the commander? The once solid alliance, forged in bonds stronger than gold, seems to prioritize personal interests when danger looms. As the leader of the 9 elders, Li Jianli understood that as long as Su Yuan remained, tranquility would elude them all. He must be eliminated, but with the king of beasts watching. Taking action in Dawn City would likely yield no benefit. Even if they acted outside the city, Su Yuan's demise would provoke a ferocious backlash from others. It is a perplexing dilemma. Eliminating Su Yuan is essential, yet whether or not to do so is fraught with discomfort. At this moment, Gong Yunhe proposed, why not resolve this matter openly and honorably? Gong Yunhe's words captured the attention of the others. Kill someone openly? Gong Yunhe continued, my son, Gong Jing, has wagered his life against Su Yuan. Does this not present a public and legitimate opportunity? Several nobles suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, the Beast Master competition. In previous years, this event was entirely orchestrated by the nobles. Could they not seize this opportunity to eliminate Su Yuan? Gong Yunhe elaborated. The Beast Master competition is typically held in December. This year, let us advance it to the end of the month. Since Su Yuan initially made a promise, he cannot possibly abstain. Should he choose not to participate, his reputation would be tarnished. Furthermore, we shall utilize my family's secret realm as the venue. We will transform the secret realm into a battleground suitable for my son Jing's style. And for Su Yuan, a mere 3-star Beast Master, to defeat someone already at the pinnacle of 4-star status is nothing short of a pipe dream. Yes, my family's Zongyang can also lend a hand. My son Sun, he can do the same. In the office of Zhuqing at Dawn Academy, Zhuqing experienced a whirlwind of emotions upon seeing Su Yuan return. When he left, he was still a tender youth. Little did she expect so much would transpire in just a few days. The youthful and handsome visage now bore the marks of time. Isn't this our hero? Zhuqing teased. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Please do not jest, Teacher Zhua. I have missed many classes, and upon my return, I must earnestly catch up. This was the truth. His lack of knowledge as a beast master had relied heavily on Ouyang Shue's on-site support. Zhuqing chuckled softly. You are growing too quickly. The teacher can hardly keep pace with your progress. Just come to me whenever you have questions. Su Yuan nodded gently. Very well, Teacher Zhua. May I inquire about the assessment for becoming a 4-star beast master? Zhuqing, sipping tea, was momentarily taken aback. Cough, cough. You have just become a 3-star beast master. Have you not? According to news from the front lines, you achieved your breakthrough on the battlefield just 3 or 4 days ago. Are you now telling me you wish to advance to 4-star status? No, it has only been 28 days since you became a beast master, has it not? Zhuqing struggled to conceal her astonishment, taking a moment to respond. What is your current situation? To what extent has your beast mastery developed? Su Yuan candidly replied, I have plundered the essence of a demon beast on the battlefield, becoming a sinking star level. The other two are at a high golden level, ready to break through at any moment. Zuiqing pressed on, what of the rare materials? Have you gathered everything? Su Yuan pondered, recalling the numerous cookies Ouyang Shui had in her possession, and responded, yes, I can procure them easily. I have long since prepared everything. Too swift. Although their dialogue was somewhat disjointed, Zuiqing was still astounded by Su Yuan's rapid progression. What you need now is to elevate the other two beasts to the sinking star level, which will require you to seek the essence stars. Su Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from hunting demon beasts, where else can one find essence stars? Zuiqing replied, in secret realms. In the secret realms controlled by various families. Some gather star power, others accumulate lunar power, and yet others absorb solar power. The so-called levels of beast mastery, you may not yet be aware. But lower-level beasts are classified as gold, silver, and bronze. These are the three earthly talents. Mid-level beasts are categorized as sun, moon, and stars. These are the three heavenly talents. Your goal at this stage is to gather the power of heaven and earth. As for the assessment for becoming a 4-star beast master, Su Yuan, you have already accomplished that. The objective of the assessment is to obtain eligibility to enter a realm of star power, which can be earned through merit or by exchanging battle achievements among beast masters. And you have received a merit that grants you access to the realm from the Yuan family, have you not? Once you elevate your beasts to the sinking star level, you yourself will need a realm that gathers star power, which will amplify your abilities, and at that point, you shall be on the threshold of becoming a 4-star beast master. Su Yuan grasped the situation. So that was it. It seems Wan Yang is quite generous, paving the way for him. Zuiqing continued. The Yuan family's secret realm happens to be a realm of star power. You may go directly to find Wan Yang to access it. Su Yuan nodded. Progress was proceeding more smoothly than anticipated. Of course, Su Yuan. The other beast masters entering the secret realm alongside you will be your adversaries, you know. Oh, what do you mean by that? Zuiqing smiled. Su Yuan. A 4-star beast master possesses a certain degree of combat prowess, and the strength of that prowess depends on how much star power you can absorb. After all, we beast masters cannot always hinder our beasts, can we? Once you, the big fish, enter the pond, the smaller fish will inevitably compete with you for more power. And conflict is unavoidable. Chapter 67. Hearthside Conversations, Long Yao's Dream, 35. Zuiqing's vivid metaphor allowed Su Yuan to quickly comprehend how a 4-star beast master ascends. Star power is akin to a pond. The more one occupies, the less remains for others, and those who occupy more grow stronger. It resembles a survival scenario, where each fights for themselves. However, eliminating the strongest is generally a consensus. Otherwise, it's a case of big fish eating small fish, and none can escape. I see. Su Yuan nodded. Very well, Teacher Zhua. I shall return to prepare and seek out Commander Yuan tomorrow. This matter must be communicated thoroughly with Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jia. Speaking of which, Su Yuan realized he had not communicated sufficiently with them in recent days. He was completely unaware of what kind of star power they needed, what they desired, or what they wished to accomplish. He had been preoccupied with his own affairs, but now he finally had the opportunity to inquire about their needs. Coincidentally, Ouyang Shui had returned to the palace today, leaving the dormitory undisturbed. That night, Su Yuan lit a hearth and summoned Long Yao, the Snow Maiden, and Fu Jia from the Beastmaster space. Once the three transformed back, they gathered around the hearth to warm their hands. After the war, the temperature had plummeted. The once gentle and comfortable warmth now dipped below 10 degrees. Su Yuan smiled and asked, Long Yao, if you had the chance, what would you most like to do right now? Long Yao gently parted her crimson lips, extending her delicate fingers to playfully caress Su Yuan's chin, stating, of course, I am talking about satisfying one's hunger. Su Yuan grasped her fingers firmly, insisting, let us be serious. Long Yao, with a hint of shyness, replied, actually, I have been having a recurring dream lately. A dream? There are rumors that a dragon's dream serves as a portent, potentially heralding opportunity or calamity. What kind of dream? Long Yao concentrated, trying to recall. Well, it takes place in a desolate and eerie expanse, where countless dragons spiral through the sky, eventually all bowing at my feet. Little one, you are with me. And they refer to you as the Dragon King. Me? The Dragon King? I can understand them calling you that, given your bloodline of the dragon god. If it were fully awakened, wouldn't that make you a dragon deity? But calling me, that's illogical. Long Yao playfully nibbled her fingertip. That place must be the dragon's nest. When you are strong enough, I hope you can accompany me there. The dragon's nest lies 1,000 miles west of Dawn City, nestled within the depths of the Nether Valley, and a further 300 miles beyond that. Previously, The Eagle's Morning Gorge was already a forbidden zone for those below demigod status. Without demigod strength, venturing to the dragon's nest would surely spell doom. Wait. Su Yuan turned to Fu Jia and inquired, Fu Jia, in a state of astral projection, can the soul body sustain damage? And how far can it travel? I cannot go myself. However, I can utilize Fu Jia's astral projection abilities. Fu Jia tilted her head. There can be damage, particularly from curses aimed at the soul body. Though such instances are rare. As for distance, there are no limitations, only time constraints. 7 days. Beyond that, the soul body can no longer be maintained. 7 days. Traversing 2,600 miles. It seems I am not quite capable of such speed at present. Su Yuan mused. I suppose I shall wait until I become a 4-star Beastmaster to see if that changes. I will take note, and once my stamina catches up, I will employ astral projection to explore. Then turning to the Snow Maiden, he asked, do you have any desires? The Snow Maiden shook her head. Everything I have is given by my master. My memories of the bloodline seem to be frozen by the Snow Emperor. Unlike Sister Long Yao, I cannot recall anything. If I must say, I hope my master treats me like he does Sister Long Yao. Upon uttering this, the Snow Maiden's alabaster cheeks blushed with a rare hue. Oh. Su Yuan, caught off guard by her affection, felt a bit dazed. Indeed, the Snow Maiden was originally just a snow fox. Most discarded beast eggs, aside from being kept as pets, would meet a grim fate. The cruelty of abandonment needs no elaboration. This gratitude is the root of the Snow Maiden's unyielding devotion to Su Yuan. Long Yao suddenly pushed Su Yuan's back, little one. It is quite impolite not to respond to a lady's affection. Su Yuan, no longer inexperienced, grasped the Snow Maiden's frosty, jade-like hand and boldly declared, very well then. Let me feel the fervor of your heart. After embracing her, he turned to Fu Jia. And you, Fu Jia, is there something you wish to accomplish? I recall that you originated from the seed of the world tree, the universal protector of the forest elves, yes? Fu Jia twirled her golden hair, softly responding, indeed. I possess some memories of my race. The forest elves reside atop the world tree, and it is far too distant from Dawn City. With Master S's current strength, we cannot hope to reach it. Su Yuan, contemplating a possibility, eagerly asked, cough, cough. Fu Jia, are all forest elves as beautiful as you? With golden hair and pointed ears? Fu Jia instinctively answered, yes, and our subordinate race, the beast folk, are all lovely beast-eared maidens as well. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled, as if ignited by a special inspiration. A gentleman must know when to act, and when not to. He quickly pulled out a small notebook, writing, let us set the conquest of the entire forest elf kingdom and the beast folk nation as our goal. Immediately, right now? Fu Jia, ever observant of Su Yuan, found herself slightly unsettled by his nonchalance. Her modesty was constantly unraveled by his unabashed honesty. Following this master, was it a blessing or a curse? Then Su Yuan declared, tomorrow, we shall venture to the secret realm belonging to the Yuan family. However, it is unfortunate that I am simply too brilliant. As the saying goes, excellence breeds envy. They will surely band together to attack. Ladies, we are counting on you tomorrow. Long Yao laughed, fear not, little one. With this king around, we shall slay 1 if they come, and 2 if they dare. The Snow Maiden clenched her small fists, declaring, with me here, I will ensure my master suffers no harm. Fu Jia nodded in agreement. Master fears not even the powerful, so why should he fear these insignificant ones? The group chatted late into the night. The following day, when Ouyang Shui returned to the dormitory with her belongings, she was met with a shocking sight. A flush crept across her cheeks, and she covered her eyes with her hands, though her fingers could not conceal the view entirely, exclaiming, rogue. Su Yuan, startled awake by the slap, blinked sleepily at the returning Ouyang Shui, whose silver blue hair and white attire appeared refreshingly pure, complemented by a face brimming with embarrassment. He quickly regained his composure. Your Highness, allow me to explain. Were you not supposed to return to the palace for several days? How come you are back so soon? As he spoke, he hastily dressed. Ouyang Shui retorted, I returned to discuss matters with you, only to find you. Ah, but I am 20 years old. Is that not entirely normal? Your Highness, have you not experienced such things? Of course not. Su Yuan realized he had forgotten she was an innocent young lady. Seemingly experienced yet truly naive. Very well, my apologies. I shall be more mindful in the future. After taking a sip of water to calm her nerves, Ouyang Shui attempted to forget the earlier incident, stating, Su Yuan, there are 3 matters to discuss. One regarding the final judgment outcome, another concerning the Beastmaster competition, and the last about the Yuan family secret realm. Which would you like to hear first? The judgment outcome, Su Yuan replied. Having personally engaged in the matter, risking enmity with all the nobles, he was naturally eager to learn the results. Ouyang Shui handed him a letter along with the latest edition of the Dawn Report, detailing the entire process of the judgment. A staggering 1,600 individuals from the Liu family were executed, their heads displayed outside the eastern city wall for the public to vent their fury. Truly ruthless. Almost everyone even slightly involved was brought to justice and met the executioner's blade. But they deserved it. The suffering they inflicted upon others far outweighed their own. And this was the blood they ought to shed. Next came the confiscated properties. Treasures and resources were temporarily seized, to be prioritized for the children of the sacrificed beastmasters and soldiers once they came of age. Shops and lands would be utilized to compensate the families of those who served valiantly. Lastly, there was the punishment of the remaining nobles, who were initially to have all their shops and grain stores confiscated. However, yesterday, 16 grain stores and 27 warehouses mysteriously caught fire. All stored goods were reduced to ashes, reportedly due to the inexperience of an intern. What the hell? Su Yuan lamented. What a world we live in. It feels eerily familiar. How convenient that trouble arises just when inspections are due. Truly, they would rather pour milk into the river than share it with the poor. Overall, it is indeed Su Yuan who has emerged victorious, advancing triumphantly while the nobility retreats into the shadows. He cast the dawn report into the nearby trash bin, contemplating the day he would bury all these adversaries. Their singular desire to eliminate him sufficed for such thoughts, not to mention their very existence was irksome. Ouyang Shui interjected. Do not be so angry just yet. There is another matter concerning you. Su Yuan reclined, resting his head upon his hand, and remarked, the Beastmaster competition, you say? But isn't it still 2 months away? At that time, your highness and I shall charge into battle together. You shall slay indiscriminately, while I shall chant run, run. Run, we are certain to win. Ouyang Shui replied softly, it is not 2 months. It has been moved up. It is now in 20 days. What? It has been moved up? She explained. The Palace family is in charge of organizing the Beastmaster competition, and the venue is the Palace family's secret realm, the Ziwei Star Heavenly Pool. They generously offered it for the event, and naturally, they have the right to advance the date. The target of this maneuver is quite clear. Is it not? Who could it possibly be but you? Su Yuan sighed. Indeed, exceptional individuals are often the subjects of envy. Ouyang Shui, somewhat anxious, countered. Do you have the leisure to jest? Those 3 from the Sacred Beast Academy are all peak 4-star beast masters, on the verge of becoming 5-star. How do you intend to compete against them? Are you not participating? The entire city has already crowned you the champion. You are the favorite in every corner. If you do not enter, your hard-earned prestige will be severely diminished. You have such faith in me. Is this an early toast to victory? He chuckled. But indeed, it poses some trouble. The nobility has specifically provided the venue for the Beastmaster competition to seize the opportunity to eliminate me. It is akin to the life and death wager made with Gong Jing. It is all above board, utterly legitimate. If Gong Jing were to kill me, no one could find fault, as it would indeed be a promise I made with my own lips, one I made with utmost confidence, believing that by year end, becoming a 5-star Beastmaster would be no issue at all. Yet, the nobility is not foolish. They have hastened the competition. Will you attend? If you do not, your accumulated fame will surely be crushed. If you do attend, then it is but a grave prepared for you. Ouyang Shui inquired, what do you intend to do? Su Yuan replied, naturally, I shall participate. I do not believe they can assuredly eliminate me. His words exuded unwavering confidence. Ouyang Shui furrowed her brows slightly. But if you do that, I will be of no assistance to you. I have only just become a 3-star Beastmaster, and there are merely 20 days remaining. Su Yuan smiled lightly. Your Highness, you have aided me greatly before. This time, I shall assist you. Ouyang Shui looked at Su Yuan, recalling the moment on the battlefield when he had miraculously achieved a breakthrough with a cookie from her waist pouch. Could it be you have a plan? Su Yuan did not deny it, of course. Leave it to me. Within 10 days, I shall help you maximize your Beastmaster experience. You lack neither rare materials nor secret realms. How does that sound? Quite a bargain, is it not? Ouyang Shui stood up excitedly. Indeed, I did not choose the wrong ally. Thank you, Su Yuan. By the way, there is a third matter regarding the Yuan family's secret realm. Su Yuan looked up. What about the Yuan family's secret realm? Ouyang Shui produced a piece of paper, writing and explaining. As you should know, there are 3 types of secret realms, sun, moon, and star. Each family possesses different realms, leading to a long-standing tradition of exchanging quotas. The Yuan family, the Gong family, and the Liu family are the current holders of the star realm. With the Liu family's realm temporarily confiscated, only the Gong family and the Yuan family's realms remain. Beastmasters from the city guard typically venture into the Yuan family's realm, known as the Yaoguang Ice Field, while those from the Lang and Hai battalions are predominantly of noble birth. The 9 elders have issued a strict order to monitor you whenever you enter the secret realm. The young elites of the Lang and Hai battalions will ensure you are eliminated. In essence, they intend to sabotage you. Do you wish to break through? You must rely on the power of the stars. With the Gong family's realm being utilized for the Beastmaster competition, your only option is the Yuan family's. Should we venture into the Yuan family's realm, they will surely create obstacles to impede your advancement. Truly comprehensive targeting, Su Yuan mused. This is the consequence of being a hero. One must brace for their counterattack. Ouyang Shui continued, among them. You must be particularly wary of Zhong Tianda of the Lang Battalion and Heng Yanyun of the Hai Battalion. Both are peak 3-star beast masters and have already advanced their beasts to the sinking star level, their strength comparable to yours, and they will undoubtedly seek to trouble you. Let them come. I fear not their challenges, Su Yuan stated resolutely. Yet Ouyang Shui appeared somewhat concerned. Su Yuan, should you consider? Su Yuan looked at her, puzzled by her hesitation. What is it? Speak plainly, this is not like you. Ouyang Shui's cheeks flushed a delicate hue. As if summoning immense courage to voice her thoughts, her gaze averting slightly. Our Ouyang family possesses the sun, moon, and star secret realms. But entry is restricted to family members only. What I mean is, Su Yuan, would you consider becoming my royal knight? Royal knight? What is that? Ouyang Shui clasped her hands, tilting her head. It means that every royal family member with inheritance rights can select a royal knight. Henceforth, you would be considered part of the Ouyang family, granted free access to the secret realms and all that entails. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that akin to becoming a son-in-law? Ah, Your Highness, if you desire me, just say so directly. There's no need for such circumlocution. I would, of course, not refuse. Ouyang Shui's already rosy cheeks turned pale, her eyes glistening with tears. Get lost. She then turned on her heel and walked away. Su Yuan shook his head gently. Although Ouyang Shui had not elaborated on what being a royal knight entailed, he could infer some connection to the struggle for the throne. Her previous expression resembled that of a young girl confessing her feelings, awkward yet sincere, yearning to break through her own hesitations while fearing to lose her composure. Her emotions were palpable. Su Yuan, of course, tactfully declined her proposal. He did not harbor any disdain for Ouyang Shui. In fact, he found her quite pleasant, both in appearance and character. Yet he believed that matters of the heart should remain untainted by ulterior motives. Should she genuinely express her affection, he would respond to her feelings with sincerity. However, for Ouyang Shui, who had been surrounded by flattery throughout her life, being rejected must have been a deeply embarrassing and painful experience. Sighing, Su Yuan took up his pen and wrote a letter, leaving it on her bedside. He hoped she would see it upon her return. Afterward, he gathered his belongings and headed toward the city guard's headquarters in Dawn City. At that moment, Wan Yang was busy managing various affairs within the city, having yet to return to Shaoqi town. Upon learning of Su Yuan's intentions, Wan Yang readily took him to the Wan family, cheerfully remarking along the way, Su Yuan, I knew you couldn't sit still. Just now, I was discussing you with Vice Officer Sun when you arrived. The secret realm of the Wan family is known as the Radiant Ice Field, aptly named after the stellar power represented by the Yaoguang star among the Big Dipper. The icy expanse and towering mountains serve as a trial for those who dare to seize the star's essence. The distance to traverse is approximately 5 kilometers in a straight line. Failure to complete this journey will result in being teleported away, awaiting the next replenishment of the star's power, which typically takes a month. Should Su Yuan miss this opportunity, he would be unable to ascend to the rank of a 4-star Beastmaster before the Beastmaster tournament, a failure that would undoubtedly lead to his demise in the competition. Thus, this is a final chance that must not be squandered. Those who stand in my way shall not blame me for unleashing my wrath. I may not relish taking lives, yet I shall not hesitate when the time comes. Those who obstruct me shall face dire consequences. As Su Yuan made his way, Ouyang Shui returned to her dormitory, brandishing a silver needle directed at a doll adorned with a paper bearing Su Yuan's name. She relentlessly jabbed at the doll, muttering incantations under her breath. You scoundrel! You rogue! Why can't you understand? Exhausted from her exertions, she climbed onto her bed, preparing to rest, when she suddenly felt something trapped in her hair. Upon inspection, it was a letter. As she opened it, the lack of regal elegance struck her. The handwriting was rough, almost resembling that of a dog's paw. She began to read intently. Dear Your Highness, I presume that the Royal Knight is a significant choice for every heir, often filled by brothers, comrades, or lovers. You are my friend, and should you find yourself in peril, I would gladly risk my life to save you. However, I wish to avoid being entangled in the awkward position of royal considerations. My interest lies only in assisting those who have been kind to me, nothing more. Furthermore, in future declarations of affection, do not disguise them as royal knight appointments. I shall respond earnestly. Su Yuan. Ouyang Shui gently bit her lip. Su Yuan isn't entirely devoid of romantic sensibility, after all. Who cares to confess to you? How presumptuous. I simply. Ugh. With that, She buried her head into her pillow. In the southwestern part of the city, the expansive estate of the Yuan family hosted a special realm constructed through spatial beast mastery, with most connection points established within the families to prevent resource leakage. Today, hundreds of the city's elite guards gathered here to vie for the essence of the Yawang star. War brings not only suffering, but also countless emerging talents. Many among the city guards, having honed their skills through the crucible of battle, have made significant strides, with over 300 striving to break through to 3-star beast masters. The entire city guard comprises just 15,000 beast masters. So an increase of 300 is no small feat, representing more than double the previous year's numbers. This indicates that the competition for the star's essence would be fiercer than ever. Moreover, the Yuan family had acquired numerous resources from demon beasts, contributing to the realm, resulting in this year's star power being threefold the usual amount. Overall, the per capita allocation of star power was not a loss. When the assembled crowd saw Wanyang arrive with Su Yuan, their faces contorted in bitter dismay, akin to having bitten into a bitter herb. Hey, this is excessive. He has only just become a 3-star beast master. Hasn't he been just 5 days? And now he is here to compete with us? Don't even mention it. That guy is a true force, having slain over 20,000 demon beasts on the battlefield. He's a veritable butcher. I'd rather not cross paths with this killer. With Su Yuan here, there is no hope for this month. Perhaps we should wait until next month. Some displayed outright pessimism. Yet amidst the crowd, a voice rang out. Why the rush? If one cannot defeat him, what if 10 or even 100? Exactly. Most of the demon beasts Su Yuan has slain were due to the celestial phenomena triggered by his breakthrough. He has truly engaged in direct combat with less than 1,000. We are over 300 strong, with a combined strength of 1,000 beast masters. In terms of combat power, we outmatched the demon beasts several times over. Without allies, Su Yuan will have to concede defeat when faced with us. Indeed, if we allow Su Yuan to reach the finish line, can we compete with him for the star power? There is only one way. We must surround him. In mere moments, the murmurs of 2 or 3 individuals coalesced into a unified resolve among the crowd. Yes, let us encircle him. While Su Yuan left a favorable impression on many commoners, within the city guards, opinions varied. If he were an ally, he would be incredibly dependable. If neutral, they respected him as a hero, but as an enemy? That was revolting, akin to a merciless killer. Such sentiments bred a natural fear among many. Zhong Tianda and Hung Yuan, with just a few words, rallied the crowd into a united front, determined to work together. Su Yuan found himself at an impasse. If they desired to unite, so be it. Fortuitously, he had intentions to test something within this secret realm. Wanyang found himself unable to intervene. Both sides of the city guards were equally represented, so he could only say, everyone, the radiant ice field is about to open. Please prioritize your safety, should you encounter danger. Strike your arm badge to escape. Well, I shall say no more. We are all here for a chance. All preparations complete, we shall commence the teleportation. Chapter 70. On the Snowy Mountain, 1 versus 300? 15. A cascade of starlight enveloped the more than 300 individuals, transporting them to another realm. As their vision cleared, they beheld a landscape blanketed in pristine white snow, with a towering mountain rising nearly 1,000 meters high. The celestial Yawang stars were obscured by a fierce blizzard, and only by scaling this mountain could they glimpse the scenery beyond. This, too, served as a test for the beast masters. The mountain harbored demon beasts of varying strengths, from golden to sinking star tiers. For those aspiring to become 4-star beast masters, these foes posed little challenge. Yet the greatest obstacles lay within the mountain itself, where the snow demons could unleash their full combat potential. Su Yuan instinctively sensed the biting cold. The temperature plummeted below -40 degrees Celsius. But thanks to the sanctum and blood essence he had undergone since becoming a beast master, his physical constitution vastly exceeded that of ordinary individuals, granting him exceptional resistance to the cold. For Su Yuan, the true complication was not the frigid air, but rather the throng of individuals surrounding him. Over 300 pairs of eyes were fixated on Su Yuan with predatory intent. Su Yuan chuckled. What is this? Have you all conspired to eliminate me first? The leader among them, Zhong Tianda, stepped forward and replied, what can we do? It's your brilliance that draws us, Su Yuan. We are all here for a chance. And if you reach the finish line, there will be little star power left for us. Even if you become a 4-star beast master, you will still be relatively weak. This sentiment resonated with the rest. Another, Hing Yuan, added, perhaps you could first swear an unbreakable oath to only take your fair share, and we might refrain from targeting you initially. Both Zhong Tianda and Hung Yuan were essentially attempting to thwart Su Yuan's progress. Their proposal was one Su Yuan could never accept. He had come to seize the opportunity for himself. In truth, Su Yuan had no intention of relinquishing even the slightest portion of the star power to anyone. Do you think I am oblivious to your little schemes? Su Yuan laughed. You simply wish to incite others to obstruct me on behalf of your families, don't you? Do you believe I would shy away? Or that your numerical advantage will allow you to vanquish me? We have fought side by side in the Yuan camp. You may choose to withdraw or refrain from opposing me. Consider it a favor to Commander Yuan. Should you choose to stay and conspire against me, do not expect me to show mercy. The confidence exuded by Su Yuan caused some individuals to waver in trepidation. After all, his ferocity on the battlefield was formidable, instilling a sense of intimidation. However, Zhong Tianda scoffed. Do not be overly ambitious, Su Yuan. We are over 300 strong, and you stand alone. Do you truly believe you can vanquish us all? Heng Yangyun could scarcely conceal his amusement. Indeed. Our valiant hero Su possesses little skill, yet boasts grandly. Without the aid of the king of beasts and others, what are you but a fleeting shadow? Many were emboldened by their jibes, proclaiming, Su Yuan, take an oath. We wish to avoid conflict with you. I am from the Wanzi camp and will not interfere. You may resolve this amongst yourselves. Su Yuan, cease your resistance. We are too many for you to contend with. As members of the Wanzi camp gradually withdrew, approximately 300 remained before Su Yuan. A 1 versus 300 scenario? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. 300, you say? Very well, let us see if you possess the capability to eliminate me. Observing that Su Yuan had no intention of surrendering, the throng summoned their beasts, with 900 creatures charging towards him. With a flash of emerald light, Su Yuan invoked his mythic talent, the Dance of Aurora, transporting himself swiftly up the snowy mountain. Zhong Tianda was taken aback. He had forgotten Su Yuan's remarkable ability of instantaneous movement, which had previously allowed him to evade the pursuit of the Shilyo guards. Though the specifics of his evasion were unclear, witnessing it firsthand revealed the vast range and swift speed of Su Yuan's teleportation. Undoubtedly a divine talent. Quickly pursue him. We must ascend the snow mountain together, they shouted, for Su Yuan must not escape the confines of the mountain's spatial constraints. The group immediately urged their beasts forward. After executing 2 successive teleports, Su Yuan arrived at the foot of the snow mountain, where it seemed the Snow Maiden's mobility was hindered. My master, the Snow Maiden remarked. Here the Dance of Aurora can only allow movement of 10 meters, as if space itself is being restricted. Indeed, the secret realm would not yield the power of the stars easily. Then we shall climb, Su Yuan declared. Snow Maiden, upon hearing this, was an icy expanse. I sense we could attempt that strategy. Are you confident? The Snow Maiden pondered for a moment before replying. Although the Snow Emperor has sealed my memories, my innate powers remain intact. Master, allow me to safeguard you on this journey. Any foe opposing you shall be buried beneath this frozen expanse. This icy terrain, home to snow demons, bore witness to the exalted lineage of the Snow Emperor's divine bloodline. Su Yuan had granted them an opportunity. Should they remain obstinate, they would find themselves swiftly vanquished. Behind them, the 300, led by Zhong Tianda and Heng Yangyun, formed an assault team. It must be said, the foundational tactical prowess of the Haizi and Longzi camps was commendable, as they dispatched numerous demons along their path, effortlessly reaching the base of the snow mountain. Towering at 1,000 meters, Zhong Tianda organized the group into 3 teams, skillfully weathering the blizzards and demon assaults. Within an hour, they had ascended to a height of 500 meters. Amidst the swirling snow, a dashing figure clad in white stood. An ethereal blue figure encased in ice crystals materializing behind him, as if awaiting their arrival amidst the vast snow. Zhong Tianda squinted. Who else could this be if not Su Yuan? Elated, he exclaimed, What? No longer fleeing, Su Yuan? Had you continued to run, we would have truly expended considerable effort to pursue you. Standing atop a boulder, Su Yuan retorted, I do not flee. I am merely awaiting your arrival. A ragtag mob like you dares to conspire against me? Such folly. I chose this location precisely because you cannot escape. Here, I shall bury you all. Su Yuan's confidence ignited doubt within Zhong Tianda, who questioned, could he truly face 300 opponents alone? I refuse to believe it. Even the most exceptional beast masters would inevitably fall against such overwhelming odds. Heng Yangyun interjected, why waste words with him? Let us strike together and eliminate him. The beast masters from the Lang and Hai camps, no longer hesitating, prepared to unleash their attacks. A faint smirk graced Su Yuan's lips. Snow Maiden, unleash your power. Chapter 71. Upon meeting the Snow Emperor, why not pay homage? This was the realm of snow, the frigid expanse. Countless snow demons inhabited this land. The moment Long Yao subdued the 1,000-bone blood dragon on the battlefield, a notion burgeoned in Su Yuan's mind. Could his mythic bloodlines exert dominance over other demons, mirroring the effects of the sun-eclipsing divine glass? Long Yao's dreams, representing the dragon's warning, posed a question: why was Su Yuan the Dragon King within those dreams? Because Long Yao's master was Su Yuan. The bloodline of the dragon god was one that commanded reverence from all other dragons. At this moment, amidst the vast icy plains and towering snow-capped peaks, was it not the sacred ground of the Snow Emperor? The Ice Maiden, possessing the Snow Emperor's divine blood, should indeed be capable of asserting her supremacy over other snow demons. Should she succeed, Su Yuan would acquire yet another formidable trump card. If she could not, then so be it. The Snow Maiden had claimed she could, and thus she would. As the Beast Masters witnessed the Ice Maiden behind Su Yuan, her hands clasped in prayer, conjuring the ethereal image of the ancient Ice Phoenix, the apparition transformed into an imposing frosty heavenly fox, towering with ice and grace. Its 9 celestial tails and the wings of the Ice Phoenix shimmered in harmony, manifesting as a divine entity upon the icy plains. Countless beings seemed to sense the Snow Emperor's arrival, responding to their master's call, prostrating in reverence. On this icebound expanse, only the Snow Emperor endured through the ages. Multitudes of snow demons roared in jubilation, gathering in throngs to kneel beneath the phantasmal presence of the Snow Emperor. Zhong Tianda, Yuan, and the 300 Beast Masters stood bewildered, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. They merely felt their beasts tremble instinctively, filled with fear and trepidation. Their assaults faltered, for they understood who reigned supreme in this snow-laden realm. Not only did the beasts quail in terror, Zhong Tianda and Yuan found their teeth chattering involuntarily, sensing an inexplicable chill that gnawed at their very souls. Observing the throngs of snow demons bowing in worship and the palpable fear among the Beast Masters, Su Yuan could hardly contain his elation. Success! Such a profound impact from the incomplete bloodline of the Snow Emperor. It was no wonder that even demigods like Hong Xian San pursued the mythic bloodline with fervor. For when the mythic bloodline fully awakens, within its domain, one becomes invincible. Su Yuan, brimming with vigor, addressed Zhong Tianda and Yuan with a commanding voice amidst the swirling snow. Bold fools. Upon encountering the Snow Emperor, why do you not pay homage? This utterance bore an unparalleled weight, akin to an immense burden that threatened to crush both Zhong Tianda and Yuan to their knees. In this moment, even they felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Just moments ago, they had derided Su Yuan for being inconsequential without the celestial phenomena, yet now they found themselves nearly prostrating before him, bowing and beseeching his mercy. No. How could this be? We are 300 strong. How is it that even within the secret realm, and upon the snow-covered plains, Su Yuan can summon such cosmic wonders? Why? They could not comprehend, nor would they ever. Yet, this did not sway Su Yuan's resolve. The Snow Maiden echoed Su Yuan's words, having witnessed the Snow Emperor. Why not pay homage? An increasing throng of snow spirits gathered, casting furious glances at Zhong Tianda and Yuan, daring to stand so arrogantly before the Snow Emperor. What utter disrespect, what sacrilege, what blasphemy! Zhong Tianda, Yuan, and their entourage of 300 Beast Tamers found themselves utterly subdued by the overwhelming might of the Snow Emperor, by Su Yuan's aura, and by the legions of snow spirits that advanced to pledge their allegiance to him, effectively kneeling before him. What talk of besieging? What talk of coercing Su Yuan into an oath? At this moment, they appeared as mere jesters, and even the thought of standing upright felt insurmountably difficult. The most arduous task was that they could not even reach to touch the insignia on their shoulders that could have freed them. Spare my life, Su Yuan. I merely sought a chance at fortune. Yes, so did I, Su Yuan. We harbored no mortal enmity. The once mighty Beast Tamers of the Ocean Character Camp began to plead for mercy. Yet, Su Yuan retorted with a cold laugh. Spare me this charade. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to your schemes? You are the nobles sent to thwart my acquisition of star power before the Beastmaster tournament. You have been lurking at the gates of the Yuan family, biding your time for me to enter, have you not? I, Su Yuan, afforded you an opportunity. I initially stated my disinterest in indiscriminate slaughter, urging you to tread carefully, yet you still chose to impede me alongside Zhong Tianda and Yuan, did you not? No mortal enmity? How dare you utter such words? Should I fail to break through, would I not be doomed in the upcoming Beastmaster tournament? Those who obstruct me are all my sworn foes. Those who stand in my way are all my sworn foes. You do not misunderstand. You understand too well. You seek to curry favor with the nobles by impeding me, to trample over my corpse for your own glory. And you expect me to let you go? Dream on. Remember in your next life, not to be such wretched sycophants. After Su Yuan's disdainful snort, the Snow Maiden summoned the apparition of the Snow Emperor. And the blizzard upon the mountain intensified, plunging the temperature surrounding Zhong Tianda and the others below -200 degrees. Zhongtianda, Hingyang Yuan, and their sycophants were frozen solid within the tempest summoned by the Snow Maiden. Countless snow spirits reverently bowed before the ethereal figure of the extreme ice Snow Maiden. Subsequently, the king of snow spirits, the Thousand Shadow Snow Fox, slowly emerged. It was a creature of the celestial star rank, the mightiest beast in this snowy realm. At this moment, it understood that it must pledge its loyalty to its emperor. It crawled before Su Yuan and the Snow Maiden, plunging a claw into its own heart. Su Yuan reacted swiftly, tossing a cookie towards the Snow Maiden. Snow Maiden, ascend. The extreme ice Snow Maiden swallowed it whole, and as she did, she shed her former guise, her ice-blue form sprouting the wings of an ice phoenix. The Snow Fox's form transformed from one tail to 5, and countless snow spirits knelt in reverence, some even triggering an avalanche in homage to the birth of their king. Above the Thousand Shadow Snow Fox's head, an exquisitely pure star materialized. This was the most potent star in the snowy expanse. Primordial star, shimmering star, progress, 50100. Star analysis, shimmering star, a star symbolizing auspiciousness. The Beast Master possessing this star will gain the ability to foresee events, with each one of progress granting 0.1 seconds of foresight. The star power of the shimmering star. Its acquisition was beyond Su Yuan's expectations. In this case, his second beast, the extreme ice Snow Maiden, would also successfully transcend to the celestial star rank. Chapter 72, SS rank. Transformation, extreme North Snow Phoenix. 35. When the extreme ice Snow Maiden consumed the primordial star, the ancient ice phoenix and the nine-tailed celestial fox intertwined, further evolving the Snow Emperor's divine lineage, rendering her already snow-white skin even more lustrous and ethereal. Her inner frosty aura more formidable, as celestial light danced and snow fell, as if the entire snowy domain was under her dominion. Evolution. The extreme ice Snow Maiden advanced from S rank to SS rank, ascending from gold to celestial star. The extreme ice Snow Maiden, the extreme North Snow Phoenix. Data regarding the evolved Snow Maiden surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Beast, extreme North Snow Phoenix. Rarity, SS. Level, celestial star beginner. Experience, primordial star, shimmering, progress, 50100. Talent, ice seal, epic, aurora dance, mythical. Destiny of the Nine Tails, mythical. Skills, Snow Moon Prison, epic. Ice Phoenix deification, mythical. Snow Emperor Peerless, mythical. Bloodline, Snow Emperor Bloodline, 30. New talent, Destiny of the Nine Tails, mythical. Each tail of the nine-tailed celestial fox represents a thread of fate, even when sustained fatal injuries. It shall restore to its original state. Current tail count, 5. New skill, Snow Emperor Peerless, mythical. Activates the Snow Emperor's divine lineage, transforming into the Snow Emperor's apparition, permanently altering the surrounding landscape into ice fields and snow-capped mountains, compelling all snow spirits to submit. The second beast to ascend to the celestial star rank has arrived. With new talents and skills, unlike Long Yao's aggressive capabilities, the Snow Maiden leans towards ultimate protection and control, even capable of reshaping the terrain into her battlefield. Truly, she is the strongest bloodline unearthed after Su Yuan shattered 1,000 beast eggs. Indeed, the influence of bloodlines on beasts is profoundly terrifying. This further highlights how formidable Su Yuan's power is, activating mythical bloodline capabilities with just a handful of rice. How exceedingly simplified. The Snow Maiden's ascent to the celestial star rank means that Su Yuan merely needs to find one more primordial star for Fu Jia to elevate to a 4-star beast master. And that star can be sought beyond this snow-capped mountain, across to the other side. Su Yuan gazed at the Snow Maiden, now even more radiant and pure, as she opened her arms and said, "You've worked hard." The Snow Maiden, utterly exhausted, lay in Su Yuan's embrace, her arms encircling his neck, unwilling to let go. Su Yuan gently spoke, "Come, I will help you over this mountain." Slowly, he began to ascend, step by step, up the snowy peak. Countless snow spirits parted to clear a wide path. None dared obstruct the man who cradled the Snow Emperor. In this snowy realm, Su Yuan was the undisputed king. Outside the secret realm, Wanyang suddenly noticed the luminous points of the 300 individuals who had entered vanish abruptly. Aside from his own one character camp, the beast masters from the other camps had neither escaped through their insignia nor made any sound. The answer could only be one. They perished within the secret realm. How could this be? In the presence of the armband, should the specter of death loom nearby, one could utilize the armband to escape at any moment. What calamity could have transpired? How could it be that over 300 3-star beast masters were rendered incapable of activating their armbands? Could it be an avalanche triggered by the snowy mountains? That hardly seems plausible, as there should have been at least some time for a reaction. Wait, could it be Su Yuan? Wang Yang recalled that prior to their entrance, these individuals seemed to have conspired against Su Yuan, with the ringleaders being members of the Lang and Hai families. Although he temporarily assumed command of the city guard, he found himself powerless to intervene in such a covert act of treachery against comrades, especially if they were merely vying for a chance at fortune. Did they ultimately fall victim to Su Yuan's counterattack? It is entirely possible. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, this young man could indeed be ruthless. The battlefield, teeming with countless demonic beasts, the lamentable demise of Lu Shan and Lu Yuan, who was left utterly dumbfounded with rage. Those whom Su Yuan genuinely sought vengeance upon have all met with dire fates. Zhong Tianda, Hing Yongyun, why choose to provoke Su Yuan? It can only be said that misfortune has befallen you. Alas, if any of the other commanders were to find out about this, it would surely lead to complications. Suddenly, Wang Yang was struck by an even more terrifying realization. All of these individuals had perished. It appeared that none from the Wanzi camp had reached the finish line, with many reporting that a blizzard had ensued. Does this imply that only Su Yuan had arrived at the destination to receive the power of the stars? By heavens! This year, the investment has tripled. 100 celestial treasures were allocated to approach the star's power, all converging upon a single individual. To what extraordinary level might that individual ascend? Wang Yang dared not even contemplate it. A 4-star beast master would no longer merely be a matter of physical prowess and stamina. Instead, they would wield the power of the celestial bodies. While they may not rival the mightiest of beasts, they would easily vanquish the weaker ones. And Su Yuan? What form would he take after his evolution? Wang Yang yearned to be present in the shimmering snowfield to witness that moment. In the shimmering snowfield, Su Yuan scaled the snowy mountain and beheld the breathtaking vista beyond. Waves of meteors streaked across the obsidian sky, with the star symbolizing auspiciousness, the Yaoguang star, shining closest, appearing as large as a peanut when gazed upon. Behind the mountain lay an altar, at the center of which rested the celestial pool. According to Wang Yang, the power of the stars would be infused into the celestial pool through the altar. Beast masters in need of the source stars and the beasts themselves could enter the pool to absorb the power of the stars. Su Yuan simultaneously summoned Long Yao and Fu Jia. Given the current constraints on beast masters, neither Long Yao nor the Snow Maiden could absorb the star power in the Yaoguang celestial pool, so they might as well enjoy a hot spring visit. Gently, Su Yuan set the Snow Maiden at the edge of the pool and invited Long Yao and Fu Jia to join her. He then handed Fu Jia a cookie, saying, "Jia Jia, eat this and prepare for your evolution." Fu Jia looked at Su Yuan with a quizzical expression. Although she was aware of Su Yuan's remarkable ability to substitute inconspicuous items for rare treasures, she was still somewhat taken aback. Long Yao promptly pinched Fu Jia's little nose, forcing her to open her mouth to consume the treat. "Eat up, little one, he never deceives us." Fu Jia swallowed the cookie, casting a resentful glance at Long Yao. Such is the discomfort of precedence. Why did she have to arrive first? Fu Jia lamented, "Master, quickly find another little sister. Or else I will always be the youngest, with no one to bully." Su Yuan replied, "You needn't worry, I won't seek any male companions. The thought of having a man in the beast space is quite unsettling. I prefer only the ladies." He assured, All right, I'll expedite the search." Long Yao, stop picking on Jia Jia. Long Yao lightly pouted, "Humph, out with the old, in with the new." Su Yuan sighed, "Alas, in the future, if I wish to mediate sisterly relations, I shall be quite occupied." In the meantime, Fu Jia savored the cookie delicately. As she was not as audacious in trying human food as Long Yao and the Snow Maiden, she primarily subsisted on the morning dew. It was indeed a peculiar sensation. After swallowing, she instinctively felt her dantian pulsating with the miraculous essence of life. This effect was precisely what she had lacked, the life-giving properties of the leaves from the Tree of Life. Her advancement was from a forest elf to a goddess presiding over the life element, and the leaves from the Tree of Life were extraordinarily rare, making it nearly impossible for Su Yuan to procure them. However, this small cookie liberated her from the constraints of heavenly treasures. As Fu Jia felt an increasing surge of life energy blooming within her, she focused her mind, quietly drawing from the star power in the Yaoguang celestial pool. A quarter of an hour passed, then 2, then an hour. Fu Jia, born of the world tree, did not evolve like Long Yao or the Snow Maiden. She ascended gradually, akin to a mighty tree rooted in the earth, yet with unparalleled resilience. At last, a light green energy halo began to radiate, and Fu Jia's golden hair and pointed ears became even more harmonious with nature. The emerald gown she wore resembled that of a saint emerging from the depths of the forest, refreshing and invigorating, and merely approaching her brought forth a gentle spring breeze, enhancing her vitality. Suddenly, Su Yuan's mind was flooded with Fu Jia's post-evolution data. Beastmaster, Life Goddess. Rarity, SS. Level, Initial Stage of the Sunken Star. Experience, Source Star, Yao Guang, Progress, 1100. Talent, Spiritual Spring, Epic. Celestial Projection, Epic. Life Miracle, Mythical. Skills, Tree Realm Descend, Mythical. Sacred Song Spirit Sword, Mythical. Elven Dream Leaf, Mythical. Bloodline, World Tree Bloodline, 30. New Talent, Life Miracle, Mythical for those on the brink of death, forcefully infusing them with life energy. As long as one willingly offers their life force, they can reverse life and death, mastering the essence of life. New Skill, Elven Dream Leaf, Mythical capable of endowing life with wisdom, granting life to inanimate objects. All existence can become a force under the control of the Life Goddess. Finally, Jia Jia completed her evolution. The newly acquired talents and skills are, by my word, somewhat terrifying. The Life Miracle, an immense boon for those willing to exchange their lives, could potentially yield unexpected gratitude for Su Yuan if wielded wisely. As for the Elven Dream Leaf, Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Would it not mean that henceforth, Jia Jia could bestow life and wisdom upon all things in existence, making them subservient to his will? At the very least, in matters of intelligence, there would no longer be a more powerful network than his. A chosen Beastmaster. It seems her abilities are all aimed at compensating for my weaknesses, and they are incredibly rare, nearly irreplaceable, a unique power. Upon Fu Jia's ascendance to the Sunken Star level, Su Yuan instinctively sensed that he had touched upon a certain bottleneck. A 4-star Beastmaster, perhaps? What sets apart a Beastmaster infused with the power of the stars? Allow me to discover it for myself. The amount of star power that Fu Jia has absorbed is quite modest, consuming less than 1/10 of the entire radiant pool. This is reasonable, as even for a chosen Beastmaster, the radiant pool is designed to facilitate the breakthroughs of 300 individuals. Thus, her share alone accounts for 30. She is akin to a diminutive Count Dracula. Su Yuan leaped into the radiant pool, closing his eyes and entering a state of serene meditation. He felt as though his body had transformed into a funnel without any openings, with the star power accumulating in the pool pouring frenetically into him. Yet, after nearly an hour of this influx, Su Yuan found himself devoid of any significant sensation. Let us continue to absorb, he thought. He fully surrendered himself to the experience, fervently drawing in the star power. In an instant, the level of the radiant pool diminished by half. While Su Yuan sensed that he had merely scratched the surface of his capacity. Something's amiss. Wasn't it stated that the radiant pool is sufficient for 300 individuals to break through? This barely seems adequate for me alone. He lamented. What a disappointment, old Yuan. I had expected you to be quite generous, yet you appear rather stingy. Shaking his head, Su Yuan resolved to delve deeper into his absorption. Outside the secret realm, Wan Yang was beside himself with anxiety. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed. The star power gathering in the radiant ice plane was dissipating at an alarming rate, akin to a deluge, as if 1,000 individuals were simultaneously drawing from it. Was Su Yuan the only one left in the secret realm? Logically, there should be an abundance of star power remaining. Wan Yang had hoped to utilize it for gifts and connections. Instead, it appeared that the entire realm was on the brink of collapse. The radiant ice plane could only refill the pool once a month. But if the star power continued to vanish at this rapid pace, it would lead to a backlash, sacrificing the stability of the entire realm to replenish the depleted pool. If not addressed, the radiant ice plane would crumble within the hour at this rate. Wan Yang, nearly in tears, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Cousin, quickly, gather all the treasures from our Yuan family. This secret realm is in peril. We cannot withstand this. We must act swiftly, or our family will lose access to the realm altogether." His cousin, Wan Daoxian, the president of the Beastmaster Academy, rushed over, asking, "What is going on, cousin? Why is the depletion occurring so rapidly?" "I have no idea," Wan Yang replied urgently. "Currently, Su Yuan is the only one in the entire secret realm. If he isn't the cause, then it must be an issue with the realm itself." Compared to the first possibility, Wan Yang considered the latter to be more plausible. No matter how formidable one person may be, can they truly cause the collapse of the realm? The human capacity for star power is quite limited. The basic unit is a star. Humanity has only just advanced to the 4-star Beastmaster level, with the previous genius Beastmaster, Yiho, having absorbed approximately 200 stars worth of power, which is merely about 2% of the radiant pool. Even if you are 10 times more exceptional, you would only manage 20%. It must be a problem with the realm itself. Wan Daoxian said, "There is no remedy at this point. We must fill it up. If that fails, we can borrow some from President Zhang." Thus, the Yuan family began a frantic effort to replenish the star materials to assist the radiant ice plane in absorbing the star power. Meanwhile, Su Yuan gazed at the nearly depleted radiant pool with a tinge of melancholy. feeling as though he had hardly filled 1/8 of it, and yet it was almost insufficient. Suddenly, the entire radiant pool reflected the sky, as if countless celestial lights were being rain-fused, allowing the pool on the verge of desiccation to refill. Yuan was overjoyed, exclaiming, "What wonderful news! There's still more. I was worried it wouldn't be enough for my breakthrough. It seems this substance has an unlimited capacity for replenishment." This time, Yuan shed all limitations, lying at the bottom of the pool in a starfish position, hastily filling himself to the brim. He could clearly perceive that the number of stars converging in his dantian exceeded 20,000, possibly even more. What ecstasy! I truly have not come to the wrong place.